Swallowed Star Chapter 1064 to Chapter 1118. In the air above the wilderness, Xianxia Palace Leader and Humble Knight, the two overlords of the universe exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and seriousness. Powerful. This super-powerful being of the Star Behemoth Alliance has a domain-type treasure, a flight treasure, and a suit of armor that can save his life should be a high-grade treasure. Right, it must be a high-level treasure, and it's already in its third form. Xianxia Palace Leader said solemnly, if it's just a normal treasure, it wouldn't be this easy against my blood spear. The two of them exchanged glances. Big trouble, high-level treasure armor, activated to its third form, along with that huge god body, these three factors were enough to make the other universe overlords despair. The stronger the warrior, the harder it was to fall. Many of the universe overlords already had a hard time falling. Even if they couldn't win, they could still flee. And this person with a high-level treasure armor that could weaken the attack to 1/10,000 th, and a god body that was ridiculously huge. How could they kill him? Unless the difference in strength was huge. Like a universe lord attacking, like a special life form or a universe overlord. We have no other choice. Humble Knight said gently, and because of this, he was alerted, our plans are probably going to fail. Then what do we do? Xianxia Palace Leader said solemnly. First, we can't admit to fighting with the golden horned beast, and no other warriors saw it. If we don't say anything, no one will know. Humble Knight said, second, we have to obediently listen to the Alliance's orders. Our North Border Alliance's universe lords are planning, at the Whirlpool exit, the closest Whirlpool passages to the Sword River God Blade etc. When the time comes, when the Demon Lord personally arrives, naturally he won't let the golden horned beast escape. Xianxia Palace Leader nodded. The North Border Alliance was one of the universe's 9 strongest powers. If they set up a trap, how many could escape? In a vast ancient forest on the primal planet, the golden horned beast was hiding, its eyes filled with worry. What do we do? Our original plan is no longer feasible. When Luo Feng found out about the Sword River God Blade in the virtual universe, he immediately decided to flee. The place he chose was the Whirlpool Passage to the outside world. According to Luo Feng's earliest plan, they first flew closer to the Whirlpool Tunnel, and when they were almost there, the Golden Horned Beast, Masha Clansman and Yu Hai split up. The Golden Horned Beast handed over all the treasures, while the Masha Clansman carried the Yu Hai Clansman, turning into dirt and hiding. Let the golden horned beast try to pass through the whirlpool first. If he succeeded, he would let the Masha clan's clone do it. If he failed and fell into danger, unable to escape, he would just let the golden horned beast self-destruct. At the same time, Luo Feng's earth body in the outside world would immediately use the virtual universe to seek help from his primal Chaos City leader teacher. One must know that whirlpool pathway was the closest pathway to the human domain. After the primal Chaos City leader rushed over, he could totally rely on his powerful strength to forcefully capture Luo Feng, but in reality, he had saved Luo Feng. Although this plan was simple and direct, it was also effective. However, after the battle with Xianxia Palace Leader and Despicable Knight, it made Luo Feng immediately change his plan. The two of them flew over here to find me. Obviously the Northern Border Alliance's movements are extremely fast. Probably when the Sword River God Blade was born, the Northern Border Alliance's knights have already recognized the Black Blade. Luo Feng thought, from the battle with Xianxia Palace Leader and Despicable Knight, he could deduce, the Northern Border Alliance's plans were very early, the Northern Border Universe Lord was probably rushing over. As soon as possible, maybe even earlier than the Primal Chaos City leader. If I run to the Whirlpool Pathway now, it'll definitely be a mad massacre. If I continue to head there, I'll just be looking for trouble. Then what do I do? Head to the nearest Whirlpool Pathway? Luo Feng pondered. A primal planet had 10,081 Whirlpool pathways. Every pathway had a distance of a few 100 million km. It usually took more than half an hour to fly from one vortex passage to another. And right now, the closest pathway to him would take about 15 minutes to reach. If the Northern Border Alliance was more careful in their arrangements, then they would have set up traps in the whirlpools near the Sword River Luo God Sword's birth location. Luo Feng shook his head, then if I rush over there, I'll be walking right into their trap. And the probability is very high. Heading to the outside Whirlpool Pathway. Danger. Go to the nearby vortex passageway. Danger 2. And heading to the distant pathways, the Northern Border Universe Lord would probably descend while he was flying, controlling space and time. Even from such a distance, they would be able to completely suppress him and attack him. Relying on the Masha clan's transformation techniques and natural ability cloning? Luo Feng shook his head. The Masha clan was just one of the countless normal clans in the universe. Their natural ability cloning was only one of the weaker ones. It was just a little unique and peculiar. It didn't mean it couldn't be broken. The Northern Border Alliance was one of the universe's 9 great powers. The moment they set it up, for Luo Feng to escape, it would be difficult. I can only seek help from my teacher. Luo Feng thought. Virtual Universe Lightning Island Peak, within the Primal Chaos City Leader's palace that was shrouded in endless energy. Luo Feng stepped through the door of the palace and entered, walking deep within before stopping and shouting respectfully, "Teacher." A golden-robed silhouette walked out. Luo Feng. The Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Luo Feng and smiled. "You should be on Primal Star right now, looking for me. What's the matter?" "Your disciple has an urgent matter to report." Luo Feng didn't dare hesitate. "Your disciple is using the golden horned beast body to bring the Masha clan body to Primal Star." The Primal Chaos City Leader nodded and listened. He naturally knew about this, because Luo Feng's earth body was within Thousand Treasure River region. On Primal Star, I coincidentally acquired the Sword River part. Luo Feng said. "Ah, it's you?" The Primal Chaos City Leader was shocked, laughing loudly. "I've just received news that 2 space beasts from the Space Beast Alliance have acquired the Sword River part. I was thinking, if this part were to land in our human race's hands, it would be an important bargaining chip with the Thornring Alliance." Luo Feng said. "However, your disciple is currently in big trouble. The Northern Border Alliance knows about this too, and has already begun to plot against your disciple." "Speak in detail." The Primal Chaos City Leader creased his eyebrows. "Yes." Luo Feng immediately began to speak in detail, mentioning the Qishui Palace Leader and Despicable Knight. "You actually didn't lose out against them?" The Primal Chaos City Leader looked shocked at Luo Feng. The Qishui Palace Leader and Despicable Knight, those were definitely famous overlords of the universe. They represented the strength of a normal overlord. For Luo Feng to be able to withstand these two, even the Primal Chaos City Leader was shocked. Almost in an instant, the Primal Chaos City Leader guessed that his disciple Luo Feng definitely had a defensive treasure, and it was probably a high-level treasure. Like a high-level treasure, armor, etc. Even though he guessed it, the Primal Chaos City Leader didn't ask, because his disciple Luo Feng already had a bunch of secrets. Like at the Undying level, why was his god body so strong? Stronger than many other universe knights? One had to know that the Primal Chaos City Leader had personally witnessed Luo Feng's breakthrough to Undying, and the origin laws that descended were terrifying. And Luo Feng was even in the Thousand Treasure River level. His god body's strength, with the Primal Chaos City Leader's control of time and space, he could totally deduce that Luo Feng's body was even stronger than some universe knights. All of this, the Primal Chaos City Leader didn't ask. Maybe this disciple of mine has some fortune. Maybe it's some powerful being's fortune. Maybe it's from before the Great Apocalypse. The Primal Chaos City Leader was very happy to see this happen. Who cared what special fortune his disciple had? Anyway, the stronger he was, the better. The stronger Luo Feng was, it meant that the human race would soon have a new pillar-like absolute being. My disciple's battle strength can't compare to the Qishui Palace Leader and the others. I'm only relying on my large body to withstand it. Luo Feng said. A large body is also a part of one's strength. The Primal Chaos City Leader said. Luo Feng said urgently, "Teacher, I'm sure you know the situation now. The warriors of the Northern Border Alliance are already chasing after me. Obviously they've been plotting since long ago. What do I do now? Whichever whirlpool path I go to seems to be dangerous. I seek teacher's guidance." "You're still smart, you didn't try to be smart." The Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. "Just based on your own strength, you'll definitely be caught and killed. That Northern Border Alliance is enough to compare with our Great Alliance, and in terms of warriors and races, they're much more than us." The Primal Chaos City Leader exclaimed. "All sorts of special life forms, and some races with strong bloodlines and special techniques. There are many of them too. All sorts of special techniques are very ingenious." looking for you? It's simply impossible to defend against. Your special technique cloning is a very powerful hiding technique. If you rely on your normal strength, you'll become a universe lord and completely control a part of space and time. Only then will you be able to see the problem. The Primal Chaos City leader said. Luo Feng nodded. After controlling a part of space and time, it was indeed very powerful. Like his own special technique domain, it could be easily broken, like cloning too. And the special technique strengthening, in truth, could only amplify the body up to 100 times, hence in the later stages, it wouldn't be of much use. Hence many special techniques were still useful when one was weak. However, at the Universe Lord level, there were very few special techniques that could still be of great use. However, Luo Feng's life genetic level had reached the limits of perfection, his soul and consciousness entering the universe's mysterious region was bestowed with the special technique, I am the universe, which was considered one of the pinnacle of special techniques. Even the special techniques can be broken through by other special techniques. The Primal Chaos City leader said, there are all sorts of special techniques in the universe, and due to some special encounters, being bestowed with special techniques by the universe is very normal. The different levels of the special techniques have different powers, even their uses are different too. They counter each other. There are some that are similar to each other. However, these special techniques become more and more useless the later stages. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled, just like that Bark Mirror Emperor's special technique is a soul attack, and any random soul attack from a universe lord would be much more exquisite than this special technique. Luo Feng nodded obediently. And with the Northern Border Alliance's plans for you, even if you want to use your special techniques to sneak out, it's impossible. The Primal Chaos City leader shook his head, you're underestimating the abilities of the superpowers. Then what should I do? Luo Feng asked. As your teacher, naturally I have a way. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. I'm ranked 5th in the monthly votes. Sweat. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Please guide me. Teacher Luo Feng listened carefully. Primal Chaos City Master laughed. No matter which whirlpool passage you go to, the Northern Border Alliance will probably have arrangements. So what you need to do is, don't go near any vortex passage. Luo Feng was startled, he vaguely understood what his teacher was thinking. Teacher, what you mean is? Luo Feng said, I'll aimlessly fly further and further on the primal star, and not get close to any of the whirlpools. Yes. Primal Chaos City Master nodded, you don't go to any whirlpool passageway, instead stay far away from the place where the Sword River Azure God sword appeared. At the very least, it would be very difficult for those universe overlords to even touch you. The only way to capture you is to wait for the Lord of the Universe of the Northern Frontier Alliance to descend. Luo Feng nodded. It was true that he would not be in much danger if he did not go to the vortex passageway, but the enemy Lord of the Universe would eventually descend. At that time, he would have no choice but to surrender. Your disguise is useless in front of the Master of the Universe. The Primal Chaos City leader said, that's why you don't even need to disguise yourself. You just need to let your golden horned beast and 9 underworlds clone move separately. Leave the treasures and everything else with the 9 nether clone. As for the Masters of the Universe of the Northern Frontier Alliance, they will only be looking for the 2 giant beasts of space. Even if they see your 9 nether clone, they will not be able to recognize it. The Primal Chaos City Master said, there are many universe paragons on the Primal Chaos Star. If you were to disguise yourself, you might be discovered. However, you don't need to disguise yourself as the 9 nether doppelganger. You can reveal your true self. Luo Feng smiled. Hence, even if he kills the golden horned beast, he won't be able to find any treasures. The Primal Chaos City Master said, at that time, he will start to investigate all the experts on the planet. But he doesn't dare to act recklessly. If your 2 clones split up, you'll definitely be able to delay them for a long time. I must have arrived at that time. The Primal Chaos City Master said, as long as you persevere until I descend on that planet, then you will have succeeded. Luo Feng nodded, yes, teacher, this method was very simple. It was to let Luo Feng stall for time. stall for time so that he wouldn't walk right into their trap. As long as he could endure until the primal Chaos City Lord descended, it would be a success. It was a very simple method, and precisely because it was simple, it had few flaws. Go. The primal Chaos City Lord instructed, remember what I said. Also, the Master of the Universe of the Northern Alliance might arrive before me. The moment he arrives, don't let him discover any flaws. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. The human domain's primal secret realm, Thousand Treasure River. Hung long that majestic Thousand Treasure River disappeared and transformed into a shirt that covered the body of a 10,000 kilometers tall primal Chaos City Master. The primal Chaos City Master was wearing the Thousand Treasure robe and holding a broken stone rod. He stood in mid-air barefooted and looked into the distance. At the same time, he said, I will make a trip to the primitive star and will be back soon. Stop researching your ultimate technique and help me guard the primitive mystic realm. Yes, senior brother. A voice rang out around the primal Chaos City Master. The chaotic City Master nodded. He took a step forward in the air and disappeared without a trace. Where is Qian Baohe? The Thousand Treasures River disappeared. I'm afraid teacher has gone out. Some of the universe venerables and many servants in the palaces within the Thousand Treasure River discovered that the mighty Thousand Treasure River had disappeared. Luo Feng's earth body too stood outside the palace and looked into the distance. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Luo Feng thought. The closest whirlpool path to the origin of the Sword River Luo God Blade led to the other side. As a beam of light neared. Lord Man K is here, and with his domain-type supreme treasure, we have the third layer of defense as well, which makes us even more confident. No matter how powerful that space beast is, even if it's a special life form, even if we 6 universe overlords can't beat it, we can still use our various techniques to trap it. He definitely won't be able to escape. There's news that on the primitive star, the warriors of the Great Alliance seem to be preparing to kill those 2 space beasts. Trouble. What do we do, defend here? Relax, the primitive star is huge, and we can't teleport within the God country. How would it be easy to surround and kill them? We'll follow the plan and defend here. The whirlpool path to the outside world, in the forest below. Palace leader Qi Shui, lowly knight, you two are here. Logically speaking, you two should be the first to arrive. I heard from Wangjia Knight that you two went to the surroundings to observe the situation. There were already a total of 7 silhouettes hiding in the forest. Lowly Knight and Palace Leader Qi Shui who had just arrived swiftly landed, simultaneously Palace Leader Qi Shui snorted coldly, of course to observe the situation. What, you think we'll go deal with the space beasts? Hard to say. Humph, Palace Leader Qi Shui and Lowly Knight snorted coldly. If I went to deal with the space beasts, would I return so quickly? From here to the origin of the Sword River Luo God Blade, just flying back and forth would take a long time. Palace Leader Qi Shui looked coldly at the foreign life form with close to 1,000 claws. Don't talk nonsense when you don't even have a shadow. Palace Leader Qi Shui and Lowly Knight glanced at Wangjia Knight too. Wangjia Knight immediately knew that they had failed. Luckily I spent some resources and treasures to fully recover my body. Palace Leader Qi Shui scanned the surroundings and immediately sat cross-legged, thinking, if my body was damaged and they noticed, there would definitely be trouble. At this moment, rumble, rumble, in the whirlpool passage above, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared. Look! There's movement. The 9 warriors of the North Border Alliance looked up at the sky. Don't be anxious, it's the universe warriors that entered from the outside world, 2 of them from the Hong Alliance. It's another 2 from the Hong Alliance. What's going on? Why are the Hong Alliance warriors coming one after the other? This made the warriors of the North Border Alliance feel uneasy. Lowly Knight spoke softly, we found news of the Sword River Luo God Blade, maybe the Hong Alliance found it too. Wangjia Knight, hurry and report back to the Alliance. Once the Hong Alliance fights with us, it'll be troublesome. Okay. Ever since news of the Sword River Luo God Blade had spread in the virtual universe, large amounts of warriors wanted to rush over, some just to join in the fun. They all knew that the Sword River Luo God Blade would definitely cause a huge commotion. How could they miss such an opportunity? Hence, some of the closest universe supremacies arrived one after another, and there were still many powerhouses on their way. On the primal planet Luo Feng was in, the undercurrents were already surging. Many of the Han Alliance's warriors were heading towards the location of the Sword River Luo God Blade. The North Border Alliance was organizing and planning. After Luo Feng and the Primal Chaos City leader finished their conversation. So. A beam of light swiftly flew into the distance. There's a mountain forest not too far from here. The golden horned beast gazed into the distance, flying at sub-light speed. Once I reach the mountain forest, I'll let the golden horned beast and my ocean clone split up. The golden horned beast's speed was extremely fast, very quickly reaching the air above the mountain forest and diving down. Hua! As it dove into the forest, the golden horned beast suddenly stopped, its claws stepping on a thick ancient tree branch. At the same time, the golden horned beast slightly turned its head to look at its wings, only to see the golden wings trembling slightly. What's going on? Luo Feng was extremely shocked. The killer Wu's wings that had fused with the scales were madly trembling. The trembling was extremely fast, and it wasn't under Luo Feng's control at all, almost as though there was a special energy source in the distance that was madly attracting Luo Feng's killer Wu's wings. Almost like a magnet. It was trying its best to attract the killer Wu's wings. The killer Wu's wings have long recognized its owner. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. A treasure that recognizes an owner will definitely follow the owner's orders. How can there be an uncontrollable situation? And that direction. The golden horned beast looked up into the distant sky. He felt that if he didn't suppress it, the killer Wu's wings would bring him directly in that direction. What's going on? In the direction that Luo Feng sensed, in the distant sky, there was a silhouette standing there. He had a god body of about 8 m tall, with a thick pair of legs and a total of 8 arms. His entire body seemed like it was made of metal, without a single strand of hair. His head was even more shiny. He looked exactly like an automaton. This 8-armed bald automaton was dressed in black armor. On his back was a pair of black wings. Along the black wings were slightly trembling. Even though the trembling was small, it was still trembling madly. The 8-armed bald knight turned to look at his own wings, and then at the direction of the gravitational force. What's going on? My wings are treasures. I've controlled them for trillions of years. I've never encountered a situation where I can't control them. He was strong, his position was respected. When the primal planet opened, he had experienced a total of 8 times, even more dangerous and terrifying situations, and this was the first time his wings had gone out of control. Just what's the reason? The 8-armed bald knight's eyes gleamed coldly. So, with a flap of his wings, he became a peculiar black beam of light, swiftly heading in the direction he sensed. The golden horned beast stood on a branch, his wings slightly extended, looking up into the distant sky. He could clearly feel that the gravitational force was getting stronger and stronger, almost as though the source of the gravitational force was getting closer and closer. It's that direction. Black dot. The golden horned beast immediately saw black light. Within the light, there was a black dot swiftly getting closer. It was obviously an absolute warrior. It's him. The golden horned beast looked up and stared. And the black light was getting closer. Simultaneously looking down in this direction, he too saw the golden horned beast with the golden wings. The two of them saw each other. Their gazes met. No, it's the wings on his back. The golden horned beast's gaze swiftly landed on the black wings on the warrior's back. And the 8-armed bald knight looked down, his gaze also landing on the golden wings of the golden horned beast. The two of them almost simultaneously felt the two wings attracting each other. Don't tell me my wings are just a part of some treasure? Luo Feng was shocked, followed by ecstasy. My wings, don't tell me they're damaged? The 8-armed bald knight too revealed a look of ecstasy. The two's gazes met. Their killing intent wasn't hidden at all. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived. Tomato continues writing the 3rd chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. No wonder back then when I acquired the killer Wu feather, even though it recognized me as its owner, there wasn't any detailed information. I thought that it was because the expert who created the Wu killing wings didn't leave any message in it. Now it seems, the killer Wu feather is just an incomplete treasure. And the Primal Chaos City teacher told me back then that in the universe, no other life forms know of its existence, and he also said he didn't create it. Obviously, its origin is very mysterious. As for the detailed information on killing Wu Yue, it was the Primal Chaos City master teacher who wrote it down in a book for me. Luo Feng still remembered that book. The book had detailed information regarding the killer Wu feather, regarding its 3 forms. It was also discovered by the Primal Chaos City leader after his research. Back then, it was recorded that the origin of the killer Wu feather was mysterious, its material was extremely sturdy, even universe lords and other great beings couldn't break it. Luo Feng was getting more excited. Right, I've always had my doubts, because a truly strong universe lord can totally break through a normal treasure. However, the information the Primal Chaos City leader gave me said that the material was extremely sturdy, definitely impossible to break through. I've always thought my killer Wu feather's material was slightly special. From the looks of it now, my killer Wu feather is simply an extremely powerful part of a treasure. This part's material is naturally extremely high quality. Luo Feng had some guesses and doubts within, but at this moment, he was enlightened. Treasures that had already recognized their owners could still attract each other. It was unbelievable. The 2 were originally 1, only this could explain everything. The golden-horned beast looked up into the sky, the 8-armed bald warrior in mid-air too looked down at the golden-horned beast. Many thoughts instantly flashed through the minds of both of them. Actually, during the many years they'd been using their respective wings, they'd sensed that their wings were different from ordinary treasures. However, neither of them dared to say that they were merely damaged treasures. After all, it was inconceivable. Like the 1,000 treasure river, it was said that over 1,000 treasures complemented each other, its power was endless. If one were to completely dismantle it, every treasure would have its flaws, it would probably only be able to unleash the power of the top treasures. Luo Feng's killer Wu feather, however, was very comfortable using it. It was definitely a very qualified normal treasure. Even a broken part is so perfect. Luo Feng thought, if it were to be completely reassembled, what would it be like? The flowing light wings have saved me many times. Even though I'm a hegemon of the universe, this flowing light wings, which is regarded as an ordinary supreme treasure, has never disappointed me. The 8-armed knight gazed down at Luo Feng, so the flowing light wings were actually part of a powerful treasure. No matter what, we have to get the other part. Once these 2 supreme treasures are combined, there will definitely be a qualitative change, and their power will increase explosively. The golden-horned beast looked up at the silhouette in midair. One had to know that the human race had records of all the famous tyrants in the universe. Luo Feng naturally memorized them all. Other than a few hidden absolute warriors, Luo Feng could recognize most of them. The overlord of the automaton universe, Supremacy Tianhou. It is said that he has 3 supreme treasures. One is an ordinary supreme treasure armor, one is an ordinary pair of wings, and the last is a high-grade supreme treasure, the 8-light shuttle. He's a divine general candidate for divine general Xinguang, and he created his own ultimate technique, 8 shuttle. Luo Feng carefully recalled and immediately felt something was amiss. Tianhou was very difficult to deal with. His strength was extremely strong, and his escape techniques were even more powerful. Even though I have the armor and don't fear the universe tyrants, my attacks are much weaker. Even the high-level knights of the universe have a hard time killing me. This Tianhou, my chances of killing him are infinitely close to 0. Luo Feng felt that the opponent was difficult to deal with. Who is he? The golden-armored and winged golden-horned beast. He's not one of the warriors of the Space Beast Alliance that I know of. Tianhou gazed down at the golden-horned beast, hesitating slightly. The Space Beast Alliance was too mysterious, and the warriors that popped out all had huge bodies that were hard to deal with. To kill a golden-horned beast universe knight? Difficult. 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 The golden-horned beast and Tianhou stared at each other, both wanting to steal the other's winged treasure. However, they both felt that the opponent was difficult to deal with. Luo Feng's attacks were simply too weak, he couldn't deal with the opponent at all, and Tianhou didn't have the confidence to kill a golden-horned beast that was at least 1,000 kilometers long. I am Paragon Tiandu. Paragon Tiandu slowly descended and landed on a branch as he transmitted his voice. I, Gold-Winged Knight. The golden-horned beast replied solemnly. The Tianheng knight lifted his head slightly, his gaze like the morning sun landed on the golden-horned beast, smiling. Space Beast Alliance Golden Wing Knight, the treasured wings you have seemed to have a special connection with my wings. I want your precious wings. Tell me what you want. One top treasure. The golden-horned beast said. Tianho frowned. Top treasure, even the high and mighty universe lords didn't necessarily have top treasures. Even if the two wings were one, they might not become a top treasure after they fused together. You don't want to trade? Tianho communicated. Aren't you the same? The golden-horned beast replied. The moment the two communicated, their gazes met and they understood each other's determination. Obviously the two valued their wings very much. If they wanted to trade for it, they would need an extremely high-level treasure. And that level of treasure, they couldn't afford it, they probably didn't even have the ability to take it out. Rumble. Rumble, almost at the same time, the two moved. Then you can die. A murderous glint flashed in Tianheng's eyes. His divine power burned, and a 6-meter-long shuttle glowing with a black light appeared in the palms of his 8 arms. Then, he thrust it at Shiyan. Just you? The golden-horned beast roared as it ignited its god body, flapping its wings and charging over. Rumble trees after trees began to tremble and even collapse. The two began to crazily fight at close range, exchanging over 100 blows in a second. More accurately speaking, it was Tianho the one attacking the golden-horned beast, while the golden-horned beast grew to a kilometer long. While taking the attacks head-on, it relied on its huge divine body to occasionally use its wings to retaliate. 8. Tianho's mouth let out a clear voice, the power of the 8 shuttles seemed to explode. 8. Tianho shouted again. 8. 3 consecutive shouts, the voice was so loud it shook the soul. Tianho's face suddenly had a hint of holiness, only his eyes had a heart-palpitating black light. It was the desperate ultimate technique of the ultimate technique, 8 shuttle. An incomparably beautiful move. At that moment, the golden-horned beast had no way to resist, stupidly taking the attacks. Tianho's 8 arms grabbed the 8 shuttles of light. The 8 shuttles were like the source of the universe, so beautiful it could move one's soul. Tianho's wings flapped again and again, the flow of time around him changed, making his shuttles even more beautiful. This was a shockingly beautiful ultimate move, it was also a terrifyingly powerful ultimate move. Hua! The golden-horned beast was like a heavy mountain, flipping backwards, crushing tree after tree before swiftly standing up. In the distance, Tianho was floating in mid-air, staring in disbelief at the golden-horned beast. Your god body isn't damaged at all? It's a pity, your god body is damaged. The golden-horned beast's voice resounded. Your divine body is strong, your battle armor is strong. Your supreme treasure will be mine one day. Unwillingness flashed through Paragon Tianho's eyes. He flapped his black wings and soared into the sky. He had no choice, he had already used his strongest move, his god body had been consumed by 3%, yet the opponent was taking it head-on without any damage. How to fight? Tianho's words were right, god body strong, armor strong, this made him feel helpless. So. The golden-horned beast also swiftly flew away. And the forest where many ancient trees had fallen, in just a short while, everything had recovered, even the deep pits from before had recovered, the flowers and grass were once again standing tall, it was impossible to tell that there had been a battle. After the golden-horned beast flew away from the forest, it also quietly separated from the Yuhai clone. After passing the Wu Killer Wings, the Talon Set Treasures, the Pagoda Pearl, the Gold Line Aurora Mirror, the Calamity Armor, the Sword River Luo etc. to the Yuhai clone, the Yuhai clone shrunk to about 9 m tall, directly finding a hill to sit cross-legged in the wild grass. The golden-horned beast didn't take a single treasure, directly flying far away. Flying past the wasteland, flying into a vast forest, landing within the other treasured wings. The golden-horned beast laid on the grass, squinting. My defense is strong, my god body is strong. Just like the Lord of the 9 Underworld against the strongest warrior of the universe. Luo Feng said, the strongest warrior of the universe, in terms of strength far surpasses the Lord of the 9 Underworld, however, as long as he's in the endless dark ocean, against a 9 underworld ocean with a diameter of over 10 light years, even the strongest warrior of the universe would be helpless. However, for the Lord of the 9 underworld to kill the strongest warrior of the universe, that's simply impossible. Luo Feng sighed within. This was his weakness. He was after all only an undying. Even with the 9-level secret manual, he was like a heaven-defying special life form, his body comparable to a knight's. And he had the absolute treasure calamity armor to protect him. Along with his huge body, there probably weren't many universe overlords with such a strong defense. However, no matter how strong his defense was, it couldn't hide the fact that his attacks were weak. Firstly, his comprehension of the origin laws was too low. Even though he had the attack treasures, powerful willpower and consciousness etc., at most he could fight against the high-level warriors of the universe who didn't have any treasures, and the universe overlords with higher comprehension of the origin laws, in terms of offense, could completely crush Luo Feng. Of course, even though it was a complete crush, Qi Shui Palace leader used 9% of his body, the golden horned beast used about 1/10,000th of it, Tian Tai Knight used 3%, the golden horned beast didn't even use 1/10,000th of it. It was just an unkillable hard lump. But how do I get that winged treasure? The golden horned beast roared softly, unwilling. At this time, rumble and unbelievable pressure immediately descended upon the primal planet and spread out. The golden horned beast that was originally lying in the vast forest seemed to be bound by a formless energy, that was a complete control of space and time. Control of space and time? The golden horned beast's eyes flashed with shock. He knew, the universe lord had descended, as promised. The 3 chapters were completed. Tomato urgently needed the monthly votes. I hope everyone will vote for Tomato and support Tomato. The monthly votes were lagging behind. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Comment vote, your support is my greatest motivation. On the primal planet, beside the space whirlpool that floated in mid-air, a majestic silhouette slowly descended, stepping on the barren land. He was over 1,000 kilometers tall, and his entire body was covered in black and red scale armor. His facial skin was green, and his eyebrows were green as well. He had 2 dark red curved horns, and his single eye seemed to be able to see through everything that was happening on the entire planet, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Rumble the entire primal planet, be it the wilderness, forests, deserts, mountains, swamps, oceans, they were all affected by an irresistible force. The warriors from the various races on the primal planet were all extremely shocked. Not good, the Universe Lord has descended. It's the Universe Lord. The Universe Lord actually descended on this primal planet. Most of the knights from the various races didn't know why the Universe Lord had descended. They immediately held it in, not daring to resist at all. Even though just relying on controlling space and time wasn't enough to kill the Universe Lords, it was enough to make it difficult for them to even walk, much less fly. And the Universe Lord could easily fly over, and then attack and kill his target. Universe Lords, even though their full power was comparable to the most normal Universe Lord's power. However, the power here was actually the power of the most normal Universe Lord when he didn't use his treasures. However, how could a Universe Lord not have treasures? Hence, amongst the Universe Lords, there were very few who actually dared to challenge the Universe Lord and fight him one-on-one. At least on this primal planet, there weren't any such powerful Universe Lords. Hence, when they felt the powerful force and understood that it was the Universe Lord controlling space and time, none of the knights dared to resist. Not good. It shouldn't be the primal Chaos City leader's teacher. The golden horned beast looked up, feeling the omnipresent force, and was shocked. If it was the primal Chaos City leader, he would have communicated with him already. The Universe Lord is really powerful. This force is actually this strong, he probably hasn't even used his full power. Luo Feng exclaimed. Once he became the Lord of the Universe, he would be able to control a region of time and space. He could even reverse time and space to see everything that had happened in the past, and it was not impossible to bring a fallen existence from the past to the present. The region of time and space he could control was extremely vast, and he could easily envelop a primitive planet with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers. Leave it to me. You can all leave now. The Northern Border Alliance universe lords that were arranged on the primitive planet all heard a voice that made their hearts tremble. As universe lords, they knew most of the Northern Border Alliance universe lords. Therefore, the moment they heard the voice, almost half of them immediately determined this was the voice of the overturning demon lord. Everyone was overjoyed. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. They no longer had to be as cautious as before. The overturned devil lord stood in the wilderness, instantly controlling everything on the planet. His single eye pierced through the layers of space, rocks, and mud, directly looking at the golden-horned beast in the distant forest that was filled with shock. The Astral Beast Alliance. A cold glint flashed past the single eye of the overthrown devil lord. Humph. Boom, in the vast forest, the space around the golden-horned beast suddenly expanded. It was like a formless giant had grabbed the golden-horned beast and clenched it, trying to crush the golden-horned beast. In the forest. The golden-horned beast felt an extremely terrifying power descend. It immediately burned its god energy to resist. However, the surrounding space continued to expand, its power continued to increase. Chi-chi-chi, the golden-horned beast's god body was being depleted under the pressure. In the blink of an eye, it had already lost 1%. 99%, 98%, 97%, its god body continued to weaken. If I had the Calamity armor, I could reduce it to 1/10,000 of its original strength. I definitely wouldn't have lost my god energy so easily. However, the Universe Lord is really strong. I haven't even been able to see him and I'm already heavily injured. The golden-horned beast stood on all fours, trying its best to stand and resist the pressure. Golden-horned beast. A cold voice reverberated around, "Where's your treasure armor? You once suffered the combined attacks of 8 universe lords. One of them even used a treasure to attack you. You were unharmed. How can I injure you just by controlling space? Where's your armor? Where's your wings? Kill me if you have the ability." Ha ha ha. The golden-horned beast roared. "Looks like you've moved your treasures." The cold voice resounded. Humph, the golden-horned beast snorted. The overturned demon lord's power was limitless. To be able to reach this level, he naturally wasn't stupid. He only used space to slightly suppress the golden-horned beast. After which, he prepared to condense his god energy and attack from afar. However, before he could condense his god energy, the golden-horned beast's god body actually started to be destroyed. This was out of the overturned demon lord's expectations. The legendary golden-horned beast that was said to have extremely strong defense and was even harder to deal with than many universe lords. How could it be killed so easily? Without a doubt, there was only one explanation: the golden-horned beast had already moved the treasures away. Golden-horned beast, as the universe lord, naturally I don't want to kill you. The cold voice resounded. It probably wasn't easy for you to accumulate your god body. You better hand over the sword Hulua part. As long as you hand over the sword Hulua part, or tell me where you hid it, I'll let you go. If I had the treasures on me, great universe lord, you would probably just kill me, right? Why would you waste your breath on me? The golden-horned beast said solemnly. It's a pity that I don't have any treasures on me. Don't threaten me, it's useless. My golden-horned beast race is born with cloning techniques. If my god body dies, the other god bodies will be fine. As for soul techniques? Humph. With my willpower and consciousness, even though I'm not your match, I can still easily self-destruct before you succeed. The golden-horned beast said solemnly. The surroundings were silent. Obviously the overturned demon lord was silent for a while too. Indeed, to rely on the soul to control a universe lord? This was too difficult. Even those universe lords who specialized in the soul would find it almost impossible to enslave a universe overlord. After all, the difference in willpower and consciousness between the two wasn't huge. And to be able to become a universe lord, they were all extraordinary beings. Soul control was practically a dream. Not to mention the fact that the overturned demon lord wasn't specialized in the soul aspect. As for the soul corrosion, the universe lords were extremely sensitive and careful. The moment they realized they couldn't defend against it, they would instantly self-destruct, golden horned beast. The voice was getting colder. Are you threatening me? I don't dare threaten the Universe Lord. I'm just not willing to hand over the Sword River Luo part. The golden horned beast said solemnly. When the treasure appeared on the primal star, I relied on luck and strength to obtain it. The Universe Lord is high up, his position is respected. Why do you have to use such methods to steal my treasure? I believe that the Universe Lord doesn't lack this treasure. Humph! A cold snort exploded beside the golden horned beast. Obviously the overturned demon lord was starting to get angry. If you transfer the treasure, at most you can transfer it to other warriors. You definitely can't leave the primal star. After all, the surroundings have been set up long ago. And since the Sword River Luo appeared until now, even sublight speed flight can only cover such a large area. In such a large area, there are a total of 122 Universe Lords, of which the Prison Clan and Great Alliance are famous. There are 89 who won't help you. As for the others, there are only 33 who aren't famous or famous. Your treasure is definitely in one of the 33 supremacies. I'll give you two choices. 1. Tell me where the treasure is. I only want the Sword River Luo. 2. I'll waste some time. At most, I'll start a massacre. I'll probably only need to kill 8 to 10 Universe Lords to find the Sword River Luo part. When that time comes, I'll take all your other treasures. Make your choice. The first path or the second path? The overturned demon lord's voice resounded. The golden horned beast revealed a shocked expression. You want to start a massacre? Before I fall, I'll probably search most of the 33 Universe Lords. I only need to kill a few of them. What's more, those who dare defy me, so what if I kill them? The overturned demon lord continued. This. The golden horned beast panicked for the first time. Luo Feng actually wasn't panicking, because everything was within his expectations. Just like what the primal Chaos City leader said, separating himself from the serene ocean body could buy him some time. Of course, all it did was buy him some time. If the primal Chaos City leader didn't arrive, then the overturned demon lord would still be able to find all the treasures. However, I believe that just for the Sword River Luo, to attack the other Universe Lords, even the overturned demon lord would hesitate. I'll stall for time. As long as I can, my teacher will arrive soon. Luo Feng thought. The golden horned beast gritted its teeth and performed. Overturned demon lord, you are a Universe Lord. Why? Rumble. A similarly terrifying ripple descended and enveloped the entire planet. The space restraints that were binding the golden horned beast were immediately broken. Another master of the universe. There are 2 Universe Lords. Just what's going on with our planet? The Universe Lords on the planet who didn't know what was going on were extremely shocked. Teacher is here? Luo Feng thought. A huge flaming beast that covered over 10,000 kilometers appeared in midair. Endless energy emanated from it, majestic and powerful. Overturned demon lord. I heard that your North Border Alliance wants to attack my Space Beast Alliance warriors for their treasures? Are you provoking our Space Beast Alliance? The huge beast within the endless flames roared. The roar pierced through layers of space and reached the majestic overturned demon lord in the distant wilderness. Flamestar Lord. The overturned demon lord's one eye flashed with rage. The Flamestar Lord was one of the 12 bloodlines of the Space Beast Alliance, the oldest and strongest being of the Flamestar Beast race. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Within the endless flames, the Flaming Star Lord snorted angrily. Rumble. Every inch of space in the entire primitive star trembled. Every inch of the space-time that the overthrown demon lord had previously controlled was being plundered. Clearly, the Flamestar Lord and the overthrown demon lord were fighting for control over the entire space-time of the primitive star. Overturned demon lord. The beast within the flames roared, the roar pierced through layers of space and exploded in the ears of the overturned demon lord. That golden horned beast is a member of my Space Beast Alliance. Since I'm here, don't even think of harming him. Ha ha ha, come, you can't control the space to suppress him, you can only fly over slowly. Such a distance, the warriors of my Space Beast Alliance could have left through the whirlpool long ago. Ha ha ha. The overturned demon lord stood in the vast wilderness like a mountain range, his face filled with rage. He said solemnly, Flaming Star Lord, my North Border Alliance has long set up this trap. Even if you stop me, I can still stop you from controlling space. When the time comes, the other warriors of the North Border Alliance, under my guidance, can completely surround that golden-horned beast. He still won't be able to escape. First team, advance, the direction is the universe coordinates. Second team, advance, the direction is the universe coordinates. The overturned demon lord communicated to the warriors of the North Border Alliance, even through the alliance itself. He gave the order to the 6 teams guarding the other end of the whirlpool passage. Even though the overturned demon lord was obviously unable to control the golden-horned beast through space, he could clearly see every move of the golden-horned beast. Yes. Yes. Rumble, in the 6 whirlpool passages of the primitive star, at almost the same time, numerous overlords surged out. At this moment, the tens of overlords of the North Border Alliance gathered on the primitive star, surrounding the golden-horned beast from different directions. He is a member of my Space Beast Alliance. The Flaming Star Lord was furious. He too was unable to control space under the interference of the opponent, but he could still sense the movements on the primitive star. At this time even the Flaming Star Lord had to sigh. The North Border Alliance was indeed the alliance with the most races and warriors. Although the Northern Border Alliance only had one strongest powerhouse in the universe, it had many more lords of the universe and universe overlords. Therefore, the Northern Border Alliance was especially crazy when it came to fighting for resources. Overthrown Devil Lord, the experts of my Astral Behemoth Alliance have obtained treasures, yet you, a mere lord of the universe, are scheming against us? The Lord of the Flame Star was enraged. You've angered me. Humph, don't talk about reason. In this vast universe, everything else is fake. Strength is number one. The overturned Devil Lord snorted, Flaming Star Lord, I can give you face, I can give the Space Beast face and not touch the golden-horned beast. But you only need to hand over the sword Hulua's divine sword. Although it was only a part, the sword River Net was a top-notch domain supreme treasure, and its offensive power was no less than a peak attack supreme treasure. The Thorny Ring Alliance would definitely get it back at all costs. A divine sword was definitely worth more than a high-grade supreme treasure. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The Lord of the Flame Star roared, and the flames surged. Then let's see. You can summon experts, but can't I? I will directly summon the Golden Horned Master. I want to see what you can do to the experts of my giant star beast. Humph. Come, so what if I come? The overturned Devil Lord wasn't afraid at all, and snorted angrily, from the primal star, it would probably take a long time to fly to where I am. I can affect time and no one can control it. If the universe lords want to deal with someone, they would have to fly over slowly. Why would I be afraid of the Golden Horned Master? Although he said this, the overturned Devil Lord was actually a little afraid. Because the Golden Horned Master was one of the most terrifying universe lords of the Space Beast Alliance. Because he had a total of 4 great god bodies, he was the hardest to deal with. You summoned the Golden Horned Master. Do you think that the experts of my North Border Alliance are weaker than your Space Beast Alliance? The overturned Devil Lord didn't lower his head at all. The experts of the North Border Alliance had a weird temperament. Because they were formed from the alliance of several powerful races, and none of them were from the top races. Before they formed an alliance, they naturally had to lower their heads. But after they formed an alliance, and invited a solo universe expert to take charge, that was different. In the past, they had always lowered their heads, but after forming the North Border Alliance, they never lowered their heads. They would rather die in battle than to lower their heads. The moment a treasure appeared, the North Border Alliance would send large numbers of experts to surround them. This was the North Border Alliance, a crazy alliance, the North Border Alliance that was famous for having many experts. Just as the overthrown Devil Lord and the Flame Star Lord were facing each other from tens of billions of kilometers away, another incomparably powerful aura emerged from the whirlpool passageway that led to the outside world. It was a huge figure that was tens of thousands of kilometers tall. It was holding an ancient, dilapidated stone staff and walking barefoot. It was wearing the thousand treasure robe. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect there to be two universe lords. A majestic voice spread out, and at the same time, some indistinct voices started to ring out. These voices were very soft, but they rang out in the hearts of every expert on the primitive star. Hung long long the mighty galaxy river instantly enveloped the entire primitive star, and on this blurry river floated many powerful strange artifacts that exuded an immense pressure. At this moment, all the experts on the primitive star, including the universe overlords, didn't dare to move at all. Primal Chaos City Master. The overturned Devil Lord was shocked. Primal Chaos City Master. The Flaming Star Lord was shocked too. The two of them were universe lords with some status, but obviously in terms of status, they couldn't compare to this Primal Chaos City Master. The three clones of the Primal Chaos City Master. Any one of them would be much stronger than the two of them. Just this thousand treasure river alone was a top-grade domain-type treasure. Although the three of them couldn't control time and space, the Primal Chaos City Master didn't need to. Just this domain-type treasure alone. And it was a top-grade treasure. Just with the power of the treasure, he could easily kill a universe overlord. Of course, the Primal Chaos City Master didn't dare to act recklessly unless he decided to engage in a large-scale war with the North Border Alliance. Otherwise, a lofty and powerful Lord of the Universe wouldn't dare to carry out a massacre so easily. Primal Chaos City Master. The Flaming Star Lord was nervous, and roared, "That's an expert of my Space Beast Alliance. Your status is high, you wouldn't go so far as to snatch a little fellow's treasure, right? Ha ha ha. Power comes first. If the Primal Chaos City Master snatches it, what can you do?" The overturned Devil Lord's voice transmitted over. Primal Chaos City Master, please give the Space Beast Alliance some face. The Flaming Star Lord said. If not for the Thousand Treasure River, even if the Primal Chaos City Master was strong, the Flaming Star Lord wouldn't be afraid. But with the Thousand Treasure River, the Primal Chaos City Master could instantly kill the Golden Horned Beast. This was one of the advantages of a domain-type treasure. At least against weaklings, it could be said to be unstoppable. Does the Great Alliance care about your Space Beast Alliance? The overturned Devil Lord said from the side, Primal Chaos City Master, your methods are strong. With this Thousand Treasure River, this time, the North Border Alliance is at a disadvantage. I won't interfere. As for who gets the Sword River net, you can fight with the Flaming Star Lord. Even though the overturned Devil Lord said that he wouldn't interfere, he was happy to watch the show. The Great Alliance was a very strong power. The Space Beast Alliance was very mysterious, but very united. If the two were to fight, that would be interesting. Primal Chaos City Master. The Flaming Star Lord said. Flaming Star Lord, the Primal Chaos City Master didn't come here for nothing. The overturned Devil Lord said. Ha ha ha. The Primal Chaos City Master's laughter resounded, causing the Flaming Star Lord and the overturned Devil Lord's state of mind to be affected. The two of them were secretly shocked. It was said that the Primal Chaos City Master was one of the strongest universe masters under the strongest in the universe. The Primal Chaos City Master laughed, Flaming Star Lord, since you have spoken, I won't go so far as to snatch the treasure of a little fellow. I will give you face, I won't interfere. The overturned Devil Lord who was standing in the endless wilderness was stunned. Within the flames, the Flaming Star Lord immediately said, then I really have to thank the Primal Chaos City Master. Humph. The overturned Devil Lord snorted coldly. He turned and stepped into the whirlpool tunnel. Retreat. The overturned Devil Lord's order resounded in the ears of the North Border Alliance's tens of overlords. Just now, he said that he wouldn't interfere. Even though he was a little angry, he definitely wouldn't interfere. After all, as a universe master, he could be arrogant, he could be crazy, he could be arrogant, but he had to keep his words. At their level, they still valued their face and dignity very much. Let's go. Let's go. Even though the Divergent Blood Palace Lord and the other tens of overlords were helpless, they could only listen obediently. Great Alliance's knights, listen up, don't deal with the Golden Horned Beast. The Primal Chaos City Master ordered. As one of the highest level beings in the Great Alliance, the other knights had all heard of the Primal Chaos City Master's voice, and they all obeyed. Hua, Qianbao have vanished, the Primal Chaos City Master too took a step and left. While the Primal Chaos City Master was communicating to the other warriors, Luo Feng heard a different message in his ears. Disciple, since the Space Beast Alliance is interfering, it couldn't be better. Since the overturned Devil Lord said that he wouldn't interfere, the North Border Alliance would definitely not interfere. The other parties also knew that this matter involved 3 Universe Lords, they wouldn't interfere either. The only worry is the Thorny Ring Alliance. You don't have to worry, later let your 9 Underworld clone follow the other warriors and leave through the Whirlpool Tunnel. Even if the Thorny Ring Alliance's warriors rush over and prepare, it would still take a while. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. They had all left. Hua, only then did the golden horned beast spread its wings and began to fly. Suddenly, little punk. The Flaming Star Lord's powerful voice resounded in the golden horned beast's ears. I've never seen you in the Space Beast Alliance, don't tell me you've always been a wandering golden horned beast? Any space beast, even though they've been wandering the universe since young, as long as they reach the undying level, the moment they're discovered, they'll be quickly brought back to the Alliance. You're already so strong, yet you've never returned? 2 chapters were finished. The monthly votes were indeed lagging behind. Tomato was writing very seriously, working hard to maintain stability in the updates. If you're satisfied, please support Tomato with the monthly votes. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Woo, you might not know who I am, I'm the Flaming Star leader of the Space Beast Alliance. The majestic voice said, I was originally on another primal planet. I heard the Northern Border warriors talking, only then did I know that they dared to make a move against our space beasts. Naturally I rushed over. Thank you, Flaming Star leader. The golden horned beast lowered its head respectfully. No need, poor punk, have you never returned? The majestic voice asked. Yes. The golden horned beast said, I've been alone since I was born, I've never been able to return to the legendary Space Beast Alliance. Luo Feng was secretly nervous, afraid of being recognized. However, back then the Primal Chaos City leader had said, as long as one became an undying, their soul would completely merge with every inch of their god energy. Even the Primal Chaos City leader wouldn't be able to tell if Luo Feng was the real golden horned beast or not. The virtual universe, however, was very mysterious. It was able to connect to its consciousness and differentiate races. Just like some enemy races, even if they had access to the virtual universe sensor, they would be repelled and unable to connect. Unless they sent controlled human spies, Great Alliance spies etc., only then would they be able to connect. The virtual universe, as an extremely mysterious existence, indeed had many unique abilities. Even the number 1 power in the universe, the guardian of the universe origin laws, the ancestral god sect, couldn't reach the virtual universe's level. The virtual universe could already be said to be a universe of consciousness. Even the origin laws of the universe could be simulated. Never returned? Our space beasts are all scattered throughout the universe, each of them relying on their own strength to rise. Only those who have truly stepped into the undying level will be brought back by our Space Beast Alliance. The Flaming Star leader said, right now many of our Space Beast Alliance's warriors are on the primal planet. You can find one and move with them, after which we'll return to the Alliance. Of course, if you're in a rush, you can head there directly. These are the universe coordinates, it's one of the gathering places of our Space Beast Alliance. Head there, once you reach there, there will naturally be others from the same race to receive you. When that happens, you'll have a chance to head to our sacred land. Sacred land? The golden horned beast's dark golden eyes were filled with curiosity. Sacred land. Any warrior from the same race that has just been received will have a chance to head to the sacred land once. There, your strength will increase once again. There, you'll be allocated a certain amount of resources based on your strength and potential. With your strength, you're already this strong even without the help of your tribe. Perhaps you'll receive special treatment. The Flame Star Lord's voice rang in the golden horned beast's ears. The golden horned beast listened obediently. The universe has been marked. Whether you want to return to the Alliance with the rest of your race, or rush back now, it's up to you. However, I can tell you that many of the super experts of the Cosmic Beast Alliance are currently on the primitive star. You can meet them too. The Lord of the Flame Star continued. Also, about the Piercing Ring Alliance, you have to be careful. However, I believe that your treasures have already been moved. Just be careful not to waste this divine body. The golden horned beast's head slightly nodded. The three of us universe lords have been here for this matter. The Thorn Ring Alliance is much weaker than the three of us. At most, they will send out a few universe overlords. Take care of yourself. Boom! The giant beast in the endless flames also stepped out with its claws, directly stepping into the vortex passage in midair and disappearing with a whoosh. While the Lord of the Flame Star was conversing with the golden horned beast, the warriors of the Great Alliance and North Border Alliance had received the order to retreat. Luofeng's Ocean Clone 2 became a beam of light and headed towards the outside whirlpool passage. He flew all the way. He even saw two Hung Alliance universe supremacies along the way. The two Hung Alliance universe supremacies saw the Serene Ocean Clone. They couldn't tell what race the Serene Ocean Clone belonged to. They could only assume that it was a universe supremacy from a weak faction. However, since he dared to move alone, he was probably a universe overlord, hence they stayed far away. That was really smooth. There was actually no worry throughout the journey. The Ocean Clone flew out from the vast whirlpool passage, looking at the endless space around him. He had already returned to the outside world. There were indeed no obstructions. The North Border Alliance has already retreated. I didn't even see the shadow of the Thorn Ring Alliance. The Ocean Clone smiled. He first teleported far away and then directly teleported back to his god country. The golden horned beast had flown very far back then. It had already flown past the entire wilderness and entered the vast forest. Hence, to return to the whirlpool passage to the outside world would take a long time. This amount of time was more than enough for the Thorn Ring Alliance to set up. This golden horned beast of mine didn't bring a single treasure, not a single servant, nothing at all. Slowly flying back is such a waste of time. The golden horned beast was in the silent forest, blinking its eyes before exploding with a rumble. Under the pressure of the primitive star, under the extremely congealed space, the explosion only spread out a few 100,000 kilometers, causing large amounts of ancient trees to fall and break. But in a blink of an eye, the tree fragments were formed back into one, the flowers and grass stood tall once again. Everything returned to its original state. It was as though the explosion earlier never happened. After a long while, three silhouettes flew over from the distance. There's a huge energy disturbance here. It should be a battle between warriors. Why aren't there any? There was a huge disturbance earlier. Did the battle end in an instant and they left? The three crystal race warriors looked around helplessly. The whirlpool passage from the primal star to the outside world. A total of 9 overlords of the Thorn Ring Alliance were gathered here. This time, we must get the Sword River God Sword. The Sword River God Sword is a top-tier domain treasure. Its attacks are even stronger. If the other factions get their hands on the Sword River God Sword, they will definitely take the chance to threaten the Thorn Ring Alliance. We must try our best to take back the Divine Swords. Every sword we take back counts. Every sword we take back will greatly increase the power of the Sword Halua. These 9 universe overlords had just arrived not too long ago. After a long while, why hasn't the golden horned beast appeared yet? That's weird. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the Thorn Ring Alliance even sent a universe lord to investigate. Only then did he realize that the golden horned beast was no longer on the primal star. This caused the warriors of the Thorn Ring Alliance to be dumbfounded. They didn't know where the golden horned beast had escaped to. In the end, they could only end this mission. The 1,000 kilometers long body of the golden horned beast was a huge amount of energy to most warriors. They couldn't bear to waste it. However, Luofeng was different. With the vast endless dark ocean, the god energy within was vast and vast. It was unbelievable. Within moments, the amount of god energy absorbed was already equivalent to the total amount of the golden horned beast's body. Even if the body self-destructs, it will return to the universe origin energy. My boundless tranquil sea has also absorbed divine power from the origin sea of the universe. 1 return and 1 absorption, the time is very short. It's much faster than me flying slowly. Luo Feng stood outside the palace. Looking at the distant endless thousand treasure river, he smiled. I wonder if the Thorn Ring Alliance has set up a trap. If they did, they would have wasted their efforts. The dark ocean was over 9,000 kilometers tall. The golden horned beast was over 1,000 kilometers tall. However, its power was much stronger. The two had about the same amount of energy. Luo Feng could completely use the ocean like a fire god crystal. Immediately self-destructing wouldn't hurt Luo Feng at all. Because his recovery speed was simply too fast. This ocean's god energy wasn't even a trillionth of the endless dark ocean. It would automatically recover in moments. It's not that my golden horned beast's body is small. It's just that the endless dark ocean is too huge. Luo Feng exclaimed within, the huge endless dark ocean, this feeling is great. No wonder the 9 underworld lords' endless ocean was comparable to an absolute treasure. His god body, 9 underworld ocean, was comparable to an absolute treasure. Within the 9 underworld ocean, it was invincible. Revealing the huge 9 underworld ocean from the side, just how powerful was that? Luo Feng wasn't that strong yet. However, it was obvious that his endless dark ocean, in terms of potential, wasn't any weaker than the 9 underworld ocean. That side self-destructs, this side recovers. Luo Feng was in a good mood. Luo Feng, come to me. The primal Chaos City leader's voice resounded in his ears. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng turned to look at the distant highest palace. With a teleportation, he arrived outside and stepped in. Within the palace. You've returned safely? The primal Chaos City leader smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Yes. Luo Feng smiled too. Luckily, teacher. Appeared. If not for you, I'm afraid there would be some trouble. Things were easier to deal with than I expected. The primal Chaos City leader said. If not for the Flamestar leader, that covered demon lord would definitely fight with me. Even if I used the 1,000 treasure river to capture you, just sending you from the forest to the whirlpool tunnel at light speed would still take a long time. This amount of time, I'm afraid there would still be some small waves. And now it's so easy, without much effort. The primal Chaos City leader said. Luo Feng said, teacher and the Flamestar leader are both here. That North Border Universe Lord knows there's no hope, hence he retreated. The primal Chaos City leader nodded and exclaimed. Of course it's also possible that the importance of the Sword River isn't high enough. If it was a top treasure, then the covered demon lord wouldn't have retreated so easily. If that's the case, the overthrown devil lord won't retreat so easily. I'm afraid he'll summon more masters of the universe to fight for him. Luo Feng nodded. It was indeed so. One top treasure was enough to make the universe lords fight and kill each other. As for the top domain treasures, like on Primal Star, they didn't appear all at once, but separately. The most valuable part of the Sword River was the compass. Without the compass, the other swords alone wouldn't have much use, they wouldn't even compare to a normal treasure. However, to the Piercing Ring Alliance, which possessed the Feng Shui compass, every single divine sword was very important. It could raise the standard of an ordinary domain-type cardinal treasure to a top-notch domain-type cardinal treasure. How do you plan to deal with this Sword River? The primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. You can deal with it directly, or you can exchange it for contribution points. With the contribution points, you can exchange for resources you need, or even treasures. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Your disciple is willing to give the Sword River God Blade to the race. Luo Feng said respectfully. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled and nodded, that's good, head to Primal Chaos City right now and give your treasures to the race. There will be a designated location within Primal Chaos City for the virtual universe system to inspect and judge the value, giving you contribution points. Virtual universe system? Luo Feng was stunned. In terms of judging value, no one can compare to the virtual universe system. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled, and letting the virtual universe system judge, that's definitely fair. Because this is a perfectly functioning AI system, there's no need to worry about personal emotions or personal benefits. all the warriors will respect it. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, your disciple will head to Primal Chaos City right now. Go. That day, Luo Feng arrived at the Virtual Universe Company headquarters and sat on a universe ship through the universe passage towards Primal Chaos City. Within the universe ship. It's so uncomfortable. The time flow is chaotic, it's so uncomfortable. The people within the ship muttered. Luo Feng was in the innermost quiet room of the ship. Listening to the voices, he couldn't help but smile. Back then when he headed to Primal Chaos City for the first time, he too felt extremely uncomfortable under the different time flow. The actual universe and Primal Universe were after all different universes, and the time flow between the two was chaotic. Back then in his batch of geniuses, many fell straight to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it's been close to 100,000 years. Luo Feng sighed within. Back then when he first headed to Primal Chaos City, he was still very young. Back then, he couldn't even pass the first level of the Heavenly Bridge, and the most dazzling of that batch of geniuses was Bolin. In the blink of an eye, roaming Blood River World, adventuring in Demon Note Mountain, even taking on the role of the Virtual Universe Ganwu Department Supervisor Envoy, roaming the battlefield outside for thousands of years, training hard in the Ice Prison, showing off in the Ancestral God Sect, adventuring in the 9 levels of time, researching the ultimate arts, roaming the universe for 50,000 years, finally stepping into undying, close to 100,000 years of time. The current him didn't even view the high and mighty Xianxia Knight as an opponent anymore. Even the overlords of the universe, he had fought with Divergent Blood Palace Leader, Despicable Knight, Tian Tai Knight and others before. Close to 100,000 years, the genius battles have been held many times already. Twice every 10,000 years. Luo Feng thought, it's just that I've never paid attention. Lord Luo Feng, we've reached Primal Chaos City. The owner of the universe ship personally communicated respectfully. Yes. Luo Feng returned to reality from his memories. Looking at the extremely respectful ship owner, he nodded and walked out. Along the corridor, Luo Feng walked out of the cabin door under the reverence of the Emperor-level ship owner, Undying level crew and Sector Lord crew. Then, the other passengers came out one by one. They whispered, "Who is that? Even the owner of the ship is so respectful? Maybe it's some universe supremacy. That's awesome. Look, even the Primal Chaos City leader black-robed emissary is bowing respectfully to him." The passengers quietly discussed among themselves. Amongst these passengers, there were servants of Primal Chaos City, as well as universe levels, domain lords, sector lords etc. who had racked their brains to get a chance to train in Primal Chaos City. Over half of them were here for the first time, staring at the distant silhouette, in their eyes, a universe knight, universe country leader, that was already an absolute being within the universe. Descending upon Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng arrived at the city leader's residence. Lord Luo Feng. Lord Luo Feng. Many of the guards and servants within the city leader's residence naturally recognized Luo Feng. They were well informed and knew that Luo Feng had killed Bark Mirror Emperor. The palace was at the middle of the mountain of Thunder Island, and it was even one of the highest authority meetings within the clan. Naturally they were all very respectful. Before Luo Feng came, he had understood the process of presenting the treasures to the clan through the virtual universe. The location of the treasure presentation was an ancient palace within the Primal Universe city leader's residence. To present the treasure, one had to first apply in the virtual universe, because the ancient palace was usually closed. Only after the application, would the moment one reached there, the palace would automatically open. Luo Feng walked to the front of the palace. Rumble, the ancient palace door slowly opened. The 100 wide bronze door was completely opened. Luo Feng stepped in. Rumble, the door closed once again. This is the place where the clan presents their treasures. Luo Feng looked at the entire side palace. It was extremely vast, and in the center there was a huge stone board with a diameter of about 100 m. As long as a treasure was placed within, the virtual universe system would be able to go through the stone board and inspect it in detail. Luo Feng flipped his hand and a black blade appeared in it, the sword River Luo Feng. 10 birds in the bush are not worth a bird in the hand. I only have this sword River Luo Feng, it's useless. The other swords and compasses, to obtain them is as hard as ascending to the heavens. As for wrangling with the Thorny Ring Alliance, I don't have that ability. Luo Feng took a step forward. At the same time, he removed his life imprint from the blade and placed the Sword River Luo Feng on the stone board. Wing streaks of green threads rose from the stone plate and enveloped the entire sword. They began to examine the entire sword in detail. Suddenly, a voice resounded within the palace. Sword River Luo Feng, presenting it to the clan will give you 12 treasures. Luo Feng, are you willing to present this treasure to the clan? The voice was warm and gentle. Of course. Luo Feng smiled. The center of the stone board split open fiercely and split into two. The entire Sword River Luo Feng began to sink downwards under a formless control. Following which, the stone board closed back up and returned to its original state. This is the detailed exchange list for the human clan's treasures. The gentle voice continued. At the same time, a huge, hazy, gray list suddenly appeared in the air above the side palace. There were 4 huge categories on the list: treasure category, material category, and special. Resource category. Luo Feng looked up at the huge gray list in midair. Special resources. Luo Feng said. Hua, the list changed and large amounts of complicated resources appeared. Luo Feng began to carefully study the human clan's treasures. It seemed like the 4 categories were simple. However, after careful study, Luo Feng was shocked. This list probably contained all the core treasures of the entire human clan. Of course, there were many aspects that Luo Feng had no way of looking at. Like the treasures, they were split into normal treasures, high-level treasures, top-level treasures, pinnacle treasures, and absolute treasures. Luo Feng could only look at the normal and high-level treasures. As for the top-level treasures, pinnacle treasures, and absolute treasures, he didn't even have the right to look at them. As for whether or not the human clan had the absolute treasures to exchange, Luo Feng was suspicious. However, it was just suspicion. After all, he didn't have the right to look at them. Like materials etc., normally those that were good at crafting weapons or drugs etc., would find many precious materials here. The special resources, however, were all sorts of different. There were even immortal-level bug empresses that had fallen into deep slumber, and even sector lord-level special life forms that could be possessed. Of course, according to their rarity and importance, the prices were different too. Anyway, the special resources included everything that wasn't classified as treasures, or materials. Luo Feng carefully looked at it for over 3 hours. He had a rough understanding of it. I have the endless dark ocean's god energy supply. I don't need those precious resources at all. I don't need to craft weapons or drugs. It's not like I don't have any special training methods. Luo Feng shook his head. I'll just exchange for treasures. That's the most worth it. As for contribution points, they were split into 2 levels. Treasures gifted to the clan would be rewarded with either treasure points or absolute treasures. Usually, the most common treasure would be worth 0. 5 to 1. 5 treasure points if offered to the clan. Of course, there were some special treasures, set treasures, domain-type treasures, flying palace-type treasures, and soul-type treasures that were comparable to ordinary supreme treasures. The price would be even higher. As for treasures, a normal treasure gifted to the clan would be worth about 1 treasure point. And the exchange rate between treasure points and absolute treasures was constantly changing. Normally, 1 treasure point was 3,000 treasure points. 4,000 treasure points. It fluctuated constantly. The current situation was that 1 treasure point could be exchanged for 3,220 treasure points. Treasures. High-level treasures. Luo Feng looked at the prices of the high-level treasures. High-grade Supreme Treasure Battle Sabers required 8 to 30 Supreme Treasure Points. The cheapest one required 8 Supreme Treasure Points. High-grade Supreme Treasure Armors required 12 to 60 Supreme Treasure Points. And high-level domain treasures, Luo Feng could only look at the cheapest one. It required a total of 180 treasure points. As for the other high-level domain treasures, Luo Feng didn't even have the right to look at their detailed information. Anyway, amongst the high-level treasures, the cheapest were the close combat weapons. Some of the life-saving treasures were more expensive. As for the flying palaces, soul and domain treasures, they were the most expensive. I'll just look at the normal treasures. Luo Feng shook his head. I can afford the high-level close combat weapons, spirit weapons, and armor. I have the star map, Wu killer wings and calamity armor, there's no need to buy them. Flipping through the list of normal treasures. The prices were obviously much cheaper, it was about 1/10 of a high-level treasure's price. And the amount of treasures was obviously much more. Most of the universe lords probably had no use for them and gave them to their clans. So cheap. So cheap. Luo Feng exclaimed within. However, looking at the flying palaces, soul and domain treasures, he was dumbfounded. Normal palace treasures ranged from 18 to 80 treasure points. Normal soul treasures ranged from 36 to 120 treasure points. Normal domain treasures ranged from 16 to 80 treasure points. So expensive. Luo Feng looked at the 12 treasure points he had. He was helpless, he couldn't afford even one. I'll look first. The cheapest normal domain treasures are 16 treasure points. There are a total of 13 normal domain treasures with 16 treasure points. Luo Feng looked carefully. Very quickly, his gaze locked onto one of the 16 treasures, the 9C River Domain Treasure. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Continue begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and all votes, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. 9C River, Domain Type Normal Treasure, Metal Attribute, required 16 points to exchange. What attracted Luo Feng was the metal attribute, he immediately said, detailed information on the 9C River. Hua, the screen in mid-air immediately displayed an image. In the vast space, suddenly a vast golden river flowed in all directions. An endless golden river flowed and within it, there were 9 beasts with scales, tiger heads, flood dragon bodies and tails. These 9 strange beasts were blurry as they roamed and played in the endless golden river. The 9C River is a pure domain-type treasure, it has extremely strong pressure and binding abilities. If the enemy is weak, you can use the 9C River to destroy them. The gentle voice resounded, as it's a metal-type domain treasure, any undying warrior with the Gold Origin Laws can use it. Using the Gold Origin Law domain and this treasure's domain, its power will increase. If one uses the space laws to become a universe knight, as the space laws are the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth laws, the space domain can also be combined with this treasure's domain, causing its power to increase. And other warriors, like time knights etc., aren't suited to use the 9C River. The gentle voice returned to its calm state after saying that. Luo Feng looked at the scene and nodded satisfactorily. Luo Feng was actually quite satisfied with the Golden Line Aurora Mirror. In the Primal Star, it could completely restrict the movement of the universe's high-level knights. Even the universe tyrants would be slightly restricted. This allowed Luo Feng to easily escape the pursuit of the Divergent Blood Palace leader and the Despicable Knight etc. However, this power. Luo Feng still wasn't satisfied. Because the restrictions weren't strong enough, if he met someone who specialized in escaping like Tianheng, with just the Golden Light Mirror's domain, he would be able to use his wings to escape. If I had a stronger domain-type treasure. Luo Feng thought, even if that Tianheng's origin law comprehension is higher than mine, even with the wings, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. And if I were to meet with danger, with the domain-type treasure, I would be able to escape. 9C River. Luo Feng's gaze landed on the 9C River. It was a pity he needed 16 points to exchange for it. I can't care so much. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, treasures are valuable in quality, not quantity. Luo Feng flipped his hand and a Rubik's Cube appeared in his palm. He placed the cube on the stone plate. Streaks of green threads rose from the countless patterns on the stone plate and enveloped the Rubik's Cube. In just a moment, the gentle voice rang out, ceiling-type treasure. Offering it to the race will give you 22 treasure points. Luo Feng, are you willing to give this treasure to the clan? Only 22 treasure points? Luo Feng shook his head. I'm not willing. Luo Feng said. Under the control of an invisible force, the Rubik's Cube flew towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng waved his hand and a Rubik's Cube landed in his palm. I'll try something else, Luo Feng thought. Following closely, Luo Feng tried the treasures one by one to see how many contribution points he could exchange for. The purple clock was actually worth 89 treasure points, which surprised Luo Feng. A ceiling star was worth 30 treasure points, like back in the ice prison. The jade green axe that Silver Eye gave Luo Feng was only worth 3 treasure points. The ceiling treasures were much more expensive, only the purple clock surprised Luo Feng. This swallowing sky and devouring earth claw top-grade treasure set is worth 1,200 treasure points? Luo Feng shook his head. It's a pity it's far from enough. I'll just look at these two. Luo Feng flipped his hand. In his left was a date seed-sized ancient ship. It was the ancient ship Silver River. In his right palm was a mirror. It was the golden light mirror. Wine leader, you left this ancient ship Silver River in the treasure trove land and it landed in my hands. I originally planned to make this ancient ship famous far and wide, however it seems I don't have that kind of luck. Luo Feng said softly, I'll temporarily give this ancient ship Silver River to the clan. In the future, if there's still no strong warrior to exchange for it, I'll exchange for it back. If I can't, then I'll treat it as if we weren't meant to be. Luo Feng actually really liked the ancient ship Silver River, otherwise he wouldn't have specially named it Silver River. However, on the path of a strong warrior, Luo Feng couldn't possibly give up on such an important treasure just for a small hobby. As for the golden light mirror, if I have the Ming River, naturally it won't have any use. Luo Feng immediately extended his hand and placed the golden light mirror on the stone board. Golden Line Aurora Mirror, a top-grade domain-type treasure, worth 2. 3 supreme treasure points. Ancient ship Silver River, flying palace-type treasure, wine leader's item, worth 3. 6 treasure points. The ancient ship Silver River is actually more expensive than the golden light mirror. Luo Feng laughed softly. This treasure used by an absolute warrior before, with its fame, will it raise its price too? Without a doubt. Even though he had a few treasures on him, even a set of treasures. However, the price was obviously very low, probably hundreds to thousands of treasures would only be able to exchange for a normal treasure. Flying palace-type treasure, offering it to the clan can fetch 3. 6 treasure points. Luo Feng, are you willing to give it to the clan? The gentle voice said. I'm willing. Luo Feng nodded. Domain-type treasure, offering it to the clan can fetch 2. 3 treasure points. Luo Feng, are you willing to give it to the clan? I'm willing. Ming River, requires 16 treasure points. Luo Feng, do you want to exchange? Exchange. Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all. Rumbled a stone board slowly cracked open. The cracking speed was very slow, until a passageway to the bottomless abyss was revealed, following which a treasure slowly flew out. It was a fist-sized golden statue. This was a beast statue with the head of a tiger, body of a flood dragon and tail. This beast statue flew straight towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng extended his hand and grabbed it. Ming River, acquired. Luo Feng's god energy permeated his palm, imprinting his life imprint within. The beast statue swiftly entered his palm, causing a picture to appear on his right palm. Ancient ship Silver River. Luo Feng looked up at the screen in mid-air, swiftly flipping to the pinnacle treasures of the flying palace category. Indeed, within the many treasures, there was a flying palace treasure called the Silver Dragon Mirage ship. Its price was 4 treasure points. Obviously it was higher than what Luo Feng could exchange for with contribution points. Luo Feng understood too, this was the meaning of contribution. The strong would provide treasures to the clan at a slightly lower price, and the clan would provide them at a normal price. This exchange naturally allowed the clan to easily earn many treasures, and these treasures were used by the clan to nurture the weak punks, geniuses, and undyings. Luo Feng's contribution this time to the clan's ancient ship Silver River, the Gold Line Mirror, the Sword River, he gained 17. 9 treasure points. And the Ming River cost 16, he was left with 1. 9 points. Luo Feng didn't continue exchanging for treasures, after all the other treasures didn't have much meaning to him. To the strong, the treasures weren't about quantity, but quality. 1-star pagoda was more than 10,000 treasures. After leaving Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng returned to his god country. Hua 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 in the endless sky above the sea, the golden-horned beast spread its wings and stood in mid-air. How the golden-horned beast raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking roar, its divine energy instantly ignited, directly activating the golden beast tattoo on its chest, rumble with the golden-horned beast as the center. In a 30 million kilometers radius, a majestic golden river immediately appeared. This golden river flowed majestically without end. At the same time, 9 strange beasts could be vaguely seen swimming in the golden river, competing with each other. The golden-horned beast stood in the center of this endless river. Origin Law Domain, 9 Ming River Domain. Merge. Rumble. Its power increased, the entire huge golden river flowed majestically in mid-air, incomparably powerful. What a powerful domain, much stronger than the Gold Line Aurora domain. Standing beside the golden-horned beast, Luo Feng nodded. Back then when I ignited my god energy to activate the Gold Line Aurora domain, using all my strength to gather the domain energy, with some time, I could probably destroy a normal universe night. And this treasure 9 Ming River, its power is much stronger. With some time, it could probably destroy a universe intermediate night. Power gather. The entire Golden River's energy swiftly gathered towards the 9 beasts. Simultaneously the 9 beasts became extremely powerful. It can completely injure a universe intermediate night, a few more times and I can destroy them. Luo Feng felt the power and nodded satisfyingly. Even a universe advanced night would feel like they're stuck in a swamp. Like a universe overlord, their speed would be much slower. This made Luo Feng very satisfied. If I meet Tianhou Knight again, within my 9 Ming River domain, his flying speed will be greatly reduced and I can easily catch up to him. I can easily catch up. Luo Feng nodded to himself. Luo Feng kept the 9 Ming River domain, the golden-horned beast and others into his world ring, silently standing in the air above the endless dark ocean. This trip to the primal star wasn't long, however it was an eye-opener for Luo Feng. So the trillions of races in the universe gathered, even the universe overlords were this many. My strength is still not enough. Treasure wings. Luo Feng's mind floated the image of Tianhou Knight's black wings. He didn't care about the Sword River Luo, because he knew that relying on himself to obtain it was simply a dream. The chances were less than 1 in a million. What Luo Feng truly wanted was that Tianhou Knight's wings. The Wu Killer wings and the black wings attract each other. The moment they merge, their power will definitely rise explosively. I believe that Tianhou Knight is thinking of ways to steal my wings too. It's time to head to the ENFA secret area. Luo Feng thought, it's time to get the 4th black metal board. Back then his teacher Mountain Visitor left 3 tests for him. Sector Lord level to get the 3rd black metal board, Undying level to get the 4th black metal board, Night level to get the final black metal board. That trip to the ice prison, he was trapped there for over 2,000 years. The 4th black metal plate is in the legendary Yinfa secret realm, the Yinfa secret realm that is known for its dangers. Luo Feng thought, I'm afraid this time will take up a lot of time. I don't know what my teacher has planned for me. However, I have to try, even though it will take up a lot of time. As long as I get the 4th black metal board, my strength will increase greatly. Maybe my golden-horned beast will be able to reach the perfect gene level. The last time his ocean clone reached the perfect gene level, his consciousness had acquired the natural talent I am the universe. His divine body had reached over 90,000 kilometers. It was just that Luo Feng chose to transform his divine body into the endless dark ocean, hence even though he had the natural talent I am the universe, he was unable to use it. No matter what, the 4th black metal board will definitely allow my golden-horned beast to reach the perfect gene level. Luo Feng thought, this is a chance for my strength to soar. The moment it succeeds, it's time to deal with Tianhou Knight. Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng returned to the primal secret area, after which he quietly left the human domain, heading towards the legendary and extremely dangerous ENFA secret area. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. ENFA secret region, in a distant and desolate area of the universe, it was one of the most dangerous secret regions in the universe. Just in terms of danger, it wasn't much different from the ancestral god secret region. However, ENFA secret region was about the size of the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, much smaller than the ancestral god's secret region. After spending over a month of interstellar travel, Luo Feng finally reached the Enfa secret region. Ahead is my destination, Craftsman God Planet. Within a normal universe ship, Luo Feng stood in the control room and gazed into the distant space. Teacher Mountain Passenger said long ago that finding the black metal board 3 times was a test for me. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Other warriors might not know of my methods, but Teacher Mountain Passenger definitely knows. If he knows of them, I'm afraid this time will be very dangerous. Xiao, a 1m long cute golden horned beast appeared beside him, spreading its wings. I'll leave all my treasures on the golden horned beast. Luo Feng turned to look at the floating golden horned beast. Me, the ocean clone and the Masha clansman, will head to the Craftsman God Planet. Even if we fail, we'll just lose some energy. Let's go. So, Luo Feng immediately teleported out of the universe ship and the Masha clansman appeared. With the Masha clansman's teleportation ability, after 3 teleportations, they traveled over 3,000 light years and arrived at their destination. And the golden horned beast brought the treasures and stayed on the universe ship. In the void, giant spatial vortexes appeared in various places in an irregular pattern. This area of space was like a huge ocean with tens of thousands of whirlpools. The space whirlpools were randomly scattered everywhere. With a glance, one couldn't see the end. Craftsman God Planet. A 9m tall majestic silhouette stood in space. It was Luo Feng's ocean clone. After all, Luo Feng's earth body was too famous, and the Masha clansman was too weak. It was better to let the ocean clone move first. The legendary Craftsman God Planet. Luo Feng gazed into the distant space. Within the countless space whirlpools, there was a huge planet. It was Luo Feng's destination, Craftsman God Planet. Craftsman God Planet was a ridiculously huge planet. Such a thing would only happen in a universe secret region. This was a huge planet with a diameter of 3.2 trillion kilometers. Although such a huge planet was very unique, there were actually quite a number of secret realms in the universe. Many of these huge planets were not well known. However, the Artisan God Planet was very famous. This was because a great existence lived on the Artisan God Planet, the great master of the universe who was known as the Artisan God by the billions of races in the universe. The Craftsman God was a powerful lord of the universe. He was originally a special life form of a mountain giant, and he was innately fond of forging weapons. When he was weak, he liked to forge weapons, breaking through continuously. The Craftsman God, who had immersed himself in refining weapons for countless years, could be said to be unrivaled in this aspect. This was because very few people knew about Mountain Passenger's ability to refine supreme treasures. Therefore, the Craftsman God was recognized by the billions of races in the universe as the great existence most skilled in refining supreme treasures. Just this identity alone gave him a transcendent status. The Craftsman God could refine top-grade treasures. That was not all. In the universe, there were still 2 great existences that could refine top-grade treasures. The reason why the Craftsman God could completely suppress those 2 was because of the Craftsman God Star. Because the Craftsman God Star itself was a flying palace-type supreme treasure, the Craftsman God didn't belong to any power. The Ancestral God sect tried to rope him in, the other superpowers of the universe tried to rope him in, however up till now, the Craftsman God still hadn't joined any of them. Firstly, he was extremely strong and had many treasures. Wanting to kill him was simply too difficult. Secondly, because he was proficient in crafting supreme treasures, hence he made friends with many absolute beings. Hence, no one dared to make any moves against him. Madman. To be able to reach the pinnacle of a certain path, they're all madmen. Luo Feng looked at the distant Craftsman God Star. They actually used up endless amounts of materials to refine a planet into a flying palace-type supreme treasure. So, Luo Feng immediately flew over, occasionally teleporting forward a large distance. The space around the Craftsman God Star was filled with countless space whirlpools. These whirlpools were actually natural wormholes. There was a total of 98,200 natural wormholes. Only a portion of them led to safe regions, while the others led directly to extremely dangerous places. Stone tablets? Luo Feng looked over. Ahead of the huge whirlpools, there were stone tablets floating. About 2/3 of the whirlpools had a stone tablet. One stone tablet after another. Most of them had the word danger. Very few had the word forbidden. There were even 2 stone tablets with the word danger written in blood red. The space whirlpools without stone tablets should lead to safe regions. Danger, forbidden, danger. Luo Feng looked at the not-too-distant stone tablet. On it, there were 2 words filled with killing intent written in blood red words danger. Just the killing intent from the words itself made Luo Feng tremble within. To be able to write such words, only the Universe Lord could do it. Legend has it that there are 98,200 natural wormholes around the Craftsman God Star. 2 of them lead to danger zones. Danger zones with no chance of survival, anyone who enters will die. However, the records of the Great Alliance have recorded that there were strong warriors who survived from within. However, they didn't say anything about those natural wormholes and what kind of terrifying danger zones they lead to. Luo Feng thought. After a while, Luo Feng passed through countless natural wormholes and finally teleported to the air above the Craftsman God Star. The great Universe Lord Craftsman God was very bold and liked to make friends. He wasn't like the majority of Universe Lords who were high above, especially he was biased towards the unique life forms. Many of the life forms in the ENFA secret region had moved to the Craftsman God Star and lived carefree lives under the Craftsman God. Luo Feng swiftly descended from the sky. Information floated in his mind. Craftsman God Star, peaceful, killing is forbidden. Many came to seek treasures, to ask the Craftsman God to help craft them. Some even came to learn how to craft treasures. The universe warriors from different races are all here. Luo Feng passed through layers of clouds and finally landed on the ground. Luo Feng strode forward, one step crossing 10 million kilometers. Before he came, he had already gathered detailed information. The inhabitants of the Craftsman God Star were the unique life forms. There were undying special life forms and also universe night-level special life forms. Even though there were many strong ones, it was very peaceful. I can feel it, the black metal board summoning. Luo Feng advanced. His earth body within the world ring could clearly feel the black metal board summoning. Just like back then when Luo Feng acquired the second black metal board, just the world ring alone wasn't able to stop such a strong feeling. It's in that direction. Luo Feng swiftly headed there. Along the way, Luo Feng saw a few unique life forms playing around. They were rare in other places, however on the Craftsman God Star, they were commonly seen. Sector Lord level, Undying level, even Universe Night level life forms, Luo Feng saw one. Outsider, where did you come from? You too wish to learn from the Craftsman God Lord how to craft treasures? A green light flew to Luo Feng's side. It was an illusory energy body. It was not even 1 m tall and had a cute face. I wish to learn. However, I heard that the requirements for the Craftsman God Lord to recruit disciples are very strict. Luo Feng smiled. It is indeed very strict. The trillions of races in the universe often come to our Craftsman God Star to learn how to craft treasures. That green light danced around Luo Feng. However, even though there are many failures, there are still successes. Right now, the Craftsman God Lord has a total of 182 disciples. Luo Feng smiled and nodded as he continued forward. Every step he took was teleportation. And that green light easily caught up to Luo Feng. Have you been to the Craftsman God Star before? Do you know the direction of the Craftsman God Mountain? The green light figure asked. Curiously. Haha. Luo Feng grinned and didn't say much. After all, he was purely relying on the strong connection he had with the fourth black metal board to continuously walk towards it. He was certain the fourth black metal board was in that direction. Luo Feng's speed was very fast. After walking for about half an hour, chatting and laughing with the green light figure, he arrived at the Craftsman God Mountain. The half an hour of conversation allowed Luo Feng to understand even more. This green light silhouette was called Bonisa. She had followed her race and moved to the Artisan God planet a very long time ago. According to what Bonisa said, she knew every single blade of grass and every tree on this planet. She was too familiar with it. She often saw powerful warriors who came to ask for treasures. That's the Craftsman God Mountain. Bonisa pointed in the distance. There was an incomparably tall mountain piercing through the clouds. the craftsman god lord lives on the mountain. His disciples often go down to gather materials. Look, there are many structures around the mountain. Almost all of them were built by the universe warriors. After all, the craftsman god lord rarely shows himself. They don't have the qualifications for him to come out and meet them. Hence, they can only wait for the craftsman god lord to come out and test his disciples. Then they can go ask for treasures. Bonisa said excitedly. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. His gaze fell on the majestic artisan mountain. The feeling was already very strong. Even though he was separated by the world ring, his earth body still felt that every cell in his body was completely boiling. The fourth black metal plate was hidden in the artisan mountain. Teacher hid the fourth black metal board in the mountain? That's where the craftsman god lord lives. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. No matter how powerful I am, there's no way I can get a black metal board under the watch of a universe lord. Luo Feng stood there thinking. Don't you want to learn how to create treasures from the craftsman god lord? Look, there are a few universe lords kneeling there. You should go too. As long as you're sincere enough, and have the potential to create treasures, only then will you be accepted as a disciple by the craftsman god lord. Bonisa flew a circle around Luo Feng and said. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The majestic craftsman god mountain pierced through the clouds. At the foot of the mountain were hundreds of warriors from different races kneeling. With a glance, Luo Feng could tell that about a third of them were universe knights and the rest were undyings. Close to 200 universe knights kneeling. Luo Feng exclaimed within, the ability to create treasures is indeed very attractive. Ah, why aren't you going? Bonisa floated beside Luo Feng, looking curiously at him. I only said I wanted to learn. Luo Feng smiled and lowered his head to look at Bonisa. Of course I want to learn the legendary craftsman lord's skills, only I don't have the confidence. Hence I'm more curious, here to take a look. They're here to test their luck too. Out of the 500, it's already not bad if 2 or 3 are accepted as disciples. Bonisa pointed at the distant group of kneeling foreign race warriors. Whether they were energy life forms, flesh and blood life forms or rock life forms, basically they were all kneeling. Silently waiting. How long have they been kneeling for? Luo Feng asked. Wait for the craftsman lord to appear. Bonisa didn't mind. It's normal for them to kneel for 1,000 to 10,000 years. However, the longest doesn't exceed 100 eras. If they don't even have the willpower to kneel for such a long time, how would they have the right to learn the skills to create treasures? Luo Feng nodded. I won't accompany you anymore. I'm going to find my friend. Bonisa circled around Luo Feng once and then directly flew towards a dark blue building in the distance. She entered the building to visit her friend. Luo Feng looked up at the majestic craftsman god mountain, walking step by step. So many foreign races. Luo Feng looked at the distant buildings with different styles. These countless ancient buildings were built by the foreign race warriors who came to visit the craftsman god lord. At this time, most of them were empty. However, there were still quite a few with foreign race warriors living in them. They should be foreign race warriors looking for treasures. Luo Feng thought. The fourth black metal board is on the craftsman god mountain. The craftsman god lord is on the mountain. With his power, how can I get it? Even if I steal it, the craftsman god lord can control time and space. He can easily capture me. Luo Feng looked up at the mountain. How do I get it? While thinking, Luo Feng had already reached the foot of the mountain. Stop. Friend, stop. A low and crisp voice rang out. Luo Feng turned to look. Over 10 of the over 500 kneeling universe knights and undyings looked over. Amongst them, there was even a 4-hooved human that was 300 m tall, looking at Luo Feng. His 3 golden eyes looked at Luo Feng, his voice clear. Friend, Craftsman God Mountain is where the Craftsman God Lord and his disciples live. Other than the Craftsman God Lord and his disciples, no other warriors without the Craftsman God Lord's permission are allowed to enter. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the Craftsman God Lord. Oh. Luo Feng smiled, thank you, I was just deep in thought. Are you also going to become the disciple of the craftsman godlord? That foreign being looked down at Luo Feng and said. Although he was kneeling, he was much taller than Luo Feng. I'm just curious. If there's hope, of course I'll work hard. Luo Feng said. At the same time, Luo Feng was curious. Just what life form was this foreign knight before him? According to his memories, there wasn't any race that matched this foreign being before him. Right, as long as there's hope, I won't give up. The gold-eyed knight smiled, I can already craft normal treasures. Before I came, I had complete confidence. However, after coming here, I realized that compared to the absolute weapon crafting geniuses of the universe, I'm still lacking. Look, that demon undying over there, he's only at the undying level, yet he can already craft normal treasures. His chances of being accepted by the craftsman god lord as a disciple are much higher than mine. Luo Feng looked shocked. That golden-haired gorilla-like beast was kneeling there too. Its aura was weaker, probably at the undying level. Undying level, crafting normal treasures? Luo Feng blinked. Geniuses are indeed everywhere. Luo Feng sighed within. The gold-eyed knight exclaimed, I was praised as a master crafting master in the ancestral god's secret region. However here, I realized I'm still far from it. Even though our special life forms are very strong, in terms of weapon crafting, we don't have an absolute advantage. Look at these foreign race undyings, even though they're just undyings, they were brought to the craftsman god planet in the secret region. If they didn't have some ability, how could they have made it here? These hundreds of undyings, most of them can probably craft fake treasures. Fake treasures, Luo Feng was curious within. What level was a fake treasure? It seemed like it was a term of address for a master crafting master. At least an outsider like him wouldn't understand. Luckily, I didn't try to take him as a disciple. Luo Feng thought, if I tried, I'd really lose face. You two come and try. The gold-eyed knight smiled, the craftsman god lord's requirements for a disciple are very strict. Even though they look at talent, they also look at other aspects. As long as your crafting talent isn't bad and you can craft fake treasures, who knows if you'll be lucky enough to become a disciple of the craftsman god lord. Look at me, I've been persevering. I'm just curious, Luo Feng said. Luo Feng immediately distanced himself from the group of over 500 kneeling foreign race geniuses sincerely begging to be his disciple. He specially made a simple courtyard for himself at the foot of the mountain. Crafting? Damn. Don't even mention fake treasures, I can't even handle a slightly better weapon. Back then the UNMO planet ship was modified and engraved etc. were all done by the Virtual Universe Company's internal members. Luo Feng shook his head. He was a complete outsider, he knew nothing at all. Compared to the absolute geniuses that came from all over the vast universe, Luo Feng felt a little ashamed. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Luo Feng looked at the 500 or so alien silhouettes kneeling in the distance, and then looked up at the majestic Craftsman God Mountain. My original plan was to be like the other warriors seeking a teacher and enter the Craftsman God Mountain, and then slowly think of a way to get the black metal board. However, from the looks of it now, other than the craftsman god lord and his disciple, no one else can come up. What do I do? Just how do I get the black metal board? Luo Feng was troubled. Unable to think of a way, Luo Feng wasn't anxious at all. Instead, he silently waited at the foot of the mountain, carefully observing its movements and looking for an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During the half a year under Craftsman God Mountain, Luo Feng had gotten to know most of the foreign race warriors in the other buildings. These warriors were all universe lords, and many were even universe overlords. They all came here to ask for treasures from the great Craftsman God Lord. I lead a race, the treasures all depend on me. A four-armed giant sat cross-legged beside Luo Feng, exclaiming, even though I've joined the 9 Regions Alliance, the highest position in the alliance are the universe lords. Even though I'm an overlord, I'm still lacking in resources. For example, a race with a universe lord, 3 sets of absolute treasures can be exchanged for 1 normal treasure. I'll get 4 sets. The four-armed giant shook his head, I'm just giving an example. I'll always lose out in every aspect. Luo Feng nodded. Different from the pinnacle races. The four-armed giant shook his head. The 6 pinnacle races have huge powers and many treasures. The warriors of the races are all very fortunate. Exchanging for treasures with the races, they don't lose out at all. However, for our race, my race, I'm the only overlord in the universe. Humph. You Luo, if I fall one day, please help me and let my Silkworm Rock race continue. Luo Feng said, Chrysalis Knight, don't say such things. If you fall, the 9 Regions Alliance will revive you. If you need my help, I'll naturally help. Chrysalis Knight was one of the stronger warriors Luo Feng got along with here. He was the great leader of the Silkworm Rock race. If he were to fall, the entire Silkworm Rock tribe would be doomed. Chrysalis Knight had to take care of his race, hence he wasn't willing to exchange for treasures within the 9 Regions Alliance. That would be too much of a loss. I can only come ask the Craftsman God Lord. The Craftsman God Lord, using the materials from many treasures to craft one treasure, this is much better than exchanging within the race. Chrysalis Knight exclaimed, this way, I'll have many resources for the race to develop. I have to be strong myself, the later generations have to rise too. Sigh, Luo Feng respected him within. His own strength was considered strong, however he still had no worries, because the human race was incomparably strong. And this Chrysalis Knight was almost the same as him, yet he had to shoulder the rise and fall of the entire race. Hiroto back then was also an overlord of the universe, his fate is quite similar to Chrysalis Knight's. Luo Feng thought, with Hiroto, the Golden Horn race can exist independently in the universe. And with Hiroto's fall, the Golden Horn race can only rely on a stronger being, becoming a vassal race. While Luo Feng was conversing with Chrysalis Knight. Suddenly, look, the disciples of the Craftsman God Lord. It's the disciples of the Craftsman God Lord. Luo Feng and Xianxia Knight stood up at the same time. Even the other palaces and buildings all came out with foreign race knights, they were all here for the treasures. Silhouettes came out from the buildings, with a glance, there were over 1,000 of them. These foreign warriors' eyes were filled with desire, because to ask the Craftsman God Lord to craft treasures, compared to exchanging for treasures in the Alliance, the price was much lower. The 1,000 foreign warriors all looked at the distant 10 silhouettes that flew down. Some were majestic, some were short, some were covered in hair, some were made of metal. The 10 silhouettes descended. Fellow seniors. Among the 500 kneeling foreign warriors, one of them immediately spoke respectfully, may I ask when the Craftsman God Lord will meet us? What's the rush? My teacher has gone to visit a friend, who knows maybe he'll return after 10,000 years, just wait patiently. One of the 10 disciples of the Craftsman God Lord spoke, following which they swiftly became beams of light and flew away. Visit a friend? In the distance, Luo Feng squinted. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Visiting a friend? The Craftsman Lord is visiting a friend, are we just going to wait here stupidly? From what I see, we should first head to the Primal Star to explore, who knows, there might be some opportunities. The Primal Star has been open for a total of 1,000 eras, it's just starting now, it's still very early. Right, there's no rush at all, we'll wait and see the Craftsman Lord and ask him to help us craft treasures. With the treasures we'll head to the Primal Star and get even more treasures. Let's go, let's go. Let's wait slowly. The warriors from the various regions of the universe were disappointed and began to return to their residences. And in the distance, the 500 warriors that were kneeling and begging for a master were similarly disappointed, however they remained kneeling and didn't dare to get up. Even though the Craftsman Lord wasn't here now, they believed that every move they made here would be monitored by warriors who would report back to the Craftsman Lord. Their desire to learn, whether they were sincere or not. It was also very important, if they weren't sincere enough in kneeling and begging, they would be easily eliminated. You Luo, let's go. If we want to meet the Craftsman Lord, we'll probably have to wait for thousands to tens of thousands of years. Xianxia Knight said. Ah. Luo Feng awoke from his thoughts, nodding and smiling, returning with Xianxia Knight to their respective residences. Standing in front of the door, Luo Feng looked up at the Craftsman Mountain. Visiting a friend? That means the craftsman lord isn't here. It's a rare opportunity. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I have to catch him. After waiting here for half a year, no matter what Luo Feng thought of, if the craftsman lord were to guard the mountain, it would be a dream for him to even think about taking the black metal board away. The craftsman god mountain is the sacred land of the entire planet. It's where the craftsman lord lives. Luo Feng thought, only he and his disciples are allowed on the mountain, other warriors are unable to enter without permission. This also means that the number of warriors on the mountain is actually very small. And his disciples, according to the information I've gathered over this half a year, none of them are universe lords. The craftsman lord had a total of 182 disciples. A portion were universe knights, a portion were undyings. In theory, the craftsman lord's disciples were all extremely talented, however after so many years, none of his disciples were able to become universe lords. Firstly, it was too difficult to become a universe lord. Secondly, his disciples spent all their energy on forging weapons, so they were weaker in terms of cultivation. Without the Lord of the Universe, no one can stop me. But we still have to be careful. The items of the craftsman god lord aren't that easy to take. Luo Feng was secretly cautious. Luo Feng was afraid that if he delayed for too long, the craftsman lord would return. Hence when the sky darkened, he sent the Masha clansmen to bring his earth body away. In terms of escaping and hiding, the Masha clan was naturally number one. In terms of battle prowess, the main body of the earth was not inferior to the Serene Sea clone. Therefore, the Serene Ocean clone temporarily stayed at the foot of the mountain to observe the situation. The Earth clone and the Masha clan clone started to ascend the mountain. The Masha clan clone had already become the size of an ant. It stood beside a stone at the foot of the Artisan God Mountain and looked up at the majestic Artisan God Mountain. Craftsman God Lord. The Masha clan's clone took a step forward. Whoosh, he immediately teleported into the depths of Artisan God Mountain. With the Masha clan's current abilities, teleporting was incomparably compatible with the space ripples. The other knights couldn't feel any movement, naturally they couldn't discover the Masha clan. With just 2 short teleportations, the Masha clan relied on the Earth body's strong senses to determine the direction and arrived at the closest location to the treasure. Rumble on the mountainside of the craftsmanship god mountain, huge holes spewed out waves of hot air. The hot air flow was probably more than 1,000,000 degrees. After the endless airflow was spewed out, it surrounded the craftsmanship god mountain and turned into a mist. Just the hot air that was spewed out from these holes was probably not inferior to the heat of a star at all times. Every hole was glowing red, almost as though it was boiling hot within. In the distance, beneath a rock, the Masha clan allowed the hot air currents to sweep around. At his level, he had long treated stars as dirt, naturally he didn't care about this heat. Spacelock? The Masha clan thought, with this mountain as the center, it spreads around, about 10% of the entire Artisan God Mountain is enveloped within, completely locking the space. Since the space is locked, that means this is an important area of Artisan God Mountain. The Masha clan observed carefully. Suddenly, 2 tall and sturdy silhouettes walked out from a distant hole. One of them was 20 m tall, with 4 claws, his naked body was covered in all sorts of patterns. The other was 100 m tall, with extremely thick arms. The 2 walked out together. Luo Feng could tell with one look that they were undying levels. It's too hot, this place is really hot. Us brothers can't even hold on for a while. Without enough time, how can we craft the top treasures? Our strength isn't enough. Look at the universe supremacies, they can easily refine weapons in their hearts and try again and again. Especially 9th senior brother, I really envy 9th brother. The 4-clawed being exclaimed too, 9th brother is an overlord of the universe and has a treasure armor. Also, he's a natural fire elemental life form, he can even enter the heart to craft treasures. Even the precious materials that teacher usually uses, he would occasionally be bestowed to him. He has always been guided by teacher. See, he has even successfully refined a high-grade treasure, becoming our artisan god star second only to teacher. The tall living being shook his head and sighed, it would be great if we could step into the universe supremacy realm. How could it be so easy? The 2 undyings weren't wary at all. After all, they didn't think anyone would dare barge into Artisan God Mountain. The Masha clan easily heard those words. Core? It seems like their other brothers are mostly within the mountain. The Masha clan looked at the hole, and the center of this spacelock is within the mountain. And I can feel it too, the fourth black metal board is within. I have to be careful. Don't get discovered by the other disciples of the craftsman god lord. The Masha clan didn't dare be careless. Even though he was good at hiding, the disciples of the craftsman god lord had many knights and even overlords. So, since he couldn't teleport within the spacelock, the Masha clan immediately unleashed his natural ability domain and entered the cave. And the two undyings outside didn't notice at all. Hot. It was incomparably hot, the Masha clan carefully advanced. This cave was deep and hot. The deeper he went, the walls of the cave became completely red. Even the deeper walls became golden red. The temperature was so hot. Luo Feng felt that normal sector lords would instantly die from the high temperature and every cell in their body would be destroyed. Rumble. Pa. Rumble. Pa. Rumble. Pa. A rhythmic sound resounded. Luo Feng, who had sneaked into the corner of the cave, immediately became a stone and rolled in. The stone's surface had some engravings under Luo Feng's control, allowing him to clearly see into the distance. Endless flames rushed into the sky. And at the very top of the flames, many tall and sturdy, short and small alien race beings were all waving the same strange huge hammers, smashing the metal again and again. Rumble. Pa. A series of sounds could be heard. These are all undyings. The Masha clan thought, my black metal board is right below. So, he immediately unleashed his natural ability domain and immediately went close to 10,000 kilometers below. The Masha clan sneaked in again and again. Using his natural ability domain, he was completely able to accurately choose a place to appear, easily dodging the attention of the alien race warriors who were crafting their weapons. As he headed downwards, Luo Feng discovered the special aspects of the crafting techniques that the crafting lord passed down to his disciples. The highest point of the flames used a strange huge hammer. In the middle of the endless flames, a few of the universe knights used 19 different sized hammers that required god energy to control. And below the endless flames, there were a total of 3 knights. Amongst them was the 2 ninth senior who were discussing outside the cave earlier. Obviously the flames here were too terrifying. Normal knights didn't dare barge in. It's below. My black metal board is right below. Luo Feng hid under a huge boulder in the middle of the mountain. I can clearly feel it. And that 9th senior and the other 2 are right above my black metal board. If I go over, I'll probably alert them. What do I do? Luo Feng panicked. He could feel that the distance between him and the black metal board was about 300 kilometers. And that 9th senior and the other 2 were about 300 kilometers away from him. Which meant, the black metal board was very close to the 3. Wait. I don't believe they've been crafting weapons here all this time. Luo Feng thought, simultaneously looking at the 3 silhouettes standing in the depths of the flames from 300 kilometers away. Even though Luo Feng didn't know how to forge weapons, just by watching the 3 universe overlord level warriors forge their weapons, he was amazed. It was simply an art. These 3 overlords only used 19 weird hammers of different sizes. However, these hammers, especially under the 9th senior's control, when they were fierce, they seemed to be able to shatter the universe. When they were gentle, they were even gentler than the wind. Under his control, the various materials were perfectly blended together. It was simply a beautiful sight. After a long while, this top-tier set of treasures has been completed. The materials are a little lacking. If the materials were good, I could totally make a treasure. Congratulations 9th senior. Congratulations 9th junior. I'm going to rest. You 2 rest too. Alright, let's rest together. Let's go. Luo Feng waited silently for over a month. The 3 overlords finally went to rest. The 3 silhouettes became 3 beams of light and flew out of the flames, swiftly vanishing. A stone immediately became a human silhouette. Finally my chance has come. The black-clothed Luo Feng gazed below. The black metal board was right below. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The black-clothed Luo Feng immediately became a black energy flow, condensing into a stone and falling downwards. The stone fell, clanging and clanging, falling towards the deepest part of the mountain. Pa! The stone smashed into a burning hot rock wall, finally stopping and transforming back into the black-clothed Luo Feng. I've arrived. Black-clothed Luo Feng looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful." This was already the deepest part of the mountain. About 10 kilometers ahead of Luo Feng floated a 3 m tall gourd-shaped object made entirely of a black peculiar substance. This black gourd floated in mid-air, its mouth spitting out endless flames. This gourd spit out flames that reached close to 1,000,000 km away, almost filling the entire mountain. And the undying level and universe night-level disciples of the craftsman god Lord all forged their weapons within this endless flame. And the black gourd floated, simultaneously there was a formless connection around it, almost as though there were chains invisible to the naked eye, connecting to the void. Even though the chains couldn't be seen, these chains that couldn't be seen with the naked eye had threads of flames forming on them. These flames came from the void and drilled straight into the black gourd. A total of 36 void chains? Black-clothed Luo Feng frowned. This black gourd seems to be completely connected with the endless space, and through the endless space, it constantly absorbs and stores the flame energy, maintaining a certain level of eternal flame eruption? Luo Feng himself was the master of the Star Tower. The Star Tower absorbed energy from the vast universe to maintain its operation. Hence, looking at this black gourd, with Luo Feng's knowledge, he swiftly made a similar judgment. Without a doubt, the flames near the mouth of the gourd require the strength of a universe overlord to withstand. This endless flame that reaches close to 1,000,000 km, every thread of flame is enough to destroy a star. For such a strong energy to be constantly released, there has to be a source of energy. Black-clothed Luo Feng could feel the endless flame energy flowing through the 36 void chains into the black gourd. Void transfer? Just what is it that can constantly maintain such a strong energy consumption? The craftsman god lord is a master in treasure crafting. He wouldn't foolishly use his own energy to constantly consume the energy. There has to be a source. Just like the Star Tower, to maintain such a strong energy. Black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Right, the craftsman god planet. Only the artisan god planet. The craftsmanship god star is the greatest treasure refined by the craftsmanship god lord. It's huge and can completely absorb the endless energy in the surrounding void, refine it inside, and then transfer it into this gourd. This gourd should be a part of the craftsman god star. After observing for a few seconds, Luo Feng made a deduction. When the lord of the craftsman god was refining the craftsman god star, he first wanted to create a place to protect his life, and second, he wanted to create a main tool to refine the treasure. The entire craftsman god star was absorbing endless energy to continuously refine flames, which were all gathered in this black gourd, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It can be done by modifying the enormous craftsman god star slightly. With the abilities of the craftsman god lord, it should be very easy. The black-clothed Luo Feng stared at the black gourd. I can feel that the black metal board is within the black gourd. What do we do? Take away the gourd. This thought flashed past Luo Feng's mind and he immediately rejected it. This black gourd was a part of the craftsman god star. It had an owner. If he tried to take it away, it would definitely be discovered by the Lord of Craftsmen. That was one of the reasons. More importantly, he wasn't the owner of the craftsman god star, hence if he wanted to take the black gourd, he would have to take the entire craftsman god star. With the craftsman god star's weight and power, if it was placed there, it would be like 1,000 treasures river released at any time, even the universe lord wouldn't be able to move it. Just like the star pagoda releasing its full power. Even the strongest warrior of the universe wouldn't be able to take it away. It's best not to move this black gourd, to prevent alerting the enemy. Luo Feng thought, this gourd's mouth is always open, spewing flames at any time. Then if I enter through the mouth, there shouldn't be any obstructions, only this black gourd's flames. Luo Feng didn't know. The interior of the gourd was empty, or was it filled with even more terrifying flames? I'll risk it. The black metal board is within the gourd, I have to enter. The intense calling was incomparably strong. Immediately the Black Luo Feng's body split into two. One was the Masha clansman, one was his earth body. I'll let the Masha clansman try first. So, the black-clothed Luo Feng immediately unleashed his natural ability domain, immediately entering through the mouth of the gourd. Rumble under the endless flames, the Masha clansman didn't even have time to check the situation, not even having the time to react, it was instantly destroyed. Just like a strand of hair touching the flames, it was instantly finished. The Masha clansman died faster than a strand of hair. The moment it formed, it was immediately destroyed, it didn't even have time to react. Luo Feng was shocked as he looked at the floating 36 space chains connected to the black gourd. Immediately his god body split a thread of god energy to swiftly condense, very quickly restoring the Masha clansman. After all, even though the Masha clansman was similar in size to the earth body, the difference in quality was huge. He only needed a bit of god energy to restore the Masha clansman. Let my earth body give it a try, this body of mine is comparable to a normal knight. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Throwing a world ring to the Masha clansman, simultaneously entering the world ring. Go! The Masha clansman took the world ring and once again unleashed his natural ability domain. So, immediately entering the black gourd's mouth. Within the world ring. Rumble Luo Feng looked up at the sky, only to see countless cracks appearing in the world, following which it collapsed. Obviously under that terrifying flame, the materials of the world ring had begun to soften, the world within naturally couldn't stabilize and collapsed. Following which, Luo Feng appeared in a flame space. This is the black gourd? The moment he appeared in the flame space, the first thing he felt was heat, almost like the first time he was scalded by boiling water when he was a child. However, with Luo Feng's current willpower, he could easily suppress this bit of pain. Black metal board. Luo Feng felt all the cells in his body boil, almost as though he was going crazy. He lowered his head and saw that at the very bottom of the flame space, there were large amounts of various materials, all of them were extremely valuable and special materials, able to withstand such high temperatures easily, amongst them was the black metal board. Rumble. The only movement Luo Feng could make was to look down, following which he was completely destroyed. Craftsman God Mountain, foot of the mountain. It was as calm as always, amidst the countless structures left behind by the warriors of the universe. Yuhai Luo Feng stood in front of his own door. The Masha clansman was instantly destroyed, even his consciousness couldn't react. The earth body only had time to lower his head. About a 10,000th of a second, it was enough for his consciousness to think. Yuhai Luo Feng sighed within, terrifying, no wonder even the universe tyrants could only withstand the flames outside. The flames within this gourd are probably even stronger than the ones outside. Yuhai Luo Feng turned to return to his house. Within the house. Sitting crossed-legged, Luo Feng pondered. Within the flame space within the black gourd, the materials are all extremely valuable. However, they're probably just a portion of the craftsman lord's materials. Luo Feng understood, the materials had different properties, not all were suitable to be stored within the flame space, and according to the warrior's temperament. The truly precious materials would be carried on them. My Hai Luo Feng is much larger than my earth body. My god body's energy is much stronger too, I should be able to last longer. The craftsman lord's 3 extremely powerful disciples, 9th senior and the other 2 aren't here yet, I can't miss out on the opportunity. I'll give it a try. With a thought, Luo Feng used some of his god energy to form the Masha clansman, after which it brought the Hai Luo Feng back into Craftsman God Mountain. The Masha clansman carefully and easily entered the depths of the mountain, arriving far away from the floating black gourd. The flames are powerful? I only need a bit of time to get the black metal board and fly out. The Masha clansman brought the Hai Luo Feng back into the black gourd. Within the black gourd. The Masha clansman was destroyed as usual, the world ring melted and a part of the world collapsed. Black metal board. The moment the Hai Luo Feng appeared, he lowered his head and immediately rushed downwards. Chi the endless scorching flames burned the god body of the Serene Sea clone. When the Serene Sea clone had just descended half of the distance, he had disappeared before he could reach the precious materials scattered at the bottom of the flaming space. ENFA secret area, 3,000 light-years away from Craftsman God planet in space. A universe ship floated in mid-air. Within the control room. The 1m long cute golden horned beast was laying on the sofa, its eyes filled with worry, muttering, "I knew it wouldn't be this easy, I knew it. That terrifying flame is too strong, just like an Emperor Pinnacle Undying can easily slap an official level Undying, it can destroy my body without any energy at all." The Hai Luo Feng is so big, yet he was still destroyed in a mere 1/100th of a second, obviously the difference is too huge, no matter how much energy I have, I'll still be burned out. This power is even more terrifying than a universe tyrant's attack, even stronger than the divergent blood palace leader's strongest attack. It definitely exceeds the defense limits of normal armors. Under that level of power, even the golden shaking Ho Emperor armor's power is greatly reduced. To be able to reduce it to 1/10 is already not bad. The golden horned beast shook its little head, muttering, "Only at 1/10, it definitely won't be able to withstand the endless flames. The flames within the black gourd are much stronger than the flames outside. The outside world requires a universe tyrant to rely on normal armors. Then within the gourd, doesn't one have to rely on the calamity armor? With the calamity armor to reduce the power of the flames to 1/10,000th, that'll be much easier. However, the moment it fails, the armor will be lost." The golden horned beast laid there, letting out a low growl. "I knew it, it wouldn't be this simple, it wouldn't be this simple." So, a silhouette appeared within the control room. It was the earth body that brought the Hai Luo Feng and Masha clansmen over from the god country. "Should I bring the calamity armor? Yes or no?" Luo Feng sat on the sofa holding a wine glass, the golden horned beast laid there too, pondering. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Do you have tickets? *, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. About 3,000 light-years away from the craftsman god planet, a universe ship floated quietly. Should I go or not? Luo Feng pondered. Before, when he sent his ocean clone, even if he failed, he only used up a bit of energy. Luo Feng didn't feel the pinch. If he wore the golden trembling turtle emperor armor and could block it, he wouldn't care about the armor. However, after personally feeling the power, plus the fact that the 3 disciples of the craftsman god lord were wearing normal armors yet were still within the flames, these 2 points made Luo Feng very certain normal armors weren't enough. Armor? Using the armor to take the risk? Luo Feng frowned. His 2 most important treasures were the star pagoda and the armor. Even if he became a universe lord in the future, the armor would still be extremely valuable. Luo Feng pondered for over 6 hours. Many thoughts floated in his mind, he rejected them all. Go. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. After a while, the Masha clansmen brought the golden horned beast and ocean clone and departed. Luo Feng had a total of 6 treasures, the pearl, star map, killer Wu wings, armor, golden trembling turtle emperor armor and 9 river. And this time he sent the golden horned beast. Luo Feng gave 3 of his 6 treasures over, the calamity armor, Wu killer wings and 9 Ming river. The armor was for the golden horned beast to defend against the flames. The killer Wu wings and 9 river were for the golden horned beast to rely on to escape if anything unexpected happened. As for the golden trembling turtle emperor armor and star map, they were useless, and even though the pearl was useful, it was an item that the star pagoda recognized, it couldn't be lost. Compared to the armor, the absolute treasure star pagoda was much more important to Luo Feng. He naturally wouldn't easily let the pearl take the risk. If I fail and lose the armor, even if I lose the killer Wu wings and 9 river, it doesn't mean much. Luo Feng thought. Compared to the armor's value. Even if Jiao Minghe and Wu Sha's wings were added together, they would only be able to catch up to a tiny bit of tribulation armor. In the vast space where the craftsman god planet was, there were many space whirlpools, one couldn't even see the end. The Masha clansman floated in mid-air, looking at the distant small planet, craftsman god planet. I must get the 4th black metal plate. If the craftsman god master was here, I definitely wouldn't be able to obtain it. It just so happens that the craftsman god lord isn't here. 9th senior brother and the other overlords of the universe are also resting. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. If I miss it, who knows how long I'll have to wait. That's why I have to act. Even if I fail and lose the tribulation armor, I'll just come back in the future when I'm stronger. After all, even if the craftsman god lord obtains the tribulation armor, he won't be able to use it. At most, I'll just have to pay a small price, and getting it back shouldn't be too difficult. Even if I can't get it back, teacher. Mountain Traveler won't just stand by and watch. This tribulation armor was refined by him, so with his strength, it won't be difficult for him to get it back. Luo Feng had many plans before he set off. Although the tribulation armor was important, the fourth black metal plate of the 9 tribulations mystic tome was even more important. The moment he obtained it, he could very well raise the golden horned beast's genetic level to the perfect level. At that time, he would at least be able to unleash the heaven-defying innate ability, I am the universe. Being able to unleash this move, my strength will rise greatly. Without the armor, even if I die in battle, with the endless ocean, I can still form more clones. What's there to be afraid of? Because of the endless ocean. Hence, even though the armor was important to Luo Feng, it wasn't something he couldn't do without. Of course, if it wasn't for the fourth metal plate of the 9 tribulations mystic tome, Luo Feng wouldn't have taken such a huge risk. The Masha clansman teleported to the Craftsman God planet and then teleported to Craftsman God Mountain. He was already very familiar with it. Just like before, he used his innate secret technique, territory, to carefully enter the cave and enter the belly of the mountain. After using his innate secret technique, territory, over 100 times, he arrived at the deepest part of the mountain. A 1 m long golden horned beast floated in midair, looking at the distant 36 space chains of the Black Gourd. The mouth of the Black Gourd constantly spat out endless flames. The strength of the flames was simply unbelievable. If it were any normal treasures, they would have instantly turned to ashes. At this time, the golden horned beast had already unleashed deities of the world, beast god transformation, natural ability strengthening etc., raising its strength to an extreme. It even carried a world ring within its body. The Masha clansman and Ocean clansman were within too. When my god energy is used up, the Ocean clansman can also supply me with endless amounts of god energy. The golden horned beast, Ocean clansman, the 2 huge god bodies god energy, along with the armor's defense. I don't believe that I can't get the 4th black metal plate. The golden horned beast swiftly shrunk until it was only the size of a fist. So, it flew straight towards the mouth of the gourd. This black gourd was about 3 m tall, and its mouth was about the size of a normal human head. It constantly spat out flames and the golden horned beast swooshed straight in. Within the black gourd, within the flame space. The moment the golden horned beast entered, it felt an incomparably terrifying heat. One had to know that this black gourd was specially made to extract extremely strong flames, to be used by the craftsman lord to forge weapons. As for the flames that were spat out, it was merely a small portion that the black gourd intentionally leaked out. The countless years of accumulated flames within were much stronger, even a top-level treasure set would be instantly destroyed. Rumble the flames were endless. The golden horned beast swiftly recovered to a meter long, simultaneously burning its god body to activate the armor. This allowed it to maintain its strongest defense. Ha ha ha, good, 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 the armor is indeed powerful. Even though this flame is strong, after being weakened by the armor to 1/10,000 th, even though it's still consuming my god body, the speed is already extremely slow. By the time I leave with the black metal plate, I probably won't even lose 20% of my god body. Actually, this consumption was already shocking, but it still made it easy for Luo Feng. So, the golden horned beast immediately flew downwards. Its god body too was slowly being consumed. 99, 9%, 99. 7%, 99. 5%. 98, 7%. However, just as it was being consumed, the netherworld ocean within the golden horned beast's internal world ring would send out god energy to replenish its god body, causing it to instantly recover to 100%. In terms of god body capacity, netherworld ocean and the golden horned beast weren't too far apart. So, Luo Feng continued to fly downwards, the space within the gourd wasn't huge, about 10,000 kilometers in diameter. The golden horned beast very quickly descended to the bottom of the flame space. However, the moment it reached the bottom, it felt an incomparably terrifying heat. The flames at the bottom of the black gourd were much stronger than the other regions of the flame space. Obviously it was the essence of countless years of fire energy gathering, even the flames had a hint of a peculiar purple color. 97%. 94%. 91%. 88%, the god body's consumption rate was shocking. Not good, I have to hurry. The golden horned beast landed at the bottom of the scattered materials within the flame space. It immediately clawed at the fourth black metal plate. When the black metal plate and the large amounts of materials at the bottom all had a layer of black light on them. The endless black light connected, causing the golden horned beast to be unable to grab the black metal plate. How the golden horned beast lowered its head to look. The endless flames within the flame space were actually following the engravings within the black light and drilling into the bottom of the black gourd, causing the entire bottom of the black gourd to accumulate more and more energy. Clearly, this was a special kind of secret seal that transmitted stored energy, and those materials were also sealed within it. You want to stop me with a secret seal that doesn't have a master controlling it? Break! Sherwoo's wings slashed fiercely. The black light was immediately sliced apart. Its claws easily grabbed onto the black metal plate, following which it bit down and swallowed it. The god energy recognized its owner. Just like before, the black metal plate began to transmit information. Go! The golden horned beast didn't dare hesitate. Because of the slight delay from grabbing the black metal plate, its god body was actually depleted to 62%. The Netherworld Ocean clone was also depleted to 68% due to the energy replenishment, so, the golden horned beast shrunk to the size of a fist and became a beam of light, flying out of the mouth of the gourd and landing on a distant rock. I finally got it. The golden horned beast's eyes were filled with joy. Rumble. An endless pressure descended, like an endless mountain range pressing down. This caused the golden horned beast to reveal a look of fear. Not good. As expected, the craftsman lord who had set up the seal had noticed him when he had broken it. He had rushed back to his lair at the first possible moment. You dare break my technique? An old voice resounded. Rumble, a glass-colored giant arm charged through the layers of flames, directly descending. The golden horned beast that was moving very slowly under the restrictions of space was immediately grabbed. The golden horned beast could only feel an incomparable amount of pressure pressing down on it. Even with the tribulation armor, it was still able to quickly deplete its god body. Under the crazy depletion, the god body that was left with 62% quickly decreased, 50%. 42%. 36%, replenish. Netherworld Ocean clone replenish. The golden horned beast was anxious. The Netherworld Ocean clone quickly replenished its energy, causing its god body to rapidly recover. When the hand stopped exerting strength, the Netherworld Ocean clone's god body was already depleted, and the golden horned beast's god body was only left with 42%. You can actually take a full force grab from me and not die? That glass-colored giant stone arm grabbed onto the golden horned beast, rumbling sounds resounded. As the master of the craftsman god, that grip actually contained the intent of a god hammer. Its power was boundless. Normal overlords of the universe would be instantly destroyed. To be able to block my full force grip, you've only taken a useless piece of material. I'll spare your life. Xianxia said. Rumble space reversed. Before, when it was still within the mountain, the golden horned beast only felt the space around it change. When it could see clearly again, it was already in the space outside the craftsman god planet, only to see a huge space whirlpool in the distance. My craftsman god planet has 98,200 natural wormholes, 2 of them lead to the danger zone. That huge mountain giant's height actually reached 10 million kilometers, grabbing the tiny golden horned beast and throwing it into one of the huge space whirlpools. The floating stone tablet before the whirlpool had the words danger zone written in scarlet red. Block my grab, I'll give you a chance to live. The rumbling sound resounded in Luo Feng's mind, following which the golden horned beast had already passed through the space whirlpool. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The golden horned beast was thrown into the space whirlpool, and the 10 million km tall mountain giant, the craftsman lord, stood in the void, silently watching the space whirlpool that led to the forbidden ground. The craftsman lord was a 10 million km tall mountain range, At the same time, there were many huge glass arms extending from the mountain range. With one look, there were at least 100 incomparably huge arms. At the same time, there was a huge eye on the mountain wall. Golden horned beast, if you're trapped here for 1,000,000,000 years, don't blame me. The craftsman god lord looked at the space whirlpool. Everything was arranged by teacher mountain passenger. Poor fellow. Master of craftsmanship god sighed softly. Master of craftsman god would absolutely carry out mountain guests' orders. Actually, with his strength, crafting skills, and his divine body that was tens of millions of kilometers tall, he really wasn't afraid of the strongest experts in the universe. Firstly, it was because he was strong and had a huge divine body. He also had a flying palace treasure, the craftsman god star, which allowed him to hold on for a long time even when facing the strongest experts in the universe. Secondly, he had many friends. Among the strongest people in the universe, there were quite a few who were on good terms with him. For example, the human race, the demon race, and several other races were on good terms with him. They often asked him to help them refine treasures. Therefore, if the strongest experts of the other universes dared to order him, he wouldn't care at all. But Mountain Rider was different. Master of the craftsman god had absolute respect for Mountain Passenger. In the past, he loved to forge weapons, and he was extremely talented in this aspect. In the early stages of the universe's birth, there were still very few life forms in the universe. At that time, the master of craftsmanship was already a venerable of the universe. While he was forging weapons, he was coincidentally observed by the side by Mountain Passenger, which infuriated him. That was because how could the skill of forging precious treasures be seen and learned by other experts? He was furious, but what could he do? Mountain Passenger was already the strongest person in the universe at that time. Just his control over the surrounding universe was enough to render the Lord of Craftsman God immobile. Then, Mountain Passenger evaluated Lord of the Craftsmanship God's strengths in artifact forging, pointed out his shortcomings, and even pointed out how to improve and so on. Master of Craftsmanship God was instantly shocked. Thus, during that period of time, the lonely mountain-sitting guest lived on Master of Craftsmanship God's planet. At that time, the Craftsmanship God planet was not famous at all, nor had it been transformed into a flying palace. Mountain Traveler would occasionally give him some pointers. It allowed the skills of the craftsman god lord to improve by leaps and bounds. Even his comprehension of the laws of nature had improved greatly, and he had finally broken through and stepped into the Lord of the Universe level. In terms of weapon forging, he had reached an extremely high level. Your skills are already extremely high. My guidance is no longer of any use. You will have to rely on your own comprehension from now on. One day, Mountain Passenger left. From the beginning to the end, Mountain Guest had never said that he would take him as a disciple. He didn't impart any secret cultivation techniques to him, nor did he give him any precious treasures or help from Mountain Guest. He only stayed on this planet for a relatively long period of time and gave him pointers on artifact forging. But the Master of Craftsmen had always called Mountain Passenger teacher, and in his heart, he had long regarded Mountain Passenger as his teacher. In fact, he had even tried to acknowledge the other party as his teacher several times, but the Mountain Passenger had never agreed to it. This time, the Master of the Craftsman God would naturally complete the task that Mountain Passenger had instructed him to do. He would definitely not delay it. Poor fellow, but you're also a lucky fellow. Master of Craftsmanship God sighed. Teacher Mountain Traveler set up a test for you to temper yourself. I'm afraid he also treats you as his disciple. However, Teacher Mountain Traveler's vision is very high. If you can't come out on your own, then you can only be trapped in the danger zone forever. The Craftsman Lord sighed inwardly. Hua, after which, the huge silhouette vanished in the void and returned to the Craftsman God planet. After a while, Teacher is back. Teacher is back. Hurry up and prepare. Very soon, Teacher will be testing you. Those who pass the final test will be able to enter Teacher's tutelage. At the foot of the Craftsman God Mountain, the 500+ kneeling Universe Knights and Undyings who had talent in weapon forging were all looking excitedly at the distant shouts of the 3 disciples of the Master of the Craftsman God flying down from the sky. And the Universe Knights from the various races in the building swiftly came out. Hurry, the Craftsman God Lord is about to appear. Hurry. The chance to invite the craftsman god lord to forge treasures is about to arrive. Hua hua hua, over 1,000 knights appeared. Yu Luo, the craftsman god lord is about to appear. Yu Luo, Yu Luo. Yonghe Knight went to Luo Feng's residence and searched everywhere. He couldn't find Luo Feng, he couldn't help but sigh suspiciously. ENFA secret area, within the universe ship that was floating in space, the Earth body was sitting there. Beside him was a serene ocean clone. Previously, when the golden horned beast blocked the craftsman god lord's grip, the serene ocean clone had used up all of its divine energy to replenish the golden horned beast's divine body. Naturally, another one was formed. Just where is it? Just where is my golden horned beast? I can connect with its consciousness, yet I can't sense its location. Luo Feng was shocked, such a situation had never happened before. Even on the primal star, the two bodies could sense each other's location. Just where did the golden horned beast go? The danger zone, where is it in the universe? Luo Feng was even more curious. Even at his current level, Luo Feng still felt that the universe was hard to see clearly, there were always mysterious places appearing, the space changed. Passing through the huge space whirlpool, the golden horned beast appeared in space, looking around blankly. Where is this? The golden horned beast looked into the distance. A resplendent space, in the distance there were stars, planets, and even a red giant. With the golden horned beast's vision, it could see the vast and endless space. This seemed like a very normal space. However, the golden horned beast understood, this place wasn't normal at all. He couldn't sense the space ripples. He couldn't sense his own god country either. He couldn't sense the virtual universe either. How can this be? Where's the space ripples? The golden horned beast roared softly in space, looking around. Without the space lock, how can the space ripples disappear? This endless space seemed to have no space ripples at all, almost like it was completely isolated from the universe. I can't sense the virtual universe. I can't sense the god country. I couldn't connect to the virtual universe back on the primal star. This is the second place in the universe that I can't connect to. The golden horned beast looked around. He was clear on the virtual universe's capabilities, and a place that could cut off the connection to the virtual universe was definitely not a normal place. The only place he knew before was the primal star. Where's the space whirlpool? The golden horned beast looked around, passing through the space whirlpool and arriving in this space, after which the space whirlpool vanished. Why did it vanish? Don't tell me, the huge space whirlpool on the craftsman god planet, it can teleport to random locations? Luo Feng was extremely curious. Back then in the ancestral god secret area, he had encountered a random space whirlpool that would teleport him to a certain core area, and there, the Masha clansman finally evolved. Masha Luo Feng appeared in mid-air. The golden horned beast was hidden within the world ring. This danger zone, just what secrets does it have? I haven't discovered any danger at all. Luo Feng looked carefully, however, as he couldn't sense the god country, naturally he couldn't teleport there, hence his injuries couldn't be healed at all. Teacher Mountain Passenger, just what did he set up for me? Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng wasn't stupid. When he thought of a way to steal the fourth metal board, he didn't confirm that the craftsman god lord and mountain passenger were related. However, when the golden horned beast took it and was about to escape, the craftsman god lord appeared. It was very normal. However, what was not normal was that after punishing him a little, he didn't even take back the black metal board, not even taking away the treasures on him. He threw him into the space whirlpool that led to the danger zone. A weak foreign race. Daring to steal. And this foreign race was actually able to come out of the black gourd alive. He definitely had a powerful armor. Knowing this, that craftsman god lord actually didn't take a single treasure from me. Was he that merciful? If he was merciful, if he wanted to kill, he could have just killed me. If he wanted to punish me, there were many ways. Why did he have to throw me into this danger zone? As an absolute warrior, fighting and killing each other for the top treasures on the primal star, yet he didn't even look at the treasures right under his eyes. No shit, he really thinks I'm an idiot. Luo Feng thought to himself. It's definitely Teacher Mountain Passenger's arrangement. Luo Feng was grateful towards Mountain Passenger, however he had been thinking about his intentions. Mountain Passenger usually didn't care about him at all. however the 3 black metal boards were for him to obtain at the Sector Lord level, Undying level and Night level. It was obviously 3 tests. That time when I went to Qing Rui Ko Night and Purple Rui Ko Night, I ended up in the ice prison. If it wasn't for the Sky Wolf leader, I'm afraid I really would have to stay there for a long time, killing large amounts of the ice prison's warriors and coming out. Then come out. Luo Feng thought. This was Teacher Mountain Passenger's goal last time? Luo Feng was only guessing. After all, Mountain Passenger's arrangements were rather casual. Even if Luo Feng left because of the Sky Wolf leader and Primal Chaos City leader, Mountain Passenger wouldn't interfere. Then what about this time? What's the goal this time? If it wasn't for the Sky Wolf leader and Primal Chaos City leader, I would have been trapped there for a long time. Luo Feng looked at the endless space. In this mysterious danger zone, I can't sense the God country, I can't sense the virtual universe, I can't even determine the coordinates of the universe. I can't even ask for help. My divine body's injuries can't be replenished by the endless dark ocean. The moment I fail, my calamity armor, 9 demon river and Wu killer wings will be gone. Luo Feng thought. I can't care so much. Who cares what Mountain Passenger set up? He's nurturing me, and I'm relying on him to quickly raise my strength. No matter, power is the most important. Luo Feng didn't think anymore. So he immediately became a beam of light and swiftly flew, his speed constantly rising, very quickly reaching light speed. Luo Feng stared. Light speed? I've already reached light speed. No, I've already surpassed light speed. Why haven't I entered the dark universe? Luo Feng, who had become a beam of light, was completely shocked. Just what is this place? Is this the actual universe? Don't tell me it's another universe similar to the primal universe? P.S. Update complete. Tomorrow is a rest day, Saturday. I've applied for leave once this week and was late once, hence, tomorrow I'll update 2 more chapters, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. He couldn't sense the God country, couldn't connect to the virtual universe, couldn't enter the dark universe, his highest speed exceeded light speed, no ripples in space, just where is this? Luo Feng relied on the inertia to maintain his high-speed flight, simultaneously looking at the space around him. The distant stars were shining brightly, it was still beautiful. Not right. My speed has already exceeded light speed, in theory I can only see ahead. There should be nothing but darkness behind us. Luo Feng looked curiously behind him, the space scenery was still as clear as ever. This made him suspicious. With a thought, his God energy spread out. He felt the threads of light speed. So fast. The speed of light in this danger zone is different from the actual universe. Luo Feng swiftly determined the actual universe's speed of light was 300,000 kilometers per second. However, in this mysterious danger zone, the speed of light was 100 times faster. It reached about 30,000 kilometers per second. God energy speed? Luo Feng frowned. So, a thread of God energy extended fiercely in all directions. This made Luo Feng exclaim, in the universe, the fastest God energy speed is 300,000 kilometers per second. However, in this danger zone, it's actually 100 times faster than before. So, Luo Feng accelerated once again, flying in space. 2 times the actual universe light speed, 3 times the actual universe light speed. Luo Feng's speed continued to rise. The laws of the universe in this danger zone had completely changed. Luo Feng's current feeling was like when he was beside Mountain Traveler, and also like in the primal universe. When he was beside Mountain Traveler, as one of the strongest warriors in the universe, he could completely change the laws around him. His words were law. In the primal universe, as it was a completely different universe, naturally there were some fundamental changes. Luo Feng's flying speed continued to rise. As it did, the pressure on his body grew. This Masha clansman's body was 100 times that of a normal emperor-level pinnacle. It could completely withstand the pressure. I've reached 100 times the actual universe light speed. I can't increase my speed anymore. Luo Feng tried everything, even burning his God energy. He couldn't increase his speed by even a bit, completely maintaining it at 100 times the actual universe light speed. This was already the maximum speed of his God energy, the speed of light in this danger zone. Hua, his back was already dark, Luo Feng could only see the space ahead. Even when I reached my maximum speed, I didn't enter the dark universe. It seems like this danger zone doesn't have a dark universe. Luo Feng was suspicious. Take a good look, just what world is this danger zone? Luo Feng maintained 100 times the original universe's light speed as he flew, Luo Feng's God country. The endless ghost ocean was vast and mighty. In the golden shrine above it, Luo Feng's earth body sat crossed-legged in the huge plaza before the God country. I've fallen into a hopeless situation, but the gains outweigh the losses. At least I've successfully obtained the 4th black metal plate of the 9 Tribulations secret book. Luo Feng revealed a smile. The 4th black metal board was within the heart of Craftsman Mountain. When the golden horned beast swallowed the board's god energy and allowed it to recognize its owner, the black metal board's information had already been completely transmitted. The first 3 metal boards allowed Luo Feng to gather the training methods for the first 5 levels. As for the 4th black metal tablet, there was a lot of missing information. When combined with the previous 3 tablets, it actually contained the complete cultivation method for the first 7 tribulations. I already have the first 7 tribulations of the 9 Tribulations secret manual. That last black metal plate should be able to make up for the last 2 tribulations. I'll begin training. His earth body began to train the 6th level of the 9 Tribulations secret manual, and in space, the Masha clansman maintained 100 times the original universe's light speed. Within his world ring, the golden horned beast too was training the 6th level of the 9 Tribulations secret manual. Even if he failed midway and his body was reduced to dust, Luo Feng's body was extremely strong and he had long since attained an undying body. Just a shred and he could revive. Those shredded pieces would completely reform, hence even in a danger zone, he could completely train the 9 Tribulations secret manual without fear of failing midway. Maintaining 100 times the original universe's light speed, he flew for over a year. Luo Feng had already flown into a star system. There were a total of 3 planets in this system. These 3 planets are really beautiful. Luo Feng complimented within. One is completely jade green, one yellow mixed with white, and the last is a dreamy rainbow. When Luo Feng flew into the center of the galaxy, there's actually a foreign race that has come to this danger zone. An ancient voice resounded from the yellow planet. After a few seconds in space, it had already exploded in space around Luo Feng. How long have we been lonely, Night Xinjian? A faint ghostly voice resounded from the dreamy rainbow planet. It's been over 60,000 eras since I've seen a foreign race. A cold voice resounded from the jade green planet. Luo Feng's expression changed. Rumble. A formless god energy soul attack immediately drilled into Luo Feng's body. However, the Masha clansman didn't fear the soul attack at all. It's an energy life form, it doesn't fear soul attacks. The ghostly voice resounded in space. Then we'll trample on him. The cold voice said. Leave it to me. The ancient voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. Luo Feng looked in 3 directions. From each of the 3 planets, a silhouette flew out. Their speed swiftly rose and in an instant, they reached 100 times the original universe's light speed and closed in on Luo Feng. This Masha clansman of mine can't fight. Hua, the 1-meter-long golden-horned beast spread its wings and floated in midair. The Masha clansman swiftly drilled into the world ring and was kept by the golden-horned beast. Ah, it's actually a space beast? It's the golden-horned beast. It's even better if it's the golden-horned beast. The jade-green silhouette's voice was cold, majestic and filled with endless killing intent. The golden-horned beast floated in midair, paying attention to the 3 directions. Carefully identifying them, in an instant, he could tell that these 3 foreign race warriors were all famous and powerful universe overlords. However, they had all disappeared a long time ago, and there was no news of them ever since. They were Xijian Knight, Seitian Knight and Dark Feather Leader. Xijian Knight, Seitian Knight, Dark Feather Leader. I didn't expect the 3 of you to still be alive. The golden-horned beast's voice resounded throughout the endless space. The 3 silhouettes gradually slowed down, stopping tens of thousands of km away from Luo Feng. The 3 experts seemed to be stunned. the outside world still remembers us. We haven't been forgotten. Seitan Knight's ancient voice and Dark Feather Leader's ghostly voice resounded. The jade-green silhouette of Xianxia Knight's eyes were filled with coldness. Looking at the distant golden-horned beast, he roared, "Speak, in these close to 200,000 eras, just what has happened in the outside world?" Seitan Knight and Dark Feather Leader stared at the golden-horned beast too. Xianxia Knight. The golden-horned beast roared, "Are you ordering your servant? I don't like your tone, even though I pity your situation and am willing to explain it to you. However, your tone pisses me off. Courting death." Xianxia Knight's eyes were filled with coldness. "If you don't wish to speak, I'll kill you until you do." Rumble, his body immediately combusted, his eyes filled with coldness. Hua, a jade-green blade light immediately pierced through the universe space, crossing tens of thousands of km and heading straight for the golden-horned beast. Luo Feng didn't expect this Xianxia Knight to be so crazy. If he was polite, Luo Feng would have said it. And deep down, Luo Feng wanted to have a good chat with these three universe overlords that had been trapped in the danger zone for countless years. However, it seemed like Xianxia Knight didn't even treat him as an equal. "Do it." Seitan Knight immediately took out a completely black long rod. With a sweep, it immediately became 10,000 kilometers long and swept towards Luo Feng. "Ha ha ha," Dark Feather Leader laughed loudly. His voice pierced into the golden-horned beast's body. Even though Luo Feng's willpower and consciousness were at the universe overlord level, he was still slightly affected. The golden-horned beast couldn't care less about anything else as it immediately ignited its body and flapped its wings to dodge. However, the cold blade light was shockingly fast. Chi! The blade immediately sent the golden-horned beast flying. Pung! The heavy rod, almost as though it could split the universe, immediately smashing into the golden-horned beast's head. Xianxia Knight and Seitan Knight's coordination was ingenious. Especially with Dark Feather Leader constantly affecting Luo Feng's willpower and consciousness, the golden-horned beast was completely surrounded. Firstly, the golden-horned beast's own battle strength was weaker than these three universe overlords. Secondly, its body was still heavily injured, with only 10% of its original strength, it could only take a beating. "His wings are priceless treasures," Celestial Strategist shouted. "He has a treasure armor on him," Dark Feather Leader said, "the three of us attacking him together and he can actually take it head-on. This golden-horned beast definitely has a high-level treasure armor on him. Kill it. Snatch the treasure. The armor is mine, you guys can split the rest," Dark Feather Leader said coldly. Seitan Knight and Dark Feather Leader were slightly enraged. However, they knew that Dark Feather Leader was stronger than them. What's more, they still hadn't found a way to leave this place. Alright. Alright. Seitan Knight and Dark Feather Leader nodded. "Golden-horned beast, whatever happens outside doesn't matter to us. Your treasure is more important to us." Dark Feather Leader looked coldly at the golden-horned beast. Die. Howl! A sky-shaking roar resounded. Hua endless golden river water spread out, enveloping the surrounding 10 million kilometers of space. Within this endless golden river water, there were 9 beasts swimming, and the golden-horned beast was in the middle. Domain-type treasure. Dark Feather Leader, Seitan Knight and Dark Feather Leader were all shocked. Kill me and steal my treasure? Under the pressure of the endless golden river water, the three universe overlords couldn't even touch the golden-horned beast. The golden-horned beast's eyes burned with endless rage as it looked over. "Let's see who will die first." P.S. That's the first chapter. Damn, I'm not going to say anything. Tomato will continue writing the second chapter. If you like this work, please come to Chidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The water of the Nine-Shore River flowed in space, causing the three overlords to feel like they had sunk into a swamp. Their flying speed immediately decreased. What do we do? He has a domain treasure, we can't even get close to him. Celestial Strategist communicated anxiously, while Sword Sage frowned. Leader Gloom, can you use illusions to deal with him and reduce his flying speed? No. His consciousness is extremely strong, I can only affect him a little. He can still do simple things like flying and dodging well. Leader Gloom communicated helplessly. Under the influence of soul illusions, some of the top techniques would be affected, making it difficult to use them. However, flying was a piece of cake for him. Forget it, since he has a domain treasure, we can't kill him. Let's spare his life. Let's go. Sword Sage said. Alright. Forget it. Celestial Strategist Venerable, Sword Venerable, and Dark Feather Overlord immediately flew in 3 different directions to their respective planets. Trying to escape? An angry roar resounded. The golden-horned beast flew towards the leader, Sword Sage. Humph, I spared your life, yet you still dare to chase? Sword Sage looked coldly at the golden-horned beast. I can't catch you in your domain, but since you've sent yourself to me, don't blame me. It sounds like my life is in your hands, ha ha ha, what a joke. Sword Sage, let's see who's going to die. The golden-horned beast flapped its wings and flew over, burning with god energy. The wu-slaying wings slashed towards Sword Sage. Even the 9 strange beasts in the 9-kiln river surrounded Venerable Xianxia and attacked him. The 9 beasts were extremely powerful. With the golden-horned beast's god energy and body amplification, it was enough to heavily injure middle-tier overlords. Against a universe overlord, while it couldn't injure, it could completely suppress their speed. Courting death. Sword Sage was cold and disdainful. Sword Sage disdained the golden-horned beast from the bottom of his heart. You're so weak, you were completely trampled before. It's just that your background is good, you're from the Space Beast Alliance. It's one of the 9 superpowers of the universe that was bestowed with a powerful treasure. That's why you're able to keep your life. You don't even have the strength to retaliate, and you still want to fight me? Bang. 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 Venerable Xianxia and the golden-horned beast began to fight within the endless golden river, exchanging blows time and time again. And the golden-horned beast could only focus on one person, hence Xianxia Sage and Dark Feather Lord could easily watch from afar. It's really looking to die. With a domain treasure, the golden-horned beast actually isn't fleeing. Instead, you went to pester him. Let's see how Venerable Xianxia will deal with him. Celestial Strategist and Lord Dark Feather watched from the sidelines. The battle continued, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It was a crazy battle. More accurately speaking, the golden-horned beast had been clinging on to Venerable Xianxia. Even though it was constantly being beaten down, the golden-horned beast did not retreat, and continued to exchange blows with Venerable Xianxia. Celestial Strategist and Dark Feather Lord stared blankly at this scene. This, with the strength of Venerable Xianxia's divine body, after such a long time, he should have burnt about 3%. Celestial Strategist was shocked, but the golden-horned beast's aura doesn't seem to have changed at all. He has burnt for so long, and his divine body hasn't weakened at all. Dark Feather Lord was also shocked. Venerable Xianxia was no longer as arrogant and cold as before. Instead, he was extremely shocked and furious. After fighting with me for so long and being completely suppressed, my divine body has burned up to 3%, yet he doesn't seem to have changed at all? The high-level treasure armor is really powerful. Because he felt that the golden-horned beast was very weak, he even thought that the armor probably hadn't reached its 3rd form yet. However, even the 2nd form of a high-level treasure armor could only weaken 1,000th of its power. Even the high-level treasure armor is useless. Break for me. The jade-green sword light suddenly flickered, directly tearing apart the endless golden river and slashing the golden-horned beast. Puff. 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 A total of 9 slashes. Like a sword cage, continuously slashing the golden-horned beast's divine body. Each slash was stronger than the last, to the point that the 9th slash consumed 2% of Venerable Xianxia's divine body. The moment the 9th slash was unleashed, Venerable Xianxia's divine body went from 97% to 89%. What? Venerable Xianxia stared in shock, disbelief and fear at the golden-horned beast. His divine body actually didn't weaken? How the golden-horned beast roared and flapped its wings, its huge wings like blades slashing over again. His attacks are very ordinary, his comprehension of the laws isn't high, he shouldn't be able to use the 3rd form of the high-level treasure armor. Venerable Flying Sword was in a state of complete shock and panic. Moreover, this is a high-grade supreme treasure divine sword, and I'm using an ultimate move that I perfected over countless years in Terminus. Even a universe overlord with a high-grade supreme treasure armor would be heavily injured by it. Rumble, the golden-horned beast tumbled backwards, before flapping its wings and breaking through the waves, it once again charged towards Sword Sway. Venerable Xian, I've said it before, let's see who's going to die. The golden-horned beast roared. Venerable Xian's eyes flashed with fear. He understood the golden-horned beast's plan. Damn it. Venerable Xian turned into a beam of light, trying to escape. Hua hua hua. Under the pressure of the endless golden river, his speed was too slow, and the golden-horned beast was 100 times faster than him, instantly catching up. Even if my divine body is only 42%, that's still the strength of 600 million sector lords, and a powerful divine body that's thousands of kilometers long. It's 1,000,000 times, 10 million times more powerful than you. And my armor is a pinnacle treasure, even a universe lord would find it hard to reach its limit. Even if you have a god treasure sword, even if your techniques are powerful, under the armor, they would be weakened to a 10,000th of its power. I can't kill you, I'll exhaust you to death. Under the Nine River, you can't even escape, the only path left is death. The golden-horned beast let out a sky-shaking roar, and Venerable Xian was no longer as cold and arrogant as before, all he had was panic and rage. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Quick, escape. Quick. Celestial Strategist and Dark Feather understood, and immediately flew out of the Nine River region, flying far away. What a terrifying golden-horned beast. Dark Feather was shocked. The way he blocked us just now was very clumsy, like a middle-tier knight of the universe. I always thought his armor was only at its second form. Celestial Strategist's old voice resounded. I originally thought that once Venerable Xian used his ultimate move, he would be able to heavily injure the golden-horned beast, but we were wrong. Venerable Xian's divine body was greatly weakened, but the golden-horned beast actually. It didn't change at all. Dark Feather and Celestial Strategist were both shocked. He's dead. Venerable Xian is dead. Dark Feather and Celestial Strategist glanced at each other, their eyes filled with shock. They could tell that the golden-horned beast was a terrifying being that couldn't be killed no matter what. Even though his offensive methods weren't good, under the pressure of a domain treasure. Venerable Xian couldn't escape and was forced to fight. If Venerable Xian continued to burn his divine body would continuously weaken, and eventually he would fall into deep slumber. If Venerable Xian didn't burn his divine body, his strength would immediately weaken by 1,000 times. At that time, with just the Nine River, he would be able to injure Venerable Xian time and time again. Every time he was injured, his divine body would be consumed. If he didn't burn, he would die. If he burned, he would die. He couldn't escape. If he didn't, he would die. Asterisk 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 golden-horned beast, let me live. Venerable Xian gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up, he communicated. Dream on. The golden-horned beast's roar shook the skies. Just wait for your death. You're forcing me. Venerable Xian was furious and anxious. I am forcing you. Didn't you want to kill me just now? My comprehension of the laws is weaker than yours, but the result will still be your death. The golden-horned beast surrounded him time and time again. The pressure of the Nine River made it impossible for Venerable Xian to escape. If not for the Nine River, Venerable Xian would have escaped long ago. The reason why domain treasures were so valuable was because of this. If one had an advantage, it could trap the enemy. If one was weak, he could escape. It could easily kill a large group of weaklings. You. Venerable Xian raged. Just wait for your death. The golden-horned beast continued to attack. Even though Venerable Xian's battle strength was many levels higher than the golden-horned beast's, his divine body was constantly weakening. He didn't dare to not burn his divine body. If he didn't, his defense would be reduced to 1,000%, and he would be easily trampled upon. His divine body would be consumed even faster. But burning was equivalent to burning his life force. 60% to 50%, 40%, as his divine body continued to weaken, so did his strength. As his strength decreased, his divine body was consumed even faster. Golden Horned Beast. Venerable Xianxia roared, if I were to reverse time and revive, I would definitely step into the Universe Lord level and kill you to avenge today. Then I'll kill you once more. The Golden Horned Beast roared, remember, it's me, don't find the wrong opponent, it's a pity, a Universe Lord like you would have a hard time being revived. Just wait, just wait. Venerable Xianxia's hatred grew. He came from the Nine Territories Alliance, and the Nine Territories Alliance didn't have the strongest of the universe. As a Universe Lord, the moment he died, if the Nine Territories Alliance wanted to revive him, they would have to seek help from other powers or the strongest of the universe. The price would be huge. Venerable Xianxia wasn't sure if the Nine Territories Alliance would be willing to pay that price. 32%. Venerable Xianxia felt the weakness of his divine body, and was even more enraged. If he didn't explode, he would fall into a deep slumber. He would probably be controlled by his soul and become a slave, never to rise again. If he exploded, he would fall, with no guarantee of revival, he might die forever. If he didn't explode, he would die. If he exploded, he might revive. Damn the Golden Horned Beast. Venerable Xianxia roared unwillingly and exploded. Rumble, Venerable Fengjian's self-detonation turned into an endless wave of energy that swept out in all directions. It caused the Golden Nine Palaces river that traversed the starry sky to stir up waves that were over 10,000 kilometers long before they were destroyed. The Golden Horned Beast looked coldly at this scene. I wanted to have a good chat with you, yet you wanted to kill me and steal my treasures. Unfortunately, the treasures are in my hands. With a wave of his hand, from afar, the two treasures flew over. It was a dark green armor and a jade green god sword. Such a strong Universe Lord only has two treasures? The Golden Horned Beast kept the treasures. Far away in space, Celestial Strategist and Dark Feather Leader, who didn't even dare to get close to the Golden Nine Sea River, were shocked and sighed. A Universe Lord had fallen just like that. While the golden waves rumbled, the Golden Horned Beast stepped on the waves in space, his divine energy resounding. Celestial Strategist, Dark Feather Leader, do you still want to be my enemy? P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Celestial Strategist and Dark Feather Leader glanced at each other, understanding each other's thoughts. Even though they were afraid of the Golden Horned Beast, it was only fear. After all, they were flying far away, the Golden Horned Beast's Nine Sea River couldn't reach them. Without the pressure of the Nine Sea River, they could easily accelerate to 100 times the original universe speed of light, making it impossible for the Golden Horned Beast to catch them. However, no one was willing to be chased like a stray dog to the point where they had to flee. We didn't have any intentions of being enemies with you. It's just that the killing intent of the Sword Sage was too strong, we could only follow him. Celestial Strategist's old voice said. The Golden Horned Beast looked at the two silhouettes in the distance and said majestically, I wonder if you can tell me, how did you get here? How much do you know about this danger zone? Dark Feather Leader's demonic voice resounded. In history, many warriors fell into this danger zone. Most of them were adventuring in the universe's secret regions and accidentally got teleported here. The teleportation methods are all sorts of strange. There were also some who just floated in the universe and were suddenly swallowed in normal space and ended up in this danger zone. There's no pattern. Celestial Strategist's old voice said too. The Golden Horned Beast was silent. After a moment of silence, has anyone left? Me, Dark Feather Leader and the Sword Sage didn't have clones. The moment we fell into danger, our clones crumbled. That's why we don't know about the outside world. But the Supremacy Xianxia we know has the ability to clone himself. His clone has discovered powerhouses in the outside world, entering a land of despair before appearing in the outside world. Xianxia Sage? The Golden Horned Beast said, where is he? In the end, he gave up on his clone and a treasure before self-destructing and leaving. Celestial Strategist said. Are there others trapped in the danger zone? The Golden Horned Beast asked. Yes. There are quite a few. Celestial Strategist and Dark Feather Leader said. Where? The Golden Horned Beast looked at the two. It must be in this vast terminus starry sky. As for where? Other races often change their locations, we can't be sure. Dark Feather Leader said. How big is the danger zone? The golden horned beast asked a very concerned question. The perilous zone is about 100,000 light-years in diameter. It looks like an ordinary starry sky. Lord Gloom sighed. But no matter how I fly, I can only fly 100,000 light-years away. Once I fly out of this area, I'll unknowingly fly back to the star field that I passed through before. It's like a maze, forever flying in it. Luo Feng was shocked. A diameter of nearly 100,000 light-years? Maze, since it was similar to a maze, but these foreign race experts were still able to clearly explore it. It was clear that they had been flying for a long time. This is a huge cage, and we, the experts of the other races, are the prisoners, locked up in here forever. I can't escape no matter what. Yu Gloom looked at the golden horned beast. You are the golden horned beast, you definitely have the ability to split yourself. If you are willing to give up the treasure, you can definitely self-destruct your god body and leave. The celestial strategist Venerable's old voice said, Golden horned beast, I advise you to self-destruct. After all, you have a clone. Once you've been trapped for countless years, you'll know how painful it is to be trapped forever. As for the treasures, as long as they don't die, there will be a day when they can make a comeback. Howl, the golden horned beast howled throughout space. Celestial strategist Venerable, you Gloom leader, self-destruct. I naturally wouldn't make such a decision so easily. I'll leave first. Hua, the rumbling golden waves vanished, the golden horned beast too vanished, a black silhouette appeared in mid-air, swiftly becoming a beam of light and flying swiftly. Looking at the distant beam of light disappearing into the horizon. Xianxia night has fallen. The celestial strategist Venerable sighed softly. Who can he blame? Yu Gloom leader sneered, usually he uses his strength to suppress the two of us, humph, to fall to this golden horned beast, it's his bad luck. In space. The Masha clansman sat cross-legged on a meteorite, becoming a beam of light and drifting about in space. He actually killed a universe tyrant. The black-clothed Luo Feng sighed within, luckily it's a danger zone, completely unable to communicate with the outside world, and unable to call for help. Otherwise, how could a universe tyrant die so easily? It was extremely hard for a universe tyrant to fall. Firstly, they could escape if things went south. Even if they couldn't escape due to various reasons, they could still think of ways to stall for time and immediately call for help. Like the Xianxia Knight, if he were to fight the golden horned beast on the primal planet, he would at most be injured by the beast, and the other warriors of the Nine Regions Alliance would immediately rush over to help. And in a danger zone, there was no way to call for help at all, causing the Xianxia Knight to be killed. Within our human race, amongst the many universe tyrants, there are some who don't even have a record of killing a universe tyrant. I've actually killed a universe tyrant right now. Haha. The black-clothed Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. This time killing the Xianxia Knight, the golden horned beast's body merely dropped from 42%, reaching 41.9%. Hua, sitting cross-legged on the meteorite, he continued to fly swiftly in space. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. Within Luo Feng's vast god country, within the endless dark ocean, before the golden shrine. I've finally succeeded. Luo Feng stood up. After spending over a year, he had finally completed the 6th and 7th level of the 9-level manual. Of course this was due to the Earth-human's small body, like the golden horned beast, it was still only at the 6th level, and it was just the beginning. Obviously the evolution of the huge body was extremely slow as well. Back then when I trained the first 5 levels, my god body gene was 48 times. Because I absorbed 100 blood river crystals, theoretically speaking, the crystals should be able to raise it by 100 times. However, the further I go, the weaker the effect, it only allowed me to reach 3,000 times. I've now trained another 2 levels. My body is about 9,800 times, it hasn't reached the perfect gene level. Luo Feng sighed. Obviously the increase in genes from the blood river crystals, at least to the Earth-human body, it wasn't able to reach 100% compatibility. Like the golden horned beast, it was 100% compatible. The first 7 levels of the 9-level manual had already raised it to 192 times, and the 100 crystals only raised it by 50 times 9,800 times. Among the unique special life forms in the universe, there are very few that are that strong. I should be satisfied. What's more, there's still the 8th level. The 9th level. I don't believe that after training the 9th level, I won't be able to reach the perfect gene level. Luo Feng was anticipating within, and my golden horned beast will definitely be able to reach the perfect gene level in one go. The golden horned beast's body had already exceeded 6,000 times before. The 6th and 7th level were extremely strong. The blood river crystals and the golden horned beast were 100% compatible. As long as there were no accidents, it would definitely reach the perfect gene level. When that time comes, the golden horned beast will truly be heaven-defying. At least when that time comes, I'll be able to unleash that unbelievable natural talent. I am the universe. Luo Feng was anticipating that day. However, according to the time, the golden horned beast would probably have to train for over 100 years before it could complete the 6th and 7th level. It'll only take 100 years. In the blink of an eye. Vast space. The black-clothed Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the meteorite. His speed seemed extremely fast, however compared to the vastness of space, it was only a slow drift. Suddenly, countless ripples appeared in space ahead. What? Sitting on the meteorite, Luo Feng followed the inertia and passed through the ripples without any obstruction. However, as his body passed through the ripples, a formless energy passed through his body, even passing through the world ring and entering the golden horned beast's body. Nothing could be blocked. He was completely passed through by the ripples. The feeling of the ripples passing through his body was extremely uncomfortable, almost like layers of knives slicing through his body. As he passed through the ripples, the Masha clansman was left with only 30% of his body. What a terrifying space ripple. Just what is that? How did the space change? Luo Feng was shocked to discover that as he passed through the ripples, the space before him had completely changed. The space before was very similar to the normal space of the universe. The stars were usually very far away and the planets were very normal too. However, this part of space, it was so beautiful and varied. The star systems were all relatively close to each other, forming a beautiful picture. Luo Feng could even feel the origin law engravings within these countless planets. Within this danger zone, there's still another space? Luo Feng thought. Sitting on the meteorite, Luo Feng flew slowly, very quickly nearing the first closest planet. That planet was yellow in color, it seemed normal. However, Luo Feng felt it. This planet is completely yellow in color, there's no life at all, its diameter is 21,000 kilometers, star-tier gold. It actually contains a mine of star-tier gold. The pale-faced Luo Feng sat on the meteorite, looking at the lifeless planet. He was shocked. The reserves are actually so strong, if I swallow it, even with my golden horned beast's huge body, I should be able to recover to 80%. Luo Feng felt that it was unbelievable. Star-tier gold, even though it was a G-grade metal, it was extremely special. It was said that when an extremely large star finally collapses into a black hole, it will produce a metal, star-tier gold. This star-tier gold was known as the tear of a star. Even though it was a G-grade metal, but in terms of its uses, it was much more valuable. Luo Feng had never seen such a precious metal mine, almost taking up the entire planet. Even with a universe overlord level god body, even if it was over 1,000 km huge, after swallowing this planet, it would recover to 80%. Luo Feng immediately vanished and the golden horned beast appeared. So, the golden horned beast immediately flew out of the meteorite, swiftly heading towards the yellow planet. After a while, when it was about to reach the yellow planet, the golden horned beast was already very close to a distant gold planet. Just casually extending its divine energy to sense, however, the result made the golden horned beast shocked. What? That gold planet contains a void stone mine, what a terrifying amount. In terms of value, it's not much different from the star-tier gold on this planet. Rumble. The golden horned beast landed on the yellow planet, raising its head. And gazing at the endless planets in space, I've checked 2 planets, both of them have precious mines. And this mysterious space has countless planets. Don't tell me they all have precious mines? P.S. Here's the first chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Silence. The mysterious space was silent. Other than the golden horned beast itself, there were no other living beings. No matter what, let's first recover my god body. Once I'm stronger, I'll be able to better deal with danger. The golden horned beast immediately began to grow, from 1 m long to 100,000 kilometers long, floating in space. One had to know that the planet's diameter was only 20,000 kilometers. The golden horned beast was even bigger than the planet. Natural ability. Swallow. The golden horned beast opened its mouth. Immediately the space around the planet began to distort. If it wanted to, it could swallow the entire planet in one gulp. However, the golden horned beast felt that it would be a waste to destroy such a precious star-tier gold planet. Hence, it controlled the size of the swallow. Countless star-tier gold ore flew out. Star-tier gold mixed with some rocks flew into the golden horned beast's mouth. Like a black hole, it swallowed continuously. The moment the star-tier gold and rocks entered the golden horned beast's stomach, they were completely absorbed and transformed into gold energy, allowing the golden horned beast's god body to constantly recover. After a while, after half of the star-tier gold on this planet was swallowed, the golden horned beast stopped. At this time, its god body had just recovered over 60%. Let's go to the next planet. The golden horned beast directly flew towards the nearest planet, once again devouring the void stone mines. This time, it devoured close to half of the void stone mines on the entire planet. When its divine body recovered to 80%, it headed towards the third planet. As expected. On the third planet, there was an equally precious barium crystal lake. Barium crystal was a black liquid metal that shone like stars on the surface, similar to Mercury. On this third planet, there were a total of 3 huge lakes, taking up 90% of the planet's surface. They were all formed from barium crystal. The golden horned beast drank one of the lakes in one gulp. Its god body completely recovered. Unbelievable. Floating in space outside the third planet, it gazed at this mysterious space. I can feel the fourth planet too. There's actually more. Just the solar system alone has a total of 12 planets. I'm afraid they all have precious treasures. The golden horned beast gazed into the distance. If just one solar system is like this, what about the other solar systems? With a glance, countless solar systems were very close to each other, forming beautiful engravings that shocked Luo Feng. The entire space was like a gigantic space engravings. Even though it was mysterious and beautiful, it was just too lonely, without any other creatures. The golden horned beast flew to the fourth planet, fifth planet, planet by planet. It scanned each planet carefully, trying to figure out just what secrets this piece of space held. Boom, a powerful aura exploded from the planet closest to the star. The powerful God Force aura spread out in all directions at a speed of 30 million kilometers per second. Within moments, it attracted the attention of the golden horned beast on the planet closest to the star. Its God power. A very strong God energy. It should be a universe night. The golden horned beast raised its head and looked in that direction, following which it flapped its wings and swiftly flew over. He broke through the air and flew away. As its speed continued to rise, gradually, the golden horned beast could see a majestic silhouette flying over from that direction. The golden horned beast maintained its 1,000 kilometers long body, and from another direction, a 100 kilometers long huge body was flying over. This is. The golden horned beast looked shocked at the foreign universe night. It was actually a reptilian life form with black scales and a total of 6 heavenly pillars like hooves, the space beast Jin. The space beast Jin was considered the second tier of the space beasts, just below the 12 pinnacle bloodlines. The golden horned beast and Jin were flying towards each other. Golden horned beast. Jin. Their auras were strong. The two warriors met in space. You're here too? The golden horned beast let out a powerful voice. Because you're here, hence I've come. Jin roared, I've received orders from the Space Beast Alliance to receive you, follow me. What? The golden horned beast was stunned. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Before, he thought the space beast was trapped in a danger zone too. However, from the sounds of it, it was actually under the orders of the Space Beast Alliance to receive him. Don't tell me the space belongs to the Alliance? The golden horned beast said. Of course. Zhen nodded slightly at the head that was covered in a layer of shield-like armor. This part of the starry sky is specially used by the Interstellar Beast Alliance to cultivate countless precious materials. I already know that you have swallowed some mineral veins. These mineral veins belong to the Interstellar Beast Alliance. Normally, individuals are not allowed to take them away. You don't know the rules, hence the Alliance won't punish you. What's more, you've been drifting in the universe for so long. You've just returned, the Alliance won't punish us brothers of the same race. The golden horned beast blinked. This so-called danger zone? The golden horned beast was stunned. This is the space controlled by the greatest being of the Alliance, the primogenitor. It's also the most important sacred land of the space beasts. Zhen roared, the primogenitor is one of the greatest beings in the universe. He caused the laws of this space to completely change, making it completely different from the universe outside. Primogenitor, Luo Feng understood, the primogenitor should be the strongest in the universe. Are we still in the actual universe? The golden horned beast asked. Right. Zhen explained, it's just that this space is almost completely cut off from the outside world. Only wormholes can teleport. To prevent the other races from invading, this space is separated into outer space and inner space. The outer space is the region where the other races are trapped, and have been trapped for countless years. And the inner space is hidden within. You should have broken through a layer of space ripples to enter. Only a space beasts can enter without being killed. The other races can't even discover us, much less enter. The golden horned beast understood. The danger zone was actually just a buffer zone outside the sacred land of the Space Beast Alliance. How did you get here? The golden horned beast asked, in space, we can't teleport from the god country, how did you suddenly appear? Us space beasts rarely descend into this space, we're usually at the core of the space, which is also the core of our sacred land, the Star God Mountain. Zhen roared, I received orders, hence I specially came to receive you, and was immediately teleported to that planet. In this space, among the many planets in every star system, there's a wormhole within that connects directly to the Star God Mountain. Zhen roared. Every star system has a wormhole? The golden horned beast was shocked. Yes. The ancestors' power is limitless, creating a wormhole is a piece of cake. Zhen said, let's go, the ultimate beings of the Alliance are still waiting to meet you. Alright. So, two majestic silhouettes flew across space, heading towards the planet that was the third closest to the star. Golden horned beast, do you want your god body to be smaller? Become smaller. Zhen roared. Alright. While flying, the golden horned beast became 100 kilometers long, similar to Zhen. The two chatted as they flew towards the planet. Reaching the planet, the two swiftly shrunk to a few meters in size. Following a deep cave, they directly reached the planet's underground core. This is the wormhole, through it, we can reach the Star God Mountain. Zhen said. Let's go. The golden horned beast was also filled with anticipation, looking at the space whirlpool in front of it. This space whirlpool was only a few tens of meters in diameter, and it had always existed stably. Zhen and the golden horned beast, one in front and one behind, flew into the space whirlpool. This was a vast space. Within the space there were countless space whirlpools, each of them weren't large, only a few tens of meters in diameter. But there were too many of them, they were densely packed, one couldn't see the end, almost. Surrounding this space. And in the center of this space where countless space whirlpools revolved, was a majestic mountain range. The golden horned beast and Zhen simultaneously came out of the space whirlpool. This? The golden horned beast looked at the scene in front of it in shock. In space, there were countless space whirlpools scattered throughout the space, like little flowers revolving around the huge mountain range. The pitch-black mountain range, this was an incomparably huge mountain range that was a few light-years tall. It was completely comparable to the Star Pagoda or the ancestral god Sex base. This pitch-black mountain range floated in the air. One could faintly feel a strong aura, one could even occasionally see the silhouettes of space beasts flying within. Do you see, the great beings of our Space Beast Alliance, no matter if it's the Universe Lord, or the greatest primogenitor, they all live there. Xian roared, his eyes filled with pride. This is the sacred land of our alliance, the sacred land of our space beasts, the Star God Mountain. The golden horned beast was shocked as well. There are countless warriors in the Star God Mountain, countless treasures, countless inheritances, everything, it's even connected to a universe. Xian roared, that is a universe that completely belongs to a space beasts. Universe? The golden horned beast was shocked. Yes. Xian said proudly, universe. A universe that completely belongs to a space beasts. Come, head to the Star God Mountain. Every wanderer who returns from the universe has to head to the Star God Mountain. As long as you receive the recognition of the Star God Mountain, you will be one of us. This is also to get rid of the other races. After all, some of our Space Beast Alliance children have already been possessed by other races. It's hard to identify them. However, on the Star God Mountain, nothing can be hidden. The golden horned beast was shocked. Not good. Let's go, there are already many universe lords of our race waiting to see you. Xian urged, following which he looked at the distant majestic mountain range. Look, even the strongest have come to welcome you. The golden horned beast looked over. Only to see many huge golden horned beasts, at least 10 of them flying over, their powerful auras spreading out. It's the warriors of your golden horned beast race. Xian said. Update complete, my monthly votes are now 4th, if I work hard, I'll be able to rush to 2nd. Everyone please support Tomato. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng had roamed the universe for close to 100,000 years. This was his first time meeting other golden horned beasts, and one time he met over 10 of them. Brother. Welcome back, brother. The 10 golden horned beasts swiftly flew closer, at the same time their powerful voices resounded. Brother wandering the universe, welcome home. Golden horned Luo Feng could only welcome them with Xian. Xian immediately roared, I've already received orders to bring him here. Since your golden horned beasts are here, I'll leave him to you. Go. Leave it to us. Leave everything to us. The 10 golden horned beast warriors all said. Xian nodded and smiled at Luo Feng, after which he became a beam of light and flew away. And golden horned Luo Feng was surrounded by 10 golden horned beasts. This group of golden horned beasts were all very passionate. They had all roamed the universe alone for eons before being accepted into the alliance, hence towards every member of the same race that had just returned, the seniors would always be very sincere and passionate. I'm Fan Knight. I'm Shanwen Knight. I'm Sujin Knight. Their names were all different. After all, every golden horned beast had their own unique experiences, wandering the universe. They had long given themselves names. The normal knight titles were all different too. Golden horned Luo Feng faced the passion of this group of golden horned beasts. He could only say, I'm Gold Peak Knight. Haha, Gold Peak Knight, welcome home. Reaching the universe knight level for the first time to return to the alliance, it's already very rare. To be able to train to the universe knight level alone, Gold Peak Knight, my brother. Your talent is really strong. With the alliance's help, you'll definitely become stronger. Golden horned Luo Feng occasionally spoke beside, however within he really liked the atmosphere. These golden horned beasts were naturally cold and bloodthirsty, however this bloodthirst was only towards other races. Meeting other space beasts, they would feel a sense of closeness. When meeting their own race, they would feel a sense of closeness from their bloodlines. Legend has it that the Space Beast Alliance is very mysterious. Internally they are extremely united, no wonder. Golden horned Luo Feng sighed within. They've been alone for too long, meeting their own race, they naturally treat them like family. Go, go, go. Even the universe lords are getting impatient. Stop it. Let's hurry back. Over 10 golden horned beasts brought golden horned Luo Feng. In space, this large group of golden horned beasts roared amongst themselves, simultaneously flying towards the distant astral god mountain. Golden horned Luo Feng and the other 10 golden horned beasts flew through the air, at the same time worried. According to what Na Zhen said, there's nowhere to hide in the starry sky god mountain. Won't I be discovered? Luo Feng also understood that this was the Space Beast Alliance's greatest being, the primogenitor's territory. He could no longer retreat. Sovereign Su Jin. As the golden horned beast flew, it asked, "Which universe lord is it that wants to see me?" "There are a few universe lords who are curious about you, but the first ones you'll meet are of course the two universe lords of the golden horned beast lineage, the golden horned master and the whirlwind master." "Two?" Golden Horn Luo Feng was shocked. "My golden horned beast bloodline is extremely powerful. Of the 12 peak bloodlines, each bloodline only has one universe lord. And our golden horned beast lineage has two." Venerable Sale said proudly, "The golden horn master is the most ancient master of the universe of our golden horn lineage, while the master of annihilation is a new master of the universe. He became a master of the universe 1,000 epochs ago." Golden horned Luo Feng listened obediently. They chatted as they flew, flying at 100 times the original universe's light speed, very quickly arriving at the vast and endless Astral God Mountain. Astral God Mountain. Golden horned Luo Feng looked carefully, only to find that the rocks of this endless mountain range were completely pitch black. It wasn't black, but a feeling similar to a black hole. Almost as though every rock was a black hole, this Astral God Mountain was extremely vast, separated into many regions. There were many huge shrines built, much larger than the human shrines. Space ripples? Golden horned Luo Feng felt space ripples for the first time. "We can teleport to places with space ripples. This is the primogenitor's way of allowing us to swiftly travel to different places. However, many important places don't have space ripples. Follow me. Head to the Golden Horned Master's shrine." These 10 golden horned beast warriors passionately guided them as they flew within the Astral God Mountain. One had to know that the Astral God Mountain was a few light years tall, even the size of the golden horned beast was like an earthworm on a sun. So, sometimes teleporting, sometimes advancing, after about 6 minutes, they finally arrived at an incomparably majestic palace carved with countless golden horned beast carvings. This palace was over 100 million km tall, emitting an endless pressure. Luo Feng immediately determined, this should be a flying palace-type treasure. "This is the Golden Horned Master's flying palace treasure, it's extremely powerful." Fan Knight said. "Let's go, enter." In the plaza before the palace, there were a few undying level golden horned beasts flying about, playing with each other. When they saw golden horned Luo Feng flying over, they all looked curiously at him. One had to know that there were very few golden horned beasts in the entire Star Alliance. They recognized almost all of them, however they didn't recognize the one brought by the 10 golden horned beast warriors. "Don't tell me this is his first time returning to the Alliance? He was just brought in? His body's energy is so strong, even stronger than many universe warriors." The undying golden horned beasts all discussed softly. And Fan Knight and Su Jin Knight led Luo Feng directly to the entrance of the palace. Even though this was the Golden Horned Master's palace, there were no guards. "Enter, my child." A powerful voice resounded. Golden Horned Luo Feng felt his bloodline tremble and submit. He knew this voice was from the Golden Horned Master. The Golden Horned Master was the most ancient universe lord of the Golden Horned Beast bloodline. It was normal for him to call a returning member of his race child. After all, Luo Feng was countless eras later than him. "Enter. Let's go." Fan Knight and the others along with Golden Horned Luo Feng, their 4 hooves strode forward, entering the vast shrine. Their pace was very fast, every second they flew over 1,000,000 km, flying straight to the center of the shrine and stopping. "Greetings Golden Horned Master, Annihilation Master." Fan Knight and the other 10 golden horned beast warriors said respectfully. "Greetings Golden Horned Master, Annihilation Master." Golden Horned Luo Feng too shouted respectfully, after which he raised his head. Looking at the highest point of the shrine, there stood a majestic golden horned beast with huge scaled wings. This was a terrifying being with an aura like the endless universe, gazing down at Luo Feng. On the left, stood a golden horned beast covered in dark red armor. On top of the 5 horns, there was an extra long golden horn in the middle. As it gazed down at Luo Feng, its eyes were filled with endless whirlpools, almost as though the universe had been annihilated. Annihilation Master. Luo Feng immediately determined that the dark red armored golden horned beast was the new universe lord, the Annihilation Lord. Fan Knight, you all leave first. The golden-horned master gazed down and said slowly. Yes. The 10 golden-horned beast warriors all retreated respectfully and flew away. The only ones left in the shrine were golden-horned Luo Feng below and the 2 universe lords above. Golden-horned master and annihilation master. What a powerful god body. The golden-horned master gazed below and exclaimed, his voice majestic, I didn't expect you to reach such a level while roaming the universe alone. Comparable to many universe lords. The annihilation master's voice was gentler. Golden-horned Luo Feng listened obediently. From the surface, it was impossible to tell that Luo Feng was undying. Firstly, his god body was indeed strong, and secondly, the space laws were the upper laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Even if he was a space knight, his god body could easily manifest any of the 5 elements, and he could manifest the complete space. And the golden-horned beasts usually manifested the gold element in their space energy. To be able to reach this level alone, you are very outstanding. The golden-horned master gazed below, his eyes filled with a smile. I've discussed with the other universe lords, will provide you with special training. Under the Alliance's training, you have a high chance of stepping into the universe lord level. Ha ha ha. On the left, the annihilation master laughed too, gazing at Luo Feng. If you step into the universe lord level, our golden-horned beast bloodline will have 3 universe lords, and will be ranked number 1 among the 12 bloodlines like the Mountain Ravine Beast bloodline. Mountain Ravine Beast, one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines. Luo Feng listened obediently. Sighing within, if I didn't have any strong warriors nurturing me to reach this level, then with the Space Beast Alliance's careful nurturing, I would indeed have a high chance of becoming a universe lord. No wonder the Space Beast Alliance valued him so much. It was a pity, he indeed had the ability and hope of reaching the universe lord level. However, he was a human, not a golden-horned beast. Space God Mountain has many inheritances and countless treasures. Raise your bloodlines. God Body Vibration Technique. Soul Vibration Technique. Anything is possible. The golden-horned master gazed at Luo Feng, and the envoy in general. Inheritances of the ancestral god sect, even the beast god inheritance, are naturally there too. In fact, the divine general's inheritance is just a set of special secret techniques with great power compared to some amplification secret techniques. Luo Feng understood. Just like the demon node inheritance, it was formed from 2 aspects. One of them was a soul-amplifying secret technique, and the other was a demonic sound technique. Actually, the Great Alliance too had the god body and soul vibration techniques, the only thing was that they required contribution points to exchange. Luo Feng's current contribution points were definitely enough. The only thing was that training required a long period of time, hence Luo Feng decided to first acquire the 4th black metal board before returning to learn. The golden-horned master and annihilation master suddenly turned their heads and looked at each other. Golden-horned Luo Feng felt something amiss too, he looked up at the 2 universe lords. Child, the primogenitor ordered me to personally meet you. The golden-horned master's powerful voice resounded, simultaneously he took a step forward and walked down from the throne. P.S. First chapter has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Meet the ancestor? Luo Feng was really shocked. The reason why the 9 great powers of the universe could be called that was because they had the strongest warriors in the universe. Like the creator of the huge axe, even though Luo Feng was from the human race, he had never met or spoken to him before. The only person he had seen who was the strongest in the universe was Mountain Guest. And now he wanted to meet the strongest warrior of the Space Beast Alliance? Rumble the golden-horned lord's 4 hooves stepped on the ground, seemingly slow, but he had already arrived beside Luo Feng. Don't worry, don't be afraid. The golden-horned lord looked at Luo Feng with a warm gaze. Our Space Beast Alliance has many knights, but most of them have never met the ancestor. For you to be able to meet him personally the moment you were brought back, this is also your fortune. Whirlwind Destruction Lord walked down too. If the ancestor values you, then the resources you'll receive will be much, much more. In our Star Alliance, the ancestor's authority is the highest. I'm just a little afraid. Luo Feng roared softly. It'd be weird if you weren't afraid, let's go. The golden-horned lord immediately controlled the surrounding space to bind Luo Feng, after which he became a beam of light and flew out. Beside him Whirlwind Destruction Lord too flew out. Flying, teleportation, flying, the golden-horned lord and Whirlwind Destruction Lord led Luo Feng, spending close to 20 minutes to reach the peak of the starry sky god mountain. The entire peak of the mountain actually had an independent mountain peak. This mountain peak was over 100 million km tall. It seemed illusory. At first glance it seemed illusory, but on closer inspection it seemed real, especially this independent mountain peak had countless beast carvings, almost including the different races of the space beasts. At the foot of this independent mountain peak, there were a total of 12 space beast knights standing guard. These 12 space beasts were the 12 pinnacle bloodlines. Golden-horned Lord, Whirlwind Destruction Lord. These 12 guards bowed respectfully, simultaneously automatically opening up a path. Obviously they had received orders from the ancestor long ago. The golden-horned lord and Whirlwind Destruction Lord walked ahead, Luo Feng followed behind, following a mountain path upwards. This is the Primogenitor Mountain. The golden-horned lord said slowly, it's also an extremely terrifying absolute treasure. It is very scary. Golden-horned Luo Feng too felt the pressure. This Primogenitor Mountain's pressure was simply too strong, causing his 4 legs to go soft. However, it made sense, a treasure used by the strongest warrior of the universe, naturally its power was overwhelming. Even if it was not as good as the Star Tower, it would only be slightly weaker. Xiaochen believed that it would definitely be stronger than Qian Baohe. The reason why he was certain that it was stronger than Qian Baohe was purely because of Luo Feng's intuition. He was already a strong warrior, at least when the treasure released its pressure, he could determine the strength of the treasure. They walked along the mountain path. In the Primogenitor Mountain, you must follow this mountain path. Otherwise, you will be attacked by the Primogenitor Mountain. Even a simple attack from the Primogenitor Mountain can easily annihilate a universe paragon. Therefore, you cannot barge in without permission. The Golden Horn Master pointed and advanced. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the Primogenitor Mountain that was hundreds of millions of kilometers tall. Primogenitor. Primogenitor. The Golden Horn Master and the Annihilation Master lowered their heads respectfully at the same time to show their respect. Primogenitor? Golden Horn Luo Feng didn't even see it. Looking carefully at the distant surroundings, only then did he see an illusory and soft body slowly appear. Simultaneously, a huge head extended out from the depths of the mountain. This head was similar to a dragon's head, only there were a total of 9 horns on it. The 9 horns revolved around the head, almost like a crown. Just this head alone was a few thousand km long. At the same time, in the distant mountain forest, a part of a claw that was not real or fake could be seen. Golden Horn Luo Feng could clearly see that the claw had a total of 9 claws. Even though the entire body of the Primogenitor was only half a claw, one could still deduce that it was at least tens of thousands of km long. Greetings, Primogenitor. Golden Horn Luo Feng lowered his head. The Primogenitor's eyelids lifted slightly. His gaze seemed to pierce through everything. Looking at Golden Horn Luo Feng, a voice that seemed to resonate from every inch of space resounded, "This is the rare genius of our Space Beast Alliance?" "Yes." Annihilation Master said respectfully. Primogenitor. The Golden Horn Master raised his head. He was much more casual. This child has just been brought back and his body is already this strong. It's extremely rare. And the news from Flamestar earlier, this child was able to acquire the Sword River Net part from the Primal Star. Even though we don't care about that part. But it also reflects his capabilities. Ha ha ha, I believe our Golden Horned Beast race will soon produce the 3rd Universe Lord. Golden Horn Luo Feng lowered his head beside Sword River Net part. He had already exchanged it for the 9 Nether River treasure. You two return first. The Primogenitor ordered. Yes. Annihilation Master replied. The Golden Horn Master was immediately overjoyed. Primogenitor, you have to personally nurture him. He's a rare genius of our Golden Horned Beast race, don't try to fool us. The Primogenitor replied. The Golden Horn Master was immediately overjoyed. The Golden Horn Master simultaneously turned to look at Luo Feng, ordering, Gold Peak, the Primogenitor wants to nurture you. This is your fortune, make good use of it. Yes. Golden Horn Luo Feng listened obediently. Let's go. The Golden Horn Master and Annihilation Master immediately followed the mountain path and left. Deep in the mountains, the primogenitor's body was faintly discernible. That huge head gazed down at Golden Horn Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood obediently beside. To be able to kill the Ghost Blade Knight, not bad. The primogenitor said. Luo Feng understood that the absolute space was completely due to the primogenitor changing the universe laws. Naturally, nothing could escape the primogenitor's eyes. He immediately said respectfully, "Luck. Human, you don't think you can hide from me?" The primogenitor's voice resounded throughout every inch of space. He was indeed recognized. Indeed, an absolute genius that only appears once in a trillion eras. The primogenitor said slowly, "Luo Feng, you are a human, not a member of our space beasts. Naturally, you can't be like the other space beasts and obtain our resources." Luo Feng understands. Golden Horn Luo Feng immediately entered the world ring. Simultaneously, the Masha clansman appeared. Believing that he had the Masha clansman, the primogenitor had long known about the control of the absolute space. Luo Feng returned to his human form and bowed respectfully. Human Luo Feng greets the primogenitor. Luo Feng unintentionally fell into danger and was unable to escape. He could only drift about and was brought here. It wasn't on purpose to hide from. The primogenitor. When Luo Feng was weak, he tried to possess the golden-horned beast. I hope the primogenitor will forgive me. Back then, when your home was forced into a desperate situation by the golden-horned beast, it was your luck to be possessed. You coming here indeed wasn't your intention. I won't care about any of this. The primogenitor said slowly. Actually, before becoming undying, whether the space beasts were enslaved or possessed, the Alliance wouldn't care. Only the undying beasts would be brought here. Luo Feng was shocked within. The matter of Earth and the golden-horned beast, very few humans knew about it. How did the primogenitor of the Space Beast Alliance know about it? Your arrival here wasn't a coincidence. It was arranged by your teacher Mountain Traveler. The primogenitor said slowly. Luo Feng was stunned. Mountain Traveler? Mountain Traveler values you even more than his second disciple, Flame Emperor. The primogenitor said slowly, he specially invited me to open up the Space Beast Alliance's important grounds to you. There's no need to thank me. There's always a price to pay. Everything is equal. Your teacher Mountain Traveler has long paid the price. Luo Feng completely understood. Everything was indeed Mountain Traveler's doing. You walk the Beast God bloodline. And in the entire vast universe, the one who nurtures the absolute warriors of the Beast God bloodline is none other than me. The primogenitor said slowly, as for the ancestral god sect, in terms of nurturing the Beast God bloodline, we've only scratched the surface. Our space beasts are the true descendants of the Beast God. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Descendants, actually back then the golden-horned beast was able to easily absorb so many blood river crystals. Even after training the 9-level manuals, the crystal's functions could be fully utilized. This had long made Luo Feng suspicious. Now hearing the primogenitor of the Space Beast Alliance speak, the space beasts were actually descendants of the Beast God, my god, a huge secret. This was definitely one of the top secrets of the universe. My Space Beast Alliance's most important treasure land will be open to you. Even if I don't say it, you'll understand. The primogenitor gazed at Luo Feng, however, don't think it's simple. Your teacher has already set a requirement for you. If you can't reach it, you'll be trapped there forever. Luo Feng blinked. Mountain Traveler's requirement is very high, to the point that it can even be considered ridiculous. The primogenitor gazed at Luo Feng. I believe you have no way of reaching your teacher's requirement. Even after 1,000,000,000 years, you won't succeed. Luo Feng frowned. These words were said by the primogenitor. Who was the primogenitor? The strongest warrior in the universe. The strongest warrior in the universe knew how many miracles Luo Feng had created. Even though he knew Luo Feng had trained for less than 100,000 years, he still dared to say such words. Obviously, Mountain Traveler's requirement was unbelievably high. I even made a bet with him. If you can succeed within 100,000 eras, I'll give you the most suitable set of treasures for the beast god bloodline. If you fail, your teacher will lose an absolute treasure to me. The primogenitor gazed at Luo Feng. I can feel the fighting spirit and confidence in your eyes. I also know you're good at creating miracles. However, when you see your teacher's requirement, you'll understand what despair is. I even believe you'll be trapped there forever. Unless you self-destruct and give up everything to leave. However, if you self-destruct and leave, it'll naturally be considered a failure. The primogenitor said. Luo Feng clenched his fists tightly and endured. Just watch. Even if you're the primogenitor, the strongest warrior in the universe, you actually dare say I won't succeed within 100,000 eras, you're underestimating me. However, just what kind of test did Mountain Traveler teacher set for him, to actually have such a huge bet with the Space Beast primogenitor? The Space Beast primogenitor's bet was an absolute treasure set. Mountain Traveler teacher even used an absolute treasure to bet. Go on in. I believe you won't succeed within 100,000 eras. The primogenitor's voice resounded throughout every inch of space. The black-clothed Luo Feng who was originally standing there vanished into thin air. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng felt the time flow change, almost like he was passing through the universe pathway to the primal universe. Hua. Everything around him became clear. This is? Luo Feng looked ahead. The trees and flowers here were tall and majestic. The ancient trees were all over 100 kilometers tall. So, Luo Feng broke through the air and flew above the forest, surveying his surroundings from there. With a glance, this vast forest was a plain in the distance. With Luo Feng's field of vision, he could only see the forest and the plain. Both the forest and the plain had huge statues. These were the statues of the legendary 8 great natural beast gods. Furthermore, there were many statues of each innate beast deity. Some were sleeping, some were roaring, some were frolicking, different styles of natural beast god statues, and every one of them emitted pressure, almost like the real beast gods had appeared. Where is this? The Space Beast Alliance primogenitor said he wanted to open the Space Beast Alliance's important grounds to me? Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. Is this their important grounds? Not right. Time flow. Luo Feng's face was filled with shock. He had just connected with his Earth body's consciousness and swiftly felt the huge difference in the time flow between them. The difference was so huge that it shocked Luo Feng. In the actual universe, there was only 1 second, however in this land and space Luo Feng was in, it was a full 10,081 seconds. Meaning to say, the time flow ratio had reached an exaggerated 1:10081. How can this be? The time ratio is actually this exaggerated. Luo Feng couldn't believe it, meaning to say that after 10,000 years here, only 1 year has passed in the actual universe. Even our human race's treasures like the Time Palace, normally only allow time to be sped up by a few times, tens of times. Treasures like the Time Palace were normally created by the universe lords who had completely comprehended the space and time laws. The Temple of Time he created was actually a place for cultivation, but the flow of time here was much faster. Training within for 10 years, only 1 month had passed in the outside world. However, according to what Luo Feng knew, the Time Palace was extremely expensive. Normally 10 or 100 times acceleration was normal, 1,000 times acceleration was already astronomical. 10,000 times acceleration, at least the human race didn't have such a time palace. Luo Feng. An ancient voice resounded throughout the land and skies. Luo Feng fiercely turned his head. In the distance, a black cloud flew over, emitting a pressure that could suppress the entire world. When the black cloud neared, it actually transformed into a golden horned beast, and then transformed again, turning into a human, a white-robed old man with 9 horns on his head. Ancestor? Luo Feng hesitated. This is one of my clones. You're in a universe that belongs to the Star Behemoth Alliance. Another universe? Luo Feng was shocked. While chatting with Zhen, he already knew that the Astral Beast Alliance had a universe. Actually, Luo Feng could accept it. After all, the Space Beast Alliance was on par with the Great Alliance. Since the human race had a primal universe, it wasn't strange for the Space Beast Alliance to have a universe as well. And this is the Beast God world of the universe. The primogenitor looked at Luo Feng. It's a place specially for nurturing the Beast God warriors. Beast God realm? Luo Feng looked at this vast and boundless world. The Beast God statues were filled with immense pressure, much stronger than the statue Hiroto left behind back then. This is the most important place of the Astral Beast Alliance. Even the geniuses of the Alliance rarely get the chance to enter. Your teacher Mountain Passenger is pretty generous, coming personally to ask for my help. The primogenitor looked at Luo Feng. However, I believe you won't succeed within 100,000 eras. 100,000 eras in the Beast God world, only 100,000 years have passed in the actual universe. The primogenitor smiled. 1 era per year, you probably haven't seen it before. Yes. Luo Feng was indeed very respectful of such methods. May I ask what request, teacher? Mountain Passenger left behind? Luo Feng asked, what request do I have to reach before I can leave? The request is very simple. The primogenitor looked at Luo Feng. Defeat me and you can leave. Defeat you. Luo Feng's eyes stared wide open. Defeat the Space Beast Alliance's primogenitor, defeat the strongest warrior in the universe? What a joke. I will maintain the same level of strength as your god body. The primogenitor smiled at Luo Feng. My body is as strong as yours. As long as you defeat me who has the same body, you can leave. How is that possible? Luo Feng shook his head. You are the strongest warrior in the universe, your techniques are unbelievable, even the Universe Lord wouldn't be able to do it. Not just the Universe Lord, even the strongest warrior in the universe wouldn't be able to do it. Right, even the Universe Lord wouldn't be able to do it. The primogenitor smiled at Luo Feng. However, the strongest warrior in the universe would be able to do it, because this is just a clone of mine. It can at most suppress the Universe Lord, but against the strongest warrior in the universe, it's still not enough. Don't tell me I have to become the strongest warrior in the universe to leave? Luo Feng shook his head. Impossible, it can't be that ridiculous. No matter how confident Luo Feng was, he didn't dare say he could become the strongest warrior in the universe within 100,000 eras. He believed his teacher Mountain Passenger wouldn't be that stupid. And no matter how good the Space Beast Alliance was, it wouldn't be able to nurture Luo Feng to become the strongest warrior in the universe. What's more, there was no way to nurture the strongest warrior in the universe. The Beast God path, space and time path etc. could only be trained up to the Universe Lord level. That was already the limit. There was no accurate way to become the strongest in the universe. To become the strongest in the universe, one could only rely on themselves. This was what Mountain Passenger had told Luo Feng back then. Relax. Your teacher has given you some hope. The primogenitor smiled. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief within. Indeed, the requirements weren't that ridiculous. When you are at the undying level, I can only use Universe Lord level techniques. The primogenitor smiled at Luo Feng, and when you reach the Universe Lord level, I can use Universe Lord level techniques. And when you become a Universe Lord, I can use my strongest techniques. No matter if you are an Undying, a Universe Lord, or a Universe Lord. This clone of mine will always maintain the same god body as you. The primogenitor smiled. It's just that as your comprehension of the origin laws increases, I can use more techniques. Luo Feng was stunned. A peak-level secret art of the Lord of the Universe? Of course, the pinnacle techniques. The primogenitor smiled. I'll definitely use techniques that are incomparably close to the ultimate level. Luo Feng felt a sense of despair. Preposterous, it was too preposterous. He was just an Undying, and he wanted to fight the Space Beast primogenitor? Even though the primogenitor could only use Universe Lord level techniques that were infinitely close to the ultimate level. But that could still be considered an ultimate technique. Defeat? Don't tell me I, an Undying, have to create a Universe Lord level technique? Luo Feng shook his head. What a joke. An Undying creating a Universe Lord level technique? Never heard of it, definitely impossible. If I break through to the Universe Lord level, that primogenitor would be able to use the Universe Lord level's ultimate technique. With his methods, his ultimate technique would probably be even stronger than the Primal Chaos City leaders. Luo Feng felt despair. When I become a universe lord, then the primogenitor will be able to go all out. There was no hope. In comparison, when he was at the undying level, he had a higher chance. Just an undying wanted to create the ultimate art of the universe lord? That was simply a dream. Right, I believe you won't be able to do it even in 1,000,000,000,000 years. The primogenitor smiled at Luo Feng. Hence, I'm naturally confident in my bet of 100,000 eras with your teacher mountain passenger. Ha ha ha, if you want to reach this requirement, there are actually only two paths. 1. When you're at the undying level, create a universe lord level technique. 2nd, you can become the strongest person in the universe in my beast god realm. There are only these two paths. Hence, don't even think about becoming a universe lord, etc. After all, the moment you focus on your origin law comprehension, the time you spend on it will constantly increase. From the undying level to the pinnacle of the universe lord, just the origin law comprehension alone will require a long period of time, hence it's even more impossible to succeed within 100,000 eras. You only have these two paths, there's a slight possibility. One is to become the strongest in the universe. There's a slight possibility. The other is to create a universe lord level technique at the undying level, there's a slight possibility. The primogenitor smiled at Luo Feng. Of course it's just a slight possibility. I believe you'll never reach it, and will forever be trapped in the beast god world. Luo Feng felt helpless. No wonder this primogenitor, who stood at the pinnacle of the universe, dared to make such a bet. No wonder he was so confident. A slight possibility, this was purely in theory, however the actual probability was probably 1 in 1,000,000,000,000. This beast god world is open to nurture you. The primogenitor pointed at the surroundings. The statues in the distance immediately shone brightly. Even parts of the plains in the distance shone with light. Even further away, light shot into the sky. The statues, the ground, and the walls of the distant mountain range. Some of them have nomological runes left behind, and some are secret arts. All sorts of god-body oscillation techniques, soul oscillation techniques, battle techniques, close combat techniques, soul attack techniques, spirit weapon techniques, there's everything. Some are weak while others are strong. There are even tens of universe lord level techniques. You can learn as you wish. This beast god world is open to you everywhere. The primogenitor smiled. You can study all of them, unleash your talent and create another miracle. Haha, if you want to challenge me, you can challenge me anytime. Of course, if you become the strongest in the universe, you won't even need to challenge me. Explore as much as you want. Study as much as you want, I'll await your challenge, ha ha ha. 100,000 eras, haha, interesting. The primogenitor laughed and vanished into thin air. Has everyone guessed it? Nobody can guess what's going to happen next. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, all of them, send as many votes as you can, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qi.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng watched as the space beast ancestor vanished and swiftly descended, landing beside a lake in the vast forest. He sat crossed-legged and closed his eyes to think. His heart gradually calmed down. Only then did Luo Feng open his eyes and start to think carefully about this matter. Teacher Mountain Passenger paid a huge price to give me this chance, allowing me to enter the Space Beast Alliance's important grounds. However, for me to defeat the ancestor's body, how can I do that? To become the universe's strongest warrior, that's too far away for me. Create the Universe Lord's ultimate technique? Luo Feng shook his head. My origin law comprehension is very low, barely at the entry level of the Universe Knight. To create an absolute technique, one first has to have origin law comprehension as the foundation. I have no foundation at all, how can I create it? Even if I use the beast god conception as the foundation, my beast god conception is only slightly higher than the origin law comprehension. Luo Feng shook his head. Origin law comprehension and beast god conception were the principles of the absolute techniques. The origin law comprehension was completely comprehended. Even though the beast god conception wasn't completely comprehended, it was still memorized through trillions of simulations. However, my origin law comprehension and beast god conception are both very low. To create the universe lord's ultimate technique? How is that possible? Luo Feng looked up and surveyed his surroundings. Teacher. Mountain passenger made me come here. Could it be that the beast god realm can help me reach this goal? Luo Feng soared into the sky and became a beam of light, swiftly flying towards the nearest golden beast statue. The golden beast god was a fusion of the space and gold origin laws. It was also the path Luo Feng trained in. Who? Luo Feng landed before a majestic golden beast statue. This huge horned lizard's thick right claw was tearing the ground, its long tail was slightly swaying, curving in mid-air. The entire statue had many complex engravings on its scales. These engravings were completely different from the beast god statue Luo Feng had. A new engraving. It also gave the entire statue a sense of peace and tranquility. Almost as though the golden beast god was taking a leisurely stroll, casually scratching the ground with its claws. Luo Feng looked up with a curious expression. I clearly feel like this is an origin law engraving, however why are the engravings on the scales different? After studying for a while, Luo Feng couldn't understand. So, Luo Feng broke through the air and flew towards the other golden beast god statue. After all, the golden beast god was the one he understood the most among the 8 great beast gods. The other golden beast statue also made Luo Feng feel like it was an origin law body. However, that golden beast god was emitting an incredibly terrifying killing energy, almost as though it was about to attack. The patterns on the scales changed again. One after another, the metal beast god statues appeared. Each of them was different. There was anger, tranquility, happiness, madness, determination, roaring. In different states, the scales of the metal beast god in different states were also different. Moreover, among those statues, some of the golden beast gods used their sharp claws to attack, some used their tails, and some used their horns. It seemed like any part of their bodies could be attacked. After looking at the gold beast god, Luo Feng looked at the thunder beast god, light beast god, other beast god statues. These statues were much stronger than the statues Hiroto left behind back then. It even made Luo Feng feel that these statues were very close to the little beast god statue he had. The 8 natural beast gods. Every beast god has many statues, and every one of them seems to have completely integrated the origin laws. Luo Feng was shocked within. After looking at the 8 statues, Luo Feng wandered around the beast god world. On the wasteland, on the ancient trees, on the walls, on the mountain peaks, at the bottom of the lakes, there were all sorts of techniques and carvings. When one got close to these places, one could feel the pressure emitted from the carvings. Some were pure engravings, while others were detailed introductions of origin laws. Techniques left behind by the space beasts in the past. Strong or weak, there were even tens of Universe Lord ultimate techniques. As for the pinnacle of Universe Lord techniques and the Universe Knight level techniques, there were countless. There were close combat techniques, spirit weapon techniques, hypnosis techniques, body amplification techniques, soul amplification techniques. It made Luo Feng's eyes blur. My soul amplification technique can only amplify 32 times. Even though the golden horned beast has its own amplification techniques, deities of the world is a more basic one, its limit is only 36 times. The techniques here, most of them can exceed 80 times, some even reach 100 times. Luo Feng was very satisfied with them. If he memorized more techniques, body amplification techniques, soul amplification techniques, he wouldn't have to think of other ways to find them. He could easily train them to perfection in the beast god world. Of course, having the techniques didn't mean success. Just like many who received the inheritance of the god generals, those who truly received the complete inheritance could be counted on one's fingers. Space Beast Alliance's universe, within the beast god world. The vast land and skies were endless. On the peak of the majestic mountain, Luo Feng leaned on the rock and gazed at the endless land and skies, exclaiming, "What exquisite techniques! The Universe Lord's ultimate techniques are indeed unfathomable. Even the Primal Chaos City Leader Teacher's technique is only at this level. It's a pity. I'm still in a daze." Even though some of the techniques had some notes. However, Luo Feng's comprehension was too low. It was like looking at a flower in a fog. He didn't understand anything. The Universe Lord's ultimate techniques are right in front of me, they all have notes and explanations, yet I can't understand them. And you want me to create them? Teacher Mountain Traveler, you have too much confidence in me. Luo Feng was helpless. This was a treasure trove. Just from the beast god statues, Luo Feng was able to see every natural beast god state and state. Luo Feng felt many of the questions he had over the years suddenly cleared up. And Luo Feng had a feeling, the scales produced different amounts of pressure. And all of them were like origin laws, there was a secret within. I feel that every statue is an absolute technique. Luo Feng muttered, and there should be some connection between the statues. It's just that my level is still too low, I can't see through it at all. Luo Feng was actually in a daze at the start, having such a feeling. As he browsed through the many techniques, he realized that the creators of these techniques all had notes at the back, they were all comprehended from certain beast god statues. This made Luo Feng understand immediately, these statues were definitely not ordinary. Comprehended, how do I comprehend? The creators of these techniques are mostly universe lords. How do I comprehend them? Luo Feng shook his head. Teacher Mountain Traveler, you might have to lose that ultimate treasure. Luo Feng said softly, suddenly he was stunned. Not right. Luo Feng suddenly stood up. The ancestor is powerful, Teacher Mountain Traveler isn't stupid either. Luo Feng muttered to himself, in comparison, Teacher Mountain Traveler knows more about me. Since he dared to bet, it means he has some confidence. Which means I have a chance of achieving it, then where is this chance? Where is it? How do I achieve it? Luo Feng could vaguely feel that he had a way to achieve it, but he couldn't think of anything. After thinking for 3 days, he still couldn't think of anything. Forget it, 100,000 eras, that's 1 billion years, such a long time, there's no rush. For now, I'll focus on training the 9 calamities manuals. 9 calamities. 9 calamities. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, training the 9 calamities manuals will definitely allow the golden horned beast to reach the perfect gene level. Last time I obtained the natural talent I am the universe. This time I might even get a natural talent technique. Even if I don't get it. The golden horned beast should be able to unleash I am the universe by then. I am the universe talent technique at the very least consumes such a huge amount of god body, even the ultimate techniques of the universe wouldn't be this ridiculous. And when my consciousness was bestowed, that light's power felt much stronger than the universe lord's. This I am the universe technique should be considered the universe lord's ultimate technique. Luo Feng was overjoyed. Right, the natural talent technique I am the universe. The ancestor only told me to defeat his body, he didn't say I couldn't use my natural talent techniques. Luo Feng laughed to himself, right, just like Bark Mirror Emperor who was only an undying, his natural talent technique's power can be considered at the universe lord level. I've reached the perfect gene level, the I am the universe technique is obviously much more powerful. Ha ha ha, 100,000 eras? I don't need 100,000 eras, I can do it in 100 years, only 3 days have passed in the actual universe. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation, he had a strong feeling, from the commotion of the I am the universe talent technique, its power definitely wouldn't be weak. Along with the consumption of such a powerful god body at the lowest level, it would definitely meet the requirements. When the golden horned beast unleashes I am the universe, it can completely defeat the primogenitor clone that can only unleash the universe lord pinnacle technique. Luo Feng was enlightened. He couldn't think of a way before, but now he had confidence. He had looked at the many techniques of the beast god realm, even though he was confused, he felt that I am the universe wasn't any weaker than any of them. Filled with anticipation, Luo Feng began to fully immerse himself. The golden horned beast's tail, back 2 claws, wings, upper back and head. These 7 areas all had at least 10 blood river crystals infused into them. The genetic amplification could reach up to 10 times. And the right claw, left claw and back all had 100 blood river crystals infused, the genetic amplification could reach up to 100 times. As he trained, the golden horned beast's life genetic level continued to rise, 7,000. 7,500. 8,000. 8,500. 9,000. 9500. When the 6th level of the 9 level was completed, the golden horned beast's life genetic level had reached about 9,900 times. I'm just a little away from the perfect limit. Luo Feng was filled with pride. 7th level. The golden horned beast continued to train for the 7th level, causing its life genetic level to steadily rise, nearing the legendary limit. Just like back then when the ocean clone finally reached its limit, finally, on the 62nd year of entering the beast god realm, the golden horned beast's life genetic level reached the limit of perfection. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The clear lake water rippled, the surface of the lake was covered in mist, permeating the surroundings. Beside the lake, Luo Feng sat crossed-legged, on his shoulder was a 1 m long golden horned beast. Perfect limit. Back then the ocean clone had reached this level, only after transforming into the endless ocean. The new ocean clone that was formed was merely 1,000 times stronger. Finally. I've finally allowed the golden horned beast to reach this level. Luo Feng smiled, at the same time waiting for the changes to happen. According to normal procedures, the moment one's life force reached perfection, there would be changes. The last time was when the universe origin laws descended, causing Luo Feng's consciousness to be drawn into the mysterious space, allowing the ocean clone to swiftly reach over 90,000 kilometers tall. Ah? Luo Feng sat there frowning. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes. No changes? Why isn't there any movement at all? Luo Feng was shocked. After 62 years of training in the 9 Calamity Manual, he reached the perfect gene level. But this time, there was no movement at all. His divine body didn't change, and Luo Feng's consciousness wasn't drawn into that mysterious place again. Luo Feng stood up in shock. Don't tell me, don't tell me. Luo Feng's eyes stared wide, filled with unwillingness. He carefully thought about it and understood why there wasn't any change. Because, this was another universe. And not the primal universe, even though Luo Feng knew it was another universe, in theory, even though it was a different universe, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, thunder, time, space, even the many fusion laws, everything was the same as the primal universe. Comprehending the origin laws and techniques was no different from the primal universe. Just like in the primal universe, stepping into the universe level, domain lord, sector lord, etc., it was exactly the same as in the primal universe. The primal universe was the largest and most vast universe, with trillions of races and countless life forms. And the primal universe and the Space Beast Alliance universe were much smaller. One big, two small. However, the laws, the Strong's training, etc., were all the same. Different universes would only have slight differences in time flow and environment. The big aspects were all the same. Hence Luo Feng thought. The moment he reached the perfect life gene level, the golden horned beast would evolve again. Even his consciousness could enter the mysterious space of this universe again. Wrong. It seems that there are differences between different universes. This universe of the Starry Sky Behemoth Alliance doesn't have any reaction to my perfect genetic level. Even his god body hasn't evolved. Luo Feng shook his head. What to do now? Luo Feng was troubled. Even though the golden horned beast's life gene level had reached a perfect level, and in terms of quality, it had reached the minimum requirement of using I am the universe. But in terms of quantity, it was very lacking. One had to know that a 90,000 kilometer tall divine body could only be used 10 times. The golden horned beast was only 1,000 kilometers, that was a few 100,000th of a 90,000 kilometer high god body. The moment it uses I am the universe, the golden horned beast's body would be completely exhausted before it could even form the technique. Relying on the natural ability I am the universe to defeat the primogenitor's body won't work. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Then what do I do? At that moment, Luo Feng felt helpless. His clone's body was too small, so he couldn't use his innate secret technique. Did he have to create it himself? Just based on his law comprehension and beast god mentality, to create the universe lord's ultimate technique, that was simply the biggest joke in the world. What should I do? Luo Feng constantly thought, however he realized there was no hope. He wasn't even a knight, how could he create the Universe Lord's ultimate technique, become the universe's strongest? Ridiculous, the beast god world was vast and vast. In one of the mountain ranges, on one of the mountain peaks, the white-robed primogenitor old man sat beside him. Opposite him was a green-robed old man with two crystalline horns. The two of them sat opposite each other. Mountain guest, looks like your disciple has fallen into a predicament. The primogenitor smiled. Don't rush. Mountain guest gazed into the distance. Whether it was the primogenitor or the mountain guest, both of them had sent their clones here. After all, this was the universe controlled by the primogenitor, just like how the primal universe was controlled by the primal chaos city leader, this universe was controlled by the primogenitor. In the primal universe, the primal chaos city leader was invincible. In this universe, even though the primogenitor was just a clone, the moment he borrowed the universe origin energy, he was still an invincible being. Hence, similarly the universe's strongest mountain guest naturally wouldn't fall into a predicament, he could just casually create a clone. At the universe's strongest level, he could casually create another clone. You're really powerful. Back then you forcefully raised your second disciple's life genetic level to close to 10,000 times. Now the third disciple you've nurtured is even more extraordinary, he's already reached the perfect gene level. The primogenitor sighed, in terms of nurturing disciples, especially raising the life genetic level, I'm far from you. Mountain guest shook his head and laughed, this goes against the universe's laws, one has to pay a sufficient price. I've only nurtured these two disciples. If it were any more, I wouldn't be able to afford it. The primogenitor nodded. At their level, they were already standing at the pinnacle. Like the amplitude techniques, life genetic level etc., they had no meaning to them, they had long reached the perfect level. Otherwise, how could they be called the universe's strongest? Everyone who can reach the perfect gene level will receive the primal universe origin energy's blessing. Their divine body can evolve to the perfect level. Their consciousness can also receive the strongest talent secret technique. The primogenitor sighed, what a pity. This is my universe. The primogenitor glanced at Mountain Guest. My universe is far from being as powerful as the primal universe. I can't give him the talent secret technique. I can't make his divine body evolve either. The primogenitor held up the wine that was condensed from countless dew and took a sip. His divine body hasn't evolved, even if he has the strongest talent secret technique, he won't be able to use it. Moreover, he hasn't even received the strongest talent secret technique. If this was the primal universe, I'm afraid I'd lose this bet. What a pity, this is my universe. The primogenitor looked at Mountain Guest, I can control all unexpected factors, your disciple can only rely on the beast god realm. Quite confident? Mountain Guest also held up the wine, took a sip, and sighed, this wine is not bad, give me some later. This wine of mine is specially cultivated in this universe I control, in many special environments, before finally producing it. The cost of the effort is not small. The primogenitor looked at Mountain Guest and laughed, however, your ultimate treasure is about to lose to me, this little wine is nothing. Old beast god, remember, 100,000 eras. Mountain Guest shook his head, how long has it been, don't be too confident. Oh, you're very confident? The primogenitor said, do you think that disciple of yours will be able to become the strongest expert in the universe in 100,000 epochs? Or will he be able to create the ultimate secret technique of the Lord of the Universe with his undying body? Or will he be able to create the ultimate technique of the strongest expert in the universe with his paragon body? According to the bet, the moment Luo Feng becomes the Universe Lord, then the primogenitor clone can use the Universe Lord ultimate technique. The ultimate technique used by the primogenitor clone will undoubtedly be the pinnacle of the ultimate techniques used by the Universe Lord. To defeat such a primogenitor clone, the only way is to create the universe's strongest ultimate technique. I can only tell you. Mountain Guest looked at the primogenitor, my disciple has hope of succeeding, of course, if he can't comprehend it and fails, he can only blame himself for not being capable enough. Hope? What a joke. The primogenitor still didn't believe it, 100,000 eras, it's only 100,000 years in the primal universe, just watch. Mountain Guest said, in these 100,000 years, don't let any other warriors enter the beast god realm, don't disturb him. Relax, I definitely won't purposely disturb him. The primogenitor said. Where's the wine? Mountain Guest said. The primogenitor flipped his hand and immediately an exquisite wine bottle appeared, floating in mid-air. This is half of what I've accumulated. The primogenitor said. I'm leaving. Mountain Guest flipped his hand and kept the wine. He turned and gazed into the distance. The distant Luo Feng was deep in thought, following which he turned and took a step, vanishing into thin air. Hope? The primogenitor gazed below. Mountain Guest that old punk actually said his disciple has hope of succeeding. Becoming the universe's strongest is definitely a joke. Which means, he thinks his disciple can create the Universe Lord ultimate technique with his undying body? If this Luo Feng succeeds, it'll be an eye-opener for me. If he fails, that ultimate treasure will be mine. The primogenitor smiled and vanished into thin air. Luo Feng sat by the lake for a total of 9 days, even studying his teacher Mountain Guest and the space beast primogenitor's mentality, but he still couldn't find a solution. Primogenitor, Mountain Guest, they are the strongest in the universe, their knowledge and abilities are at the pinnacle of the universe. The primogenitor doesn't believe I can do it. Since teacher Mountain Guest made this bet, he definitely thinks I have a chance of doing it, at least within a billion years. Luo Feng pondered. He told me to come to the Beast God realm, so to reach this requirement, I have to first search within the Beast God realm. Luo Feng understood. The first goal was the Beast God realm. Throughout history, there have definitely been many that came to the Beast God realm, after all the techniques were obviously left behind by the Universe Lords and Knights of the Space Beast Alliance. However, these powerful beings couldn't possibly create the Universe Lord ultimate technique at the undying level. The moment someone could do it, the primogenitor wouldn't gamble. Luo Feng nodded to himself. From this, it could be deduced that just relying on the Beast God realm wasn't enough. First, I have to rely on the Beast God realm. Second, I have to rely on some of my own secrets. Third, I still need a long time, otherwise teacher Mountain Guest wouldn't have bet 100,000 eras. Luo Feng thought, 100,000 eras, that was a billion years. That was an extremely long time. P.S. Here's the first chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng understood that if he wanted to succeed, he had to start from the Beast God world. He also understood that his teacher paid such a huge price to let him enter the Beast God world, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. Hence, Luo Feng once again began his tour of the Beast God world. This time he was extremely serious and careful. First, he left a secret technique carving on the ground of a plane and learned 2 sets of amplitude amplification secret techniques. One was a soul amplitude technique, called 9-peak lock. When trained to the extreme, one could reach a soul amplitude of 99, which was actually 100 times. The other was a God body amplitude technique, called Golden Beast God. When trained to the extreme, one could reach 100 times. Luo Feng originally thought that his training would be very difficult. However, he didn't expect Golden Beast God to be completed in one go. In a short 3 days, he reached the perfect level. Whether it was the Masha clansman, his earth body, ocean body, or the golden horned beast, they could all unleash this God body amplitude technique. As for 9-peak lock, it was an extreme control of the godly energy. Its requirements for willpower and consciousness were extremely high. However, Luo Feng's willpower and consciousness were at the Universe Overlord level. And the Universe Overlord's soul amplitudes were all at a perfect level. Hence, it was easy for Luo Feng to train. After spending over a month, he actually managed to train 9-peak lock to a perfect level. My godly energy, willpower, and consciousness, they are all at the Universe Overlord level. Yet, training them is so easy. Luo Feng sighed within. This was the difference in strength and difficulty. If it was an Emperor level undying, probably not even one out of the tens of thousands of them could train 9-peak lock to its absolute peak. 9-peak lock and Golden Beast God, these 2 amplitude techniques took over a month to train. Luo Feng then continued to tour the Beast God world. The Beast God world had 64 Beast God statues. Each of the 8 great innate beast deities had 8 statues of beast deities. There were tens of thousands of secret techniques, 36 Universe Lord Ultimate techniques, 123 Universe Lord Pinnacle techniques, 3,000 Universe Lord Ultimate techniques, and tens of thousands of Universe Lord Pinnacle techniques. There were also large amounts of seemingly random origin law engravings. He couldn't understand most of the secret techniques, and he could only vaguely understand some of the most basic secret techniques. After studying it for half a year, Luo Feng arrived before one of the golden beast god statues, raising his head to carefully study it. Those absolute arts are useless against me. Those were all created by other experts. Even if I learned them, they would be most suitable for others. In my hands, they would be much weaker. Luo Feng looked at the beast god statue, and many of the techniques have descriptions of studying the beast god statue. Even the masters of the universe can comprehend these beast god statues. In the entire beast god realm, the most precious thing is these 64 beast god statues. Luo Feng stared. In the beast god realm, on one of the mountain peaks, the primogenitor stood casually, gazing at the distant golden beast statue in the vast forest where Luo Feng stood. He said softly, "You've actually stood before the beast god statue for a total of 3 years, looks like you've realized. The beast god statue is the most precious thing." That's right. All the peerless geniuses and super experts of our Starry Sky Alliance know that the beast god statue is the key. There are many who understand this. However, those who comprehend the absolute arts, especially the Universe Lord's ultimate arts, are extremely few. And those who comprehend the Universe Lord's ultimate arts are all Universe Lords. The primogenitor was leisurely and carefree. He himself was clear. The other techniques of the beast god realm seemed precious, but they weren't much. The 64 statues were the true priceless treasures. Luo Feng stood before the 8 statues, studying them for a year at least, or 8 years at most. As for the thunder and light beast gods, the time he took to study them was much shorter. After all, he didn't walk the path of the other beast gods. The 64 statues took a total of 52 years. The more I look, the more I feel, it's perfect. Golden Beast God, 8 statues. Luo Feng felt that after looking at the 8 statues of the Golden Beast God, the rage, joy, calmness, roar, madness, all sorts of situations were very familiar to him. Closing his eyes, it was almost as though he had personally seen the Beast God, the Golden Beast God. One less statue would make me feel incomplete. Luo Feng nodded within. Actually, just looking at the 64 statues, as long as one was a strong warrior, they would feel that the 64 statues were one body. The 64 statues represented the universe engravings, and if they could combine into one, it could completely form an absolute technique. Just like a man and woman, with one look, they would feel like husband and wife. The 64 statues, if one calmed down and looked at them, they would feel like they were one body. Every warrior of the Space Beast Alliance that came to the Beast God realm should be able to feel it. However, no one has been able to comprehend this technique. Luo Feng thought. Because of the Beast God realm's 36 most powerful universe techniques, some were comprehended from the Golden Beast God, some from the Thunder Beast God, and occasionally from 2 Beast Gods. However, from the aura left behind by the statues, they were all equally powerful. Obviously, the techniques were all about the same level. If one were to combine the 8 statues to create an absolute technique, it would definitely surpass the other techniques. After learning the 2 oscillation techniques and studying the Beast God statues, Luo Feng began to study himself. I have to succeed. 1. Rely on the Beast God realm. 2. Rely on my unique body. 3. Rely on time. I've studied the Beast God realm thoroughly. And myself, what's truly unique, even the absolute warriors of the Space Beast Alliance, other than the primogenitor, can't compare to, is probably the 9-level manuals, Star Pagoda, Natural Talents, I Am the Universe and Endless Dark Ocean. Luo Feng thought. The 9-level manuals, one of a kind in the universe. Star Pagoda, the universe's ultimate treasure. Other than the primogenitor, the chances of any other being in the Space Beast Alliance having such an ultimate treasure was extremely low, at least Luo Feng had never heard of it. The natural talent I Am the Universe, this was a natural talent bestowed by the universe after reaching a perfect genetic level. One had to know that many unique special life forms only had a few thousand times the normal genetic level. Close to 10,000 times was rare. Not to mention reaching a perfect level. Space beasts weren't special life forms. Unless one had something similar to the 9-level manuals, it would be hard to reach such a level. Endless dark ocean, it meant that the god energy was almost endless. It was a pity that he was in another universe and had no way to absorb the energy from the endless dark ocean. He did as he said. Primal universe, Luo Feng's earth body first headed to the star pagoda, studying the countless stars and the engravings on the sky pillars. It was a pity. It felt even more profound than the universe lord techniques in the beast god realm. He couldn't understand them at all. Following which, he carefully studied the 9-level manuals. This was purely a technique to raise one's genetic level, and in terms of profoundness, it was comparable to the star pagoda engravings, far surpassing the universe lord techniques. Similarly, he didn't understand the profoundness within, he could only train it step by step. Following which, returning to the endless dark ocean, he began to unleash his natural talent I am the universe. Luo Feng's other bodies couldn't unleash I am the universe, unless the enemy entered the god country. The endless dark ocean within the god country was able to unleash I am the universe. Natural talent. I am the universe. Rumble immediately the endless god energy ocean burned and became endless energy. In the air above the endless dark ocean, a huge egg-shaped ball with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers appeared, miniature universe. This is the universe? Miniature universe? Luo Feng's consciousness merged with the miniature universe, feeling incredibly excited. Ever since he got the talent, I am the universe, this was the first time he used it, according to the incomparably mysterious talent that was imprinted in his consciousness. When he used it, the god energy consumption rate was simply terrifying. Almost as soon as he used it, the god energy of the golden horned beast's god body was completely used up. Luckily the endless dark ocean was vast enough. Miniature universe. The vast universe, with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers, it contained everything. Within this vast universe, there was chaos energy flow, and the miniature universe itself was Luo Feng. How mysterious. Absolute control, absolute control. The moment Luo Feng transformed into the miniature universe, he understood that he could split a portion of his god body to fight with his enemies within the universe, within his own miniature universe. With the pressure of the universe, his strength would rise greatly, while his enemies would be suppressed greatly. This was just one of the abilities. The strongest was universe explosion. Luo Feng was shocked. With just a thought, he could cause the entire miniature universe to instantly collapse into the universe destruction. Its power was unbelievable. What a mysterious technique. There's actually such a heavenly talent that can transform into a miniature universe. Luo Feng exclaimed. Simultaneously his consciousness began to carefully study the miniature universe. The membrane of the huge ellipsoidal sphere, the miniature universe, was formed by countless strands of law threads connecting together to form a huge mystical pattern of law, transforming it into chaotic air currents. The chaotic air currents revolved around the huge mystical pattern and condensed into a membrane. The other chaos energy flowed within the miniature universe constantly. The huge origin law engravings, this was Luo Feng's natural talent that he unleashed. He didn't understand it at all, and this was his first time personally seeing this origin law engravings. This origin law engravings were oval-shaped, formed from trillions of origin law threads that intersected and intersected. It was extremely complicated. This origin law engravings was the laws of the miniature universe, and Luo Feng's god energy consumption was to supply the entire miniature universe's consumption. Accurately speaking, this wasn't a true universe. A true universe's energy should be cyclical, it should never be consumed. However, Luo Feng's energy was constantly being consumed. Obviously this origin law engravings should be a simplified version of the primal universe's laws. Even so, it was enough to stun Luo Feng. 2. Luo Feng was completely shocked by this engravings. This engravings had a beauty that shook the soul. It was more shocking than any ultimate technique, even more beautiful than the engravings on the beast god statues. P.S. 2 chapters completed, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng was completely immersed in this shock, carefully admiring this huge and intricate miniature universe engravings. As time passed, the amount of God energy consumed in 90 seconds was comparable to the 90,000 kilometers tall ocean clone, 10,000 times genetic life form. However, the endless ocean could easily withstand it. This isn't this? Luo Feng was shocked to find that the incredibly complicated and intricate engravings could be completely separated, forming many small engravings. Every small engravings was from the 64 beast god statues. One of the statues had a total of 92 engravings, many of them were repeated, however it was obvious that they all came from the 64 beast god statues. And these 92 engravings had countless threads intertwining, almost like large amounts of spare parts finally forming a car. These 92 engravings, every part had countless threads intertwining, perfect and flawless, almost like it was made by nature, finally forming a miniature universe. How can this be? 64 engravings, combining and forming a miniature universe engravings. Luo Feng suddenly felt as though a new door had opened before him. If one didn't know about the 64 engravings beforehand, then facing the miniature universe engravings with trillions of origin laws intertwining, one would only find it profound and unfathomable. However, right now Luo Feng felt that from the perspective of the engravings, it was obviously much easier. It was just a complex combination of the 64 engravings. It's unbelievable. Luo Feng was completely captivated. He had never realized that the high-end, mighty heaven-defying techniques could actually be analyzed from another perspective. Primal universe, in the vast space, a normal universe ship was flying. Within the ship, this disciple of mine has the 9 underworlds body. He's already reached the perfect life form level before undying. He must have received the strongest natural abilities. Mountain passenger sat in the ship, saying softly, and the strongest natural abilities are the pinnacle of the countless natural abilities in the universe. Every single one of them can be considered perfect. And the 64 engravings? They're the perfect embodiment of the 8 beast gods. The 8 beast gods are the embodiment of the 8 great origin laws. The universe's laws can be split into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, wind, thunder, time, space. They can also be split into the 8 great origin laws. Mountain passenger smiled. Mountain passenger was already standing at the pinnacle of the universe. He could clearly see through everything. The most powerful secret arts can be broken down into 64 secret patterns. As for some low-level secret techniques, they can't even compare to a mysterious beast tattoo. They don't have the qualifications at all. Luo Feng looked at the 64 beast god statues in the beast god world and knew about the 64 engravings. The moment he unleashes his own special technique, he'll definitely discover the connection between the 64 engravings and his special technique. From the angle of the mystical patterns, I'll use the 64 mystical patterns as elements to create a secret art. There's no need to understand the principles behind each of the 64 mysterious patterns. All I need to do is memorize the 64 patterns and the structure of each one. Then, with reference to the complicated mysterious pattern structure of the strongest secret innate skill he obtained, we can definitely try this path. Once I succeed, it's not impossible to create a simplified version of the strongest talent secret technique. If he really succeeds, then it means that his attainments in the mysterious patterns are already extremely high. Using the 64 engravings as the basic elements to train, there were warriors of this level before the Great Apocalypse. If Luo Feng can achieve something in this area, along with his normal origin law training, his improvement will be even faster. He'll also be able to see through the mysteries of the universe's origin laws. Mountain passenger waited silently. He was gambling, the path of the mysterious patterns. Since the birth of the primal universe, no one had walked it before. The main thing was that very few had the qualifications to see the 64 engravings. Even without the guidance of the strongest talent secret technique's perfect engravings, it was still hard to understand. However, before the Great Apocalypse, there were warriors of this level. This meant that this path was possible. Different paths could support each other, yet they all led to the same destination, the mysteries of the universe's origin laws. You haven't even spent 100,000 years to have such accomplishments. I can even endure the life and death inheritance. Now that I'm giving you a total of 1 billion years. I wonder if you'll have any results on the path of the mysterious patterns. mountain passenger waited silently. The path of the mysterious pattern training had always been a secret. After all, the Great Apocalypse was far away and unpredictable. During the Great Apocalypse, the mysterious pattern training was extremely secretive and rare. The number of people who trained in it was extremely few. Infatuated. Luo Feng was completely infatuated. He'd never thought that after the 64 engravings were combined, they could form such a heavenly technique. Luo Feng felt that the I Am the Universe technique was extremely powerful. It was like a heavenly book that he couldn't understand at all. But now he understood, this was the incomparably complicated combination of the 64 engravings. Some of the engravings were even repeated. A total of 92 engravings. Don't tell me these 64 engravings, when they combine, they have extremely great power? Luo Feng immediately began his research. In one of the mountain peaks of the beast god realm, the ancestor appeared and gazed below. That's weird. Why is he drawing the engravings over and over again? The ancestor looked from afar. Luo Feng was sitting cross-legged in front of a golden beast statue. Around him, engravings were forming and the engravings began to combine. He's been drawing these engravings for over 10,000 years. The ancestor was suspicious. After Luo Feng studied the engravings, he realized that the engravings were extremely mysterious and hard to fathom. If he drew it wrongly, the power would be greatly reduced. However, Luo Feng completely followed the complicated engravings of the I Am the Universe and simulated a few simple combinations. Like a blind cat catching a mouse, he casually created 10 techniques. However, most of them were weak, comparable to some undying techniques. The only one that was extremely strong was actually close to the third form of the 10,000 star Dao presentation picture. This shocked Luo Feng greatly. He understood, the engraving's path was definitely a new path. And if he wanted to successfully defeat the ancestor within 100,000 eras, he would have to rely on this. At the start, Luo Feng was purely guessing. I Am the Universe's incomparably complicated engravings. There were trillions of ways to combine origin law threads. Luo Feng started purely copying and randomly guessing. Just like that, after over 10,000 years, he had successfully created many techniques. Most of them were weaker. However, time after time of experimentation, Luo Feng discovered the differences in these combinations. From practice, he came up with possibilities. From each possibility, he came up with theories. During the first 100,000 years, Luo Feng was completely exploring. To try and guess something that was comparable to the third form of the 10,000 star Dao presentation picture, he only managed to do it twice. Obviously, relying on guessing was extremely difficult. After the exploration phase, Luo Feng gradually had some patterns. And Luo Feng made a decision to temporarily abandon the other 56 engravings and completely study the 8 great engravings of the Golden Beast God. Because from the 100,000 years of exploration, it was clear that Luo Feng's guessing was the most accurate of the 8 great engraving diagrams, and his comprehension was also the fastest. After 1,000,000 years, Luo Feng had some understanding of the 8 great engravings. Over 10 million years, Luo Feng's understanding of the many combinations of the 8 patterns, their mysteries, effects, power etc. was completely grasped within his heart. Of course, these he grasped. Compared to the I Am the Universe, this incomparably complex pattern combination was just the tip of the iceberg. However, this tip of the iceberg was completely grasped by Luo Feng. Within these 10 million years, Luo Feng had finally created a universe night-level ultimate technique by chance. Even though he didn't understand the fundamentals, it was like a natural talent technique. Luo Feng had already memorized the way to unleash it, memorizing the countless origin law thread structure and unleashing it in an instant. Logically, this was impossible. The countless origin law threads had to be unleashed in an instant. If one didn't understand the fundamentals, it was impossible to unleash it. Unless it was like a natural talent technique, imprinting it within one's consciousness. However, in truth, Luo Feng didn't need to unleash all of his origin law threads. He only needed to unleash a few engravings and then carefully control them. Vast and profound, the path of the engravings, Luo Feng felt that it was profound and unfathomable. Maybe it was an unorthodox path, but it was a path that led to the highest path. Did Teacher Mountain Passenger already know of this training method, and let me come to the beast god world? But why has humanity never had such a training method before, and I've never heard of it before? Luo Feng was suspicious at times. However, without a doubt, this is indeed an unbelievable training method. The engravings were like components. The universe was like a skyscraper. Countless components eventually formed the skyscraper, and the construction methods could be split into tiling, carpentry, mechanics, etc. Luo Feng had already researched and understood over 900 million ways to combine the engravings. He had completely grasped over 100,000 of them. As this was a completely foreign path, everything depended on Luo Feng's exploration. Hence, everything was difficult at the beginning. As he got started, Luo Feng's speed of grasping the combinations gradually increased. Immersed in the 8 great engravings, Luo Feng forgot about the flow of time. Time passed quickly. Tens of millions of years passed by. Luo Feng frequently studied the 8 great beast drawings, occasionally stopping to study the engravings and create new techniques. At the highest peak of the beast god world, the primogenitor frowned as he gazed below. Luo Feng had been in the beast god world for 180 million years. As time passed, the primogenitor completely understood from Luo Feng's training process. Engravings training, this was a path that led to the highest path. This time, I've failed. Mountain Passenger is indeed powerful. He actually knew of such a training method. He actually believed that his disciple would be able to succeed on this foreign path. The primogenitor also deduced that the engravings training method, its weakness was that the foundation wasn't solid enough. Its strength was that one could occasionally get lucky and create a heaven-defying technique. The primogenitor's expression suddenly changed. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. It can't be? The ancestor was shocked as he gazed into the distance. Don't tell me he can comprehend the heart of the beast god like this? The plains were overgrown with weeds. A majestic huge horned lizard statue was half crouching, almost as though it was ready to attack. And on the back of the golden beast god statue, Luo Feng was lying on a scale, squinting his eyes. In mid-air before him were countless complicated golden engravings flowing about. Even though it seemed like he was leisurely training for over 100 million years, in truth Luo Feng was in a special state. Over 100 million years, he had been studying the 8 engravings of the golden beast god. Every engraving represented a different aspect of the beast god. The 8 engravings, it made Luo Feng feel like he was studying every aspect of the beast god. Day after day, month after month, year after year, time passed. Luo Feng had always been studying the 8 engravings. Over the long years, it was almost like he was with the beast god. At this time, after 180 million years of studying the engravings, he suddenly forgot himself. At this time, it was almost like he was the beast god. Joy, happiness, rage, roar, madness. He roamed the universe, he fought with his enemies, fighting in the endless space. The battles continued on through the galaxies, until he finally fell unwillingly. Luo Feng laid there and closed his eyes, not moving at all. Everything was fake. The beast god was the real thing. After a long time, this sleep lasted for 1,000 years. In these 1,000 years, even his earth body and endless dark ocean were in deep slumber. No matter who it was, they had no way of contacting Luo Feng. In these 1,000 years, Luo Feng had forgotten his human memories. He had forgotten everything. In his slumber, he thought he was a beast god, living his life. 1,000 years passed quietly. Luo Feng opened his eyes. Is this Xuanzhou Mengdai? Luo Feng said softly. The moment he opened his eyes, he couldn't even tell if he was Luo Feng or the beast god. However, very quickly, he completely woke up. Over 100 million years of memories of being a human came flooding back, completely covering the memories of when he was a beast god. Beast god? What a mysterious feeling. Luo Feng laid on the back of the beast god statue. The feeling of being a beast god was so clear, he could easily enter that state. Beast deities and humans had completely different living conditions. A state of complete detachment, freedom from nature. At the peak of the mountain, the primogenitor looked at this scene and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The final bottleneck of the path of the beast god, the hardest to comprehend and obtain heart of the beast god, was grasped by him just like that? According to the ancestor god sect, the path of the beast god was divided into 7 inheritances. After comprehending the way of the beast god, one would step into the level of a master of the universe and become a peak existence in the universe. However, how difficult was it to become a master of the universe? For example, the golden-horned beast lineage had only had 2 universe lords throughout the eons, while the flaming star beast lineage only had 1. All of this meant that it was extremely difficult to become a universe lord. There were many checkpoints. One of the most elusive hurdles on the path of the beast god was that one had to comprehend the heart of the beast god in order to transform into a real beast god. This caused some of the universe overlords to be extremely puzzled. Like Hiroto and many other universe overlords, they could only transform into pseudo-beast gods. Because none of them had comprehended the heart of the beast god. Without a heart of the beast god, there was no way to transform into a true beast god. And Luo Feng's unintentional efforts had led to great success. Over 100 million years of studying the 8 great engravings, he had unknowingly fallen into a deep sleep, forgetting everything and spending a long period of time as a beast god. That's right. This Luo Feng has made such a name for himself in less than 100,000 years. In our beast god realm, he has trained for 180 million years. He has devoted himself to studying the engravings of the Golden Sky sect. Without any guidance, he has completely figured it out by himself and has already reached an extremely high level. To be able to casually create a universe night level technique, obviously he is incredibly familiar with the 8 great engravings of the Golden Beast God. And these 8 great engravings completely represent the complete Golden Beast God. What's more, the Golden Horned Beast is the descendant of the Golden Beast God. It's the easiest for it to comprehend the heart of the Golden Beast God. Combining the two, it's normal for him to succeed. The primogenitor quickly understood. Everything was a matter of preparation. After all, Luo Feng had spent 180 million years on the engravings. With Luo Feng reaching the pinnacle in a few thousand years and creating the 3 ultimate techniques in a few tens of thousands of years, if he were to study the origin laws, he would have long reached the upper-level night level in 180 million years. Just to chase and defeat the primogenitor. Hence Luo Feng didn't spend any effort on his origin law comprehension. His entire focus was on studying the engravings. This made his attainment in the engravings far exceed his comprehension of the origin laws. After all, he had only trained for tens of thousands of years. The engravings, however, he had trained for 180 million years. There was no way to compare this. The primogenitor, who had calmed down, suddenly had a huge change in expression. He looked in disbelief at Luo Feng on the beast god statue in the wilderness. Even when Luo Feng comprehended the beast god heart, he didn't lose his composure like this. On the back of the beast god statue. After sleeping for 1,000 years, Luo Feng once again studied the 8 great engravings of the Golden Beast God. Using the miniature universe engravings as the final template, he attempted to create new techniques. After sleeping for 1,000 years, Luo Feng was still affected by the heart of the beast god. Hua hua hua, countless golden threads floated in midair. It should be like this. Like this. Coincidentally, even Luo Feng himself didn't know the theory behind the 8 great engravings swiftly fused together. Other than a large portion of the origin law threads combining due to Luo Feng's good foundation, there were also a few that were purely due to Luo Feng's special state of mind. He did it as he wished without thinking at all. Just like the Golden Beast God drifting in the universe, everything was as he wished. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. If he wanted to eat, he would eat. If he wanted to sleep, he would sleep. Luo Feng was still confused and uncertain about how to combine them all. He did it as he wished, it was the most comfortable. Rumble. A golden light suddenly appeared between the land and skies. The golden light immediately swept through the land and skies, causing ripples and crevices to form in the extremely congealed space. Even the ground itself had a 10,000 kilometers long ravine from the ripples. In an instant, the entire land naturally changed and everything returned to normal. I didn't use much god energy. Luo Feng was stunned as he sat on the back of the beast god statue. He gazed at the ravine that led to the end of the wasteland, until it finally returned to normal. Technique? What level technique is it? Luo Feng couldn't believe it. He was powerful, reaching the pinnacle of undying in just a few thousand years. If he used this long 180 million years to completely study the origin laws, he could even reach the 6th or 7th level of the beast god path. He would use this long period of time to study the engravings. It was indeed very successful. Right now, he could easily create a Universe Knight level technique, even accidentally creating a Universe Overlord level technique that was extremely powerful. However, in terms of power, it obviously couldn't compare to this golden light. Don't tell me it's the Universe Lord's ultimate technique? Luo Feng couldn't believe it. If he didn't train, he wouldn't know. After cultivating the school of arcane diagrams, he finally understood that although this school of arcane diagrams could occasionally rely on luck to create a set of secret arts, the more heaven-defying the secret art was, the less likely it was to rely on luck. 180 million years, Luo Feng's attainments in the engravings were already extremely high. He could easily create a Universe Knight level technique. The strongest he had created was only the Universe Overlord's ultimate technique. That was only 2 levels higher than his normal abilities. To create the Universe Lord's ultimate technique, according to Luo Feng's guess, he would probably have to study it for another few 100 million years. When he could casually create an Overlord level technique, maybe he would be lucky enough to create the Universe Lord's ultimate technique. The higher the basics, only then could he accidentally create a stronger technique. As an artist, the stronger his own abilities, the better his inspiration would be. And without any foundation, no matter how much inspiration he had, he wouldn't be able to produce an absolute painting. Luo Feng's current basics were already extremely high. In the engravings, he could be said to be unparalleled in the universe. He was already considered a scholar, an ancestor. However, to create the Universe Lord's ultimate technique, that was still unbelievable. Is it the Universe Lord's ultimate technique? So, Luo Feng leapt up and flew towards the distant mountain range. On his shoulder lay the golden-horned beast. After flying for a while, arriving at the mountain wall, there were 3 engravings on it. They were all left behind by the space beasts and Universe Lords. These 3 were the Universe Lord's ultimate techniques. I'll carve the engravings of the techniques I created. Won't I know from the pressure? Luo Feng looked at the wall. His god energy surged. Immediately, an incomparably complex engraving appeared on the wall. Even many knights would find it like a heavenly book. If it was the Luo Feng of 180 million years ago, he wouldn't be able to understand it at all. The engraving was profound and profound. It emitted endless pressure. It resonated with the engravings of the 3 great universe engravings. It wasn't any weaker. Over 100 million years of hard work, along with the beast god heart, at a certain point in time, Luo Feng had casually created such a technique. It was a set of secret techniques that used the miniature cosmos secret pattern diagram as a template. It could be said to be a simplified version of the miniature cosmos secret pattern diagram. It was purely a near-perfect combination of the metal beast god and the 8 great beast god diagrams, forming a set of offensive secret techniques, the ultimate secret technique of the master of the universe, 100 million years of research and creation. The beast god heart. At a certain point in time, the 8 great engravings of the golden beast god were almost perfectly combined. Whether it was reasonable or not, it was born just like that. At the peak of the mountain, the ancestor gazed down. Simultaneously, he communicated to Mountain Guest in the primal universe, "Mountain Guest, why aren't you coming over? P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation." After a while, another expert appeared on the mountain peak, Mountain Sitting Guest. "You summoned me here to treat me to a drink?" Mountain Guest strolled over. The ancestor stood at the edge of the cliff, pointing afar, "Look at your disciple." "Luo Feng?" Mountain Guest walked to the edge of the cliff and followed the ancestor's finger, looking at the distant Luo Feng in front of a cliff. Looking carefully, he couldn't help but reveal a look of glee, following which he turned and laughed loudly. "Old beast god, on the path of the 8 great beast gods, no one in the vast universe can match up to you." However today, this disciple of mine used the 8 great patterns of the golden beast god to create this technique. Do you admit defeat? We haven't even fought yet, how can you say I lost? The ancestor said. You're still quibbling. Mountain Guest shook his head. The ancestor didn't continue on this topic, exclaiming, this disciple of yours is indeed powerful, even though there's a bit of luck involved in creating this technique, but in a short 180 million years, without anyone's guidance, he managed to train the patterns to such a level. His attainment in the patterns is extremely high, especially after comprehending the heart of the golden beast god. It's easier for him to comprehend the 8 great patterns. Casually creating a universe night level technique is extremely easy for him. If he puts in the effort and painstaking effort to create it, he can even create a universe overlord level technique. A true universe overlord would have to spend countless years to create a set of ultimate universe overlord secret techniques. From a certain point of view, even if the pattern school was good at creating techniques, that also represented Luo Feng's attainment in the pattern school. Even if he wasn't a universe overlord level, he was still an upper level knight. Heart of the beast god? Mountain Guest revealed a look of glee, laughing loudly. What an unexpected surprise, what an unexpected surprise. He's the golden horned beast, a descendant of the beast god. His bloodline inheritance is very close to the golden beast god. Because of this, along with the long years of studying the 8 great patterns, he was able to comprehend the heart of the beast god. The ancestor exclaimed, to say it's luck is luck, to say it's not luck, if you think about it carefully, it's indeed not luck. Ha ha ha. Mountain Guest laughed loudly as he listened. Look at how proud you are. The primogenitor shook his head helplessly. It was no wonder that Mountain Guest was so proud. His achievements in the secret technique school were a great reference for his comprehension of the laws. Luo Feng wouldn't have much difficulty cultivating to the level of an overlord of the universe. Especially the beast god's heart. It allowed him to walk on the beast god's path even more smoothly. At the very least, one of the biggest hurdles between an autarch of the universe and the lord of the universe, the heart of the beast god, had been resolved. Although it was still very difficult to become a lord of the universe, at least, the chances were much higher. Mountain Passenger glanced at the progenitor and felt pleased with himself. How would you know that this disciple of mine has long since obtained an innate secret technique? It was precisely because he had the guidance of the most powerful innate secret technique, the mysterious pattern diagram, that he had an ultimate template, that he could better study the mysterious pattern diagram school. Even so, to be able to comprehend the heart of the beast god in 180 million years and create the strongest innate ability was still a surprise. Mountain Passenger looked down. In front of the cliff far away. That huge engraving was comparable to the 3 sets of ultimate secret techniques of the Lord of the Universe. Done. It's actually the Universe Lord's ultimate technique. Luo Feng stood before the cliff for a while, staring at the scene before him. He still felt that it was too surreal. I've trained for 180 million years and I've actually succeeded. The Universe Lord's ultimate technique, Luo Feng was very confident. However, the Universe Lord's ultimate technique, it was really a result of luck. Primogenitor. Luo Feng looked up fiercely, his voice booming and resounding throughout the land and skies. I challenge you. In the distance, the white-robed primogenitor flew over, landing on the ground and smiling at Luo Feng. You challenge me? Yes. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. Even if he lost, he could still work hard and try again. After all, as long as he could defeat the primogenitor within 100,000 eras, it would be considered a success. What weapon will I use? Luo Feng asked. You use your hand, I'll use my human hand, how about that? The primogenitor raised his right hand, his body was purely formed. Hand? Luo Feng was slightly shocked, using his hand as a weapon? You've already comprehended the heart of the beast god, don't tell me you can't even use your hand as a weapon? The primogenitor asked. Luo Feng was shocked, the memories from his 1,000 years of slumber came flooding back, the beast gods roaming the universe, their claws, tails, horns, they all contained the path of the beast god. Even when they used spirit weapons, they treated them as part of the beast god's body. At this time, Luo Feng felt the huge gap between close combat and spirit weapons disappear. The technique he created, he felt that he could easily use it in close combat. and easily use it on spirit weapons. Fighter, spirit reader, the same. Luo Feng was stunned. You've already comprehended the heart of the beast god, you should comprehend this level. The primogenitor smiled, if you haven't comprehended the heart of the beast god, you'll have to focus on the fighter or spirit reader. After all, mixing the two will affect your comprehension of the heart of the beast god. And the beast god naturally uses its body to battle, hence the fighter is better at comprehending the heart of the beast god, finally becoming the beast god. Luo Feng nodded. The primal chaos city leader had said the same before, telling him to focus on the fighter. However, during these 180 million years, his fighter and spirit reader path had been temporarily set aside. He had been training in the engraving path, accumulating and unknowingly comprehending the heart of the beast god. Do I still need to use my weapon? The primogenitor asked. The beast god can use its claws, naturally I can use my hand too. Luo Feng smiled. Make your move. The primogenitor stood there. Luo Feng gathered his energy and watched from afar, immediately using the Masha clansman to battle. After all, the primogenitor suppressed his body to the same level, hence it didn't matter what body he used. Rumble, Luo Feng's body surface immediately had countless engravings revolving. His entire body became a glaring golden light and pounced at the primogenitor. At this time, Luo Feng felt as though he was in his 1,000 years of slumber. The beast god roared and pounced at his opponent. The beast god's simple pounce similarly contained the path of the beast god. And Luo Feng's pounce also contained the universe lord's ultimate technique. This pounce was ferocious and shockingly fast. Just the power of the universe lord's ultimate technique made Luo Feng even faster than when he used the Wu slaying wings. Lose. Luo Feng immediately reached before the primogenitor. His right hand became a claw and his fingers had countless engravings revolving and fusing, immediately becoming a glaring golden light and clawing at the primogenitor. Pung! The primogenitor gently extended his hand and the two clashed. The primogenitor floated backwards, seemingly floating, however in truth his speed was extremely fast. Ha ha ha! Luo Feng was extremely happy within. He felt as though at this moment he had completely merged with the beast god from his 1,000 years of slumber. Pounce, claws, legs like a tail, like a whip, Luo Feng's entire body was immersed in the golden light. Beast roars could be heard faintly. Fast, sharp, golden claw images flashed past and the primogenitor was completely suppressed. Even though he resisted time and time again, as Luo Feng got more and more used to it, his entire being became like a beast god. Pung! His fingers were like horns. Chi, they pierced straight through the primogenitor's chest. The primogenitor looked down and smiled as he nodded. He immediately took a step back and his body returned to normal. You win. Luo Feng, who was completely covered in the golden light, was stunned. He was stunned. Did he really defeat the primogenitor? Even though it was only suppressed to the same level, even though he could only unleash the universe lord pinnacle techniques. He was still the primogenitor. The feeling of defeating the primogenitor was really, really unreal. Thank you, primogenitor. Luo Feng said respectfully. From start to finish, the primogenitor had always focused on defense. Hence Luo Feng was able to get stronger and stronger as he fought, completely understanding the beast god's battle style. No need to thank me. The primogenitor shook his head and smiled. I've already unleashed the universe lord pinnacle's strongest defense, yet I still wasn't able to block it. If I had fought you right from the start, I might have won once. However, I believe if you continued challenging me a few more times, you would still win. Since that's the case, there's no need to delay. Luo Feng was even more grateful. Thinking back on these 180 million years, the benefits he had gained in the beast god realm were too great. The beast god heart was an unexpected gain. Engraving school, this was a brand new school that even had an ultimate universe lord technique. Ha ha ha, a loud laugh resounded. A silhouette flew over from above. Mountain Passenger looked at Luo Feng from afar. After 180 million years, this disciple of his had truly transformed. 180 million years ago. Luo Feng's training time was too short and his accumulations were too weak. He relied on the 9-level manuals to create his powerful body, huge body size and his armor to stand amongst the strong. However, those were all the basics of the body, and Luo Feng's foundations were incomparably strong. But in terms of laws, secret techniques, and other techniques, he was far too weak. But now, it had reached an extremely high level and was stronger than many of the universe's overlords. His accumulations are already very solid. Already able to unleash his accumulations. I believe this disciple of mine will be able to smoothly train all the way to the Universe Lord level. Only stepping into the Universe Lord level will make it difficult for him. Mountain Passenger was very satisfied. Flame Emperor's development ultimately disappointed him. Hence he put all his effort into nurturing this third disciple. His third disciple didn't disappoint him. The laughter made Luo Feng and the primogenitor look up. Teacher? Luo Feng looked up at the silhouette flying over, stunned. Mountain Passenger. The primogenitor laughed, don't get too cocky. It's your disciple's ability that's high, and don't forget, he has a golden horned beast body. His soul has long fused with the body, it's hard to tell if he's human or golden horned beast. If I say he's the golden horned beast, who can say otherwise? That's a matter between your Space Beast Alliance and the human race. It has nothing to do with me. Whether this disciple of mine is human or Space Beast Alliance, or independent, I have no opinion. Mountain Passenger landed. Luo Feng went up and said respectfully, your disciple greets teacher. Mountain Passenger smiled and nodded. After which he looked at the primogenitor, don't forget, the bet. P.S. Here's the first chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qi.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng let out a look of anticipation when he heard this. The ancestor had told him before that the ancestor's wager was a treasure set, and his teacher's wager was a treasure. The moment the ancestor lost, then the ancestor would give the set to him. This was definitely a huge fortune. Since it could be used as a wager, it was obvious that this set was worth the same as a treasure. Calamity Armor was a treasure of the pinnacle, Sword River Net was a top-level domain treasure, and its attacks were extremely strong, comparable to the Calamity Armor. However, just its appearance, it had caused such a huge commotion when it was separated. Just like how the Flame Emperor couldn't bear to give the armor to Luo Feng back then, this all meant that treasures like the armor and Sword River Net were extremely valuable, enough to make the Flame Emperor and the Primal Chaos City leader envious. Probably only the strongest of the universe like the Ancestor and Mountain Traveler would have the guts to use it as a wager. You are one of the 9 great powers of the universe, the Ancestor of the Space Beast Alliance, you won't be stingy, right? Mountain Traveler mocked, I'm still waiting for that treasure set of yours. The Ancestor glanced at Mountain Traveler. His heart ached. Even a being like the Ancestor felt his heart ache. Back then he was extremely confident of winning that treasure, he didn't expect to lose in the end. A loss is a loss. The Ancestor said, I can still afford to lose this treasure set, according to our agreement back then, this set should be given to Luo Feng, right? Mountain Traveler nodded and smiled, right, give it to my disciple. The Ancestor turned to look at Luo Feng. Ancestor. Luo Feng said respectfully, he didn't think defeating the Ancestor once was something to be proud of, after all that was just a wager, with the Ancestor's true power. Just his words alone were enough to render Luo Feng helpless. If he was willing to pay the price, he could even kill a universe lord. Look. The primogenitor pointed at the sky, and a black shadow of a beast suddenly appeared in the distance. Luo Feng looked carefully. It was a completely black beast. It had 4 powerful claws, sharp fangs that reached the sky, and a horn on its head. The layers of armor on its body seemed to have an endless amount of magic, causing Luo Feng to be completely captivated with just one look. This was simply beautiful to the point of being shocking. The black beast was around 100 meters long and it landed right in front of Luo Feng. Only then did Luo Feng realize that it was a dead object and not a living being. This is the ultimate treasure set. I call it the Beast God Armor. Primogenitor walked over and caressed the leg of the huge beast. Ha ha ha. Mountain Traveler was delighted to see this and laughed. The ancestor glanced at him and turned to look at Luo Feng. Your teacher's pride makes sense. Back then, because of this set of treasures, the few sides were in a chaotic battle. Your teacher was very cunning, sneak attacking and immediately escaping. I had to pay a great price to defeat Ezekiel to finally obtain this set of supreme treasures. Luo Feng was a bit excited as he listened. The origin of the treasure was extraordinary. It was as if they had experienced a battle between the strongest people in the universe. This set of treasures is made up of a total of 526 treasures. They are split into 521 normal treasures, 4 high-level treasures and 1 top-level treasure. The ancestor explained, like the fangs and scales, they can all be removed and used individually. Only when they are combined will they truly become one body. Their power is overwhelming. Luo Feng was shocked. 526 treasures made up of one set of treasures. It was said that the primal Chaos City leader's 1,000 treasure river was made up of 1,000 treasures, and Luo Feng's wasn't any different. Also, within the 526 treasures, there was even a top-level treasure. Once it's broken down, this horn will become a top-level treasure. And once it's combined with the power of the hundreds of treasures, its power will explode. The ancestor exclaimed, wearing this set on the body, every part of the body can be used to attack. It's definitely the most suitable for the universe lord to train in the beast god path. I named it the beast god armor. Originally I wanted to give it to one of the universe lords in the Space Beast Alliance that I had high hopes for. The primogenitor looked at Luo Feng. Now, it's yours. Luo Feng felt his heart racing. Beast god armor. Thank you, ancestor. Luo Feng said respectfully. The ancestor smiled and nodded. Simultaneously, he waved his hand and the black beast silhouette flew towards Luo Feng. A golden-horned beast appeared on Luo Feng's shoulder. At this time, the golden-horned beast had long placed the calamity armor, killing Wu Wings and 9 River within his world ring. Just like that, it flew over. Simultaneously, its god energy swiftly wrapped around the black beast silhouette and its life imprint swiftly imprinted on it. Rumble. The black beast silhouette immediately disintegrated. The hundreds of treasures swiftly surrounded the golden-horned beast, completely infusing into every part of the golden-horned beast's body. The golden-horned beast immediately became a completely black beast. Every inch of its scales were like blades. Even its fangs expanded fiercely. The 5 horns on its head had now become 6. The middle horn was the longest, about half a meter long. At this time, the golden-horned beast was maintaining a 1-meter-long miniature god. Body. It's too beautiful. Luo Feng's consciousness cheered. Claws. Tail. God body. Horns, treasures were everywhere. It was indeed the most suitable treasure for the beast god path. Moreover, the beast god's armor also possessed a defensive ability. Naturally, since it was mainly an offensive treasure, its defensive ability was slightly weaker. It was roughly comparable to a normal top-level defensive treasure. This beast god armor's original name is Northern Rock? Luo Feng was curious. The moment the life imprint was imprinted, the beast god armor transmitted an ancient message and learned of its name. What a weird name. Many treasures had names, such as Silver Dragon Phantom Ship, Golden Trembling Dragon King Armor, and so on. The only thing was that the user would usually name it himself. Like the ancient boat Milky Way, Golden Armor, etc. However, this beast god armor's original name was very weird. It was called Northern Rock. No matter what the original name is, this beast god armor is indeed the most suitable for the golden-horned beast. Awesome. Hal the golden-horned beast let out an excited roar. The ancestor nodded satisfactorily. Luo Feng, come here. Mountain Passenger shouted. Luo Feng obediently walked over. Mountain Passenger brought Luo Feng to one side and immediately changed the universe laws around him. If the ancestor wanted to listen, he could use the universe energies to suppress it, however the ancestor didn't have to do that. Obviously the Mountain Passenger had some things he wanted to talk to his disciple about. Teacher. Luo Feng followed beside him. To be able to succeed in a short 180 million years, not bad. Mountain Passenger nodded, you're stronger than your second senior. Luo Feng listened obediently. Back then I casually made the star map for you. It probably won't be of much help to you now. Mountain Passenger said, however it's not a big deal. Even though you're only at the pinnacle of undying, your attainments in the technique path are extremely high. Studying the origin laws from a high vantage point, you'll be able to break through to become a universe knight in a short amount of time. Even if stepping into the gate of a universe knight slightly affects you, 1,000 years is enough. Luo Feng nodded. He was very confident too. Studying the technique path made Luo Feng feel how easy the origin laws were back then. It was too easy and too obvious. However, due to the bet, Luo Feng didn't study it. When you step into the universe knight, even though you can only use the star pagoda, you'll be able to fully activate it. Mountain Passenger said, when that time comes, with the star pagoda, this star map will be useless. Luo Feng nodded. He couldn't help but ask, Teacher, is the 5th black metal board of the 9 calamities manual still training? The 3rd black metal board sent itself into the ice prison. The 4th black metal board sent itself into the beast god world. Nope. Mountain Passenger glanced at Luo Feng and smiled. If you could guess my methods, would I still be your teacher? Luo Feng was shocked. In terms of training, the beast god world has given you enough training. 180 million years, you'll be able to create the universe lord's ultimate technique. With the technique path and origin laws, it's enough to verify each other. Mountain Passenger said. Then the 5th black metal board? Luo Feng really wanted to get the 5th black metal board immediately. You'll know when the time comes. Mountain Passenger said. Luo Feng was helpless. Continue to work hard. Mountain Passenger looked satisfactorily at Luo Feng. You're considered extremely strong now. Wait for the day you can use the star pagoda. Then no one in the universe can underestimate you. However, I hope you'll be even stronger. Yes. Luo Feng was looking forward to it too. In these 180 million years, he had been reborn. He was no longer the weak fighter from before, who could only rely on his divine body to burn and exhaust his enemies, slowly exhausting them to death. Exhausting an opponent to death could only be done in a dangerous place, because there was no way to summon the strongest from one's race. However, in Primal Star or other places, one could ask for help from other warriors in times of danger. After all, the absolute warriors, every one of them was important. Star Ancestor. Mountain Passenger turned and said, his voice resounding, allowing the distant ancestor to hear, thank you for these few years. Now that you've reached my requirements, I'll bring him away. Don't be in a rush to leave, wait. The ancestor's body flashed and appeared beside him. Mountain Passenger looked at the ancestor. Anything else? It has nothing to do with you. I have something to discuss with Luo Feng. The ancestor looked at Luo Feng. He's my disciple, how could it have nothing to do with me? Luo Feng, from what I see, you should focus on staying with humanity. Mountain Passenger said and laughed loudly. Luo Feng, since this star ancestor has something to discuss with you, you should accompany him for a chat. I'll wait for you here, we'll return to the actual universe together. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng replied. Right. It's time to return to the actual universe. Mountain Passenger immediately walked into the distance. Luo Feng walked towards the ancestor and bowed respectfully. Ancestor. Do you have any thoughts of leaving the human race? The ancestor looked at Luo Feng and asked. 2 chapters completed. Tomorrow was Saturday, this week on the 14th, both chapters were late, and the 15th was late once. Hence this Saturday, 3 chapters were updated. At the same time, pull down the monthly votes too. Monthly votes, why are there so few? Tomato looked 90 degrees into the sky. Why haven't the monthly votes dropped yet? Tomato really wants the monthly votes, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng knew that the primogenitor of the Space Beast Alliance had intentions of taking him in, but he didn't expect him to be so harsh. No. Luo Feng replied directly. What a joke. The human race treated him well, and after 100,000 years of development, the humans of Earth had already spread throughout the Ganwu universe country, merging into the big family. And the Luo family's roots had already extended to the various regions. Would he be able to leave the human race just because he said so? What about his parents and wife? Ah, I forgot that your training time is still short. The primogenitor was stunned, nodding, your family and friends are still here. Luo Feng nodded. How about this? The primogenitor said, your golden horned beast will join our Space Beast Alliance, using the Gold Peak Knight identity you mentioned before. This won't affect your status with the human race, just like on the Primal Star, you can use your human identity to seek help from the human race. You can also use your Space Beast identity to seek help from the Alliance. From then on, you will have two powers supporting you. However, similarly, Luo Feng said, there are two responsibilities. Joining a power, there were benefits. However, there were responsibilities too. Why did the primogenitor want him to join? Luo Feng naturally understood. The moment he stepped into the Universe Knight level, along with his life genetic level exceeding 10,000 times, then his body would be close to the Universe Lord level. Along with the Universe Lord's ultimate techniques, along with the top treasures set, treasures etc., his battle strength would be extremely strong. The moment he stepped into the Universe Lord level, he would be comparable to the pinnacle of Universe Lords like the Primal Chaos City leader. Plus Luo Feng still had the mountain guest behind him, with such strength, how could he not be roped in? Right, since the Alliance is giving you help, naturally you have to take responsibility. The primogenitor looked at Luo Feng, the stronger the responsibility, what do you think? No problem. I can take responsibility. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Good. The primogenitor nodded satisfactorily. On the path of a strong warrior, having a backup plan was after all a good thing. The moment he was in danger, even if the Great Alliance couldn't help him, there was still the Space Beast Alliance. And Luo Feng had been to Space God Mountain once. Compared to the strict hierarchy within the human race, the Space Beast Alliance was even more like brothers. Just as the primogenitor and Luo Feng were discussing, Mountain Guest walked over. I didn't hear what you two said, but from your expressions, Space Ancestor, it seems you've succeeded. Mountain Guest quickly walked over. Teacher Luo Feng bowed. Luo Feng, did this old guy give you anything? Said the mountain passenger directly. Vulgar and direct, Luo Feng was smart and replied, not yet. Mountain passenger immediately turned his head and glared at him. A universe supremacy with potential appeared in your race. Your Astral Beast Alliance will definitely bestow a universe treasure upon him, right? Why? My disciple joining your Starry Sky Beast Alliance is a blessing for the Starry Sky Beasts. It also allowed the Alliance to have one more general. There isn't even a single treasure? Before. The primogenitor was stunned. Don't talk to me about the beast god armor, you lost that. Mountain passenger said directly, it wasn't given to Luo Feng by your Space Beast Alliance. The primogenitor was indeed helpless. The rule for the Alliance to bestow treasures was usually to a Universe Knight with potential. That was if the Universe Knight didn't have a treasure to protect him. Only then would it be bestowed. If they already had it, the Cosmic Beast Alliance wouldn't waste it. One had to make contributions to the tribe in exchange for it. And Luo Feng had a top grade set on him, obviously he didn't lack treasures. Haha, that makes sense too. Right now Luo Feng is already at the pinnacle of the Universe Lords. Joining our Space Beast Alliance is something worth celebrating. The primogenitor looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you should know that no matter which power, they all use contributions to exchange for treasures. And for those with potential, even if they were to bestow treasures, it wouldn't be too expensive. Luo Feng nodded. Just like Bark Mirror Emperor's normal armor, a free gift usually wouldn't be too expensive. Your golden horned beast doesn't lack treasures anymore. And your human body is more suited for close combat. And I've heard that you've always used spirit weapons. I'll give you a high-level close combat weapon. The primogenitor said. Thank you, primogenitor. Luo Feng immediately said. Why wouldn't he want something that came for free? A high-level close combat weapon was already not bad. So stingy. Mountain passenger muttered at the side. Mountain passenger, I have the Space Beast Alliance and countless warriors to take care of. Unlike you, you're a lone wolf with no burdens. The primogenitor said helplessly, if you think my gift isn't good enough, as his teacher, you should give me something better. Relax, my gift will definitely be better than yours. Mountain Passenger was intentionally watching the primogenitor make a fool of himself. The primogenitor was helpless. What close combat weapon do you need? The primogenitor looked at Luo Feng. Blade. Luo Feng said, it's best if it's this style. He pointed in midair, god energy emanated and formed a blood shadow blade shape. There's definitely nothing exactly the same, however, what do you think about this one? The primogenitor flipped his right hand and immediately teleported a treasure from another part of the universe over. The handle was completely purple-black, on it were complicated engravings, the blade itself was slightly curved. In terms of the blade and handle ratio, if the blood shadow blade was a one-handed blade, this blade was more like a two-handed blade, similar to the Zanmedeo of China's history. The blade is very similar to the blade you need, only the handle is longer. The primogenitor said. Not bad. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. This blade was even more malevolent than the blood shadow blade. Take it. The primogenitor smiled, the ancient blade immediately flew towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng extended his hand to receive it, his god energy permeating it, simultaneously a message was transmitted into his consciousness. This blade's name was Moonslayer. Moonslayer. Luo Feng grabbed the blade and casually slashed through space, there were faint marks in space, making Luo Feng even more satisfied. It was almost like the first time he used the blood shadow blade back on Earth, it made him excited. This is some information about the Space Beast Alliance. The primogenitor casually threw it and a golden book flew over. Our Space Beast Alliance, other than the headquarters, the Star God Mountain, we have many other gathering areas. Every gathering area has a teleportation path to the Star God Mountain. You can leave a token at one of the gathering areas and you can teleport there anytime, rushing towards the Star God Mountain. Also, if you have time, make a trip back to the Star God Mountain. At least you have to obtain the token of the Golden Horned Lord and Whirlpool Lord. If there's any danger, you can ask them for help. According to the rules, you are considered part of the Golden Horned Beast bloodline. The primogenitor said. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. The Space Beast Alliance was split into many bloodlines. The leaders of his bloodline were the Golden Horned Lord and the Whirlpool Lord. If there's nothing else, I'll bring Luo Feng away? Mountain Passenger said. There's nothing else. The primogenitor smiled and nodded, I'll send you back, it'll be faster. Rumble, in an instant, space warped, two silhouettes suddenly appeared in the vast space, one was Luo Feng, the other was Mountain Passenger. We've already returned to the original universe, I've temporarily isolated the universe laws. Mountain Passenger looked at Luo Feng, in a while, the universe laws will sense your life genetic level change, it will cause your golden horned beast to evolve. The god body will explode, in a short time it will reach the perfect god body level. It's very similar to the last time, only this time there won't be any natural talents or techniques. No natural talents or techniques? Luo Feng was stunned, a little disappointed. Right. Mountain Passenger nodded, the bestowal of the strongest natural talents and techniques is a chance encounter for every warrior that reaches the perfect life genetic level. Their consciousness will be drawn to the universe's core and receive the inheritance. This is the consciousness receiving the inheritance. Your consciousness has already received the inheritance once, there's no way for you to receive it a second time. Every life only has one chance. Luo Feng realized. Actually, it doesn't mean much to you. Mountain Passenger shook his head, one natural talent is already enough, what's more you've already comprehended the Universe Lord's ultimate technique. If you need more techniques, you can always create more in the future. Luo Feng nodded. When you can control the Star Pagoda. The power of the Star Pagoda is extremely strong, there's no need for the strongest natural talents or techniques. Mountain Passenger laughed, you can activate the complicated techniques within the Star Pagoda one by one, the more you activate, the stronger it gets. It's much better than any natural talents or techniques. Luo Feng nodded. Even though his own attainment in techniques was extremely high, the engravings on the Star Pagoda, from Luo Feng's current perspective, it was still unfathomable, the ultimate treasures, were indeed not normal. If he were to be able to use the Star Pagoda in the future, just like what Mountain Passenger said, all he had to do was work hard to activate the techniques within the Star Pagoda, allowing the power of the Star Pagoda to be maximized. This is a tag. Mountain Passenger threw a tag that seemed to be carved from green stone to Luo Feng. Luo Feng received it. This tag has been specially crafted by me, it can be considered a normal treasure. If you want to contact me, send your consciousness into it and I'll receive it. I will receive it immediately, Mountain Traveler said. Yes. Luo Feng replied. Return to your god country. In a while, your god body will explosively expand from 1,000 kilometers to 90,000 kilometers. You'll need a lot of energy, and this energy is what you'll need to prepare. Mountain Passenger said. Luo Feng nodded. He had experience too, the universe laws only allowed the god body to evolve, as for the energy required to evolve, it was indeed his own. The last time the ocean clone evolved, it absorbed world energy. Go. Mountain Passenger ordered. Yes. Luo Feng could already clearly feel his own god country, he could also feel his earth body's location. Immediately, his earth body sent an undying slave to activate the god country's teleportation and rush over. One within the jade green god country's teleportation. Light, Luo Feng swiftly left. Luo Feng teleported 3 times within the space turbulence, swiftly returning to his god country. He could already feel the pressure of the universe laws. Rumble Hell, the golden-horned beast wearing the beast god armor, stood in the air above the endless sea and roared. Pili Pala, its bones, horns, muscles etc. all began to expand. At the same time, it began to absorb large amounts of god energy from the endless sea, causing the golden-horned beast to grow larger and larger. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. I sat in front of the computer for a long time, but I still couldn't write. Kavinka is very strong. I have to adjust my mood before writing again. I reckon that these 2 chapters will be published after 12 p.m. I'll inform you in advance so that you don't have to wait too late. You can read these 2 chapters tomorrow morning. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The golden-horned beast stepped on the endless sea water and walked. Its claws were like pillars in the sky, tens of thousands of km tall. Its body was over 90,000 kilometers long. That scaled tail was completely comparable to the main body. The scaled wings seemed to cover the land and skies with a single flap, filled with boundless god energy. Every inch of his divine body was compatible with the beast god armor, a top-grade treasure. His natural scale armor had fused with the precious scale armor, and there were 5 small and 1 big horns on his head, a total of 6. And because of the beast god armor, it seemed even more ferocious. Perfect body. Over 90,000 kilometers long. My god body is much stronger than before. Luo Feng was extremely excited. From now on, his natural talent, I am the universe, could be unleashed at any time. Within the miniature universe, his strength would definitely rise. How the golden-horned beast raised its head and let out a satisfied roar. Everything is ready, it's time to find that Tianheng. Luo Feng smiled. Back then it was because I couldn't deal with Tian Tai the Night and felt weak, hence I used my clan contribution points to exchange for the domain treasure 9 Sea River, and also thought of ways to get the 4th black metal board. I didn't expect so many things to happen. His original plan was just to get the 4th black metal board and let the golden-horned beast reach the perfect god body to unleash I am the universe. And now, things had gone even better than planned. The top treasure beast god armor, high-level treasure slayer, and his self-created universe lord's ultimate technique. With 180 million years of training in the engravings, Luo Feng was much more confident. It would be easy for him to deal with Supremacy Tian Ho of the machine race and snatch the other pair of wings from him. The problem now is, I have to find that Tianheng. Luo Feng wore the Calamity armor and carried the Slayer blade on his back. The Wu Killer wings spread, bringing the golden-horned beast and many other clones from his world ring. He left the god country and headed towards the primal star. Even though the few clones were heading towards the primal star, normal human warriors would form a clone to connect to the virtual universe. However, Luo Feng didn't have to, as the Endless Sea was Luo Feng's largest god body. It was also one of his clones. Through the virtual universe sensor, his consciousness could naturally connect to the virtual universe. Within the virtual universe, within the Great Alliance City, Within the inner city there was an outdoor bar for the Great Alliance Universe's knights to exchange information. Luo Feng slowly walked in. Luo Feng Blade River. Along the way, the other knights passionately greeted Luo Feng, only when he was far away, they all blocked the surrounding discussions. Back then when the Primal Star was about to open, many knights borrowed treasures from Luo Feng. I heard even Luo Feng's senior Guei knight went to borrow one, however Luo Feng refused, saying he too wanted to go to the Primal Star. However, it's been opened for close to 2 eras and he's never been inside. If you're not strong enough, do you want to court death? He wasn't an idiot. Once he entered, he would be a walking treasure trove. Moreover, he had a huge reputation. Once he entered, he would definitely be targeted. Those outsiders would definitely surround and attack him. However, he had indeed handled this matter badly. If he didn't dare to enter, then he shouldn't have found such an excuse. If you really don't want to borrow it, just say that you don't want to borrow it. Yes, isn't it better to be straightforward? Forcing himself to say he wants to enter too, it's really. In this outdoor bar, thousands of Great Alliance's knights were gathered. When Luo Feng arrived, it indeed caused some discussions, however they were all private. After all, Luo Feng was able to kill Bark Mirror Emperor at the Undying level. The moment he stepped into the realm of a knight, he would definitely become a universe overlord. No one wanted to offend Luo Feng. Izhou Knight. Luo Feng shouted. That strong and sturdy man with a triangular head carried a large wine glass and turned to look. He immediately laughed loudly, Blade River, and walked over. Sit over there. Luo Feng immediately walked to an empty table and sat on a huge chair. As the Great Alliance's warriors all had different body structures, even though these chairs were exquisite, they all had one thing in common, they were huge. Izhou Knight immediately sat down. Luo Feng casually ordered a fruit wine and the Undying servant immediately served it. To be able to be a servant here was definitely a dream for many Undyings. That was because the normally hard-to-see knights could easily see them. If one's luck was good, they might even be able to form a relationship with one of them. Usually, they would also occasionally hear some secret information about the universe. Blade River, you're busy, you wouldn't come find me for no reason. Izhou Knight placed his wine glass down and laughed loudly. Speak, what's the matter? The surrounding sounds had long been blocked. Help me investigate a foreign knight. Luo Feng said. Who? Izhou Knight asked. Tianheng Knight. Luo Feng said, I want to know news about this Tianheng Knight, which primal planet he's at and what coordinates he's at. The automaton universe overlord Tianheng Knight, the one famous in the universe with the 8 shuttle? Izhou Knight was shocked. Why are you looking for him? He's not to be messed with. Even though he's not as terrifying as some of the special life forms overlords, he's still one that's hard to deal with. You don't have to worry about that. Help me with something. Luo Feng said, the moment you receive this news, inform me. Alright, a small matter. Izhou Knight nodded. Haha, thanks. Come, let's drink. Luo Feng raised his glass. He was just an endless sea consciousness entering the virtual universe, naturally he was relaxed. Following which, he casually chatted with Izhou Knight about the happenings on Primal Planet. In these close to 20,000 years, many things had indeed happened. As Luo Feng and Izhou Knight were drinking, they suddenly heard an angry roar. Ganwu. It's not that I'm forcing you, it's just that I was just killed on Primal Planet and revived by the Universe Lord through time and space. You have to know that reviving comes with a price. This time, the amount of contribution points I owe the race has reached 3 treasures. My long years of accumulation have all been given to the race, yet it's still not enough to make up for the debt I owe the race. I'm still lacking a little. The treasures you owe me. I didn't force you in the past, but now. An angry voice resounded. Many of the knights in the bar looked over. Luo Feng and Izhou Knight looked over too. Luo Feng frowned. In the distant corner sat 2 warriors. One was an angry purple-skinned knight with a silver scalp, and the other was the Ganwu country leader. The Ganwu country leader too had an awkward expression. Looking around, he blocked the sound and continued to advise. Block what? Why do I have to block it? The foreign knight once again broke through the barrier and raged, "Ganwu, we've known each other for trillions of years. You owe me, I know it's not easy for you. I've never asked for it, but now that I'm in such a situation. I've rushed you, yet you keep delaying, you really make me." The Ganwu country leader sat there, his expression ugly. That foreign knight saw this and gradually lowered his voice. No longer raging. "What's going on?" Luo Feng frowned. "Is it still because of the revival through time and space?" Izhou Knight shook his head and sighed. "Reviving through time and space goes against the universe laws. Hence every time, even the universe lord gets injured. Just like that foreign knight Mei Li from before. He's an upper-level knight of the universe, you know this. Reviving a universe lord requires the creator of the huge axe to act." Luo Feng nodded. Yes, even if the primal Chaos City leader were to revive a universe lord, the backlash would be enough to kill him. Reviving an upper-level knight will cause the universe lord to be injured, and it won't be a light injury. Izhou Knight exclaimed, "The universe lord will be injured every time he acts. The price he has to pay every time he acts isn't small. Just like that Supremacy Mei heir who died in the primitive star and was resurrected, she owed a total of 1.3 treasure points. This is equivalent to an ordinary treasure. Normal supremacies simply can't pay it back and can only rely on a long period of time to slowly repay it. As for the Ganwu country leader, he's even worse off than Mei Li Knight." "Worse off?" Luo Feng frowned. Izhou Knight said, 1008 universe country leaders, they're all extremely ancient knights." Luo Feng nodded. "Right, ever since the universe countries reached 1008, humanity hasn't created another one. The main reason was because they didn't have enough territory. Obviously, to be able to occupy the position of 1008 universe country leaders, they were indeed extremely ancient knights. Living for so long, it means their potential has more or less been excavated to its peak." Izhou Knight shook his head and sighed. "Over the countless years, the Ganwu country leader has fallen 3 times, and all 3 times he's revived through time and space. However, the price to be revived is very high. Especially when he fell on the primal planet once, losing all the treasures he borrowed. The other 2 times, even though he didn't lose any treasures, he did lose some sets and treasures." Luo Feng sighed within as he heard. Right. 1 death, 1 treasure lost. If he really dies, then so be it. However, after he revives, those who borrowed his treasures back then will definitely demand it from him. Izhou Knight said, "What he owes the race can be slowly returned, he won't be forced too much. However, what he owes the other warriors, he will often be demanded. It's not easy for the other warriors to even have 1 treasure. The Ganwu country leader, after being revived through time and space 3 times, he owes a total of 6 knights. And also owes the race." Izhou Knight was helpless. It'll be hard for him to make a comeback, unless his strength rises greatly and he steps into the universe lord level. However, he's trained for so long and still hasn't stepped into that level. To think about it? Difficult. Actually, those ancient country leaders, even if they had the ability to split themselves, they wouldn't dare borrow treasures to go to the primal planet or any other dangerous place. They're afraid of not being able to return even after death. Unless one has the strength or ambition, only then would they dare borrow treasures. The current Ganwu country leader has been staying in the Ganwu universe country to train for a long period of time, managing the country and nurturing the younger generations. This is also a way to earn contribution points. Even though it's very slow, there's no danger. Or he can go to a less dangerous universe secret region." Izhou Knight said, "Falling to such a state, he can only be considered unlucky. However, this is in our human race, with universe lords time and time again. If it's in a weak race, if he dies, he'll really die. Hence he's considered lucky, dying 3 times and reviving." Luo Feng turned to look. The Ganwu country leader and Mei Fu Knight were conversing, obviously trying to calm each other down. P.S. The 2nd chapter has ended. Tomato will continue writing the 3rd. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. After a while, Mei Fu Knight left. Only then did the Ganwu country leader leave. After all, staying here was embarrassing. Luo Feng watched this scene silently. The Ganwu country leader was lucky? Unlucky? Luo Feng couldn't judge, but he could tell the Ganwu country leader was in a terrible state. Izhou Knight, I'll leave the search for Tian Knight's news to you. Luo Feng chatted with Izhou Knight for a while before standing up. Haha, the moment there's news I'll inform you, it's a small matter. Izhou Knight said. Luo Feng then vanished in mid-air. Virtual Universe Thunder Island, mid-mountain, within the Ganwu country leader's palace. He was walking alone in the walkway, eyebrows creased as though he was deep in thought. He was indeed annoyed, he didn't expect his peaceful days to be broken once again. The 6 knights he owed were all on good terms with him, and they didn't force him. The peaceful days made the Ganwu country leader forget about his terrible days. However today, he was really in a terrible state. Humph. The Ganwu country leader slapped the stone pillar beside him, it shook slightly and some rubble fell. Ganwu. A voice resounded. The Ganwu country leader turned to look, in the distance there was a silhouette flying over, with one look, he smiled and welcomed Luo Feng. It's been a long time since I've been here. Luo Feng smiled. Your training time has been short, yet your improvement is extremely fast, this time is naturally precious. The Ganwu country leader smiled. Come, sit over there. He immediately led Luo Feng to an open-air table not far away. Immediately there were servants serving good food and wine. The two sat facing each other. Little Hai hasn't caused any trouble lately, right? Luo Feng said. No, he's quite talented and hardworking. The Ganwu country leader smiled. If it wasn't for me forcefully suppressing him, he would have long become undying. Luo Feng nodded. His son Luo Hai had trained for over 100,000 years, along with the resources he provided, it was enough to make even an emperor-level undying jealous. With Luo Feng's current position, even the lowest talent would be able to rely solely on resources to become undying. Much less Luo Hai's talent was not bad, he had always treated his father Luo Feng as his goal. It's good to stay in Sector Lord level, it's best to reach Emperor level in law comprehension before breaking through to undying. Luo Feng said. Yes, this is also my plan. The Ganwu country king nodded. Haha, out of my family, only this little Hai makes me worry. Luckily I have you as my teacher. Luo Feng laughed. For example, his eldest son, Luo Ping, and his wife, Su Xian, were both in the family's old nest, while his father, Luo Honghua, and his mother, Gong Xian Lan, had been playing virtual games for a very long time, and had never gotten tired of it, going to many virtual worlds. Luo Feng's resources for his parents weren't soft at all. Even though his parents didn't put in much effort, they had unknowingly reached Domain Lord level 9. If they put in a little more effort, they would have long become sector lords. Of course, only parents, wives, sons, and younger brothers had access to such resources. The Luo family had hundreds of millions of people, but everything else had to be done according to the rules. No matter how many resources they had, they couldn't keep up with the crazy consumption of countless people. They had to follow the rules. Among Luo Feng's closest relatives, only his youngest son, Luo Hai, has been roaming the world with his father as his goal. This made Luo Feng worry. Fortunately, this was because Luo Hai had been in the Ganwu dojo for a long time and was even taken in as a direct disciple by the founder of the Ganwu dojo, the Ganwu country king. Luo Feng looked at the Ganwu country king. He indeed owed the Ganwu country king a favor. When he had just emerged as a genius within the human race, the Ganwu country king had taken good care of the Luo family. As he got stronger and stronger, the Ganwu country king spared no effort, even going so far as to personally save Luo Hai. And now he had even become Luo Hai's teacher. From start to finish, the Ganwu country king hadn't asked for Luo Feng's help at all. Instead, he had been helping Luo Feng. How could Luo Feng not remember this favor? Hence, he came over. Ganwu country, I've seen what happened in Great Alliance City before. Luo Feng said. The Ganwu country king's expression froze, after which he shook his head and sighed. Greedy. Greedy. The Ganwu country king shook his head and sighed. If I hadn't been greedy and wanted to recoup my losses the first time I fell and was revived in time, then I wouldn't have taken the risk to borrow treasures and head to the primal star. That time of greed, my final fall, made me owe the race and treasures, and a top-level set of treasures. It was that time that my losses were the greatest. Falling 3 times and it's like this. The Ganwu country king shook his head. Wanting to head to the primal star, if I'm not careful, I'll fall. The moment I fall, the price will be huge. If only I had the ability to clone myself, that would be great. Luo Feng nodded within. With the ability to clone, one could send a clone over. Even if the clone were to fall, it could slowly recover. And there was no need to reverse time and space to revive. This way, the price was very small. I'll think of a way to return it. My good friends even transferred a portion of their contribution points to me. I've finally returned the treasure I owe. The Ganwu country king said. Even though I've returned the treasure, I owe many of my good friends. As for what I owe the race, it's been accumulating till now. I don't know which era I'll be able to return it all. Greedy. If I wasn't greedy and didn't take the risk after falling once, but slowly accumulated, at least I'd be able to recoup all the losses. It wouldn't be too late to take the risk again. The Ganwu country king shook his head. Luo Feng understood. The race wasn't a place for charity. Even though they would help the race members, they still needed the strong of the race themselves. Enjoying the benefits of the race and contributing to the race, this was the norm. If the Ganwu country king continued to owe the race like this, he would only owe more and more. Luckily the race wouldn't force him. How much do I owe? Luo Feng said. The Ganwu country king was shocked. Looking at Luo Feng, he had some guesses and couldn't help but feel excited. Was this moving treasure trove Luo Feng going to help? I owe the 6 universe lords, the least is a few hundred points, the most is 2,000. The 6 added together, it's a total of 6 points. The Ganwu country king said. As for what I owe the race, it's a total of 2 points. Luo Feng was shocked within. Vicious. No wonder he couldn't pay it back. 8 points was enough to exchange for 2 to 3 normal treasures. Even the universe overlords usually only had this much. And the Ganwu country king actually owed so much. Of course Luo Feng didn't really care. He had acquired a treasure armor from killing Bark Mirror Emperor, after which he killed the universe overlord Li Jian Knight in the danger grounds. He acquired 2 more treasures, of which the God Blade was a high-level treasure. As of now, Luo Feng had the Pagoda Pearl, the Star Map, the Wu Killer Wings, the 9 River, the Golden Vibration Ho Emperor Armor, the Godly Blade and Armor of the Flying Sword Knight, the Top Treasure Beast God Armor, the Pinnacle Treasure Calamity Armor, the high-level treasure Blade Moon Slayer, and the extremely powerful treasure Star Pagoda he was about to get. The quantity was high and the quality was high. Of course the best 3 were the Beast God Armor, Calamity Armor, and Star Pagoda. Of which the Calamity Armor and Star Pagoda came from Mountain Guest. The Beast God Armor set was lost to Luo Feng by the primogenitor. The best 3 belonged to the strongest experts in the universe. And with Luo Feng's methods, it wouldn't be hard for him to acquire more treasures. The strong would always be strong. This was the logic. I'll lend you 6 points. Luo Feng said. As for what you owe the race, it's up to you. 6 points? The Ganwu country king felt every cell in his god body cheering and roaring. He was so excited he was boiling. Over trillions of years, he had always owed his 6 knight friends. How painful was that? Especially after being scolded by Mei Knight this time, he could only bear with it. As a universe knight, he valued his face a lot. However, against the scolding of his friends, he could only bear with it. However, from today onwards, all of this was gone. Luo Feng. The Ganwu country king was so grateful he didn't know what to say. At this time, he received the notification of 6 points. Also, there was a message from the race urging him to return the points. Of course the Ganwu country king wasn't in a rush to return the points. After all, the race wouldn't make him lose face. I can only help you this much. The rest is up to you. Luo Feng stood up. This favor of yours is really, haha. The Ganwu country king couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I forgot myself. This pressure has been weighing on me for countless years. Today, it's finally gone. I'll slowly return the points to the race. Luo Feng nodded. The Ganwu country king had helped his family a lot. This time, he was returning the favor. Helping him with 6 points was enough. What he owed the race would also give the Ganwu country king some pressure. I'll make a move first. Luo Feng immediately vanished. The Ganwu country king stood there, his eyes gleaming. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The Ganwu country king suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was bright and clear, resounding throughout the entire palace. It made the servants from the Ganwu country king look at each other. They had never heard the Ganwu country king laugh so happily, so willfully. The Ganwu country king immediately transferred the points to his 6 friends. Ganwu, you're actually returning the points? Where did you get them from? Ganwu, I didn't do it on purpose in Hongmeng City before. I was just too anxious. Where did you get them from? If there's really no other way, there's no need to mess around. It's fine to drag it out for a while. I can hold on. The 6 knights all contacted one by one. The Ganwu country king's mood was great. He chatted with the 6 knights. The pressure has dissipated. The Ganwu country king felt incredibly relaxed. Simultaneously, he exclaimed within. This Luo Feng's improvement was indeed unbelievable. In a blink of an eye, he had casually transferred 6 points to him. In the universe space, in the pitch-black space, there was a blurry space whirlpool. Heading to the primal star number 02818? Luo Feng stood in space and gazed into the distance. On his back was a pair of silver wings, the armor on his body was silver too. On his back was the mountain beheader blade. The last time I sneaked in, no one knew I had entered the primal star. In Hongmeng, many knights were discussing, saying that it was just an excuse for me to head to the primal star without borrowing the treasures. Haha, that's right, I should go in as a human. Alien race tyrants, the human moving treasure trove has arrived. Luo Feng took a step in space and entered the huge space whirlpool. Following which, he was transported to the primal star. P.S. 3 chapters completed, Today, I've been busy until 4 at night. I won't be able to update tomorrow afternoon. I'll have to update tomorrow night. Taking a leave of absence won't count as late. Wahahaha, I can finally sleep in. I'll also get my monthly votes. I'm so close to first, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. On the vast land, there was a continuous mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. Above this mountain range, there was a spatial vortex, and a silver-winged, silver-armored young man stepped out of it. He stood in midair and surveyed his surroundings. Silence. According to the information I've obtained, the probability of treasures appearing in the first few hundred years of the primitive star's opening is higher, and the experts who have been suppressed for countless years are more excited. There was more killing. However, during the majority of the 1000 eras, the strong warriors were all in hiding, there wasn't a chance for them to hide. Luo Feng's wings flapped and he broke through the skies. Flying high in the sky, he looked down. Although it was a different primitive star this time, there was not much difference between the 10,081 primitive stars. After flying for about half an hour. Luo Feng was still flying above the mountain range, however with a glance he saw a purple object on a lake. He immediately dove down and stepped on the surface of the lake, heading towards his target. This is... Luo Feng picked it up. This was a purple cloth that was about 3 m long and wide. It was extremely light. Luo Feng immediately infused a thread of God energy into it, and after it recognized him as the owner, information flooded in. This was a precious treasure, and its name was Imitation Purple Dawn Sky. With the control of the Void Transformation God Force, the purple screen could instantly expand, and could completely envelop the opponent. It was an extremely powerful treasure. Even though it was just a treasure, this kind of cloth-like treasure, it was Luo Feng's first time seeing one, and he could feel that this treasure was definitely one of the top spirit weapons. Copied from Xianxia? Luo Feng muttered to himself, His real name is actually like that, how weird. Could it be that there's an even more powerful treasure called Purple Dawn Sky? However, why was the treasure born in the original star named Imitation Purple Sky? Luo Feng felt the mysteriousness of the universe. Even though he was already standing at the pinnacle of the universe, there were still many secrets he couldn't understand. This treasure is probably worth a few hundred treasure points. My luck is pretty good to be able to obtain such a great treasure as soon as I arrived. Luo Feng laughed. Primal Star was like that. If you were lucky, you could step on treasures just by walking. Many warriors knew there were many treasures in Primal Star, however similarly there were many warriors gathered here too. No matter how many treasures one could obtain, if one were to be killed, it would just be a gift to another expert. He was strong. Only then could they dominate the primitive star. Like Luo Feng, he no longer feared the overlords of the universe. As for the Universe Lord, this was a primal planet. The Universe Lord had no way to teleport. If the Universe Lord descended, Luo Feng would have long received the news through the virtual universe. Naturally, he would stay far away. With Luo Feng's current terrifying abilities, the Universe Lord's ability to control space itself really couldn't do anything to him. Luo Feng felt like he was taking a stroll in his own garden, leisurely strolling on the primal star. He was waiting for his chance. His endless underworld ocean body was connected to the virtual universe and waiting for news from Tianheng. The moment he received it, Luo Feng would naturally rush over with his fastest speed. Luo Feng had been on this planet for the 29th hour. The sky was dark and within the vast forest laid a huge life form. He looked like he was carved from a massive purple crystal. He had 2 heads and the armor on his body was faintly discernible. He just lay there, waiting in silence. He, an absolute warrior of the Purple Blaze race, moving alone on Primal Star proved his strength, an overlord of the universe. There were a few energy life forms that weren't afraid of soul attacks. Like the Purple Blaze race, they were one of them. They didn't fear soul attacks and liked to stay close to the ground. Many races sat while training, however the Purple Blaze warriors trained while lying down. Dense Light Lord laid there. One of his 2 heads had its eyes closed while the other had its eyes open. This state was the Purple Blaze race's alert state. Both of his heads opened their eyes simultaneously. Through the gaps between the leaves of the forest, he locked onto the distant human silhouette in the sky. It's a human? The misty light suzerain stood up quietly. Silver wings? That appearance. His 2 faces were filled with shock. This appearance, isn't it the legendary absolute genius Luo Feng? This, right, treasure wings, this, how is this possible? Even though this absolute genius killed Bark Mirror Emperor, he's after all only an undying. In terms of battle strength, he's only an intermediate knight. And on Primal Star, any random warrior has at least an advanced level knight's battle strength. The moment he saw Luo Feng, Dense Light Lord's heart indeed burned with passion. After all, the Purple Blaze race was one of the countless races of the Northern Border Alliance. The Bark Mirror Emperor that Luo Feng killed was from the Northern Border Alliance. The warriors of the Northern Border Alliance were naturally very familiar with Luo Feng's basic information. Moreover, the universe's trillions of races, many well-informed super experts had long since deduced that this undying peerless genius had at least 6 supreme treasures, soul-type treasures, spirit weapon treasures, wings treasures, armor treasures, and at least 2 treasures from the ancestral god sect. At least 6 treasures, this was definitely more than the wealth of many universe overlords. And there were soul-type treasures that even the universe overlords would be jealous of, plus Luo Feng was weak, only an undying. He was simply a walking treasure trove. The Northern Border Alliance had even discussed that if Luo Feng were to enter Primal Star, he would simply be giving treasures to the other races. It all depended on who was lucky enough to meet him. However, the races all believed Luo Feng wouldn't be stupid enough to go to Primal Star. And from the reports of the past 20,000 years, Luo Feng indeed hadn't entered Primal Star at all. He's actually here? And I didn't receive any news before this. Am I the first to discover him? Dense Light Lord's 2 heads looked up at Luo Feng flying high in the sky. He's a rare absolute genius of the human race. He shouldn't be so stupid as to put himself in danger. He was burning with passion and excitement, but also vigilance. This Luo Feng dared to come, he must have some sort of life-saving method. However, Dense Light Lord hesitated for 3 seconds before swiftly making his decision. He's an undying. Even if he has life-saving methods, don't tell me he can kill me? To kill me, it'll at least be a universe lord. He can't possibly have a universe lord hiding in his world ring, right? Dense Light Lord laughed within. Who cares what life-saving methods he has? At most, he can't threaten me. The opportunity is right before my eyes. A walking treasure trove. Killing him, I'll get at least 6 treasures. When that happens, I'll be able to return to the Alliance to exchange for a high-level armor. Dense Light Lord thought. He didn't need the legendary soul-type treasures that Luo Feng had. Because he was a life form of the purple smelter, he could only use them to exchange with the Alliance. I can't miss this opportunity. To be able to discover him first, it's luck. If I miss it, I'll regret it for a trillion years. A ferocious glint flashed across the 2 heads of blurry light overlord. So, he began to fly and accelerate noiselessly. First, he sped through the forest. At this time, Luo Feng was flying high in the sky while surveying the land below. His speed wasn't too fast, allowing Dense Light Lord to quickly catch up to him. Luo Feng flew in the sky. At the start, he indeed didn't notice Dense Light Lord. However, as he flew out of the forest towards him, naturally he could see him clearly. However, the distance between them was already very close. Human! Dense Light Lord rushed into the sky. His purple crystal skin glowed bewitchingly. His 2 heads locked onto Luo Feng. His eyes gleamed, obviously filled with killing intent. Luo Feng gazed below and frowned. Northern Border Alliance's Dense Light Lord? Luo Feng swiftly recognized him. Against the Dense Light Lord rushing up from below, Luo Feng placed his hand on the hilt of the mountain beheading blade on his back and immediately pulled it out. Die. Dense Light Lord's 6 arms simultaneously grabbed a crescent moon. As the distance between the 2 swiftly closed, rumble the surroundings swiftly entered the time domain. The domain affected Luo Feng slightly. Dense Light Lord used this chance to ignite his god energy and unleash his killer move. To deal with a legendary undying like me, he has to go all out. Luo Feng thought, suddenly using the origin law domain to kill. These universe tyrants aren't easy to deal with. Suddenly, countless lights appeared in the surrounding land and skies. Almost like countless stars twinkling, however every light was filled with killing intent. Countless beams of light swiftly enveloped Luo Feng, attempting to kill him. Luo Feng watched this, the mountain beheading blade in his hand was still very stable. Dense Light Lord's ultimate move. Dense Light World? Luo Feng nodded. I'll use you to test my 180 million years of achievements. Against the incoming killer move. Luo Feng, who had long ignited his god energy to maintain his peak condition, finally moved the mountain beheading blade in his hand. In an instant, the blade's blade was covered in dense origin law engravings. The engravings were intricate, with a shocking beauty. As the blade was swung out, it triggered the universe's gold space origin laws. Still resisting? The full power of a universe tyrant's move, even if you have a normal armor, you'll still fall. Accept your fate. Dense Light Lord's expression changed. That's right. A resplendent gold light. Ice cold, sharp, in an instant, the golden light slashed through the endless light. The unique skill of the lush light overlord was crushed like a joke in front of this move. The cold golden light slashed on the lush light overlord's divine body armor. Its power was far beyond the limit of an ordinary supreme treasure armor. As a result, the supreme treasure armor could only weaken half of the attack, leaving the rest of the impact to the lush light overlord's divine body. Roar! A distant, faintly discernible roar resounded in the ears of the blurry light overlord. I. Dense Light Lord was stunned in mid-air, following the inertia. Following which, without a sound, his body was completely destroyed, vanishing like air. All that was left was a floating black armor and 6 randomly flying lights. Luo Feng stood in mid-air, revealing a smile as he watched this scene. Author's note, here's the first chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The floating black armor and the 6 flying scimitars turned and flew back to him under Luo Feng's godly energy control. It's just an ordinary supreme treasure armor. 6 normal weapons should be part of a set, equivalent to a high-level weapons value. Luo Feng kept the treasures and summoned the distant world ring. This was the world ring that fell to the ground after the Light Lord fell. Luo Feng checked it. There were only a few tens of treasures and other items within. Their value probably couldn't even compare to a normal treasure. After killing the Light Lord, Luo Feng collected his spoils. And even though his human god body's energy consumption to use his strongest move was huge, with the ocean clone's replenishment, he could still maintain his peak condition. So, Luo Feng's wings flapped and he became a beam of light flying away. His speed was neither fast nor slow, maintaining his sublight speed. The surroundings were silent, there was no movement or traces. No one could tell that a universe overlord had just fallen here. The Northern Border Alliance controlled an incomparably large territory. In the space where the Zai clan lived, on a completely dark red life planet, there was the Light Lord's shrine. The shrine wasn't big, however it was still considered one of the sacred lands of the Zai clan. The Zai clan had a total of 6 universe overlords. The universe overlords were already the strongest beings of the clan, hence the entire clan was split into 6 territories, with the 6 overlords managing and nurturing them. Within the shrine, a few disciples and servants looked respectfully at the distant silhouette. It was the clone that the Light Lord left behind after heading to the primal planet. The clone was extremely weak. However, it was after all the consciousness of the Light Lord, it could definitely guide the disciples and deal with some matters. The Light Lord's face revealed a look of fear. Pung, it immediately dissipated. Leader? Teacher? The 3 disciples and some personal servants who were waiting in the distance were shocked. The starry space around the planet was sealed. Even the bright light overlord couldn't teleport away. But why did the clone suddenly vanish? Don't rush, the teacher must have encountered something extremely important that required his full strength, hence he retracted his consciousness and the clone naturally vanished. Let's take a look at the token he gave us. Let's look at the token. The 3 disciples immediately took out their tokens. The keepsake was an item fused with the life mark of the Light Overlord. It was like a treasure that recognized its master. Once it was crushed, the Light Overlord would sense it and come to save the disciple. The token has become an ownerless item. A shrill voice came from the throat of one of the disciples. The 2 heads spoke at the same time, and it sounded even colder. Ownerless item. Mine has also become an ownerless item. The 3 disciples of the Zai clan looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear and panic. They knew very well what this scene meant. There were 2 ways for an item to become ownerless. The first way was for the owner to personally retrieve the life imprint. The other was that the master was killed. However, Lush Light Overlord wasn't here, so he couldn't take back the mark. There was no doubt about the answer. The bright light overlord had fallen. Hurry up and notify the other lords. Quick, right now. Inform the higher-ups of the clan. The Zi race had a total of 6 universe overlords. These 6 universe overlords supported the entire race. The fall of one was equivalent to the collapse of one of the pillars of the race. This was a very frightening blow to the Zai race. Moments later, the 3 Zai race universe overlords who hadn't gone to the primitive star rushed over. They first asked the disciples of the bright light overlord in detail before sending them away. Inside the palace, the 3 purple crystal 2-headed life forms were standing. The atmosphere was tense. Bright light has fallen. Who could have killed bright light? He didn't even have time to ask for help. Bright light had an ordinary treasure armor, and his attacks were even stronger. Killing him, could it be a lord of the universe? Even if it wasn't a lord of the universe, it must be one of the most powerful universe overlords. The 3 universe overlords were silent. Right. The bright light overlord, Jiu Feng, Pei Feng, Palace Master Divergent Blood, and the others were all normal universe overlords. However, there were still some who were heaven-defying. For example, there were some universe overlord level special life forms that were 8,000 or 9,000 times stronger. Their god power was 100 times purer than ordinary universe overlords. Even if it was the same attack, the power would be 100 times stronger. In addition, these heaven-defying universe overlords would obtain even stronger treasures. Their combat power was indeed very strong. Coupled with their huge god bodies, even if they met a lord of the universe, they could hold out for a long time. Entering the primitive star means the danger of being killed. We can forget about it. An existence that could kill bright light like that is not someone our Xi race can provoke. Yes. The three universe overlords nodded. We have to apply to the Northern Border Alliance to revive Bright Light. Bright Light is a universe overlord. To revive him, only the Alliance leader can do it personally. Everyone knows the Alliance leader's temper. I'm afraid we have to wait until the Alliance leader is in a good mood before reviving Bright Light. Universe low-level venerables, mid-level venerables, high-level venerables, after dying, they would usually be revived not too long after. At most, they would be delayed for tens of thousands of years. But it was hard to say for universe overlords. Because in the entire Northern Border Alliance, only the Alliance leader could revive universe overlords. The other universe lords could not do it. If the Alliance leader was delayed for hundreds of millions of years, no one would dare to say anything. Don't worry about it. Apply to the Alliance and wait. Yes, when Fengguang revives, we'll know how he died. The primordial star was the closest to the origin of the universe. Flying above the primordial star felt wonderful. Luo Feng smiled as he flew, recalling the battle from before. This is the first time I've used my full strength in a battle. I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Luo Feng was extremely satisfied with this power. However, it's indeed the ultimate technique of the Universe Lord. The amount of God energy used up by this move is extremely ridiculous. If it wasn't for my Serene Ocean clone constantly replenishing it, I'm afraid that one move would have taken away half of my God body. Back in the Beast God world, when Luo Feng fought the primogenitor, he didn't even ignite his God body. With an undying body, without igniting, he wouldn't expend any God energy no matter how he fought. And in that life or death battle earlier, Luo Feng ignited his God body. Palace Master Qi Shui and Venerable Si Jian would consume a lot of energy when they used their ultimate moves. And Luo Feng's Universe Lord ultimate technique Golden Light was much higher level than Qi Shui Palace Leader and Qi Jian Knight's techniques. Luo Feng didn't even purposely use his energy. The amount of energy this Golden Light absorbed was already more than half of Luo Feng's God body. Of course, the Serene Ocean clone swiftly replenished it. The consumption was huge, its power was ridiculously strong too. Too strong. I can feel that his normal armor is extremely weak. Under my blade. If my attacks were stronger by another level, this treasure would probably be destroyed. Luo Feng thought. 9,800 times his life genetic level, 100 times his God energy amplifier. This made Luo Feng's God body definitely not weaker than a normal universe tyrant. Even unique life forms like the World Tree and Frost Whale in the Ancestral God Secret region were universe tyrants with strength comparable to universe lords. Their God energy was only 2 levels purer than Luo Feng's. However, Luo Feng's Universe Lord ultimate technique was 2 levels stronger than the World Tree and Frost Whale. The advantage of the technique made up for his lack of God energy. In terms of battle strength, the moment Luo Feng unleashed his Universe Lord ultimate technique, he would be comparable to a universe tyrant that was so powerful. His armor was too weak, it only weakened him by half. Of course his body would be destroyed. If it was a high-level armor, I'd probably only be able to heavily injure him. To kill him, I'd need a few more moves. Luo Feng thought. From this, one could see how important the armor was. With the Calamity armor, even Universe Lords didn't have many attacks that could reach the limit of the Calamity armor. 180 million years of cultivation is indeed a great achievement. Luo Feng nodded satisfactorily. His deep attainments in the engravings made it extremely easy for him to train in the space laws. Even though he had only left the Beast God realm for a few days, the final mystery of the space laws, strangulation, had already been comprehended by Luo Feng. Now he only needed to combine teleportation, sealing and strangulation into one, and he would be able to step into the universe night level. However, this last test slightly affected Luo Feng. Just like some warriors with extremely high attainments in the space laws would be affected by the final level of the gold laws. Luo Feng's current attainments were extremely high, but he too was affected by this level. Like what Mountain Guest said, he could break through at any time. No matter how slow he was, he would at most need 1,000 years to step into the Universe Knight level. Once I become a Universe Knight, my body will be comparable to the World Tree and Frost Whale. And my techniques will be even more powerful. When that time comes, I'll probably be able to truly fight against Universe Lords. Luo Feng anticipated within. And I'll be able to use the Star Pagoda even more then. Luo Feng smiled and continued flying. He was waiting for the next alien race like the blurry light leader to kill him. Come, I'm a moving treasure trove. Luo Feng smiled. Look, that's the human Luo Feng. In one of the hills of the wasteland, the 3 high-level sovereigns from the Thorn Ring Alliance were hiding. They were silently waiting for the energy ripples. However, amongst them, Jiqi Sovereign looked up in shock at the sky and immediately transmitted anxiously. Luo Feng, what Luo, you're talking about that lucky human punk? The other 2 knights looked up fiercely. The 3 of them carefully identified him. Silver-armored, silver-winged, black-haired human, it's him, the human Luo Feng. That's him, he has at least 6 treasures on him. And he's definitely got a soul-type treasure, maybe even a flying palace-type treasure. He actually dares to come to Primal Star. Does this absolute genius think he's invincible? He dares to be so arrogant. Arrogant is good, this is basically a human moving treasure trove. Be careful, this human Luo Feng might have something to rely on. What reliance? Even if there's a Universe Lord secretly protecting him in the World Ring, so what? The surrounding weeds and grass covered their silhouettes. The 3 of them looked at the silhouette flying through the sky, their hearts burning with passion. We have to succeed. Our strength is far stronger than his. However, the moment he escapes and flies at light speed, we won't be able to catch up no matter what. I have a plan, we definitely won't let him escape. The shortest and sturdy 4-hooved alien communicated. The other 2 knights listened carefully. 2 chapters completed, Monday. Begging for recommendation votes brothers, send me the recommendation votes * to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The 4-hooved alien communicated, the 2 other knights beside him listened carefully, finishing the entire plan in less than a second. Even though they were conversing secretly, they were all staring at Luo Feng who was flying in mid-air. That was their prey. This was much easier than fighting for any of the treasures. Go. The moment the 4-hooved alien gave the order, he was suddenly shocked. Rumble. Rumble. In the distance, there were 2 silhouettes swiftly flying towards Luo Feng from 2 different directions. With the vision of the 4-hooved man and Jiqi, they could naturally see clearly, one of the 2 silhouettes flying towards Luo Feng as beams of light. One of them was over 100 meters tall and had a total of 10 claws. The fur on its body almost covered its knees and its one jade green eye was filled with killing intent and greed. And the other alien was like a human-shaped bug, extremely skinny, its hands however were like blades. He got there first. Jiqi Knight stared hard. It's the Northern Border Alliance, our plan. The other knight said anxiously. The 4-hooved alien roared, don't worry about the plan, hurry and make your move. Rumble. 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 3 beams of light swiftly rose from the ground and headed straight for Luo Feng. This scene made the distant 2 knights of the Northern Border Alliance panic. The Beast Knight with drooping fur roared, it's those bastards from the Thorn Ring Alliance, we discovered this Luo Feng first, don't let them get him. It's definitely ours. The skinny alien knight bared his teeth, emitting an endless ferocious aura. Luo Feng however was the calmest, flying neither fast nor slow in mid-air. One after the other, a foreign knight flew towards him from both directions. Northern Border Alliance's Knight Kobai, Tyrant Xiao Knight. Luo Feng could tell with a glance, the Tyrant Xiao Knight's body is huge, much bigger than the busy light leader I killed before. The busy light leader was over 10 m tall, while he was over 100 m tall, however, he probably doesn't have any armor, killing him in one move should be enough. In terms of defense, if he didn't use any techniques to block, just using his body to take it. The universe tyrants didn't have much of an advantage over the universe's high-level sages. They usually relied on their treasured armor. Normal armors were enough for a normal overlord fight, but if they were to meet a universe overlord like the World Tree, Frost Whale, or Venerable Purple Rain, normal armors wouldn't be enough. They would need the protection of high-grade armors in order to not be killed in one move. Of course, if one's god body was over 1,000 kilometers long like the golden horned beasts, relying on its size, even a normal armor would be able to survive for a while longer. If his divine body wasn't big enough and he didn't have a high-grade supreme treasure armor, he wouldn't be able to survive. Against the pinnacle of the universe tyrants like World Tree, Ice Whale, Purple Rain Knight and Luo Feng, that was suicide. Of course, no one on the primal star knew of Luo Feng's strength. The only one who knew was the blurry light leader had already fallen. In their eyes, Luo Feng was a human moving treasure trove. Another 3? Luo Feng's gaze swept. It's the Thorn Ring alliances. Ji Qi, Chu Ka, and Swift Eagle. They are all high-level universe venerables, no threat. Rumble. Luo Feng's wings flapped and he became a beam of light, his speed soaring as he swiftly escaped. He's about to escape. Don't let this human Luo Feng escape. Quick, that direction. The northern border alliances Kubai Knight and Tyrant Xiao Knight were panicking. Even though they weren't afraid of the 3 from the Thorn Ring Alliance, they were after all 3 of them and only 2 of them, along with the fact that the difference in strength between them wasn't huge. Any 2 of them would be able to hold them off. Luo Feng's human-moving treasure trove would probably be snatched away by them. Chase. Quick. Let's split up and surround him. Ji Qi's honorable, the four-hoofed being, and the other 3 Thorny Ring Alliance's honorables immediately split into 3 different routes. They wanted to flank Luo Feng from both sides and chase after him. The 3 of them kept increasing their speed. When the time and space law domains all descended, madly obstructing Luo Feng. Trying to escape? Ha ha ha, human Luo Feng, you coming to Primal Star is suicide. Kubai Knight laughed savagely. A ring suddenly appeared in his hand and he waved it fiercely. While the ring swiftly grew, under the control of the godly energy, it flew at light speed towards Luo Feng. Its speed was shocking. The 3 from the Thorn Ring Alliance were panicking, however the northern border's knight had a spirit weapon. They couldn't do anything about it. No problem, that Luo Feng has a spirit weapon. Ji Qi Knight said expectantly. As the 3 of them left later, they were slightly further away from Luo Feng. They were at a disadvantage. Right, Luo Feng has a spirit weapon. Want to capture me? Luo Feng roared angrily. Hua, Luo Feng waved his right hand. Stars swiftly flew through the air. Over 1,000 stars were covered in a blur of origin law engravings. Under the control of the godly energy, they swiftly formed a huge beast god. The beast deity raised his head and roared, then charged towards the ring. The beast god's tail swung fiercely, becoming a beam of light. It was extremely fast, immediately whipping the ring that couldn't dodge in time. The ring was whipped into the distance. Under the control of Kubai Knight, it swiftly flew back, trying to get past the beast god. However, the beast god once again viciously whipped it away. Indeed a spirit weapon, its power is huge. Kubai Knight gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. The largest god with a body covered in hair, Tyrant Xiao Knight, let out a powerful roar, heading straight for Luo Feng. Luo Feng immediately turned. The 3 universe supremacies of the Thorny Ring Alliance also approached from 3 different directions. High in the air, the 5 knights were madly surrounding Luo Feng, and Luo Feng was like a prey that had fallen into a trap, madly struggling and running, occasionally controlling his spirit weapon to block the enemies. Rumble, rumble, the clashing of the spirit weapons created a huge commotion, spreading in all directions. There's energy ripples. They're fighting. It must be a top-level set or treasure that's about to appear, causing the fight. Let's hurry over. On this primal planet, as the ripples spread, it immediately attracted the warriors from far away. Luo Feng was still like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough, frantically running around, using his spirit weapon time and again to block the attacks. Quickly, stop him. Thorn Ring Alliance. The commotion from this battle has already spread, even though the other foreign knight teams are further away. As time drags on, I'm afraid the other teams will follow the energy ripples and rush over. When that happens, it won't just be a fight between us, it'll be a huge chaotic battle, we won't get anything out of it. From what I see, how about we work together? Tyrant Xiao Knight communicated. Bastard. The three from the Thorn Ring Alliance were extremely anxious too, however Luo Feng was simply too agile, using the Wu Killer Wings to change his speed and accelerate extremely quickly. And with the spirit weapon obstructing him time and time again, they were unable to form an encirclement. No matter what they did, they couldn't stop Luo Feng. Of course there was another reason, the Thorn Ring Alliance and Northern Border Alliance weren't united, they didn't want the other to catch Luo Feng, hence the delay. Alright, let's work together. We'll work together to kill Luo Feng, as for the treasure, it'll depend on our abilities. The four-hoofed foreign knight communicated. Alright. Tyrant Xiao Knight agreed. They wouldn't say 50-50, that would be a lie. Both sides were from different factions. If they believed 50-50, that would be a joke. The five from the Thorn Ring Alliance and Northern Border Alliance officially worked together, working together and blocking Luo Feng from all directions. Constantly pressuring Luo Feng, causing him to have less and less room to maneuver. And the Knight Baiku and Jiqi Knight had their spirit weapons to obstruct him, this caused Luo Feng to fall deeper and deeper into danger. Rumble. A golden wave suddenly appeared in the sky and land. The wave rumbled, engulfing a diameter of 30 million kilometers, completely enveloping the five knights within it. It's a domain. It's a domain treasure, not good, we can't catch him, he's escaped the encirclement. Jiqi Knight was anxious. The power of the domain's obstruction isn't strong, it should be a domain treasure. And it's not even considered an absolute treasure. Quick, catch him. Suddenly falling into the endless waves, the five knights of the North Border Alliance and Thorny Ring Alliance were shocked too. They ordered Luo Feng to escape from their encirclement, however they quickly discovered that the Golden Wave's resistance wasn't that strong, it wasn't even comparable to a top-level domain treasure. If it was a domain treasure, its value would be even higher than normal treasures, the resistance isn't strong. Catch him. The five knights gave their all to surround him, even though the resistance wasn't strong. It still made things much easier for Luo Feng. Within this domain, he dodged and dodged to buy time. Ha ha ha, look, it's the human Luo Feng. It's the human Luo Feng. Quick. There were three teams flying over from different directions. From afar, it was hard to make out the silhouettes within the golden waves. However, the madly fleeing Luo Feng, even though they couldn't see him clearly, through his treasured wings and spirit weapon beast god, they swiftly made a judgment. The human Luo Feng has actually come to Primal Star. Look, it's the Thorn Ring Alliance, ha ha ha, and the Northern Border Alliance's Tyrant Xiao and the others. No wonder they're madly surrounding him, it's the human Luo Feng. Hurry and go, Luo Feng has at least 6 treasures, especially one soul treasure. Quick. There were a total of 8 universe supremacies among the 3 foreign race teams that rushed over. Soon, they charged into the Golden Wave. Within the endless 9 precipice river, Luo Feng seemed to be in a difficult situation, however he was very calm within. Another 8 have arrived, they're from the Demon Alliance, 9 Regions Alliance and the Bug Clan Alliance. Oh. 7 universe upper-level knights, oh, there's even a universe overlord. Luo Feng nodded within, adding up to a total of 12 universe upper-level knights, 1 universe overlord, it's time to close the net. Luo Feng, who had been using a portion of the 9 precipice rivers' power, finally went all out. Rumble, his burning god energy madly poured into the 9 precipice river, simultaneously the gold law domain descended and completely merged with the 9 precipice river. Rumble, the golden wave that initially had little resistance suddenly became ferocious, at the same time thickening, almost as though the stream water had turned into a strong glue. The resistance immediately increased by 3 levels, making it extremely difficult for the 12 universe upper-level knights to fly. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The 9 Sea River flowed majestically and floated within 10 million kilometers of space. Under Luo Feng's extreme activation of his god energy, especially with his current level of attainment and techniques, The engravings of the 9C river were easily broken through and completely activated to its maximum. One could only see the vast power and pressure. With Luo Feng's genetic level being 9,800 times and his God energy amplification being 100 times, as well as fully activating the 9C river, if the 9C river's 9 beasts worked together, they could easily destroy an intermediate level knight. Even if they split up, they could still heavily injure him. If one fell into it, even an advanced level knight would find it hard to fly or move. Treasure. It's a domain treasure. That human Luo Feng hid his strength earlier, hiding the power of this treasure. Jiqi Honorable communicated to Chu Ka Honorable, who was very close to him. Chu Ka Honorable tried his best to move towards Jiqi Honorable, however he felt that his speed was ridiculously slow. He too communicated anxiously, that human Luo Feng, why did he hide the power of his domain treasure? If he released it earlier, he could easily escape from us. However he didn't. What is his goal? Jiqi Knight and the Four-Hooved Knight were panicking within. The 9C river's power suddenly exploded, making them feel that something was amiss. It's a trap. It's definitely a trap. We have to hurry and leave this domain. Our flying speed is ridiculously slow in here. If there's a strong enemy, he can easily destroy us one by one. Quickly. Quickly leave. Even though they didn't have any confidence, taking a risk in a place like the Primal Star, these knights were all on high alert. Only earlier when they saw the human Luo Feng, they were all blinded by greed and madness. Now that they felt something was amiss, even though some of the 13 knights were still unwilling and greedy, trying to find the human. However, most of them decided to hurry and leave. In the center of the 9C river, Luo Feng spread his wings and stood there quietly. He clearly knew the movements of the 13 knights within the 9C river. They're starting to panic? They're indeed very cautious. It's a pity, it's too late. Luo Feng grabbed the saber on his back and gently pulled it out. The cold blade didn't have any resistance in the 9C river water, instead it was like a fish in water. Because, this was Luo Feng's domain. Rumble, beside, a completely black golden horned beast floated beside. The golden horned beast is killing outside, I'll be killing inside, we have to, not let a single one escape. Luo Feng said softly. Beast God transformation. Hua. Hua, Luo Feng and the golden horned beast simultaneously changed. The golden horned beast's 4 claws became even thicker, its head too began to change, other than its 2 wings, it was almost like a golden beast god. The human Luo Feng too underwent a change, his godly body grew a little taller, scales began to appear on his skin, and his eyes glowed a dark gold. Although his divine power amplification had reached the limit of 100 times, under the beast god transformation, he could use the heart of the beast god to slaughter more freely. Slaughter. Begin. Luo Feng made his move, heading straight for the strongest trapped within the 9 Ghost River, the universe overlord Xianxia Knight. Xianxia Knight was the calmest amongst the group of aliens trapped within the 9 Ghost River. He came from the Bug Clan Alliance. Even though he wasn't from the Bug Clan, he still had an extremely high position, it was all because of his strength. He specialized in close combat and was extremely strong, his soul's natural defense was extremely strong, his only weakness was his small body, his height was only 0.8 m. Hence he placed a lot of importance on his body's defense, the most precious thing on him was that high-level armor. I've been tricked. Feeling the 9 Ghost Rivers' power explode, Xianxia Knight immediately understood, it's a trap. Purposely using this human Luo Feng as bait to attract the aliens closer. That human Luo Feng's world ring definitely has a universe overlord level being hidden within. This isn't good for me, I need to leave quickly. Xianxia Knight wielded a huge blade, immediately breaking through the layers of obstacles and flying. His speed was the fastest. Xianxia Knight creased his eyebrows, he could feel the aliens getting closer. Even though he felt it wasn't good, he wasn't actually afraid, he didn't think a universe lord level being would be hidden within Luo Feng's world ring. If it wasn't a universe lord, normal universe overlords wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. Humanity's most terrifying universe overlord, Xianxia Palace leader, hides within the human secret region, rarely showing himself. I've never heard of the Star Hell Demon Lord coming to the Primal Star, other than the 2 or 3 most powerful universe overlords. the human universe overlords are nothing to fear. Xianxia Knight's thoughts flashed. A ray of golden light that was so beautiful that it could shock venerable Xianxia's soul lit up. This ray of golden blade light streaked across the waters of the Nine-Precipice River, and although it seemed slow, it directly arrived in front of venerable Xianxia in an unparalleled manner. Venerable Xianxia's eyes widened, and in shock and anger, he swung the large blade in his hand with all his might, using his most powerful ultimate technique, Destiny's Adjudication. Pung! The huge blade was immediately flung away, rolling about in the golden river water. Cold, sharp, poignant, this golden blade didn't seem to weaken at all as it sliced right into Xianxia Knight's body. Xianxia Knight was filled with fear. What blade technique is this? This is more terrifying than any other universe overlord I've met in my long life. This blade technique was already beautiful to the point of shock. It completely represented the pinnacle of a path. The pinnacle of an origin law. Pung! The power of this saber strike directly reached the limits of this high-grade supreme treasure armor, causing the supreme treasure armor, which was originally capable of reducing the force of impact by 1/10,000th, to merely reduce the force of the attack to 1,000th, in an instant. Xianxia Knight's body was damaged by 62%, this caused him to be filled with fear. Even with my high-level armor, I still lost over half of my body. Not good. Xianxia Knight knew that he would definitely die from the next blade, and at this time, the beautiful golden blade flashed once again. Quickly flee! Xianxia Knight communicated through his god energy, his voice piercing out. Pung! Under the saber light, venerable Xianxia's dwarf-like divine body was instantly annihilated, leaving only a light purple and exquisite supreme treasure armor floating in the air. As for the world ring and the great saber, they had long been tossed into the distance. I only needed 2 slashes to kill him. Looks like under my universe lord's ultimate technique, the moment those universe tyrants have high-level armor, they'll be able to take it head-on, and this is with a small god body. If it was as big as the golden horned beast, I probably wouldn't be able to kill it even with 1,000 slashes. Luo Feng swiftly realized his weakness. His blade technique was already extremely strong, however it had only just exceeded the limits of a high-level armor. A high-level armor could still give the enemy extremely strong defense. Ah? Panicking? Then let's continue. Luo Feng wielded the blade, his wings flapped and he drew an arc, heading straight for another high-level knight. Yes, panicking, when Sovereign Xianxian, the strongest of the 13 foreign race sovereigns trapped in the 9-kiln river, knew that he couldn't escape after receiving a blow, he sent out a shrill voice transmission. This instantly caused some of the foreign race sovereigns who were secretly worried to go crazy. Quickly flee! It's a trap. Even Xianxia Knight can't block it. Quickly flee! Ah! It's a beast, ah! A piercing scream transmitted through the god energy as a medium within the Nine-Precipice River. Rumble! The shockwaves of the battle rumbled over. Compared to Luo Feng's blade's coldness and efficiency, this golden-horned beast was even crazier and more unstoppable. Following a faint roar, the malevolent black beast god golden-horned beast lowered its head at high speed, the longest horn on its head fiercely smashing into Honorable Jiqi's body. Honorable Jiqi's eyes widened in fear, and then Pung his god body was completely destroyed. With just one top-level armor, he had no way of blocking the golden-horned beast's attack. It's a trap. That human Luo Feng is bait. There's a powerful overlord. He's much stronger than Xianxia Knight. He's slaughtering us, quickly. Damn humans. All sorts of mad howls and roars of unwillingness resounded. However, wielding the saber, the beast god Luo Feng flew coldly within the golden river, after which he walked towards the other warriors, waving his saber. Under the beautiful golden light, the high-level warriors fell one after another. Most of the warriors didn't even have normal armor, they couldn't stop Luo Feng at all. Luo Feng was killing from the center, the golden-horned beast was killing from the outer perimeter, not a single one of the foreign race knights could escape. One had to know that within 9-kiln river, the high-level knights were already ridiculously slow. The only one that could fly at high speeds, Xianxian the knight, was the first to be killed. This group of foreign races already had no more hope. The number of outsider venerables trapped in the 9-ghost river continued to decrease. 8, 6, 3, 2, 1, and outside the vast expanse of the 9-precipice river. Due to the earlier commotion caused by the 5 knights chasing Luo Feng, it had attracted the attention of the other foreign race knights who were slightly further away. A total of 6 squads of them were already watching from afar. These 6 squads, a total of 15 of them, one of which was a universe tyrant. Trap. Bait. Quickly flee. The shrill voice was transmitted through the divine power and spread out in all directions. The 6 pairs of 15 alien venerables who were watching from afar were shocked. They were all watching from afar. However, the water of the 9 precipice river was too thick, they couldn't see clearly, however they could feel the movements within. At the start there was a huge energy movement, along with screams and roars of unwillingness. Human Luo Feng. Bait. It's a trap. Universe Overlord. However, after a while, it all quietened down. A deathly silence. At this time, the 6 pairs of alien venerables in the distance felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that all the alien venerables trapped inside were dead. While the 9 precipice river gradually calmed down, a silhouette appeared in the center of the golden river. He carried a blade on his back, wings on his back, black hair, looking at the 6 teams tens of millions of km away. At that moment, none of the warriors made a sound. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Damn, I'm late on Monday, looks like I'll have to catch up on Saturday again. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng, you sure have guts, using yourself as bait to attract the foreign race warriors to surround and attack. After that, the universe tyrant will use his domain treasures to trap the warriors and slaughter them. In the distance, among the 6 teams of foreign race warriors, a silver-headed huge wolf floated in mid-air. His body was about 10 kilometers long, looking at the distant golden wave where Luo Feng stood. Thank you Jade Fa Knight for your compliments. Luo Feng nodded. Jade Fa Knight was even harder to deal with than the Zhongzhan Knight he killed before. Firstly, Jade Fa Knight was a true demon and had more treasures. Secondly, Jade Fa Knight's body was much bigger, killing him would take more time. Ho Paragon Jadifa furiously roared, which universe overlord is so shameless to be able to kill Paragon John so easily? It shouldn't be an ordinary universe overlord. Which one of your human race is it? Xianxia Palace Leader? Ancestral Tree Knight? Star-Held Demon Lord? Any one of the 3 of you possess great reputations. I respect the 3 of you. However, using Luo Feng as bait to attract the foreign races to slaughter us, that's not honorable at all. Jade Fa Knight's voice resounded throughout the land, resounding within Luo Feng's ears. This made him smile. Xianxia Palace Leader, Ancestral Tree Knight, Star-Held Demon Lord, interesting. The human race had many universe tyrants. However, as humans were naturally normal life forms, many of them were normal, similar to Jade Fa Knight and Chi Blood Palace Leader. Like the Ancestral Tree Knight, Star-Held Demon Lord and Xianxia Palace Leader, these 3 had extremely special encounters and had the ability to create clones. Under normal circumstances, a power should have about the same number of universe lords and universe lords. The human race had over 10 universe lords, but only 3 of them. This was because humanity's foundations were weak. Like the ancestral god sect that gathered large amounts of special life forms, they actually had more of the universe lords. Like the Northern Border Alliance with many races, they had many of the universe lords too. In the distance, the 6 teams of foreign race warriors in mid-air were discussing quietly, feeling indignant. That's too much. They've really lowered their status. The human race is the pinnacle race. No matter which one of those 3 hid in Luo Feng's world ring, it's simply too shameless. They had already made a name for themselves. If other venerables saw them, they would have avoided them long ago. They did not dare to disturb them at all. But I didn't expect them to play this trick. Although the 6 teams of foreign race venerables were furious, they were all far away and could escape as soon as they saw that the situation was not good. Venerable Ancestral Tree? Star-Held Devil Master? The giant silver wolf Paragon Jadifa was still shouting loudly. Heavenshire Palace Master? It seemed like he was trying to provoke that existence to come out so that he could figure out who it was. Jade Fa Knight, the 3 aren't here. Luo Feng stood on the golden wave and smiled, just me. Humph, just you alone. The giant silver wolf sneered. The other 15 venerables also shook their heads. They had all heard the screams of mutated beasts. Clearly, it was a top universe overlord that could fight in beast form. Which overlord of the universe is it? Show yourself, the giant silver wolf shouted again. Hua hua hua, the golden waves disappeared in an instant. Luo Feng's silver wings and silver armor, with a blade on his back, he laughed loudly. Jade Fa Knight, I've said before, just me. Humph, no matter which one of you three has been famous for a long time. Humph, to do such a thing, you're indeed a cunning human. Jade Fa Knight sneered. Jade Fa Knight, are you looking for death? Luo Feng roared fiercely. So, he immediately became a silver light rushing towards Jade Fa Knight, scaring him so much that he roared softly and immediately turned to flee. He was very clear that he had to maintain a sufficient distance from this human Luo Feng. Otherwise, Luo Feng would be able to instantly unleash that domain treasure. When that happened, he would be in danger. His strength was close to Xianxia Knight's. Quickly leave. Go. Jade Fa Knight turned and fled. The other foreign race venerables naturally followed and swiftly flew in all directions. Luo Feng quickly slowed down and floated in midair, looking around at the fleeing foreign race knights, laughing softly. I originally wanted to have a good chat with all of you up close, but the distance is too far and it's troublesome to chat. However, since you all aren't interested, I'll leave. So, he became a silver beam and tore through the skies, not chasing any other foreign race. Humph, Jade Fa Knight in the distance turned his head to look at the light beam and roared, relying on the fact that he's accompanied by an elite universe overlord, he dares to be so arrogant. If he was alone on this planet, he would have been killed long ago and his treasures would have been taken. Luo Feng slaughtering the 13 foreign race venerables had actually caused quite a commotion. After all, even if a normal treasure were to appear on the planet, the death of 1 or 2 venerables would be enough. Only when a high-level treasure or even a pinnacle treasure were to appear would there be a large-scale fall of absolute warriors. Thornring Alliance, within a majestic palace in space. Greetings, Universe Lord. Jiqi Knight stood respectfully within the palace. Jiqi. A cold voice resounded from within the palace. You reported that 13 venerables were instantly killed? Yes. Honorable Jiqi said respectfully, these 13 universe supremacies include my Thorn Ring Alliance, Bug Race Alliance, Northern Border Alliance, Demon Race Alliance and 9 Territories Alliance. One of them is a universe overlord from the Bug Clan Alliance, Xianxia Knight. Of the 13, only I have the talent to create clones, hence I immediately reported it. I'm afraid the other parties aren't clear on the details yet. Supremacy Jiqi was also one of those who were killed. Who did it? Starhell Demon Lord? Xianxia Palace Leader? Ancestral Tree? The cold voice resounded. Universe Lord, the one who did it was a black beast. It was extremely terrifying, it should be a warrior that trained in the Gold Beast God path. Jiqi Knight said respectfully, and this beast's attainment in the Gold Beast God path is extremely high. I feel that it should be extremely close to the Beast God level. I was instantly killed. Beast God path? Could it be the Starhell Demon Lord? But the Starhell Demon Lord doesn't walk the Gold Beast God path. The cold voice resounded doubtfully. I'm very sure it was a black beast. His attacks are mysterious and unfathomable. At the very least, his realm far exceeds mine. Jiqi Knight said respectfully. You think that black beast could kill Xianxia Knight? The cold voice resounded. Yes, definitely. Jiqi nodded. Even if Xianxia Knight wanted to kill me, I wouldn't be completely defenseless. But in front of that black beast, I was completely defenseless. I was killed in one move. And I feel that the beast didn't even use its full strength. If it was against Xianxia Knight, it should be able to kill him. That's weird, since when did the human race have such a beast? The cold voice resounded doubtfully. The figure in the palace slowly walked down. This was a female master of the universe. She was clad in dark purple armor and had hundreds of needle-like sharp horns on her head. Her face was devilish and extremely seductive, but her entire body naturally exuded waves of cold air that made even Honorable Jiqi shudder. This universe lord was the Stabbing Heart leader of the Stabbing Heart Alliance. Her position was equivalent to the Primal Chaos City leader in the Great Alliance. That's weird. The Stabbing Heart leader said softly. According to what you said, it wasn't any of the three. Could it be Luo Feng himself who trained in the Gold Beast God path? That can't be right. Luo Feng is still very weak. Even if this Luo Feng became a universe knight, his comprehension of the laws is still very low. He's probably around the 4th or 5th level of the Beast God path. With such a low comprehension, he can't even create the ultimate techniques of the universe lords. It's not to the extent that even you find it unfathomable. Jiqi Knight nodded. It's definitely not that Luo Feng. No matter whether he became a universe knight or not, he doesn't have such comprehension of the laws. There's no news of him appearing to receive the Beast God path from Bauhinia Island either. The Stabbing Heart leader frowned. Unless, the Primal Chaos City leader arranged for some absolute warrior to protect his disciple? The human race still has a hidden absolute warrior? Jiqi Knight said softly. The Stabbing Heart leader glanced at him. No, even though the human race only has 3 pinnacle universe lords, the Great Alliance has more than that. Jiqi Knight was shocked. Yes, the Great Alliance was an alliance of many races with the human race as the core. There were still many strong warriors from other races. Universe Lord, that pinnacle Universe Lord actually used this method to massacre us. Should we do anything about it? Jiqi Knight couldn't help but ask. Pinnacle Universe Lords are already very close to the Universe Lord level. Dealing with us is a massacre. How should we do anything about it? The Stabbing Heart leader laughed softly. It's not them who massacred you. It's you who attacked them out of greed and got slaughtered. If a Universe Lord or an Pinnacle Universe Lord purposely massacred groups of warriors, it would incur public anger. However, if you provoke them first, then nobody can say anything. The news spread extremely quickly. However, the large powers didn't treat it as anything important. To them, it was just a group of warriors from other races walking into a trap out of greed. They wouldn't say anything even if they were killed. And other than the Stabbing Ring Alliance, the other powers didn't even know what the Pinnacle Universe Lord looked like or what he trained in. After all, the resurrection of the advanced level warriors would usually be gathered and distributed to a Universe Lord. Only when the Universe Lord had the time would he act. Virtual Universe, Hongmeng City's highest authority center. Hongmeng Palace. Interesting. It's quite interesting. They wanted to kill that Luo Feng, yet they were all killed. If the other powers knew about this, they wouldn't say anything. Primal Chaos City leader, it must have been arranged by you. Without your arrangements, why would that Pinnacle Universe Lord be willing to stay in Luo Feng's world ring? Tell me, when Luo Feng entered the Primal Star, just which Universe Lord was hidden in his world ring? We thought about it, but we couldn't confirm who it was. A total of 6 leaders sat on their thrones, laughing and chatting. The Primal Chaos City leader listened and maintained his smile. Actually, he was puzzled too, he didn't know either. Don't tell me Luo Feng made friends with some Pinnacle Universe Lord? The Primal Chaos City leader thought. P.S. Recently the Qidian Author Area system has been making me speechless. Yesterday, Tomato was late, and today, Tomato was speechless. This wasn't something a human could contend with. Yesterday's late, today's won't be counted. Otherwise, the Tomato would be exhausted. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the sky above another primitive planet, a mighty golden river floated in midair. 9 strange beasts were swimming and roaring in the river. It's a domain treasure. What a strong resistance, I didn't expect Luo Feng to have such a treasure. The absolute geniuses of the pinnacle races indeed receive different benefits, even so weak he has a domain treasure. This time, looks like we have no way of killing that human Luo Feng. Let's go. Let's go. The 3 knights of the North Border Alliance communicated through their divine energy, trying their best to break through the layers of river water and fly outwards, however their speed was extremely slow. This caused the 3 to curse inwardly. A mere undying rank genius, even though he had killed Bark Mirror Emperor, he should only have the strength of a middle-class universe supreme. Yet, he actually obtained a domain-type treasure. Along with the confirmed soul treasure, this was even better than the treasures of many universe overlords. If it wasn't for the domain treasure, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. He's lucky. Suddenly, in the majestic golden river ahead, a faintly discernible black mutant beast suddenly appeared. The cold killing intent in its dark golden eyes immediately caused the universe venerable flying at the front to quiver. He hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." How the black beast instantly became a beam of golden light, accompanied by a faint ancient roar. With unbelievable speed it slammed into the scaled chest of the foremost Universe Knight. Rumble! That Universe Knight's top-grade armor instantly shattered, his divine body was directly destroyed. The black beast's momentum didn't slow down, it once again sped up and charged towards the second Universe Knight. Like a road roller, crushing a wolf to death. Even though the wolf was savage, the moment it was crushed by the road roller, it would definitely become meat paste. It's a trap, it's a trap. The only surviving knight stared wide-eyed with his 3 jade-green eyes, his purple lips let out a god roar of fear and rage. The human Luo Feng is bait, bait. Hua, an ice-cold golden saber light slashed from behind. The third universe supremacy was still trying his best to block the black mutant beast, but he suddenly felt his body shake violently. Then, he didn't know what happened. It's too late to know it's a trap now. The silver-armored and winged Luo Feng wielded the Xianxia blade and walked over. Looking at the floating treasure shards, weapons, and world rings, he waved his hand and collected them all. After which, he sheathed the Xianxia blade and the golden-horned beast disappeared into the world ring. That's why they're not well informed. The powers of the other universes don't have virtual universes and are unable to transmit information in real time. Luo Feng said softly, especially the Northern Border Alliance, 9 Territory Alliance and other powers with many different races. Especially this Northern Border Alliance, they sure have a lot of races, about a third of the foreign knights I've killed are from them. Only after roaming the primitive star did he realize how powerful the Northern Borderline Alliance was. Back at the open-air square of Circus Island, the Hong Alliance only had 1,000 beast deity inheritors, but the Northern Borderline Alliance had hundreds of thousands of them. From this ratio, one could vaguely see the ratio of the number of experts. A portion of the universe's venerables already know that they need to retreat if they meet me. But there are still some universe venerables who haven't heard of this news. Luo Feng's thoughts moved and the endless golden waves vanished, becoming a silver light that flew into the distance. And there were no traces of the battle in mid-air, not a single treasure shard was left behind by Luo Feng. Virtual Universe Great Alliance City Inner City, that open-air bar. Relying on the endless dark ocean consciousness to connect to the virtual universe, Luo Feng would usually come here once every 10 days to half a month. He had always been quietly waiting for Tian Heng's news. It was just that the 10081 primitive star was simply too big, and Tian Heng was a universe overlord. He moved alone. The moment he hid somewhere, he might hide for hundreds or even thousands of years. To find his location, it indeed required time and luck. Luo Feng. Blade River. Walking in the open-air bar, there were many knights passionately greeting him. Even the few universe tyrants that occasionally appeared were very courteous to Luo Feng. After all, Luo Feng's accomplishments in the past year of entering the primal star were shocking. The other powers spread the news slowly, however the Great Alliance warriors spread it very quickly. Over the past year, the number of universe venerables and overlords that had fallen because of Luo Feng wasn't a small number. Even though they all thought it was the work of one of the pinnacle overlords hiding in his world ring, the fact that he was willing to stay in his world ring proved Luo Feng's status and position. To be able to befriend such a pinnacle overlord was naturally something every warrior would be happy to do. Even the universe lords valued the pinnacle overlords. Because, the pinnacle overlord's battle strength was very close to the universe lords. And they could revive after they died. And the universe lords couldn't revive after they died. Hence the pinnacle overlords had a very special position. Luo Feng. A familiar voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. In the distance there were 2 warriors sitting in a corner, and there were no other warriors around them. Guei Knight, Undying Knight? Luo Feng was shocked within. He finally understood why there weren't any other warriors near them, because these 2 had extraordinary positions. Guei Knight was an extremely important disciple of the primal Chaos City leader, and Undying Knight was the disciple of the Huge Axe creator. both were extraordinary. Luo Feng smiled and walked over. Guai Knight was as usual dressed in a fiery red armor, barefooted and bald. Looking at him naturally made one feel calm. However, after training for 180 million years, Luo Feng's willpower was much stronger than before. Completely at the entry level of the Universe Lord, he wasn't affected at all. Luo Feng had seen the Undying Knight once before, through the virtual universe communication. The Undying Knight was the same as before, dressed in a peculiar armor with tens of thousands of vines hanging from it. Even his face was covered by the vines, only his green eyes were as evil as always. Back then when Luo Feng was still weak, he had fallen for this once. In the eyes of Luo Feng and Tru Yan back then, Undying Knight and Guai Knight were both universe overlords. They were unreachable beings. However, the current Luo Feng was very clear of these two's abilities. Guai Knight was at the level of a normal universe overlord, only his treasures were better, and he was proficient in hypnotism and close combat. Undying Knight's reputation was huge, his true battle strength was at the level of a normal universe overlord. However, his survivability was extremely strong. To date nobody had been able to kill him. He was bestowed with the publicly recognized title of Undying Senior. Luo Feng walked over and smiled. Undying Knight. Sit, Guai said with a smile. You've grown very quickly. Back then you were very weak, very far from undying. Just one look from me was enough to affect him, however he was able to shake off the effects of my gaze. Now that I think about it, you're indeed extraordinary. I've heard that tens of knights have fallen because of you. Haha, powerful indeed. Undying Knight's voice was strange and piercing, however Luo Feng who had spoken with him knew that this was how he was. Luo Feng, Undying Knight and I are very curious, just how many foreign knights and overlords have fallen because of your pinnacle universe overlord friend? Guai smiled. It's still alright. Luo Feng smiled. A total of 82 knights, 5 universe overlords. 5 universe overlords? Guai and Undying Knight both revealed looks of shock. The two of them were only at this level. Of course their backgrounds were huge, their treasures were strong too, their survivability was much stronger. However, even so, they still found it unbelievable. In the beginning, those outsider sovereigns who were greedy for me tried to kill me, but ended up being killed instead. Especially in the first half month, there were many outsiders who died. However, as the news spread, more and more foreign races found out about this. They avoided me the moment they saw me, only occasionally would they meet the foreign races that weren't well informed. It's been 3 months and I've only met one unlucky fellow. Luo Feng said. The truth was indeed so. The news spread faster and faster. The more it spread, the more famous the knights fell, the more it made Luo Feng's name. Even the foreign universe overlords avoided Luo Feng, not daring to get close. Just who is your friend? Guai Knight couldn't help but ask, can you tell me? He's called Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled. Don't joke around. Guai smiled. If you can't say, then don't. Luo Feng sighed within. There was really no one who believed it. Until now, not a single warrior believed he did it. It was no wonder. In the eyes of these warriors, even though he had broken through to the universe knight level, his origin law comprehension couldn't be improved quickly. From the beast god level 4 to 7, 100 million years was normal. In a short 20,000 years, in the eyes of those experts, his level of secret techniques was definitely very low. Even if his divine body was stronger, it was far from the world tree, supremacy purple rain, Xianxia palace master, and other heaven-defying existences of the universe. If you really want to know a name. Gold Peak Knight. Luo Feng said. Gold Peak Knight? Guai Knight and Undying Knight glanced at each other, feeling suspicious. They had never heard of him before. Playing with us? Undying Knight's green eyes were filled with suspicion. I didn't lie, you'll know in the future. Luo Feng smiled. Is it a foreign race? Guai Knight asked curiously. I guess so. Luo Feng nodded. At this time, Luo Feng's eyes noticed a silhouette in the distance looking over. Looking carefully, it was Pei Knight. Seeing Luo Feng look over, Pei Knight signaled with his eyes. Senior, Undying Knight, I'll go see a friend. Luo Feng stood up and smiled, following which he walked towards Pei Knight. Pei Knight quickly came over to welcome him. The two met. He immediately lowered his voice and said, "Blade River, I've already discovered Tiantai Night." Tiantai Night, like a bucket of ice water, was poured over his head. Luo Feng shuddered, his eyes gleaming. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Where is it? Luo Feng suppressed his excitement and asked. The knight immediately told Luo Feng the details of the planet ball and its coordinates, etc. Thanks. Luo Feng said gratefully. A small matter. The knight said curiously, "You're so concerned about that knight, is there a grudge?" "That's a universe overlord. A friend entrusted it to me." Luo Feng said. Ah. The knight nodded in understanding. In the air above the planet, Luo Feng, who was originally a silver beam flying in one direction, suddenly turned and flew in another direction. "I've waited for so many years. I went to find the fourth black metal plate to raise my strength. It was all for this day." The silver-armored and silver-winged Luo Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation. He couldn't forget the intense calling of the Wuxia wing. He believed that the moment it was with the black wing, there would be a qualitative change. One had to know that the stronger the treasure, the harder it was to find it. In this year, even though he had killed 82 high-level knights and 5 universe overlords. However, the 82 high-level knights only had a total of 6 normal treasures. The 5 universe overlords had a total of 18 normal treasures and 4 high-level treasures. Normal treasure sets were also considered high-level treasures. Even with the treasures in their world rings, etc., calculating their total value, it was only 60 to 70 treasure points. That wasn't enough to exchange for a top-level treasure, and the top-level treasures were already enough to make the universe lords envious. Under normal circumstances, even the top-level treasures and weapons were usually reserved for the universe lords. As for the top-level treasures, like the calamity armor, etc., they were even harder to come by. Even the Flame Emperor found it hard to get one. "I've already killed 5 universe overlords, even though they surrounded and attacked me out of greed. However, the news has spread far and wide. It's hard to meet another universe overlord who doesn't have good information." Luo Feng thought, "I'm already considered one of the wealthiest universe overlords. However, the top-level treasures are still too far away. However, the moment I get the other wing, once I fuse with it." Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. This time's rewards would probably exceed the year's worth of killing. So, Luo Feng swiftly headed towards the whirlpool pathway to planet number 02881. Planet number 02881. Just now, it seemed like the universe supremacies of the Great Alliance. I was discovered by them. The 8-armed bald man of the automaton race, Supremacy Tiandao, suddenly emerged from the weeds. As a member of the automaton race, his divine body had certain technological characteristics. For example, his head could see in all directions. He was extremely vigilant. "My whereabouts cannot be revealed now. Just in case, let's leave this place as soon as possible." A cold glint flashed through Venerable Tian Ming's eyes. He immediately flapped the black wings on his back and soared into the sky. The sky was dark. A golden-horned beast was floating high up in the sky, surveying its surroundings. "Right here. According to Paragon Yunzhou's intelligence, it should be in this region." Golden Horn Luo Feng swept his gaze below. As his Earth body's name was too famous, even the universe tyrants would usually take a detour when they saw him. To prevent the Tiantai Knight from escaping in fear, Luo Feng used the golden-horned beast to rush over. Also, the golden-horned beast didn't use the slaying Wu wings. This way, Tianheng wouldn't be able to detect it beforehand. "No. Not here?" Golden Horn Luo Feng was suspicious, carefully inspecting the wild grass. They were all very tall, with a strong warrior hiding within. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell at all. Rumble boundless golden waves spread out in an instant, enveloping the land and seeping into every inch of the weeds. In an instant, the vast area with a radius of 30 million kilometers was completely enveloped. Within this area, there was absolutely no expert who could escape the screening of this domain-type treasure. No warrior? Golden Horn Luo Feng was even more suspicious. "I rushed over from there, even though I spent quite a bit of time flying. It's only been 2 days. And the universe knights are all hiding in the primal planet, waiting for their chance. Waiting for a year or so is very normal. How did he disappear? Goldenhorn Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. The land and skies were a vast expanse. There was no way to confirm where Tianheng had gone. However, the slaying Wu wings hidden in the world ring were getting restless, obviously sensing his location. Who cares? Goldenhorn Luo Feng roared softly. The endless golden waves immediately vanished. Simultaneously, a treasure-slaying Wu wings flew out of the world ring and fused into the scaled wings. The beast god armor and the wings worked together. One had to know that even though the beast god armor was a set, its original design didn't have wings. However, if he fused those scaly treasures into his wings, he would be able to achieve an extremely high defensive effect. However, in terms of flight, it still couldn't match up to the slaying Wu wings. The two now worked together naturally well. When a strong calling resounded from a direction, the slaying Wu wings trembled, almost as though it was about to leave and fly over. There. Goldenhorn Luo Feng looked far to the left. This strong calling was the same as back then. Obviously it was caused by Tianheng's black wings. This time, I won't let you escape. Goldenhorn Luo Feng swiftly flapped his wings and his speed began to soar, constantly climbing, all the way to light speed, after which he flew straight in that direction. About a few 100 million km away from Luo Feng, in the swamp, Tianheng's skin had completely turned turbid. He laid within the swamp, the water covering him. If he didn't use his god energy or domain to scan, just his eyes alone wouldn't be able to detect him. Wing Tianheng's flowing light wings trembled too. The strong calling made them unable to calm down. Hua, a bald metal head popped out from the swamp, staring coldly into the distance. It's that golden-horned beast. I sensed you the moment you arrived on this planet. I didn't expect you to still fly towards me. Tianheng's eyes were filled with coldness. He naturally couldn't forget the battle 20,000 years ago. That golden-horned beast had an extremely important pair of wings on it. In that battle, the golden-horned beast was obviously weaker, however it relied on its powerful armor and huge body, causing him to be at a disadvantage. Damn bastard, is he here to bother me again? Tianheng gritted his teeth. His strength is clearly weaker than mine, however at least he has a high-level armor, and his body is huge. Fighting with him. I've used up all my body, he hasn't even used up much. Damn. If it wasn't for your body being huge, I'd definitely fight with you. Tianheng gritted his teeth. Rumble, after which he became a beam of light and flew in one direction. The golden-horned beast could vaguely feel the direction of the calling, however as it flew in that direction, the calling was actually moving and getting further away. He's fleeing? Goldenhorn Luo Feng was shocked. Why? In the previous battle, Tianheng had the upper hand. Luo Feng relied on his huge body to gain the upper hand. The control of the battle was still in Tianheng's hands. He shouldn't have sensed him and fled in fear. If you flee, I'll chase. Let's see how long you can flee for. Luo Feng maintained his fastest speed as he chased. An 8-armed bald automaton warrior and a golden-horned beast, one ahead and one behind. The distance between them was a few 100 million kilometers. However, no matter how Tianheng flew, the golden-horned beast could clearly sense his location, making it impossible for him to flee. Damn. Why are you chasing? Does he think that by catching up to me, he'll be able to fight me? Other than Universe Lords, even the pinnacle of Universe Lords might not be able to kill me. Damn, if it wasn't now, I'd definitely teach you a lesson. Tianheng was completely enraged from being chased. However, he forcefully suppressed the rage within. Go to another primal star. Tianheng looked at the distant space whirlpool and immediately flew over, passing through it and arriving at another primal star. After about half an hour, the golden-horned beast flew over too. According to my senses, he disappeared from this location. The golden-horned beast looked at the distant space whirlpool. Even if he self-destructs, that wing won't be destroyed, I should still be able to sense it. Obviously he entered another primal star. Rumble, the golden-horned beast too passed through the space whirlpool and arrived at another primal star. After Tianheng entered the new primal star and flew about 100 million kilometers, he stopped and hit himself. That damned golden-horned beast knows he can't catch up to me, and he can't do anything to me. He shouldn't chase me. However, after a while, that familiar strong calling came again. The black wings behind him trembled. Damn! Tianheng was incomparably enraged. Golden horned beast. Tianheng was filled with hatred. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to reveal himself at such a crucial time, he could just flee and summon the automaton warriors to destroy the golden horned beast. Good, 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 I'll wait for you. I'll let you know the difference between you and me. Tianheng was completely enraged. He stood in the forest and waited. Luo Feng was curious too. It's not fleeing anymore, that's weird. Who cares, it's a good thing it's not fleeing. Luo Feng was confident too. Unless a universe lord personally descended, Luo Feng wasn't afraid of anyone. Rumble, the golden horned beast swiftly flew in that direction. In a short while it was in the air above the forest. Following that, it immediately dove down, flying towards the location of the other wing that it could clearly sense. Damned golden horned beast. The 8-armed automaton bald stood on the tree crown, his black wings slightly flapping as he looked coldly at Luo Feng. Tianheng. The golden horned beast however swiftly flew over. Damn! Tianheng roared angrily, the suppressed rage from being chased for so long was completely unleashed. Rumble, the land and skies were suddenly enveloped in an endless black light. The golden horned beast that was originally flying at an extremely fast speed seemed to sink into a swamp, its speed immediately slowing down. It's a domain treasure. Golden horned Luo Feng was shocked. Since when did this Tianheng have a domain treasure? I'm begging for the monthly votes. The monthly votes were very dangerous. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Planet number 02881. When the golden horned beast chased Tian Ho into the space whirlpool, a figure shrouded in black mist floated in midair. I didn't see wrongly. Emperor and Tian Ho flew into the spatial vortex. The figure in the black mist nodded. When Tian Ho was being chased by the golden horned beast, he turned into a beam of light and was naturally very eye-catching. Coincidentally, he was noticed by the other race knight in the black mist. Fan Nua Castle Master put a bounty on Tian Ho in the alliance, who knew I would find out first, hehe. His avatar in the outside world immediately sent a message to Fan Nua Castle Master. Fan Nua Castle Master was a super being of the Thorn Ring Alliance, one of the top overlords of the universe. He was a heaven-defying being comparable to the strongest world tree. The reason why he was called a castle master was because he had a high-level treasure-flying castle. Even if he met a universe lord, he would have the confidence to escape. One had to know that the Sky Wolf Palace was just a high-level treasure-flying castle. It was just that the quality was slightly better, but it was obviously a treasure of the same level. A normal treasure? Fan Nua Castle Master is indeed generous. I only followed him and he gave me such a huge reward. The black mist figure laughed sinisterly and followed him into the space whirlpool. The figure in the black fog appeared in midair after passing through the spatial vortex. He saw the black light that covered the sky and earth in the distance. Although it was tens of millions of kilometers away, the domain was too big, so he could naturally see it clearly from afar. This shocked him. Its power seems to be extraordinary. It should be a domain-type treasure. The black mist figure did not dare to get close, afraid of getting caught in it. Rumble, suddenly, a dazzling golden river surged in the sky, clashing against the endless black light. It was like two oceans clashing against each other. The black light was constantly being forced back. The power of the golden river was not any weaker than it. The two domains clashed against each other, but they were obviously equally matched. Another domain-type treasure? The black mist figure was secretly shocked. Even among the universe overlords, there are very few who have domain-type treasures. And here, there are two. It seems like two universe overlords are fighting. I wonder if Tian Ho is among them. In the vast forest about 100 million kilometers away from the whirlpool, the golden horned beast and Tian Ho faced each other. Endless black light waves and endless golden rivers enveloped the forest, clashing time and time again. The trees and flowers in the forest were all destroyed, only the trunks remained standing. Tian Ho was even more furious, shouting, "Golden horned beast, Don't tell me you really want to fight me? Tian Tu the Supreme actually didn't want to fight. He released the domain treasure to slow down the golden horned beast and make it retreat. He didn't expect the golden horned beast to have a domain treasure too. Supreme Tian Ho, you should know, this battle, you can't escape. The golden horned beast watched from afar. Escape? Why should I escape? Do you think you can do anything to me with that little ability of yours? Humph. I actually don't want to fight with you. It's not that I'm afraid of you, it's just that I don't want to. There's no point in fighting you, so I used a domain-type supreme treasure to scare you off. I thought I was lucky, but I didn't expect you to have a domain-type supreme treasure as well. Supremacy Tiandu sneered. It seems you've had some fortuitous encounters in the past 20,000 years. The golden horned beast watched from afar. Tian Ho said coldly, looks like we have to fight. Right. The golden horned beast said solemnly. Then come, let's end this quickly. Tian Ho was completely enraged. This golden horned beast really thought it could do anything to him? He had fought with the pinnacle of the universe overlords before, who was there to be afraid of? Come. The golden horned beast roared, its armor was completely black, 5 horns circled around it, the longest horn in the middle was even more dazzling. Humph humph. The automaton overlord Tian Ho grabbed a black shuttle in each of his 8 arms, staring coldly at the golden horned beast. Rumble, rumble, the two of them moved at the same time. As they charged at each other, their mighty domains also collided fiercely with each other. The endless black light ahead formed huge rolling boulders, and ahead of the endless golden river were 9 beasts rushing forward, clashing with all their might, trying to suppress each other. Damn golden horned beast, don't you understand, you can't do anything to me. I can't do anything to you either, forcing you to chase after me, you stupid bastard. Tian Ho's divine energy transmission resounded within Luo Feng's ears, at the same time the 8 black shuttles became beautiful lights. 8. Exalted Tian Hing shouted. 8. The seemingly pure and holy Tian Ho's expression was twisted, going all out to teach this stubborn golden-horned beast a lesson. Ho, an indistinct roar seemed to resound in one's ears, yet it also seemed to resound in one's mind. This roar that came from the ancient times and represented the beast god's ultimate path of laws caused even Tian Hing to be slightly stunned. Following which, the golden-horned beast had already buried its head and charged over. Burying its head, that longest horn was like a long spear, shining with an endless blinding golden light. The sharp cold golden light immediately broke apart the 8 shuttles. Pung! The golden-horned beast lowered its head, that longest horn smashing fiercely. Rumble Tian Ho was completely stunned the moment he was hit. The power of this attack was definitely the strongest attack he had ever faced. Even when he was escaping from Fan Nua Castle Master and was attacked, it wasn't as terrifying as this. He didn't know. The golden-horned beast's body was very close to Luo Feng's earth body, one was 10,081 times, the other 9,800 times. The purity of the god energy was almost the same. The secret offensive technique used was the master of the universe's ultimate secret technique, Golden Light. The only difference was that the Earthling's main body was using a high-grade cardinal treasure weapon, the Mountain Beheading Blade, and the golden-horned beast was using a top-tier set of treasures. Its value was comparable to the pinnacle of treasures, the beast god armor's strongest single horn. Its power was much stronger. Supremacy Tiandi was sent flying. To his astonishment, he discovered that he'd lost 22% of his divine body. How can this be? No, this is impossible. Tian Ho couldn't believe it. It's actually a high-level treasure armor. Luo Feng was shocked within. This Tian Ho's body wasn't that big, only about 8 m tall, with the golden-horned beast using the beast god armor to attack. If it was a normal armor, he would definitely die, and Luo Feng could easily feel the armor's resistance. He estimated that the normal weakening would be reduced to 1/100th, and then to 1/100th. This was definitely a high-level treasure armor. If it was like Zhongzhan the knight's small body, even with a high-level treasure armor, with the golden-horned beast's attack, he would be killed in one move. However, this Tian Ho's body is much bigger. Luo Feng thought. High-level treasure armor? The golden-horned beast roared, looks like you prepared it for the opening of the primal star pathway. Tian Ho was shocked and furious. he looked at the golden horned beast before him. He couldn't believe it. Indeed, the universe reports said he used a normal armor, but that was old news. This time he indeed exchanged for a high-level treasure armor with his race to enter the primal star. The golden horned beast's attack was weak last time, normal and high level. Treasures couldn't even feel the difference. This time, the golden horned beast felt it clearly. How can you? Tianhe stared furiously at the golden horned beast. How can this be? Back then you were clearly much weaker than me, but... Don't ask why. Once you're dead, there's no need to ask. The golden horned beast immediately rushed over again. Want to kill me? Tianhe roared furiously. Dream on. Flee. Venerable Tiantai controlled the endless black light to block the golden horned beast, while his wings flapped and he quickly escaped, and the golden horned beast used the Nine Ming River to surround it, directly charging into the endless black light and chasing. How the golden horned beast's body was covered in complicated golden engravings, immediately using its body as a weapon, releasing the golden light, its speed exploding, becoming a straight line as it pounced towards Tianhe. What? Startled, Empyrean hastily changed directions. He was most adept at changing directions with great agility. I'm good at it too. The golden horned beast flapped its wings and chased. The two chased and fled. They both relied on constantly changing directions, changing tens of times a second, chasing and chasing. The golden horned beast was shocked to find that in terms of instantaneous change of direction, it couldn't even compare to this Tianhe. Right, his black wings and my Wu killer wings come from the same source. I've trained 180 million years on the diagram path. After coming out, even though I quickly broke the Nine Ming River's activation method, the Wu killer wings were obviously much more complicated. However, the Wu slaying wings are clearly much more complicated. Even now, I am unable to use the third form. Luo Feng understood. If the black wings had a third form, then it was very likely the opponent was using it. No wonder no matter how he chased, he couldn't catch up. You can't catch up, give up. Tianhe communicated. He too was extremely anxious. After all, the golden horned beast's speed was ridiculously fast. Only by constantly changing directions could he stall for time. He had already asked for help from his race, however for the automaton warriors to rush over, that would require time. And he had fought with the golden horned beast before. He was very clear. This was definitely the power of an elite universe tyrant. Even if the automaton universe lord personally descended, just relying on controlling space and time from a distance wouldn't be able to deal with such a being. They would have to truly kill each other. Give up? The golden horned beast roared softly. I originally didn't want to use my strongest move, but you really can escape. Strongest move? Paragon Tianheng's face changed when he heard the divine transmission. That terrifying golden light was already unfathomable. Could it be that it wasn't his strongest move? This golden horned beast that was clearly much weaker than him back then, in less than 20,000 years, it had actually become this strong. Rumble. The golden horned beast's eyes were extremely calm. Burning god energy surged out. As a 90,000 kilometers long golden horned beast, it hadn't even used 1/100,000 th of its god energy from the battle till now. However, the moment it activated I am the universe, the god energy surged out. The endless skies and lands were instantly engulfed. 100 million km away from the battle, the black mist silhouette that had been silently following, carefully followed. Suddenly he looked at his surroundings, only to feel that it was all gray. Endless chaos energy filled the air. What's going on? The sky, why is it dark? The black mist silhouette looked around, stunned. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The miniature universe was vast, with a diameter of 300 million kilometers. Chaos energy filled the entire universe. It was chaotic. The golden horned beast was in the center of the entire miniaturized universe. Its god body was supplying the entire miniaturized universe with energy. Weird? There's actually a foreign knight, Wu. It's the Thorn Ring Alliance's illusionary expert, the Mist Knight. He seems to still be observing his surroundings, not realizing what's happening. The moment the golden horned beast successfully unleashed the miniature universe, it sensed that there was another foreign knight within its range, obviously one of the unlucky ones that got caught up in it. Actually, Luo Feng had already intentionally shrunk the miniature universe. The miniature universe could reach a diameter of 10 billion kilometers, or it could shrink to 100 million kilometers. As the diameter shrank, the membrane would gradually thicken, and as the diameter grew, the membrane would gradually thin. Of course, this was under the condition that Luo Feng maintained the same amount of God energy. If the God energy supply grew stronger, naturally the membrane would become thicker and stronger. With a diameter of 300 million kilometers, it was still able to bring in a foreign race. Looks like he saw my battle with the Tianheng Knight earlier. Luo Feng thought. The Mist Knight had been observing from afar for a while. He had seen the golden horned beast and the Tianheng Knight fighting at the edges of their respective treasures. Plus he had seen earlier that golden horned beast was chasing the Tianheng Knight. The two of them had escaped into the space whirlpool. Naturally, he swiftly made some deductions. Then you're unlucky. Luo Feng's thoughts only lasted for an instant, not even 1/10,000th of a second. He followed closely behind the golden horned beast and rushed towards the Tianheng Knight. What is this place? The Tianheng Knight looked fearfully at the endless chaos energy around him. This is the universe ocean? No, I'm on the primal star. Why am I suddenly in this place? Is this a domain treasure? He clearly has a domain-type supreme treasure, so why would he use another domain-type supreme treasure? Rumble, the distant Golden River surged over. At the front of the Golden River were 9 beasts rushing over, and behind them was the golden horned beast. Block it. The Tianheng Knight's eyes were filled with madness, countless black lights were trying to block it. Pung! 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 Just like how a heavy truck could easily crush a short sports car, the power of the Golden River instantly soared to a whole new level with the help of the universe's origin source of the entire miniature universe. On the other hand, Supremacy Tiandi's supreme treasure domain was suppressed by the universe's origin energy of the miniature universe, causing its might to drop by a level. This round and back, the originally similar treasures' domains now differed greatly. Pung! 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 Like a block of ice shattering, the endless black radiance was easily dispersed, unable to protect Paragon Tianhou at all. What? Exalted Tian Ming was shocked. Flee. Empyrean Heaven Fate turned to flee. However, when the endless golden river smashed through the black light, it surrounded him. Currently, the power of the 9-Sea River had been raised to another level. Even Tianheng the Supreme found it hard to fly within. In that instant, the golden horned beast had already caught up, arriving in front of Tianheng the Supreme. Golden horned beast. Tianheng roared as he waved the light shuttle in his 8 arms. It's useless. The golden horned beast roared. The golden light shone once again. Under the sharp and cold golden light, the 8 seemingly beautiful black light shuttles were so fragile that they were immediately flung away. Tianheng the Supreme's body seemed so fragile before the long horn. As the entire space trembled, Tianheng the Supreme's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Following which, without a sound, his body was completely destroyed. It's a pity that the moment I unleash the Universe Lord's ultimate move, I'm unable to precisely lower its power. If I could control it precisely, I'd probably be able to knock Tianheng into a deep slumber. Luo Feng thought. The stronger one was, the harder it was to knock them into a deep slumber. Like the Emperor-level Undyings, normally when they lose 10% of their body, they'd fall into a deep slumber. 10% of their body would definitely fall into a deep slumber. However, the Universe Lord's willpower was incomparably powerful. Their god energies were much purer too. Even if they only had 5% or 3% of their body left, they could still maintain their consciousness and self-destruct. Only when they had 1% of their body left, would they be able to instantly fall into a deep slumber. However, this was too difficult. In a life-and-death battle, even if one unleashed their ultimate moves, there was no guarantee they could knock the opponent down to 1%. And if their willpower was truly terrifying, like the Universe Lord, even if they only had 1% left, they could still maintain their consciousness for a moment. They would rather self-destruct than be enslaved forever. Hence, the stronger one was, the harder it was to enslave. Unless one enslaved the strong when they were weak, when they grew up, they would naturally have a strong slave. Rumble within the attack, Tianheng the Supreme's black armor, silver wings, weapons, world ring and other items all scattered in all directions. Everyone come over. The golden horned beast's thoughts moved. Under the control of the miniature universe, all the items left behind by Tianheng the Supreme were swiftly brought before Luo Feng. As Luo Feng infused his god energy, the items swiftly recognized him as their owner. This also made Luo Feng understand that Tianheng the Supreme indeed didn't have the ability to create clones. Collect. Luo Feng immediately kept them in his space ring. After which he turned to look into the distance. About 100 million kilometers away, the black mist silhouette was looking around cautiously. Time to fall. Luo Feng thought. Rumble. Large amounts of chaos energy madly surged towards the black mist silhouette. The chaos energy seemed to be split into two, one moving clockwise and the other counterclockwise, almost like a huge millstone with the black mist silhouette in the center. Universe millstone, great suppression. Luo Feng said coldly. The miniaturized universe was the strongest innate talent mystic art. It was even stronger than the golden light that he had created. The miniature universe had many methods too, like the universe origin energy suppression, universe millstone suppression, these normal methods. There was also the ultimate universe explosion and the strongest methods. And his normal techniques weren't that strong. For example, the universe millstone crush, it couldn't even kill Tianhou. However, for a high-level universe sage who didn't even have an armor treasure, even the 9 Sea River, which was a level higher, could grind him to death, much less a miniature universe. The demon was looking around cautiously. However, he suddenly felt the sky and land spin. Two huge chaos energies surrounded him, almost like millstones revolving in reverse, madly suppressing him. The demon held in pain. Within the suppression, his body was madly depleting, 90% to 70% minus 50%, this rate of depleting was shockingly fast. Let me go. I have no enmity. The demon shouted in fear, let me go. However, the endless chaos world didn't stop. This made the demon despair and hate within. He didn't expect to follow Fan Nua Castle Master's orders to end up like this. All the venerable roared angrily. Damn. When his body was left with 30%, the demon roared unwillingly and chose to self-destruct. Rumble. The shockwave spread in all directions. The demon fell. You don't even have a single treasure, what are you struggling for? Rumble. The miniature universe swiftly vanished and the land and skies returned to peace. Only the golden horned beast floated in midair. Tianheng the Supreme and the demon's treasures were all collected. I didn't expect to lose close to 10% of my body in just this short period of time. Golden horned Luo Feng thought. Activating the miniature universe and rushing to Tianheng took close to 3 seconds. Killing Tianheng and stealing the treasures took less than 2 seconds. Using the great cosmic millstone to crush the venerable of the demonic fog took nearly 3 seconds. Keeping the treasures took close to 1 second. The entire process took close to 9 seconds. Go. The golden horned beast flapped its wings and swiftly left. Luo Feng spent close to a day to leave the primal star and reach the outside world. After a while, he returned to his god country. Within Luo Feng's god country, the majestic god country was constantly expanding. That endless dark ocean too was constantly growing. Close to 20,000 years, my endless dark ocean has grown quite a bit. A silver-armored Luo Feng gazed below and smiled. Treasures. Luo Feng waved his hand. Immediately treasures appeared in mid-air. Large amounts of treasures floated in mid-air. They were all obtained from the primal star over the past year. However, most of them were normal treasures. High-level treasures were few and far between. On the other hand, he had gained quite a lot from killing Supremacy Tianhou. Aside from the supreme treasure pair of wings that he needed the most, there was an ordinary supreme treasure suit, 8 shuttles, a high-grade supreme treasure armor, and an ordinary domain-type supreme treasure. As expected of the machine race. To me, the most important thing is still this wing. The silver-armored Luo Feng said softly, his hand grabbing the wing. He had thought that the wings were black, but after Overseer Tianhou's death, the wings had reverted to their normal color. They were silver as well. It was exactly the same color as Wuxia's wing. The wing in Luo Feng's hand trembled slightly, almost as though it was about to fly out of his hand. Ho, the golden-horned beast in mid-air also flew over, at the same time a beautiful silver feather separated from its wings. Go. Luo Feng loosened his grip. Immediately, the treasured wings flew out and rapidly drew closer to the wings of Shiwu in the distance. When the two equally beautiful silver wings touched, there was a crackling sound. The feathers on the wings, which were as sharp as blades, sprang up, and the roots of the wings flickered with silver light. The two treasured wings continued to fuse with each other and began to undergo a qualitative change. A vast pressure began to emit. The pressure emitted at this moment was the true pressure. This moment of fusion was the moment when this mysterious treasure wasn't hidden at all. So, what a strong pressure. The silver-armored Luo Feng stood in mid-air, shocked. Immediately he was filled with excitement and anticipation. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. Not finished yet. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The two pairs of wings were like incomparably intricate machinery, as they fused layer by layer, even the engravings on the two treasures fused together, forming an even larger and more profound engravings. Endless pressure emanated from it. Looking closely at this scene, it felt like a long time. In truth, it only took a few tens of seconds before it ended. Everything regained its calm. Only the huge silver wings were left in mid-air. It was extremely beautiful. Unlike the other treasures Luo Feng commonly saw, it was instead extremely beautiful. 4 wings? Luo Feng looked at the silver wings treasure. After fusing, it had a total of 4 wings. Come, Killer Wu Yue, let me feel your current power. Luo Feng still called the wings Killer Wu. In the distance, the silver wings in mid-air immediately became a silver light and merged into Luo Feng's body. Behind Luo Feng's back, 2 pairs of silver wings filled with endless pressure. The wings spread out, and seemed to affect the surrounding space and time. Space and time? The wings treasure I got from the Tian Tian Night. The engravings are related to the time laws. My original Killer Wu Yue was specialized in space. The two combining can actually affect space and time. The 4 wings behind Luo Feng slightly trembled. God energy constantly poured into the wings, carefully studying the engravings on the wings. Even though he didn't train in the time laws, the engravings on the wings were still within his research range. With Luo Feng's research level, after studying for half an hour, he was able to unleash the initial power of this new wing treasure. Luo Feng's 4 wings swiftly moved. So, in the sky above the endless dark ocean, a blur of countless Luo Fengs appeared. There were over 10 million of them. Unbelievable wings. This move can actually cause chaos in space and time. Then this new Killer Wu Yue's first form shall be chaotic space and time. Luo Feng said softly. Before the fusion, the second form of the Killer Wu Yue could cause chaos in space. The second form of the flowing light wings could cause chaos in time. And the first form of the new wings? Chaotic space and time. Actually, it was a combination of space and time, causing the space and time to be completely chaotic. The movement would be even more unpredictable. And this was just the first form. There's still the second form. Luo Feng carefully studied. After a total of 3 days, Luo Feng finally chose to give up. After all, his time law's foundations were too weak. Even with his profound knowledge of the engravings and his familiarity with the Wu Killer wings, he was able to deduce the first form. But controlling the second form was too difficult. According to Luo Feng's guess, the second form of the new wings should be the combination of the third form of the Wu Killer wings and the third form of the flowing light wings. And I feel that this new wing is incomplete, frowned Luo Feng. Although the mysterious patterns on the new wings are extremely profound, a part of them should be missing. Luo Feng's vision was extremely high. He had even created the Universe Lord's ultimate technique before, and he frequently studied the engravings of the miniature universe. Therefore, even though he hadn't studied it thoroughly, he could sense that the mysterious patterns on the new wings were missing. Don't tell me there's a third pair of wings? Luo Feng was shocked. That was right. There were definitely more than just 2 pairs of wings. According to his understanding of the mystical patterns, there were definitely still missing parts. There should be a third pair of wings. Just based on the power of these first two wings, they should be considered top-level treasures. Luo Feng was shocked within. If I were to fuse with the third pair of wings, its power would definitely explode. Let's not think too much about it for now. The Primal Chaos City teacher had the Wu Killer wings for so many years, yet he didn't realize it was incomplete. I was lucky enough to meet the Tianao Knight, only then did I realize the two wings were attracted to each other. Luo Feng knew too, this couldn't be blamed on the Primal Chaos City leader, because the pure Wu Killer wings or the pure Flowing Light wings. From the engravings alone, one couldn't see any flaws. From the engravings alone, the Wu Killer wings were pure space flow, while the Flowing Light wings were pure time flow. Very perfect, one couldn't see any flaws at all. However, the moment the two combined, one would realize that after the space and time combination, there was a missing core. And because of the missing core, the power of the wings didn't reach its ideal limit. Back then when he only had the Wu Killer wings, he didn't even succeed in researching the third form. Right now to understand the new Wu Killer wing's second form. Luo Feng tried for 3 days and knew that it would take a long time. No matter, this wing is much stronger than before. As for the third pair, it'll depend on luck. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. In the distance, the treasures floating in mid-air began to be categorized. Ocean clone. Beside Luo Feng appeared a 9,000 kilometers tall god body. Ocean clone. It's carrying a high-level treasure armor, a domain-type supreme treasure, and a high-grade supreme treasure saber. Luo Feng swiftly made the ocean clone equip himself. The high-level treasure armor and domain treasure came from the Tianao Knight. As for the high-level treasure blade, it was from the 5 universe tyrants he had killed in the past year. I'll bring some precious materials, many treasures, some items etc. The ocean clone will return to Earth to guard. Luo Feng thought. So, the ocean clone swiftly shrunk to a height of 1.8 m, dressed in black armor and purple blade, exchanging glances with Luo Feng, after which he teleported away from the God Country. I'll leave the treasures in the God Country, there's no point in bringing them along. Teacher Tru Yan probably lacks treasures too, I'll pick a suitable one for him later. Luo Feng smiled. With a step, he brought the golden horned beast and Masha clansmen and left. In space outside Earth. Dressed in black armor and carrying a purple blade on his back, the ocean clone stood in the atmosphere. His god energy enveloped the entire Earth. From today onwards, he would silently protect Earth, and also the Luo family. The reason why Luo Feng made this decision was because after roaming the primal star for close to a year, he realized, bringing the ocean clone along was useless. In terms of god energy purity, the ocean clone was 1/10 of the golden horned beast. In terms of size, it was only 1/1000 th. With such a huge difference between the god bodies, then even if the earth body expended a little in battle, he could easily replenish it from the golden horned beast. With the golden horned beast's huge body, it could automatically recover in moments. And self-destruction? The power of the ocean clone's self-destruction couldn't even compare to Luo Feng's Universe Lord ultimate technique, Golden Light. Hence, god energy replenishment, battles etc. didn't require the ocean clone. However, the ocean clone's own battle strength was extremely strong. The moment he was equipped with the high-level treasure armor, blade, domain treasure, along with the Universe Lord ultimate technique, Golden Light. His battle strength was only slightly weaker than the Earth body by a level, even stronger than normal universe tyrants. It was enough to protect Earth. Even though Luo Feng had long left a few tokens to his family, at a critical moment, he would be able to sense it. However, once he sensed the tokens, he would have to rush back. It was still better to protect it personally. The ocean clone headed to Earth to protect it. Luo Feng's body headed back to Primal Star. Far away in the Ring of Thorns Alliance, in front of a towering palace, a universe lord was casting spacetime reversal. A figure shrouded in black fog stood in front of the palace, the surrounding spacetime constantly reversing, and yet he stood there silently, the backlash of the universal nomological laws being transmitted layer by layer to the towering universe lord's divine body. After a while, everything returned to normal. That universe lord nodded towards the distance and immediately returned to his palace. Thank you, Universe Lord. In the distance, a huge man who was watching silently bowed. I'm alive, I'm alive? The Fiend Mist Knight stood there stunned, after which he revealed a look of joy. Fiend Mist Knight. The huge man roared softly, causing the distant Fiend Mist Knight who was still in a state of joy to wake up and turn to look. The moment he saw the huge man, he flew over and said respectfully, Fan Nua Castle Master. I told you to follow that Tianheng, I would rush over immediately. However, I didn't expect you to fall while I was waiting for your news. The huge man said solemnly, I specially came to ask the Hu leader to reverse time and revive you. As for the price of reviving, I'll bear it. The Fiend Mist Knight let out a sigh of relief when he heard that. The price of reviving in time and space wasn't small. Just what happened? How did you fall? Fan Nua Castle Master roared. It's like this. The Fiend Mist Knight said, that day I saw Tianheng and a golden horned beast, one in front and one behind, flying into the space whirlpool. Hence I went to report to you. After which I received your orders to follow. The moment I entered the space whirlpool, I saw the battle in the distance. The two warriors both had domain treasures. Tianheng indeed had a domain treasure. Fan Nua Castle Master snorted coldly, he was lucky to get it. At that time they were fighting. The Fiend Mist Knight said, I also suspected that Tianheng was within, hence I watched carefully, but I didn't dare enter the domain. The battle between the two was intense, the domain treasures were equally matched. I finally saw it clearly. One was indeed Tianheng, the other was the golden horned beast. Fan Nua Castle Master listened carefully. Tianheng was obviously at a disadvantage, he quickly fled. The Fiend Mist Knight said. Fled? At a disadvantage? Fan Nua Castle Master was shocked, that golden horned beast is so strong. Did you not recognize which knight of the Space Beast Alliance the golden horned beast is? I don't recognize it, I've never seen it before. The Fiend Mist Knight shook his head. Oh? Fan Nua Castle Master was curious. One was fleeing and the other was chasing, I had to follow, I didn't want to be shaken off. But at that moment, the Fiend Fog Venerable revealed a look of disbelief. While they were chasing each other, the world suddenly darkened. I was completely immersed in the endless darkness, and the surroundings were filled with endless dark air currents. Darkness, darkness? Fan Nua Castle Master let out a look of shock, could it be chaos energy? P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. What chaos current? The Fiend asked curiously. The Thorn Ring Alliance didn't have its own universe, so the Fiend didn't know what it was. Fan Nua Castle Master looked at the Fiend, that's the energy from the beginning of the universe. It's the source of all energy that we know of. The source of all energy? The Fiend was shocked. You don't have to ask. Fan Nua Castle Master frowned, how did you encounter chaos current on the primitive star? Tell me in detail. Fan Nua Castle Master was one of the top tyrants of the universe. His position was extremely high, and he knew many secrets of the universe. Naturally, he knew that chaos current couldn't appear on the primitive star. It's like this. The Fiend explained, I was watching the golden horned beast and Tian Ho fight from afar. Suddenly, the sky turned dark, as if I had fallen into another world. The surroundings were filled with dark currents. I immediately knew that I had fallen into the enemy's dangerous move. I immediately begged for mercy, hoping that the warrior would let me go. But it was useless, following which, the dark current split into two, like a giant millstone, trapping me in the middle. Under the pressure of the millstone, my god body was rapidly depleting, forcing me to choose to self-destruct. Fan Nua Castle Master nodded slightly, but he was secretly shocked. It really was chaos current. It should be some special treasure. Based on what Fan Nua Castle Master knew, some special treasures, or the scariest existences within the universe lord, could create some super strong techniques that could create chaos current. It was just a golden horned beast and a Tian Ho, there wasn't a need for a universe lord to be involved. If there really was a universe lord, then killing the Fiend would be even easier. There wouldn't be a need to use such a heaven-defying technique. Fan Nua Castle Master thought to himself, then there's only one possibility: it should be some special treasure. Although Fan Nua Castle Master's knowledge was very high, he didn't know that a perfect life form could obtain the strongest natural ability. That was already a very high-level secret in the universe. So he didn't guess that it was a natural ability. Then the golden horned beast's domain-type treasure, what kind of domain does it display? Fan Nua Castle Master stared at the Fiend Fog Knight. Even though there were many domain-type treasures in the universe, every domain-type treasure had a different domain-type treasure. They all had their own unique characteristics. From the domain-type treasure, he should be able to guess the background of the golden horned beast. After all, Fan Nua Castle Master knew nothing about the golden horned beast. Domain? The fiendish fog supremacy recalled and said, Golden River, a vast and mighty golden river. Right, there were a few exotic beasts. When the domains of the two supreme treasures collided, the strange beast and Paragon Tiandao's domain were like giant boulders. As for how many strange beasts there were, I couldn't see them clearly because I was too far away. Golden River? Mutated beast? Fan Nua Castle Master creased his eyebrows before his eyes lit up. Human Luo Feng. Human Luo Feng? The Fiend Mist Knight was curious. You can leave now, Castle Master Fan Nua ordered. The Venerable of the Demonic Fog Venerable was slightly stunned and unwilling. Fan Nua Castle Master looked at him coldly. The Venerable of the Demonic Fog Venerable could only grit his teeth and become a beam of light as he flew away. He cursed within, Damn Fan Nua Castle Master, I followed your orders to follow Paragon Tiandao and he killed me. Even though I've reversed time and space to revive, all my treasures are gone. Not a single one. I've really suffered a huge loss this time. I'm really unlucky. Fan Nua Castle Master looked coldly at the distant Venerable of the Demonic Fog Venerable. I've already paid the price of reversing time and space to revive and you still want benefits? Fan Nua Castle Master stood in mid-air and pondered. Human Luo Feng? That domain treasure is the human race's Nine Ming River. And the Nine Ming River is in the hands of the human Luo Feng. Fan Nua Castle Master thought. The Nine Ming River originally didn't belong to the human race. After a few battles, the treasures changed hands and finally landed in the hands of the human race. Luo Feng's name has been quite famous recently. Because of him, many beings from the various races of the universe have fallen. Fan Nua Castle Master naturally received the news long ago and knew that Luo Feng had the Nine Ming River. And because the Venerable of the Demonic Fog Venerable was on the primal planet, his position was average. He only knew that many other race knights had fallen because of greed while chasing after Luo Feng. Other details like the Nine Ming River etc. were unknown. Before the Venerable of the Demonic Fog Venerable said that the Golden Horned Beast and the Tianheng Knight were fighting. However, the Nine Ming River suddenly appeared. Looks like, the human Luo Feng's helper is that Golden Horned Beast. Fan Nua Castle Master nodded to himself, to be able to have such a battle record, killing so many foreign knights and even overlords, no wonder the Tianheng Knight had to flee. And the treasure that formed the chaotic energy flow should belong to the Golden Horned Beast. If it was the Tianheng Knight, he wouldn't have needed to flee when he met me back then. The Demonic Fog Venerable was killed from afar. The Tianheng Knight should have fallen. Then, the treasure should be with the Golden Horned Beast. Luo Feng? The Golden Horned Beast? Fan Nua Castle Master thought for a while and made his decision. Let's go meet the human Luo Feng. Fan Nua Castle Master immediately became a beam of light and swiftly disappeared from the area. Primal Planet. The silver-armored and silver-winged Luo Feng carried the mountain beheading blade on his back and flew high in the sky. And a few other race knights that saw Luo Feng from afar immediately dodged. It's Luo Feng. Quickly dodge. This Luo Feng's wings used to be a pair, how did they become four? Who knows, to change the shape of the treasures? Or to exchange for treasures? Luo Feng was just like the other Pinnacle Universe Lords, causing the other race knights and even the Universe Lords to retreat. Of course, when a Universe Lord descended on a planet, Luo Feng would dodge too. Even if he really wanted to enter that planet, he would stay far away from the Universe Lord, maintaining a distance of over 10 billion kilometers. Is this the feeling of a strong warrior? Luo Feng stood at the peak of a majestic mountain, gazing down at the vast land. On the so-called dangerous primal planet, I can do whatever I want. As long as I avoid the Universe Lord's location, no one will dare to provoke me. The primal planet was dangerous, but that was relatively speaking. To the Universe Lords, it was extremely dangerous. To the Universe Lords, it was much less dangerous. Otherwise, Guai Knight wouldn't have been so confident in borrowing a soul treasure from Luo Feng back then. Normally, if one avoided the pinnacle of Universe Lords or Universe Lords, there wouldn't be much danger. The pinnacle of Universe Lords were even safer. Unless one actively provoked the Universe Lord. For example, when a treasure trove opens, the pinnacle of Universe Lords and Universe Lords enter to fight for it. Under those circumstances, there would naturally be a chance of death. Otherwise, if one kept avoiding the Universe Lord, he would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted. Luo Feng turned fiercely towards a direction. The warriors of the primal planet's races usually avoid me from afar. This foreign race actually dares to stay within 10 million kilometers of me? In the distance, a jade-green light flew straight at Luo Feng. That is? Luo Feng carefully analyzed. It was a huge man with green life energy flowing all over his body. Through his race's characteristics, looks, energy, it's the Piercing Ring Alliance's Fan Nua Castle leader. Luo Feng immediately recognized him and laughed within. No wonder he wasn't afraid of him, it was the Pinnacle Overlord Fan Nua Castle leader. Human Luo Feng. A powerful voice resounded. Fan Nua Castle leader. Luo Feng stood at the peak of the mountain and looked over. After a while, Fan Nua Castle leader descended not far from Luo Feng, smiling as he looked over. I've long heard of the human Luo Feng's name, this should be the first time we've met. I'm afraid it's because I entered the primal planet this time that I attracted his attention. Luo Feng smiled, and with such a strong reputation, even causing many other race knights to avoid me. I didn't rely on my own strength. It's not like Fan Nua Castle leader's own strength that can shock the other races. Since the other races all believed he had a helper, then he'd just let it be. Anyway, no one would believe him even if he said it. Your strength is not bad too. In the future, you have high hopes of becoming an overlord of the universe. Fan Nua Castle leader looked at Luo Feng. I've seen you and have something I'd like to ask for help with. Help? Luo Feng said, please speak. This Fan Nua Castle leader was asking for his help. I need to craft a treasure, and I've gathered many materials. Fan Nua Castle leader looked at Luo Feng, however I'm lacking precious metals. The other knights avoid me when they see me, making it impossible for me to speak to them. Luo Feng smiled. Right, when he wanted to speak to the other races, they avoided him tens of millions of km away. I wonder what metals you have. If you have what I need, I'm willing to exchange for it at a high price. Fan Nua Castle leader smiled. Metals? Luo Feng asked curiously, don't tell me the Thorn Ring Alliance doesn't have any? I really don't. Fan Nua Castle leader was helpless. There are many types of precious metals in the universe, the ones I need. I had them in the past, but they've all been exchanged for. Luo Feng nodded. I do have some materials, but I'm afraid I don't have what you want. Luo Feng said. Back when he killed Tian Tai Knight and returned to his god country, Luo Feng had placed a few treasures, and even materials he didn't understand in his god country. Since even he couldn't understand them, they were obviously valuable. What Luo Feng brought with him were easily recognizable, and he was clear of their value. Who knows? Fan Nua Castle leader laughed loudly, how about letting me take a look? Sure. Luo Feng waved his hand and immediately a large amount of metals floated before him, there were close to 1 million of them. This caused Fan Nua Castle leader's eyes to gleam, carefully inspecting them. After a while his eyes dimmed, shaking his head and smiling, I really don't have any. Even the Thorn Ring Alliance lacks these metals, where would I have them? Luo Feng smiled and kept them. Fan Nua Castle leader was hesitant. Speak your mind. Luo Feng smiled. Fan Nua Castle leader said, I didn't want to speak at first, but these metals are very important to me. Every race in the universe knows, Luo Feng, you have an elite tyrant helping you. I believe he has many precious metals with him, I wonder, can you let me take a look? If you do, I'll definitely exchange for treasures. I won't let your friend lose out. P.S. Here's the first chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Friend? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Everyone in the universe knows of your helper. Fan Nua Castle Master smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Please wait a moment, I'll ask him. Luo Feng said. Fan Nua Castle Master nodded, waiting quietly beside him. Within he was anticipating, if he didn't have to fight to get the treasures he needed, that would be too wonderful. After all, being able to kill Tian Tai Knight, and having killed several universe overlords before at the hands of the golden horned beast, Fan Nua Castle Master wasn't willing to easily start a fight. Luo Feng acted as though he was contacting him. In truth, the golden horned beast was just one of his clones. Where would he get new metals? Luo Feng looked at Fan Nua Castle Master, his expression apologetic. Fan Nua Castle Master, my friend said he doesn't have any metals on him. No? Fan Nua Castle Master asked, don't tell me he's unwilling? My friend said he doesn't have any. Luo Feng continued to smile as he looked at Fan Nua Castle Master, then there's no other way. Fan Nua Castle Master nodded, sighing regretfully, what a pity. The moment his words landed, an overwhelming pressure suddenly emitted, simultaneously an endless jade green light lit up. One could only see huge vines that were a few km thick immediately enveloping the land, causing the land to sink into a vine world. Boundless and endless, it was filled with countless vines. The vines filled the entire space, completely surrounding Luo Feng. What a pity, I originally didn't want to make a move. An incomparably low voice resounded from the countless vines. Fan Nua Castle Master. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and roared angrily. Fan Nua Castle Master, according to the reports, had an extremely powerful strength, with a total of 3 clones. The other 2 clones were extremely powerful too. The strongest was the base No Ting. This base No Ting should be Fan Nua Castle Master's true body. The base No Ting was an extremely rare special life form in the universe. There were a total of 5 known. Fan Nua Castle Master was one of them. He joined the Thorn Ring Alliance. The other 4, however, belonged to other powers in the universe. The base No Ting's life genetic level wasn't considered high, about 1,000 times, but its body was huge, over 1,000,000 km, and it had a natural ability, transplant, relying on the transplant ability. Fan Nua Castle Master had 2 clones. Even though they weren't as big as the base No Ting, their life genetic levels were almost the same. In other words, Fan Nua Castle Master alone was comparable to 3 top universe overlords. This gave him a very high status in the Thorny Ring Alliance. Luo Feng, get your friend, that golden horned beast, to take out all the metal. Within the countless vines, a low voice resounded, hand over the metal and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, even if that golden horned beast can protect itself, it won't be able to protect you. Golden horned beast? Luo Feng smiled as he stood in mid-air, looking at the endless swirling jade green colored vines. You know quite a lot. Are you going to hand it over or not? A low voice asked. Should I hand it over? Should I hand it over? Should I hand it over? His voice kept reverberating. I'll let my friend answer. Luo Feng looked to his side. Beside him a 1-meter-long cute golden horned beast suddenly appeared. Golden horned beast. A voice came from the vine world, hand over all the metals you have and I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, this human Luo Feng would definitely die. Answer me, are you going to hand it over or not? The golden horned beast raised its head and roared, threatening me? Dream on. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng laughed loudly. The endless vine world went silent for a moment, almost as though it didn't expect the golden horned beast to dare reject. Did the golden horned beast have the confidence to protect Luo Feng? At the same time, Fan Nua Castle Master was shocked that Luo Feng could actually laugh at this moment. Since it's like this, then it's death. Before the voice even finished. It's your death. The golden horned beast and Luo Feng roared simultaneously. Rumble. Boundless golden waves surged out in all directions, seeping through the gaps between the countless vines. It looked like a river, but in reality, it was a special energy domain created by the burning of divine power through the treasure of the Nine Nirvana River. In an instant, it covered a 30 million kilometers area. However, Fan Nua Castle Master's Bei Shui Ting clone easily blocked it. Big! 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 The golden horned beast raised its head and roared. Hua! The golden horned beast swiftly began to grow larger, and the countless white vines that glowed with jade-green light began to wrap around and attack. However, the golden horned beast was wearing the beast god armor. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't a weapon. He waved his claws and countless golden engravings revolved, beams of golden light flashed. Pung! 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 Countless white vines were flung apart, unable to stop the golden horned beast from growing. He actually doesn't care about that human Luo Feng. Fan Nua Castle Master was shocked. Simultaneously many vines became beams of jade-green light that attacked Luo Feng. The silver-armored and silver-winged Luo Feng smiled as he watched all this. Break! Luo Feng said softly. The 4 wings on his back suddenly became 10 m long, simultaneously countless engravings revolved and immediately became 4 glaring golden wings, unleashing another technique Luo Feng had. Other than the Universe Lord's ultimate technique, Luo Feng had also created an Overlord-level ultimate technique, which he named Misty Light. Using the wings as blades. Luo Feng was already very familiar with it. It was just that he was unleashing 4 blades at once. And after the evolution, the newly slain Wu Yi's attack power wasn't any weaker than the Zhan blade. Hua hua hua. The glaring 4 arcs of golden light forcefully blocked the vines. Luo Feng stood in mid-air, his huge 4 wings waving, easily blocking all the attacks. Within a few seconds, all the vines had vanished. Of course it wasn't because of his earth body, but the golden horned beast. Big! 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 Covering the skies and land, this was the golden horned beast. A majestic golden horned beast that was definitely over 1,000,000 km long stood in mid-air, its entire body pitch black, emitting an incredibly ferocious aura. One had to know that the deities of the world was an amplification technique. After the 3rd level was completed, one could enlarge or shrink by a lot. To normal golden horned beasts, 100,000 kilometers was their limit. However, golden horned Luo Feng's normal body was 90,000 kilometers long. Even if it was only 36 times longer, it would still be a few million km long. As long as the body didn't exceed a certain limit, it wouldn't affect Luo Feng's battle strength. The golden horned beast was so huge, naturally it easily tore apart the vines, causing them to be unable to encircle it. 1,000,000 km long beast, 1,000,000 km long vine. The two faced each other. Luo Feng stood on top of the golden horned beast's head and looked from afar, only to see the endless vines extending out from a dark green castle. Obviously the core of the Bay Snow vine was completely hidden within the castle, while countless vines extended out from the exit of the castle. Luo Feng, looks like the universe aliens are all wrong. You, Luo Feng, already have the strength of a universe overlord. You've already stepped into the realm of a universe knight? Within the countless vines stood a silhouette. It was the huge Fan Nua Castle Master. Fan Nua Castle Leader stood in the air above the vine. Luo Feng stood in the air above the golden horned beast. Think whatever you want. Luo Feng said softly. Hand over the medal and I'll let you leave. Fan Nua Castle Leader roared. He was actually already a little afraid. He couldn't help but look at the huge golden horned beast that was emitting a savage beast god energy. This golden horned beast gave him a feeling very similar to the golden beast god. Even the aura was very similar. And the technique the golden horned beast unleashed earlier made him even more cautious. Even though Luo Feng's technique was powerful, it was obviously much weaker than the golden horned beast. Fan Nua Castle Leader, you seem pretty confident? Luo Feng looked at Fan Nua Castle Leader. From what I see, you should hurry and leave. Against Fan Nua Castle Leader, who had a flying fortress and a body with 1,000,000 km range, Luo Feng indeed had no intentions of fighting. The countless vines surrounding my Bei Shui Ting clone is only a very normal attack. It's not my strongest technique. Fan Nua Castle Leader roared. The Bei Shui Ting clone is enough to tie down the golden horned beast, and I can kill you. I don't believe it. In the distance, Luo Feng mocked casually. This made Fan Nua Castle Leader and the huge Bei Shui Ting furious. With a heaven-shaking roar, a vast green world immediately enveloped an area of 1,000 kilometers, after which it clashed with the 9 Minutes River's Golden River. It was obviously a domain-type treasure. Looking at its power, it should be a normal treasure. Fight. Fan Nua Castle leader and Bei Shueting attacked simultaneously. Rumble 1 could only see the vines intertwining. The countless vines actually transformed into 8 huge vines that were a few thousand km thick, like 8 huge whips, transforming into 8 dazzling jade-green whip shadows, covering the sky and earth as they lashed towards the golden-horned beast. How the golden-horned beast buried its head and rushed over. Luo Feng retreated and stood in mid-air. Luo Feng, you're looking for death. Fan Nua Castle leader flew over. Luo Feng immediately pulled out the mountain beheader blade from his back, looking straight at the incoming Fan Nua Castle leader. A huge god whip appeared in Fan Nua Castle leader's hand. On it were countless ancient engravings. Under his burning god energy, he lashed straight at Luo Feng. Who? A misty golden light flickered. Luo Feng unleashed the Universe Overlord's ultimate technique, Misty Light. With regards to the 2 techniques he created, one of the Universe Lord's ultimate technique was named Golden Light, the Universe Overlord's ultimate technique was named Misty Light. One could see Luo Feng's transformation after 180 million years of training. Back then, when Luo Feng first created an absolute technique, he was filled with anticipation for it, hence he spent a lot of time thinking about its name. However, now that the mysteries of the universe had been revealed to Luo Feng, he was very casual about the name. It represented the path of the Gold Beast God. It was just Golden Light. The two clashed. Luo Feng immediately flew backwards, following which countless whips lashed over. He used the Mountain Beheader blade and Wu Killer wings to block. However, the whips were too strong. Even with his full strength blocking, they still lashed against his armor. However, with the armor, it allowed Luo Feng to completely block them. Not good. Even though Fan Nua Castle leader's strength was suppressing Luo Feng, he looked fearfully into the distance. That Bei Shueting clone could no longer hold on. All the vines had retracted back into the dark green castle, becoming a beam of light and escaping. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Tomorrow is Saturday. This week, the 19th will be late. Today's 2 chapters will be late. Hence tomorrow's 3 chapters. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Fan Nua Castle Master stared furiously at the black golden horned beast in the distance. Bei Shueting was his original body, but when the two of them clashed, Fan Nua Castle Master realized that he was completely suppressed. Even though he relied on his high-level armor and powerful god body, Bei Shueting was definitely fine. However, Bei Shueting couldn't stop the black golden horned beast at all. Xiao. The dark green castle became a beam of light and flew towards Fan Nua Castle Master. Fan Nua Castle Master too flew over. He couldn't care less about the human Luo Feng anymore. He was very clear that if he wasted any more time, the moment the unstoppable golden horned beast got close to him, he would be in deep trouble. Trying to escape? Luo Feng's wings flapped. Space and time immediately became chaotic. Silhouettes of Luo Feng appeared around Fan Nua Castle Master. What? Fan Nua Castle Master's expression changed. Simultaneously, he cursed the rumors. The rumors said Luo Feng trained in the path of the beast god. However, Luo Feng's control of space and time had obviously reached an extremely high level. Even with the help of treasures, without sufficient comprehension, how could he control it? Fan Nua Castle Master didn't know of the existence of the engraving school. You want to stop me? Get lost. Fan Nua Castle Master roared. The whip in his hand once again lashed out. A cold and sharp gold light flashed. The blade light was unstoppable. Pung. The whip was suppressed and bent. The beheading blade followed closely on Fan Nua Castle Master's head. The armor glowed and blocked the attack. However, Fan Nua Castle Master was still slashed downwards. Impossible. Fan Nua Castle Master's eyes were filled with fear. He looked up at Luo Feng. How could this be? How could this be? That human Luo Feng, how could he be this strong? This blade technique and the golden horned beast's technique should be the same technique. Don't tell me, the absolute genius Luo Feng had already been possessed by the golden horned beast? Because of the possession, whatever the golden horned beast knew, the human Luo Feng knew too. This also explained why in a short 20,000 years, the human Luo Feng was able to unleash such a powerful technique. Yes, Luo Feng's talent is extremely high. Even an absolute being would be jealous and want to make him one of his bodies. However, for such a super genius, the human race must be extremely protective of him. How could he possess someone in such a situation? This golden horned beast is too scary. Fan Nua Castle Master panicked and wanted to escape. Hua, Luo Feng's 4 wings moved, the pinnacle treasure Wu killer wings pierced through space and time, causing his speed to reach a whole new level. He was much stronger than he was in the past. Almost instantly, several figures appeared in front of the Fan Nua Castle Lord. You can't escape. Luo Feng's blade descended once again. Once again, Fan Nua Castle Master used his divine whip to block the attack. Then, he flew backward. Luo Feng caused Fan Nua Castle Master to be unable to escape, forcing Fan Nua Castle Master to activate his flying fortress to save him. Even though the flying fortress was flying over, the golden horned beast was also flying over. In terms of flying speed, the flying fortress was obviously much faster than the golden horned beast. Scram, humans! Huge vines shot out from the flying fortresses. Humph! Luo Feng snorted coldly. The 4 wings on his back began to expand fiercely, almost instantly reaching 100 kilometers in size. One could clearly see with the naked eye, the huge wings got smaller as they neared Luo Feng's body. Luo Feng's back looked exactly the same as before. It was indeed mysterious. Break! The 4 huge wings were like 4 blades, the handles of which were on Luo Feng's back. The blades danced, for rays of golden light lit up and directly smashed the vines that stretched out. Damn! Fan Nua Castle Master was anxious. He roared. Rumble! All the vines immediately retracted into the flying fortress. Simultaneously, the flying fortress became a beam of light and smashed over. Rumble! The flying fortress immediately clashed with Luo Feng's huge Wu killer wings. Luo Feng was slightly shaken. The moment the flying fortress clashed with the Wu killer wings, countless vines shot out from within and swiftly entered the wings. Fan Nua Castle Master clashed with one of the vines. Immediately, his divine whip and armor were all transferred into Bei Shuiding's body. His body was immediately destroyed. Countless vines swiftly retracted, at the same time the flying fortress tried to escape. How the golden horned beast buried its head and dashed in space. The longest horn on its head smashed fiercely into the flying fortress. The flying fortress shook violently and was immediately sent flying. The flying fortress sped up and became a beam of light as it escaped. What a powerful golden horned beast! In the air above the ocean of the primal planet, the flying fortress floated and a huge man walked out. Fan Nua Castle Master was still filled with fear. It actually took over the human Luo Feng's body. And it's so strong, it's really strong. Even though it's the same technique, the golden horned beast's power is obviously much stronger. That golden horned beast must have an extremely powerful attack treasure. Fan Nua Castle Master was shocked the more he thought. This golden horned beast isn't to be messed with. Fan Nua Castle Master thought. The battle had ended. Luo Feng was recalling the battle from before. Fan Nua Castle Master's life genetic level is 1,000 times. Compared to the World Tree, it's still lacking a little. And like the World Tree's natural talent control of space and time, it's even more beneficial in battle. Fan Nua Castle Master's natural talent however is 2 more clones. Luo Feng thought. This made Fan Nua Castle Master's strength weaker than the World Tree. His god strength was weaker than Fan Nua Castle Master's. But the secret technique was much stronger than his. His true battle strength should be comparable to the World Tree, hence he was able to suppress Fan Nua Castle Master. It's just suppressing him. His strength isn't that high. My attacks have already been weakened by a large amount after being blocked by his weapon. And when it landed on his body, it caused him very little damage. Luo Feng understood this too. As the golden horned beast had the beast god armor, with the advantage of the treasure, its power was heaven-defying, even Bei Shuiding with a 1,000,000 km god body had to flee pathetically. However, it was only enough to make the opponent flee. After all, against a million km god body, Luo Feng had no choice. Much less the opponent had the flying fortress, almost like a turtle shell. After all, Fan Nua Castle Master, who possessed the flying fortress, was able to resist the attack of the Master of the Universe and escape. Even if Meng Qi used I Am the Universe, it would be difficult for him to harm the million-kilometer-long divine body within the flying fortress. The higher one gets, the harder it is to kill them. At most I can defeat them, Luo Feng thought. However, this time is weird too. Fan Nua Castle Master wants to trade with me? He wants to kill me if he doesn't succeed? To be able to make an elite universe lord this crazy, this metal's value is probably no less than a treasure, Luo Feng thought. In the distant northern border alliance, within the towering palace that burned with endless black flames that spanned over 100 million kilometers, there were large numbers of undying servants and even many universe paragons. When they looked at the main palace in the center, they all had respectful expressions. At the outer area of the entire palace, it was filled with endless starlight. Specks of starlight enveloped a few light years. This was where the Star River Lord resided. Star River Lord, a being with an extremely high position in the vast universe. His name wasn't any less than the Primal Chaos City leaders. Even the various powers of the universe, compared to the Primal Chaos City leader, they all respected this Star River Lord more. Within the main palace, a black hole-like silhouette sat on the throne. Any light that neared the throne would be swallowed. One could only see a huge void above the throne. Hua hua hua. Time and space within the palace was being reversed. Time and space flowed backwards. The scenes within the palace were constantly being reversed. There were many groups of knights that came here to pay respects to the Star River Lord. There were even some great beings that personally came here to meet with the Star River Lord. Even two of the strongest warriors of the universe had come here. Freeze. Suddenly, two silhouettes that were bowing respectfully from a certain era were locked on. Time continued to reverse. The surrounding scenes constantly changed. However, the two silhouettes didn't move at all. Freeze. Another silhouette was locked on. Freeze. Freeze. Silhouettes after silhouettes were locked on. Various types of knights. A total of 39 high-level knights stood there unmoving, almost like statues. Time and space reversal. The originally reversed space-time began to rapidly return. The powerful universe operation law's backlash was continuously transmitted to the dark void above the throne. The dark void slightly trembled, sometimes shrinking and sometimes recovering. It was as though bearing the burden of reviving a total of 39 advanced paragons of the universe at the same time was extremely heavy to him. After a while, everything returned to normal. The 39 high-level knights regained their consciousness. They looked at each other in shock. Very quickly, they regained their memories. Thank you, Star River Lord. The 39 knights all bowed respectfully. There should be 22 or 23 of you that died because of that human Luo Feng. The dark space above the throne resounded. Answer me, who is the human Luo Feng's helper? It's the black golden-horned beast. It's a beast similar to the golden-horned beast. It has 6 horns and one of them is extremely long. Black beast. The knights all spoke. Suddenly a sharp voice said with suspicion, "You were all killed by the black beasts?" However, I was killed by that human Luo Feng in one blade. Are you all not? Killed by Luo Feng? How strong can Luo Feng be? Are you joking? What a joke. The other foreign race knights spoke. However, I too was killed by Luo Feng. Me too. I thought I saw wrongly. I too was personally killed by Luo Feng. 3 of them spoke at the same time. Immediately the entire hall went silent. One high-level sage might be wrong, but a total of 4 high-level sages said it. Immediately all the other sages in the hall had a trace of shock in their eyes. Primal Chaos City. Lord. Lord. Luo Feng walked within the city leader's residence. The guards all bowed respectfully. Luo Feng nodded. With familiarity, he headed towards the clan treasures in the side palace. Fan Nua Castle Master's actions before had caught Luo Feng's attention. Luo Feng even thought back to the fiend Mist Knight that was killed by his I Am the Universe back then. Fiend Mist Knight and Fan Nua Castle Master are both from the Thorn Ring Alliance. And Fan Nua Castle Master actually knows my helper is the Golden Horned Beast. And he's come to exchange metals with me. Luo Feng guessed that his metals definitely had some unknown treasure. Hence, he temporarily left the primal planet and returned to his god country to bring the metals he couldn't identify. He couldn't identify them. Then he would come to Primal Chaos City to identify them. Just what treasure is it? Luo Feng was curious. He too reached the side palace. Rumble. The ancient bronze door slowly opened. Luo Feng immediately stepped in. P.S. First chapter is here. Not finished yet. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The silent ancient palace was very spacious, only the stone board in the center could be seen. One only had to place the item on the board and the virtual universe system would be able to inspect it. This was also the easiest place Luo Feng could think of to identify the treasure. Through the virtual universe network before, according to my authority, I've compared the metals I couldn't identify before. Even though they are rare, they wouldn't make that Fan Nua Castle leader rack his brains for them. Then there's only the last 3 left. Luo Feng thought. Just through the network, there were still 3 that he couldn't identify. According to Luo Feng's guess, the treasure should be within. Luo Feng flipped his hand and a green crystal the size of a sesame seed appeared in his palm. He gently placed it on the stone plate. When green threads rose up from the stone board, enveloping the green crystal and starting to carefully analyze it. After a while, a voice resounded, 1 piece of metal wood crystal, offering it to the clan will give you 18 treasure points. Luo Feng, are you willing to offer this treasure to the clan? Ah? It's indeed a treasure. Luo Feng revealed a look of shock when he heard it. No wonder even with my authority, I couldn't find any information on this metal. Just a sesame seed-sized piece is worth 18 treasure points. Looks like, the treasures of the universe lords and knights I've killed are indeed not few. However, just 18 treasure points isn't enough for Fan Nua Castle leader to make a move. Luo Feng shook his head. It wasn't this. He waved his hand and the sesame seed-sized crystal floated back into his palm, immediately keeping it in his world ring. With a flip of his hand, another piece of metal appeared in his palm. This was a black metal about the size of a head. Its surface had a total of 360 facets, every facet was incredibly smooth, almost like a mirror. This was also one of the 3 metals Luo Feng couldn't identify. Go. The black metal immediately floated and landed on the board. Countless green threads soared up and enveloped the black metal stone. Luo Feng frowned. That long? Even inspecting treasures back then didn't take this long. After a while, the gentle voice resounded again, resounding throughout the entire palace, 1 divergent mirror stone, one of the tokens of the divergent god palace. Offering it to the clan for 20 treasure points, Luo Feng, are you willing to offer it to the clan? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, 20 treasure points? It was even more expensive than the Jiuming River. That's it. Luo Feng looked at the Qi mirror stone in shock. At the same time, he quickly extended his hand and recalled the Qi mirror stone back into his hand. His eyes lit up as he stared at the Qi mirror stone. No wonder Fan Nua Castle Master used so much effort to purposely trade metals with me. He bullied me because I couldn't see through the secrets of this Qi mirror stone. So, this is the divergent mirror stone. Luo Feng felt his blood boil. Even though Luo Feng hadn't been in the primal star for close to 20,000 years, during that period of time, his consciousness would occasionally enter the virtual universe. Hence, he naturally knew about the major events that happened in the primal star. In the past 20,000 years, on the 10081 primordial stars, the most soul-stirring event was the divergent god temple storm. Qishan Temple, it caused the various races of the universe to go crazy. On the 600th year of the primal star pathway's opening, the universe origin laws suddenly descended on the primal star 02892. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time, space, all the great origin laws simultaneously descended on this primal star. The pressure was overwhelming. In an instant, the entire planet seemed to be locked down. Any knight or even an overlord found it hard to move. Simultaneously, a shrine slowly broke out of the ground. The process of breaking out of the ground lasted close to 100 years. And in this period of time, the various powers of the universe all sent their absolute beings over. In an instant, the ones surrounding the shrine were all universe lords. Those that dared to get close were all at least at the pinnacle of the universe. After 100 years, the divergent god temple had completely emerged. There was a black stone tablet erected before the shrine. On it were ancient engravings. Any warrior that saw it would know the message. The message was very simple: when the divergent god temple emerges, the stone tablet will appear. Once the stone tablet is destroyed, on the 10081 primal stars, at a certain time, at a certain location, one or more chi mirror stones will randomly appear. There will be a total of 36 chi mirror stones. They are like normal stones. When they appear, the commotion will be comparable to high-level treasures. When all 36 chi mirror stones appear, the divergent god temple will open. Only those with them can enter. If any other warrior barges in, they will be destroyed. 1 year later, the stone tablet was destroyed. Following which, there were many rumors saying that the chi mirror stone had appeared on a certain primal star, causing many disputes. However, no one knew the exact time or location. Hence, it depended on luck. Even the strong would find it hard to obtain it. The news of the stone tablet had long spread. Luo Feng naturally knew about it too. So it's a chi mirror stone. I really don't recognize it even with a treasure in my hands. Luo Feng looked at the black crystal. When the chi mirror stone appears, its pressure is similar to that of a high-level treasure. Hence, one can only discover it when it appears. Only then will one know how special it is. A stone appearing, yet its pressure was comparable to that of a high-level treasure. Any warrior would be able to guess that it wasn't normal. However, someone like Luo Feng who had killed other warriors and taken their treasures. Even with this chi mirror stone, he wouldn't be able to recognize it. The origin laws of the universe had descended. The divergent god temple seems to be the biggest treasure of this primal star. Luo Feng thought. The primal star normally only opens once after countless years, and every time it opens, it only lasts for 1,000 eras. Within these 1,000 eras, like the top-level domain treasures, top-level soul treasures, top-level flying palace treasures, top-level weapon treasures, these treasures of the same level would appear many times. However, they would all be incomplete and would appear separately. And within the entire 1,000 eras of the primal star's opening, there would always be one terrifying treasure that would stand above the others. Usually, it would be a peak-level domain-type treasure, peak-level flying palace-type treasure, or peak-level soul-type treasure. Of course, they would usually have other uses. For example, the Calamity armor had some soul defense. The Beast God armor had both offensive and defensive abilities. The Star Pagoda had soul defense, flying palace, suppressive, offensive abilities, and many other abilities. And every time the primal star opens, the strongest treasures that appear would usually have many different uses. Like the top-level soul treasures, they would usually focus on soul defense, or even have a portion of body defense, or even hypnosis abilities, etc. Anyway, the top-level soul treasures were second only to the absolute treasures. And the absolute treasures were things that could only be found and not sought. Even the 9 great powers of the universe didn't have any absolute treasures to guard them. Hence, the top-level domain treasures, soul-type, flying palace-type treasures, were enough to make the universe races go crazy. The primal star only opens once after an incomparably long period of time. Luo Feng thought, every top-level soul treasure, or treasure of the same level, can be called the ultimate treasure of their race. The moment a powerful universe lord obtains it, along with other treasures, it's almost impossible for him to die. Even if he meets an absolute treasure, even if he can't beat it, he'll still be able to escape. No wonder. No wonder Tian Tao has always been hiding it, not daring to reveal it. After all, the moment it is revealed, the automaton universe lords will naturally use it. It's already not bad for him to obtain such a high-level treasure. However, if he were to go in himself, one has to know that only 36 people from the entire universe can enter, and they'll enter from different doors within the palace. There's a chance of survival. The moment he comes out, his rewards will be huge. Even if he fails, he'll just revive again. However, the moment he succeeds. Luo Feng understood Tian Tao and Fan Nua Castle leader's thoughts. Tian Tao was hiding his information. Fan Nua Castle leader wasn't willing to reveal the fact that Tian Tao had the stone. The moment it was revealed, Tian Tao would probably obediently give it to his race. Tian Tao wouldn't reveal Fan Nua Castle leader's secret either. The moment it was revealed, Fan Nua Castle leader's position would be extremely high, with 3 bodies, each comparable to an elite universe lord. His position was already close to that of a universe lord. Even if the Thorny Ring Alliance knew he had the stone, they wouldn't forcefully demand it. If they were forced, the special life form Fan Nua Castle leader could totally leave the Thorny Ring Alliance and join another power. Both had their own thoughts. Tian Tao wasn't afraid of Fan Nua Castle leader chasing him, he had the confidence to survive. Fan Nua Castle leader too had the thought of getting it himself, hence he dragged it out. Who would have thought that Luo Feng would interfere? Tian Tao was indeed good at escaping. With a domain treasure paired with a high-level armor and flowing light wings, even Luo Feng couldn't catch up. Eventually he had to rely on I Am the Universe to kill him. Hence, the stone landed in Luo Feng's hands. With the stone in my hands, I too have the right to enter the shrine. Luo Feng was extremely excited. This chance, I'm afraid it'll only come once in countless eras. And within 1,000 years, I'll definitely be able to step into the universe night level. The moment I do, my body will grow even stronger. My power will be even stronger, and I'll have the qualifications to compete for treasures. Luo Feng nodded within. Simultaneously he tested the 3rd piece of metal. It was worth 31 treasure points. Even though Luo Feng was shocked, he only smiled. Following which Luo Feng left Primal Chaos City, leaving the Primal Universe, returning to the actual universe. Within the Thorny Ring Alliance territory, a life planet was incomparably flourishing. The spread of technology was very powerful. Even if one didn't walk the path of technology. However, the majority of life planets in the universe, especially those with weak genes, the planets they lived on would use technology to create an incredibly comfortable living environment. Skyscrapers, flying cars, parking platforms, it could be seen everywhere. At the top of one of the skyscrapers, Fan Nua Castle leader had transformed into a 3m tall god body. He sat on a chair and gazed down at the city. As he was a special life form, he actually liked the normal weak life forms living in this world. Luo Feng? Golden Horned Beast? The divergent mirror stone should have fallen into his hands. My mission this time failed. He'll definitely be suspicious. I believe with the human race's intelligence system, he should be able to identify the stone. Fan Nua Castle leader creased his eyebrows in thought. The 2nd chapter has arrived. Happy Christmas Eve. Wu Tomato, continue writing the 3rd chapter, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Fan Nua Castle Master sat in the skyscraper's top floor hall. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Enter. Fan Nua Castle Master said. Hua, the door automatically opened to the 2 sides and a 2-handed foreign race man with many feelers on his face walked in. Boss, this is this year's detailed financial report. The foreign race man respectfully handed over a document. On it was filled with many different race words. Fan Nua Castle Master picked it up and flipped through it. This was a company he had created while pretending to be a normal being on this planet. Even though it was laughable for a great pinnacle overlord to do such a thing, Fan Nua liked the feeling of being close to the most normal people in the universe. Feeling the competition between the normal people, Fan Nua Castle Master would occasionally get emotional, even the origin laws would occasionally be triggered. You can leave first, I'll hold a meeting later. Fan Nua ordered. Yes. The normal beings working in this company probably couldn't even imagine how terrifying their boss was. Even though he was the strongest on this planet, a universe-level warrior. In Fan Nua Castle Master's eyes, he was nothing but a joke. He lived on this planet and had already secretly controlled many changes in the planet's powers. To him, it was just a thought. If he wanted to, one thought and he could destroy the twin stars in the sky. Luo Feng was actually taken over by the golden horned beast. Undyings can't be taken over, that means he was taken over when he was a sector lord? Back then when he made such a name for himself in Purplethorn Island, he was secretly taken over? No wonder he died and revived back then, so he was just a new body taken over by the golden horned beast. Fan Nua Castle Master thought. Taking over was when the soul enters a new body and abandons the original one. The golden horned beast had a main body and 3 bodies. Using one of the bodies to take over, abandoning the original body, one would naturally be able to take over the new body. However, the target had to be Undying and below, there was no way to take over an Undying's body. Fan Nua Castle Master stood up fiercely. Not right. Luo Feng was able to kill an Emperor Pinnacle as a sector lord, and an Undying was able to kill Bark Mirror Emperor. His body was no weaker than a special life form. But even so, a sector lord level body, even if it's thousands of times stronger, it still can't hold the soul of a knight. Fan Nua Castle Master suddenly thought of this. Could it be that the golden horned beast was Undying back then? Yes. That's the only explanation for his successful possession. Why isn't he famous? I can't recognize him at all. But how could he use such a powerful secret technique? Even if it's an innate secret skill, the innate secret skill of a heaven-defying special life form, it wouldn't be this strong. Fan Nua Castle Master's train of thought had reached a dead end. Luo Feng possessed the golden horned beast? Impossible. Luo Feng's growth time was too short, he couldn't create such a terrifying technique. The golden horned beast took over Luo Feng? That was also impossible. Luo Feng's body back then wasn't able to contain the universe knight's soul, and the golden horned beast back then was definitely still undying. In such a short time, it was impossible to create such a terrifying technique. But they used the same secret technique, so it's clear that they have the same consciousness. It must be a possession. What happened? What's going on? Castle Master Fan Nua thought for a long time but still could not figure it out. He could only sigh. The universe was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. There were still many things that could not be explained. Fan Nua Castle Master lived on this normal planet. Luo Feng returned to his god country to meditate, wanting to break through to the universe night level. At this time, the peak of the virtual universe Lightning Island, within the palace shrouded in endless chaos energy. The primal Chaos City leader sat crossed-legged at the edge of the cliff. Suddenly a screen lit up beside him. Simultaneously it displayed detailed information and a picture, the picture of the divergent mirror stone. The virtual universe system sent it directly. What's the important news? The primal Chaos City leader opened his eyes and looked curiously at the screen. With one look he revealed shock. Luo Feng acquired the divergent mirror stone? Primal Chaos. A voice resounded around him. Huge axe. The primal Chaos City leader spoke respectfully. There were only 2 people in the entire human race that could speak to him without a request. The creator of the huge axe was one of them. Primal Chaos, that Luo Feng used the virtual universe system to appraise the divergent mirror stone, you know about it? The voice resounded around. The other universe lords know about it at the same time. Right now I'm preparing to hold a meeting with the upper echelon regarding the ownership of the divergent mirror stone. Do you agree? I agree. The primal Chaos City leader nodded. The primal Chaos City leader understood too. The divergent mirror stone was related to the most important treasure since the opening of the primal planet. Like some normal treasures, the universe lords didn't care at all. However, the pinnacle treasure that was about to appear in the divergent god shrine, not a single power in the universe wouldn't covet it. The creator of the huge axe decided to hold a meeting with the upper echelon, and didn't directly ask Luo Feng for it. That was already not bad. The virtual universe system was after all the human race's virtual universe. And the humans with the highest positions were naturally the creator of the huge axe, the primal Chaos City leader, the Void Gold Lord, the Yen Mountain leader, the Dragon Travel leader and the other 10 great beings. After Luo Feng appraised the divergent mirror stone, the virtual universe system went through a logical analysis and sent it to the upper echelon. Virtual universe, one of the planes, endless darkness, distant specks of starlight. A simple shrine floated in mid-air. Before the shrine was a long stone table. On both sides of the table were stone chairs. At the same time there was only one stone chair at the head of the table. a huge savage sat there. Silhouettes appeared on the chairs on both sides of the table. It was the Primal Chaos City leader and the other universe lords. In an instant, they had all arrived. Everyone has arrived. The huge savage looked at both sides, however he made all the universe lords treat him with respect. The creator of the huge axe was the strongest in the universe. Luo Feng has acquired the Divergent Mirror Stone, and it's related to a pinnacle domain treasure, this level of treasure. The huge savage said directly, it's extremely important to our race. However, this was acquired by Luo Feng with his own strength, he can't just ask for it. As for what we should do, everyone speak. The moment the creator spoke, it was equivalent to saying, he couldn't just ask for it. Divergent Mirror Stone. A cold voice resounded, it's related to the Divergent God Shrine. What's Luo Feng's strength? Giving it to him is useless. For the race's strength, for him to hand over the stone, at most give him some compensation. Is one high-level treasure enough? If not, we can just give more, won't that do? A universe lord nodded. I agree. Right, even though he acquired it, giving it to him is a waste. After the opening of the Divergent God Shrine, the stone will have no value anymore. And the stone may very well give our human race yet another absolute treasure. I agree. I agree. The universe lords all expressed their opinions. Even though I agree with everyone, however, everyone must take note. Luo Feng has risen to where he is today, his edge is unfathomable. As a genius that only appears once in a trillion years. His arrogance is unimaginable. Even though the stone is very important, don't cause trouble with Luo Feng because of this. Back then, the Flame Emperor had a bad temper, even though he wanted to steal a treasure from his own race, he shouldn't have left his race. This matter seems easy, however we have to be careful, don't cause trouble. This Luo Feng's talent isn't any weaker than the Flame Emperor back then, he may very well become a universe lord in the future. A warm voice resounded. It's not the same. Luo Feng and the Flame Emperor are completely different. The Flame Emperor is extremely selfish, even though our race tolerates the absolute warriors, we don't even have the most basic protection for our own race. He even acts against his own race, and still doesn't think it's wrong, such an extremely selfish person. I don't feel pity for him leaving our race, instead I feel joy. If I were to fight alongside him, that would be an insult to me. The Flame Emperor and Luo Feng's personalities are different. That warm voice continued, even though they're different, the arrogance of an absolute genius is something everyone understands. The more powerful they are, the more confidence they have in themselves. If we don't handle it well, it'll easily incite dissatisfaction. In theory, this stone was indeed acquired by Luo Feng himself, even if it's wasted, it's still his authority. No matter how much we feel pity for the race, we can't interfere. Of course, from the perspective of the race, it's best for Huge Axe to take the stone and enter personally. With his abilities, naturally he'll have a high chance of acquiring the absolute treasure. I agree with Qingdong leader. Indeed, we should be careful. That Luo Feng taking it would be a waste, however how to convince him is very important. We should get it back from him, convincing him, however, is a little difficult. One by one, the masters of the universe spoke up. Other than the Primal Chaos City leader who didn't speak, the other universe lords all spoke, and swiftly came to a conclusion, they had to get the stone back, and it would be best if they could convince Luo Feng. Even though these universe lords were the true rulers of humanity, they still held Luo Feng in high regard. Primal Chaos, what do you say? The creator Huge Axe looked over. The Primal Chaos City leader shook his head and smiled, what else can I say, since everyone is of the same opinion, I naturally won't have any objections. The stone, we have to get it back, however the prerequisite is that we don't escalate the conflict. With Flame Emperor gone, we can't let Luo Feng go too. The many universe lords all nodded. Warriors leaving their original powers and joining others, there were many such cases in the universe. Firstly, the absolute warriors usually had their loved ones long dead. Secondly, the stronger they were, the more confident they were, and their thoughts were firm. The moment they were angered, if they were truly angered, there were indeed many who would leave their own powers. This matter, Primal Chaos, you handle it. Savage smiled, you are his teacher, if you speak, his resistance should be the lowest. Haha, Primal chaos, I'll have to trouble you with this. Haha. The surrounding universe lords all laughed. The Primal Chaos City leader could only nod. You have to think of a way to get Luo Feng to agree. Savage emphasized, the stone is after all related to the absolute treasures of the Qishan Palace. I will convince him. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded. 3 chapters completed, brothers and sisters, Merry Christmas Eve. Do you have Christmas tickets? To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Above the endless dark ocean, the golden shrine glowed with endless god light. Luo Feng sat cross-legged before the shrine, his eyes looking at the endless god country. In his mind, he recalled the engravings one by one, occasionally recalling the teleportation, strangulation, sealing, the 3 mysteries. Because of the engravings, Luo Feng's created techniques already had complete space laws within them. Hence recalling those engravings, made Luo Feng feel a little emotional. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. That feeling is getting closer and closer. I can comprehend and break through at any time, just a little bit more. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and stopped his training, because his consciousness connected to the virtual universe received a mail, and it was an extremely important one. In the mail settings, normal friend's mail was set to not disturb him, only his wife, son, teacher, and other important people's mail could be filtered through the virtual assistant and interrupt his training. Primal Chaos City leader teacher wants to see me? He wants to see me? Don't tell me. Luo Feng had a thought, he couldn't help but worry. Virtual Universe Thunder Island, endless primal chaos energy shrouded it. Behind the palace was a winding pathway. Luo Feng and the Primal Chaos City leader were walking side by side. Teacher called me here and didn't say anything, it made me very nervous. Luo Feng said. I didn't say anything, I was just thinking about how to convince you. Luo Feng, you should have guessed what's going on, right? The Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded when he heard that. When I was in Primal Chaos City, I let the virtual universe system appraise the Qi Mirror Stone. I knew something like this would happen. Before, I was hoping the virtual universe system would keep it a secret and not reveal this information. Before the appraisal, Luo Feng didn't expect the Fan Nua Castle leader to actually want the Qi Mirror Stone. If it wasn't as important, it wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. After the appraisal, Luo Feng knew it was the Qi Mirror Stone, but it was already too late. The virtual universe system normally keeps it a secret. The Primal Chaos City leader said, this matter has been carefully analyzed, finally confirmed, this matter affects the entire race, hence it chose to inform every single universe lord. Luo Feng nodded. The situation right now is very simple. The Primal Chaos City leader walked to a table outside the walkway, casually summoning his servants. 2 of them respectfully brought over the delicacies. Luo Feng, sit and we'll talk. Luo Feng followed and sat down. Looking at the food and drinks on the table, he knew that the Primal Chaos City teacher placed a lot of importance on this matter, at least the preparations were very exquisite. In the past, he would usually converse with his teacher at the edge of the cliff in front of the palace or in the main hall. This time, they came to the corridor behind the palace and even sat down to converse. The situation is very simple. Because you were appraising the treasure in Primal Chaos City, the virtual universe system sent the information to the creator of the huge axe and all the other universe lords. The Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng, which means, the strongest upper echelon of humanity all know about it. We have come to a decision on how to deal with this matter. Luo Feng's ears twitched. Decision? He immediately turned to look at his teacher. Primal Chaos City Master saw this and said, I believe you can guess the result. What result? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. The clan really needs this divergent mirror stone. The Primal Chaos City Master emphasized, the divergent mirror stone is connected to an absolute treasure. The divergent god palace is the biggest treasure trove in the entire primal planet's history. This treasure is extremely important. Even though our human race is strong, we don't have an absolute treasure guarding it. To be able to have one more pinnacle domain level treasure, to our human race, it's a huge benefit. No absolute treasures guarding it? Luo Feng was stunned. The human race, no absolute treasures. Our human race, we really don't have any absolute treasures. Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. The primal Chaos City Master hesitated for a moment, shaking his head. No, before we had one, now we don't. Before we had one? Luo Feng was even more suspicious. There seemed to be a story behind all this. However, according to the information he had read in the Virtual Universe Network, with his current position, he had indeed found out a lot of important information. Through the information, the absolute treasures in the universe were indeed extremely rare. According to what Mountain Guest said, even the strongest warriors in the universe didn't have any absolute treasures. Absolute treasures could completely make the strongest warriors in the universe go crazy for them. Even the strongest of the universe, the ancestral god Sek's guardian treasure, was an absolute treasure. From this, one could see how rare the absolute treasures were. However, Luo Feng didn't expect that the incomparably strong Great Alliance and human race actually didn't have any absolute treasures. We don't have any. The primal Chaos City Master looked at Luo Feng. The universe's 9 great powers, 5 of them have them, however our human race indeed doesn't have any. Luo Feng felt a sense of anxiety. The human race was weak in this aspect. Hence the treasure related to the Divergent Mirror Stone should be comparable to our human race's most important treasure. The primal Chaos City Master looked at Luo Feng, and all the universe lords think, with the Divergent Mirror Stone in your hands, if you were to attempt that shrine, the result would be very bad. If we were to give this stone to the creator of the huge axe to attempt, his chances would definitely be much higher. The creator of the huge axe? Luo Feng was shocked within. That was the strongest warrior in the universe. Of course we won't force you. The primal Chaos City Master raised his wine glass, looking at it. Everything is up to you. After which he looked up at Luo Feng, his eyes staring straight ahead. Teacher hopes you can help the human race once. Luo Feng was shocked. Help? He wasn't an idiot, training to where he was today, and wandering the universe for 50,000 years. Luo Feng's vision was incomparably clear. Actually, the moment the primal Chaos City Master summoned him, Luo Feng had already guessed many things. It was just that the primal Chaos City Master's negotiation methods were extremely straightforward. Without any other methods, he directly analyzed the situation and told everything to Luo Feng, sincerely using his position as the Universe Lord, as his teacher, to ask Luo Feng to help the human race once. This made it hard for Luo Feng to reject. Teacher, Luo Feng said. The primal Chaos City Master looked at Luo Feng. There are a total of 36 divergent mirror stones scattered across 10,081 primal stars. Don't tell me our human race didn't even get one? Luo Feng asked. We didn't. The primal Chaos City Master raised his head and drank a glass of wine. From these words, he could already feel that Luo Feng wasn't too willing, after which he placed his glass down. The human race's warrior numbers are only a small portion of the entire universe. Just like the Northern Border Alliance, they have the most warriors in the entire universe. Their knight numbers are over 100 times that of our Great Alliance. The stronger they are, scattered across the various primal stars, the chances of getting the divergent mirror stones are naturally higher. I estimate that the Northern Border Alliance would at most get 1 or 2. After all, compared to the entire universe, the Northern Border Alliance is only a small portion. Even the Northern Border Alliance might only get 1 or 2, how many can our human race get? The primal Chaos City Master looked at Luo Feng. So few? Luo Feng was stunned. Right. The number of inheritors and knights in the Great Alliance were far fewer than the Northern Border Alliance. On the primal star, the number of knights that had died in his hands alone exceeded 20. There are still the 9 Domains Alliance, Thorn Ring Alliance, etc. in the universe. There are also other weaker allied powers. Even though they are weak, their numbers are huge. Hence, many of the 36 divergent mirror stones will be acquired by these powers. When the time comes, through the 36 passages of the Divergent God Palace, these powers will be able to acquire powerful treasures. Maybe, this is one of the universe's methods of balance. Luo Feng nodded as he heard. The primal Chaos City Master looked at Luo Feng. Give me an answer, are you willing or not? Teacher, your disciple isn't willing. Luo Feng said directly. The primal Chaos City Master frowned. after which he relaxed. You aren't willing? The 36 warriors that entered this time may be slightly lesser, some of them don't even recognize the divergent mirror stones. But those that enter, over half of them will be universe lords or even the strongest in the universe. The rest will be the pinnacle of the universe, or even the universe lord. If one doesn't even have the strength of a universe lord, he doesn't even have the right to enter. This has been the rule of the opening of the primal star, the biggest treasure trove. And in the end, the ones that acquire the absolute treasures are usually universe lords or the strongest in the universe. Do you know, what are the strongest in the universe? The primal Chaos City Master looked at Luo Feng. Even if teacher meets one, he might fall. They are the most terrifying beings in the universe. You still want to go? The primal Chaos City Master was anxious. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. It was because he knew the details, knowing that the divergent mirror stones weren't based on strength, but were distributed randomly, leading to the universe's strong and weak powers to obtain them, along with the different pathways. He could totally take a gamble. One had to know that in history, every time the primal star opened the biggest treasure trove, according to the primal Chaos City Master, it was always the universe lord or the universe's strongest that acquired the absolute treasures. If I were to step into the universe lord level, my body would be much stronger, the armor would be able to activate the third form. Even if I were to go get the fifth black metal board, back then I heard teacher sitting passenger say, the fifth black metal board might give me an unexpected situation. However, no matter, at that time I would already be able to activate the Star Pagoda. Even if I met the universe's strongest, I could hide within the Star Pagoda and he wouldn't be able to do anything to me. The Star Pagoda was an absolute treasure. The human race didn't even have an absolute treasure. The Star Pagoda had no owner to control it, placed in the outer region battlefield, causing the 4 pinnacle races to fight, causing the universe's strongest to go crazy, yet no one could take it away. This was power. Luo Feng relied on the Star Pagoda. Naturally he didn't fear any being. Since that was the case, since he had such confidence, the Divergent God Palace, naturally he would enter it himself. If he was strong, his race would be strong too. Don't you think your strength isn't enough? The primal Chaos City Master couldn't help but say, it's too dangerous for you to go. Teacher. Luo Feng looked at the primal Chaos City Master. Your disciple currently has the strength of an elite universe lord. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. Not finished yet. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The table was filled with the most famous delicacies of the universe, however Luo Feng didn't touch it all. The primal Chaos City leader gently poured some wine and smiled at Luo Feng. Pinnacle Universe Overlord strength? I know your body is comparable to a universe knight, and you have the 9 Hell clone as a foundation. It can be said to have an endless supply of God energy. Your golden horned beast clone is also 1,000 km long God body, along with the high-level armor. Even an elite universe tyrant would find it hard to kill you, but that doesn't mean you have that level of power. Luo Feng looked at his teacher with determination. The primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. Their eyes met. Really? Primal Chaos City Master couldn't help but ask. Luo Feng nodded. Then those alien race warriors who died because of you, were you the one who killed them? The primal Chaos City Master couldn't help but ask. Luo Feng nodded. The primal Chaos City leader carefully observed Luo Feng. He watched as Luo Feng rose up, and the speed of his rise far surpassed his expectations. Even though Luo Feng's words were shocking, with their close to 100,000 years of teacher and disciple relationship, the primal Chaos City leader felt that it could very well be true. We'll talk about this later. The primal Chaos City leader shook his head. Luo Feng, I'm your teacher, I won't harm you. Please speak. Teacher Luo Feng listened. The Qi Mirror Stone is related to the most important supreme treasure since the opening of the primitive star. The primal Chaos City Lord said solemnly, the news of you possessing the Divergent Mirror Stone is known to the masters of the universe and the creator of the huge axe. Although they won't force you to hand it over, if you really don't hand it over, I'm afraid that the masters of the universe will be unhappy with you. In the future, you are destined to become a member of the highest echelon of the human race. It is not a good thing to make them unhappy now. Luo Feng nodded as he listened. So what if you have the strength of a peak universe overlord? More than half of those who enter the Divergent God Palace will be universe lords. There might even be one or two of the universe's strongest experts involved. The 36 passages of the Divergent God Palace were more considerate towards the weak, but after all, strength was the foundation. In the end, the ones who would truly fight for the supreme treasure would definitely be the Lord of the Universe or the strongest expert in the universe. Even if you are a top universe overlord, you still have to step aside. The Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. Your insistence on going caused the masters of the universe to be slightly dissatisfied. 2. He wouldn't be able to obtain the supreme treasure. Why bother? The Primal Chaos City leader started. From the perspective of the race, and now from the perspective of benefits, his only goal was to make Luo Feng hand over the Divergence Mirror Stone. Good for Luo Feng, good for everyone. Moreover, the race will compensate you. After all, this Divergent Mirror Stone belongs to you. The Primal Chaos City Master said. A Divergent Mirror Stone is worth 20 treasure points? 30 supreme treasure points? As long as you are willing, I believe the clan will provide you with sufficient compensation. Luo Feng sighed within. If a universe lord had obtained the Divergent Mirror Stone, his race would not have to deal with such trivial matters. Now, because he had the potential to stand at the highest level of his race, he was speaking to him politely. If he was just an ordinary universe supremacy, the treatment would probably be completely different. But, after all, he was the one who obtained the Chi Mirror Stone. It belonged to him. Teacher wishes for you to hand it over. The Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at the Primal Chaos City leader's expression. If it was a normal universe lord, he wouldn't even bother with him. However, the city leader had been very kind to him, silently guiding and teaching him. Teacher, you just said that if I offer myself to the tribe will compensate me. Luo Feng took a deep breath. My request isn't high either. I'll use the Divergent Mirror Stone to exchange for the other half of Earth's ownership. Which means, I want to get Earth back. Return my home to me. That's my request. If you agree, give the Divergent Mirror Stone to the tribe. I don't need anything else, just the other half of Earth's ownership. If you don't agree, I won't hand over the Divergent Mirror Stone. Luo Feng said. The Primal Chaos City leader was slightly stunned. Earth? Right, Earth. Luo Feng nodded. Silence. The two absolute beings of the universe on both sides of the table, the teacher and disciple, were momentarily silent. You want Earth? The Primal Chaos City leader was silent for a while before saying slowly, how do you plan to deal with the aliens? Back then, I spent 50 billion mixed elements to make me lose half of Earth's ownership, allowing large amounts of aliens to live in Earth's oceans, floating cities above the oceans, etc. They are after all aliens, not our Earth people. That is the origin of our Earth people, our home. I'll make all those aliens leave. Land, ocean. They're all Earth peoples. Luo Feng emphasized. Back then, under the pressure of the tribe, they had no choice but to lower their heads and hand over half of Earth's ownership. However, from then on, Luo Feng had gritted his teeth. He had been waiting silently, hoping for the day he could get Earth back. These few years, on Earth, the aliens had always been arrogant. Luo Feng could only suppress them to not mess around, however the aliens still looked down on the Earth natives. However, that blue planet was after all the home of the Earth people. Chase them away? The Primal Chaos City leader pondered. Teacher, back then I only spent 50 billion mixed elements. Luo Feng smiled. 50 billion mixed elements, it's not even worth a tiny bit of a treasure. Right now, I'm taking out the Divergent Mirror Stone. If we count the profits, it's already multiplied by 10,000 to 1 million times. I understand your thoughts. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded. This matter, I can't make the decision, however I'll give you an answer very soon. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng wasn't an idiot, he wasn't a fool who would be blinded by the tribe's words, selflessly sacrifice himself. Did he contribute all his treasures to make some other powerhouse even stronger? One had to know. Ever since he stepped out of Earth and into the universe, Luo Feng had always had a responsibility on his shoulders. Earth. The rise of the Earthlings and their future destiny would all depend on him. Hence Luo Feng definitely wouldn't easily give up on a chance to grow stronger. What's more, the Divergent Mirror Stone was obtained by himself. The Divergent God Palace was the Primal Star's biggest treasure trove this time. Luo Feng really wanted to go. However, since his teacher had personally asked, and was so sincere. Plus, deep within Luo Feng's heart, the most important dream was to retrieve Earth. Compared to retrieving Earth, the importance of the Divergent Mirror Stone was obviously much lower. Retrieving Earth, in my plans, isn't an easy task. If I can take this chance, I'll succeed. Even if I lose the Divergent Mirror Stone, it's nothing. Luo Feng thought. Humanity and Earth. Even though Luo Feng had a sense of belonging to humanity, his sense of belonging to Earth was even stronger. He was the leader of the Earth people, their spiritual leader. He shouldered the fate of Earth. Secondly, he was a part of humanity. What's more, the Divergent Mirror Stone was just a bonus for humanity. It didn't affect the rise or fall of humanity at all. Naturally, he didn't have to care about the bigger picture. In the dark space, stars twinkled. Numerous universe lords were seated on both sides of the long stone table. Primal chaos, there's a result? Gathering us all here, is there a reason? That Luo Feng will reject, that's impossible. Primal chaos, as his teacher, even with you personally making a move, can't you convince him? How would he dare reject, and with that bit of ability of his, isn't it a waste to use the Divergent Mirror Stone? Primal chaos, if you can't convince him, I'll go find this punk. In the main seat, the creator of the huge axe swept his gaze. Immediately all the universe lords went silent. Primal chaos, speak to them. The creator ordered. Luo Feng has agreed. The Primal Chaos City leader looked around at the other universe lords. However, he raised a condition. Haha, good. He really agreed. As long as he agreed, the condition is to compensate him. What condition? Some of the universe lords immediately spoke up, while others watched silently. If the matter was simple, they wouldn't have been summoned twice. The Primal Chaos City leader continued. His condition is very simple. Return the other half of Earth to him. Earth is his home. Back then, he used 50 billion mixed elements to buy half of Earth, allowing all the large powers to send large amounts of their descendants into the seas and skies of Earth. Now he wants to take back Earth. What about the descendants of the various races? A cold voice resounded. Luo Feng wants to expel all the alien descendants, leaving only the Earth people. The Primal Chaos City leader said. No. Definitely not. This is impossible. More and more universe lords spoke up, filled with rage. When Earth was discovered back then, it attracted attention. However, back then, the creator of Giant Axe believed that it was a special planet specially modified and refined by Mountain Guest. Back then, the masters of the universe were only curious and believed that Mountain Guest's handiwork must be extraordinary. However, they didn't know how precious Earth was. However, after 100,000 years, Luo Feng had been growing for 100,000 years now, and those alien immigrants had moved to Earth for 100,000 years too. In this period of time, many generations of alien descendants were born on Earth, and as long as they were born, they would go through the nurturing of their respective races, discovering that their comprehension abilities were very high, their mental states were easy to train, giving birth to strong warriors and geniuses had a very high probability. Mental states seemed normal, not important at the start of training. However, as one progressed, universe level, domain lord, sector lord, the higher one progressed, the more important it became. This caused the various masters of the universe to gasp in shock. Such powerful Earth. Such a powerful Mountain Guest. The souls of these descendants who were born on Earth must have undergone some changes, causing their mental state and temperament to be tempered and nurtured to have a much higher success rate. In just a mere 100,000 years, a batch of geniuses and experts had appeared. There were even a bunch of world overlords. If as time passed, just Earth alone was enough to create one of the strongest branches of humanity. It wouldn't pale in comparison to the Flame God race back then. Compared to the Flame God race, Earth's strength was much stronger. No way. That's a special planet created by Mountain Guest, it's priceless. It won't pale in comparison to a pinnacle domain treasure. This won't do. Let him change his conditions. The Universe Lord spoke. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Earth, no. Divergent Mirror Stone, it's just one of the 36, it's not enough to trade for Earth. The Primal Chaos City leader saw that the other universe lords didn't agree. He frowned and said, back then with our virtual universe company taking the lead, we only spent 50 billion mixed elements to buy the rights to Earth's oceans, and it wasn't a one-time payment, it was split into 3 payments. Right now with the Divergent Mirror Stone. I think it's about time. Primal Chaos. Primal Chaos. At the same time, 2 universe lords spoke. They exchanged glances and one of them, a giant with 3 horns and a body covered in scales, said solemnly, back then, that Luo Feng was just a small fry. 50 billion mixed elements was already an astronomical price to him. Even though it was your virtual universe company taking the lead to sign the contract, our Universe Mercenary Alliance and the other parties too had an agreement with you. That Earth's oceans, skies, everything else belongs to the 5 parties. Our 5 parties can all send their descendants to live on Earth, and after 100,000 years, you should know how special Earth is. What a mysterious planet. The children born there are actually so much more nurtured. At the start their improvement speed is the same as the other planet's descendants, however as time goes on, as long as they continue to nurture them, their improvement speed will far surpass the other planet's descendants. Unbelievable. Mountain gasped, he was actually able to create such a planet. I wonder how much he paid back then, to be able to change the infant's soul. How unbelievable is that? Mountain gasped, he's indeed the strongest of the ancient universe. The giant exclaimed. As the highest echelon of humanity, they all knew of Mountain Guest's existence. The strongest of the universe, even though the human race had them, when the universe was just born, humans were like children learning to walk, just beginning to reproduce. The invincible beings that ruled the universe were the special life forms. Those special life forms were naturally strong, like the 8 beast gods etc., and Mountain Guest was the strongest of the universe when the universe was just born, a lone ranger. Earth is constantly producing strong warriors. The giant said solemnly, it's completely capable of creating a huge branch of humanity, its value isn't any lower than a pinnacle domain treasure. I definitely won't agree to easily trade. I don't agree either. I don't agree. The Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank, these 2 powers leaders spoke simultaneously. This made the Primal Chaos City leader frown. Chi Mirror Stone, what should we do? The huge axe creator's voice was powerful. If you guys aren't willing to return Earth, Luo Feng won't hand over the Divergent Mirror Stone either. What our human race lacks are supreme treasures. As for peak-level domain-type supreme treasures, our human race has quite a few of them. Furthermore, the Divergent Mirror Stone only represents a chance to obtain a supreme treasure of that level. Haven't we had a lot of opportunities like this? Take the Cosmic Sea for example. If you dare to risk your life, you can obtain a peak domain-type supreme treasure at any time. 1 in 36 chance to obtain a peak-grade domain-type treasure. You want to trade for Earth? Impossible. Yes. I agree with Huang Jian. The Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe First Bank and Universe Galaxy Bank's 3 leaders all expressed their views. Attention all, my disciple Luo Feng. The Primal Chaos City leader spoke. Right now his strength should be at the level of an elite universe tyrant. Hua, all the masters of the universe, including the creator of the giant axe, looked over. Chaos, are you joking? Luo Feng has only trained for how long, and he's already an elite universe overlord? Did you see it with your own eyes? It's fake, right? Impossible. None of the universe lords could believe that Luo Feng, who had only trained for 100,000 years and stepped into the undying level 20,000 years ago, had already reached the level of an elite universe overlord. Probably not. Many in the vast universe would dare believe it. Primal Chaos, is it real? The creator of the huge axe couldn't help but ask. The Primal Chaos City leader swept his gaze around and nodded. I haven't personally tested it, but with my 100,000 years of teacher and disciple relationship with Luo Feng, along with my knowledge of him, since he dares to say it, it can't be fake. You haven't even personally tested it. so it hasn't been confirmed yet. The universe lords who hadn't truly interacted with Luo Feng before all smiled and shook their heads. Primal chaos, that Luo Feng could be trying to gain more from the divergent mirror stone and earth incident, hence he's using your teacher and disciple relationship to intentionally say that. Because he believes, you as his teacher will believe him. The leader of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, Huang Jian, immediately laughed. Huang Jian, you think my disciple is like your disciple? The Primal Chaos City leader's eyes gleamed with rage. Huang Jian laughed, not daring to speak further. The Primal Chaos City leader was after all the leader of the Virtual Universe Company, whether it was strength or position, probably only the creator of the huge axe had the right to suppress him. And even the Primal Universe was controlled by the Primal Chaos City leader. All of these made the Primal Chaos City leader's position much higher than his. Humanity's 5 great Leviathans, the Huge Axe Dojo and the Virtual Universe Company were the strongest, the Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe First Bank and Universe Galaxy Bank were all weaker. Even if Luo Feng is an elite universe overlord, if he wants to challenge the Divergent God Shrine, let him do it, let him suffer a little. As for exchanging for Earth, the Divergent Mirror Stone is far from enough. Exchanging for the rights to Earth with the stone won't do. The Primal Chaos City leader couldn't help but sigh within. To be able to become a universe lord, these great beings all had different temperaments. Cold and arrogant, untamed and unruly, merciful on the outside but ruthless on the inside, there were all of them. If they didn't cross the bottom line, humanity would naturally tolerate these absolute beings. These absolute beings had their own privileges, as long as they didn't cross the bottom line. Amongst the universe lords, the Primal Chaos City leader usually presided over humanity, he was the one who placed the most emphasis on the big picture. From his point of view, even though Earth was important, letting the other powers nurture some geniuses, or letting Earth produce geniuses, wouldn't they still be a part of humanity? Humanity's overall strength was still strong. And they could still gain Luo Feng's gratitude and loyalty. What's more, humanity's territory was so vast, even if Earth could match up to the Flame God race, it was only a small portion of humanity's overall strength. The moment it touches on their own benefits, they won't easily agree. The Primal Chaos City leader sighed within. This matter ends here. The Huge Axe creator in the main seat shouted, the other universe lords all quietened down and looked over. Primal Chaos. The Huge Axe creator looked at the Primal Chaos City leader. The Primal Chaos City leader slightly lowered his head in respect, listening carefully. Go tell Luo Feng, exchanging for the rights to Earth with the Divergent Mirror Stone is impossible. As for his stone, if he doesn't agree to the other terms, the race won't force him. The Huge Axe creator smiled, as for the rights to Earth, tell him, as long as he reaches a certain level of strength. Naturally, anything is possible. Understood. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled. The other masters of the universe were somewhat astonished. Huge Axe. Huge Axe, this, the Huge Axe creator's gaze swept and said coldly, when Luo Feng is able to sit with us, that's when the rights to Earth will return to him. The 10 universe lords could only lower their heads, expressing their compliance. Humanity, if the Huge Axe creator really gave the order, no one could go against it. Luo Feng quickly received the news. When he heard it from his teacher, it made Luo Feng both angry and hopeful. The anger was because back then he only used 50 billion mixed elements to buy half of the rights to Earth, and now he couldn't even exchange for the stone that was worth tens of thousands to millions of times. He was anticipating the Huge Axe creator's promise. So Earth is so important, no wonder he won't easily return it. Will I sit with them? Luo Feng thought. Soon. Earth will ultimately belong to us humans. Luo Feng thought. Close to 100,000 years, he had been working hard to strengthen himself, also that one day, he could completely carry the sky for the humans of Earth. This was because he was the strongest person on Earth, the god that Earthlings worshipped, and the spiritual leader of Earth. Actually back then when Luo Feng had just stepped into the universe, especially as the leader of Earth, he had blocked danger after danger for Earth, causing the people of Earth to worship him. Worship, extreme worship of a hero, and as time passed, day after day, year after year, especially the people of Earth that roamed the universe felt the benefits Luo Feng had brought them, naturally they worshipped him even more. Worshipped for 100,000 years, generations after generations, Luo Feng had completely become the symbol of Earth, the leader. My strength, very soon, will be enough to completely protect Earth. Luo Feng thought. Far away in the North Border Alliance, within the palace of the great Star River leader. Star River leader. Both of the Light Lord's heads were filled with respect. The Alliance leader revived you. A voice resounded in the dark space above the palace, and you say, the one who killed you back then was Luo Feng? Yes. Light Lord said respectfully, he killed me in one blade, just one blade. Luo Feng left the beast god world and returned to the actual universe. When he returned to the primal star, he was seen as a human moving treasure trove by the other races. And the first person to meet Luo Feng back then was the Light Lord. However, the blurry Light Lord was killed by Luo Feng in one slash. Are you sure it was Luo Feng? And just one blade? The dark space said again. Star River leader, I'm incomparably sure, this is the scene of him killing me back then. Light Lord said respectfully, simultaneously using his god energy to replay the scene in his memories. Luo Feng's cold and sharp blade became a glaring gold light, one blade slashing through the Light Lord's normal armor and killing him immediately. Silence. Star River leader was silent too. Before, when he revived a large number of knights, some of them said they were personally killed by Luo Feng. That already meant Luo Feng had the strength of a universe overlord. However, the Light Lord himself was a universe overlord. To be able to kill colorful light overlord with one slash, he was definitely a peak overlord of the universe. Stepping into undying after just 20,000 years. The dark space's voice was filled with shock. Send the order. His voice resounded in the ears of every universe venerable in the entire palace complex. All the universe venerables respectfully waited. The human Luo Feng has the strength of an elite universe overlord, comparable to the human Xianxia palace leader. Spread this news, spread it throughout the universe, let all the powers in the universe know, especially the Bug Clan, Demon Clan and Automaton who hate humanity the most. They will definitely do their best to get rid of Luo Feng as soon as possible. To reach the Xianxia palace leader's level so quickly, if he's given another few 100,000 years, won't the human race gain another primal chaos city leader? Yes. 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 The universe paragons in the palace complex all obeyed the order. Very quickly, the news began to spread from the various channels of the Northern Border Alliance. The Northern Border Alliance was the superpower with the most races and the most supremacies in the universe. When they took the initiative to spread the news, within a day, the 9 superpowers of the universe and many other top powers, in the vast universe, almost everyone knew about it. The news naturally spread back to the human race, the human knights all knew about it too. Sovereign Tru Yan, Sovereign Yunzhou, Sovereign Nine Swords, Sovereign Ganwu, Sovereign Tianshi, Sovereign Undying, Sovereign Guai, they all received this shocking news on the same day. An unbelievable being. Luo Feng had truly shaken the upper echelons of the universe. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Flaming God territory, 3 continents surrounded by endless flames, within the main palace of the floating palaces. The human Luo Feng has the strength of an elite universe overlord? He killed Misty Light Lord with one blade? Impossible. The Flame Emperor roared furiously, his eyes burning with a crazed and twisted flame. He was extremely prideful in his bones, and he always thought he was personally nurtured by Mountain Passenger. He looked down on his first senior, who was originally a servant of his teacher. Whether in terms of talent or treasures, he was weaker than him. He had always yearned to be on par with his teacher, or even stronger, and with Luo Feng's appearance, Luo Feng was the 3rd disciple. Similarly, teacher Mountain Passenger had spent countless amounts of effort to nurture him. Even more so, he had prepared the absolute treasure Star Pagoda. The Flame Emperor yearned for that treasure. However, it was useless. He was especially wary of this 3rd disciple. He felt this was the biggest threat to him. 100,000 years. Reaching the strength of an elite universe overlord in just 100,000 years. How can it be so fast? How can it be? The Flame Emperor roared, "It must be Teacher Mountain Passenger, it must be arranged by him. Luo Feng himself doesn't have the ability to do all this. Biased, Teacher Mountain Passenger is too biased towards third disciple. Give him the absolute treasure." And now he's helping him, allowing a punk that has only been an undying for 20,000 years to reach the strength of an elite universe overlord. The Flame Emperor's expression was vicious. Just watch. Just watch. Teacher Mountain Passenger, no matter how much you help him, he'll never catch up to me. He'll always be under my feet. I'll definitely become stronger, even stronger than you. The space around the Flame Emperor warped and cracked. His eyes under his horn were terrifying and crazy. The news spread, shocking all the powers in the universe. And almost at the same time, another piece of news spread. The Bug Clan Alliance's Xianxia Knight had been revived in time and space. Xianxia Knight had a high-level armor, however he was still killed by Luo Feng. Xianxia Knight said directly, "Back then the one who killed me was Luo Feng. I had the high-level armor back then and was confident in my defense. However, with just one slash, it damaged half of my body. 2 blades and I was destroyed." This news was even more explosive. Even a universe overlord wearing a high-grade supreme treasure armor was killed with just 2 slashes. This was even more terrifying than killing the dazzling Light Lord with 1 strike. High-grade supreme treasure armor. Even someone wearing a high-grade supreme treasure armor died? They are the overlords of the universe. This is too exaggerated. It's definitely the peak strength of a universe overlord. What a coincidence. The Northern Border Alliance just released the news, and the Insectoid Alliance released the same news as well. It's extremely hard to revive an overlord. Xianxia Knight definitely didn't revive at the start. It's just that the moment the news of Luo Feng killing Fengguang Lord spread, the Bug Clan Alliance probably wanted to confirm the truth, so they immediately revived. Resurrect Venerable Xianxia as well. Who would have thought that Venerable Xianxia would reveal such explosive news? The 2 pieces of news spread one after the other on the same day. The first news was that Luo Feng had killed the busy light leader. The second piece of news was even more exaggerated. He had killed Venerable Xianxia, who possessed a high-grade precious armor. These 2 pieces of news were like 2 storms that swept across the entire universe. Within the automaton race's own universe. Countless crystal lights connected to planets and stars. The entire universe was like a huge net, with countless crystal lights connecting everywhere. My children, that little human fellow who has only cultivated for 100,000 years already possesses such great strength. To be able to kill a universe overlord wearing a high-grade armor? Is this true? A voice resounded throughout every corner of the universe. Father. I've already contacted the Thorn Ring Alliance. This is indeed true. I've investigated too, it's indeed true. I've already seen the memory of Venerable Xianxia being killed. Father. Luo Feng cannot be left alive. Father. From every corner of the universe, voices resounded. The automaton race was a very special race, as they were all living AIs. In the deepest core of their AIs, there was an order to obey. Towards the automaton race's pioneer, that magnificent being, the universe's strongest god, every automaton race member respected him. Under his orders, even if they were to die, they wouldn't resist at all. This was the automaton race, the incomparably united automaton race. He's only been an undying for a short period of time, a mere 20,000 years, and he already has the strength of an elite universe overlord. If we allow him to grow, he'll definitely become a threat to our automaton race. Father's voice resounded throughout the universe. Children, pass down my orders, begin searching for all information on Luo Feng, and get rid of him as soon as possible. He has to be killed before he becomes the universe lord. Yes. Yes, Father. The automaton race, bug race, and demon race were all shaken, and the highest level, the strongest of the universe, one had to know that the human race, bug race, demon race, and automaton race, these were the 4 great races that bordered each other, always fighting and killing each other. Over the countless years, who knew how much hatred they had accumulated, and within these fights, many strong warriors were born. They actually looked down on the prison race and crystal race, they hated and respected their opponents. The moment one of the 4 great races became stronger, the other three would secretly join forces. They didn't even need to discuss in secret, they would naturally join forces on certain matters. When a certain absolute genius was born, the other three would also secretly make their moves. Too much hatred had accumulated, they definitely wouldn't allow one to become stronger. Of course, if one race suddenly fell, the other three would be very happy to see it, and would even kick them when they were down. His growth is too fast. If we allow him to grow, he'll definitely become another primal chaos city leader. When that time comes, even the strongest of the universe will find it hard to kill him. We have to kill him early. Kill him. Before he becomes the universe lord, kill him. Pass down my orders, all the warriors of the Demon Alliance on the primal planet, pay attention to Luo Feng's movements. The moment they discover him, immediately report up. Pass down my orders. The automaton race, bug race, and demon race all treated this as the most important matter. They were very clear on what it meant for a race to produce an absolute being. Just like the 9 Underworld Lord, even though he wasn't the strongest in the universe, just the 9 Underworld Lord alone was enough to give the pinnacle races a headache. One had to know that Luo Feng had a natural talent of cloning. In the future, even if his body died in battle, he could revive. An extremely strong universe lord with a natural talent of cloning. That was definitely a nightmare for the enemy races. Of course it was a solid pillar for their own race. We have to kill him. Even though the Northern Border Alliance wanted Luo Feng dead too, from the perspective of the entire alliance, they were more relaxed. After all, the ones that should be worried were the automaton race, demon race, and bug race. Like the Ancestral God Sect, Space Beast Alliance, Prison Clan, Crystal Clan, naturally they were watching the show from the side, watching the 4 pinnacle races fight. However, that human Luo Feng is really powerful. Even though they were watching from the side, they were all shocked. If he can survive this and become the Universe Lord, then he'll truly be in control. I'm afraid no one will be able to do anything to him. The other universe races were all shocked. The shock within the Great Alliance and the human race was even greater. Virtual Universe Great Alliance Inner City, an outdoor bar. The entire Hung Alliance was bustling with activity. Most of the universe venerables were gathered here today. Usually there would be thousands of universe venerables, but today there were shockingly many. Just the human race alone had more than 90% of the thousands of universe venerables. The other races of the Great Alliance had all arrived too. Luo Feng is really powerful. How can he be so strong? His improvement is simply too heaven-defying. Even compared to your human race's Flame Emperor from back then, the Flame Emperor's growth speed can't match up to his. The discussions were all over. When one's strength was close, there would be jealousy. Just like when Luo Feng moved to the middle of the mountain of Thunder Island, many of the knights were unhappy with him. However, when Luo Feng's strength reached a level that made them dumbstruck, even a universe tyrant could be killed with one blade. This level of strength was something that all the knights here could only look up to. Miracle. Legend. This is a miracle in human history. Right, where's Tru Yan? He's Luo Feng's teacher. Tru Yan fled long ago, even his communication was shut. There are probably too many knights looking for him. Haha. Within the bar, the Ganwu country leader's laughter was clear, discussing Luo Feng with the other knights. Regarding Luo Feng's strength, the Ganwu country leader was a little dumbfounded, following which he was happy. Luo Feng was after all very close to him, he was his son's teacher. Luo Feng's son is your disciple, right? Haha, yes. I heard Luo Feng has another son. Within the God country, the endless dark ocean rippled and expanded. Large amounts of life were being created and absorbed into the ocean, causing it to continue expanding. It's really crazy. High up in the sky, before the shrine that was bathed in golden light, Luo Feng sat cross-legged, shaking his head and smiling. Back when he killed a few knights and universe tyrants, he didn't hide it at all. Hence he knew that the moment those warriors revived, naturally the news would be made public. Luo Feng had long been prepared, however he didn't expect it to be this crazy. After chatting with the Primal Chaos City leader, Tru Yan, and a few good friends, the large amounts of communication requests made Luo Feng cut off the virtual universe. It's still better to quietly train. Luo Feng smiled and closed his eyes. No matter how the universe shook, no matter how countless warriors were shocked, no matter how happy humanity's friends were, no matter how jealous his enemies were, the outside world was incomparably noisy. However, within the God country it was completely silent. Hua, only the endless dark ocean's water was rippling. The noisy outside world, the silent God country, Luo Feng who was alone, teleportation, kill, locked down. Luo Feng muttered. He opened his eyes and his God energy surged. Countless amounts of God energy formed origin law threads, and in mid-air, 3 incomplete engravings appeared. Following which the 3 engravings immediately fused and perfectly fused, a perfect engraved picture appeared. This was similar to the beast engraved picture in the 9 Universe Tablet's 7th picture. Space laws, done. Luo Feng revealed a smile. Rumble. Endless universe origin laws pressure descended upon the God country, the endless dark ocean began to boil. Author's note, the 20th chapter has ended, Tomato will rest for a day tomorrow and prepare for the new chapter. The day after tomorrow will begin the new chapter. Right now Qidian has organized an annual work and author selection event. You can see it on the main page of Swallowed Space. Usually there will be free tickets. Everyone support Tomato, hehe. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Above the endless dark ocean was a huge 5-colored whirlpool. The 5-colored whirlpool spanned tens of billions of km, enveloping the entire sky. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 laws were perfectly compatible. At the center of the whirlpool was a void, emitting the energy of the endless space origin laws. Hua, countless amounts of space energy could be seen surging from space and flowing into the endless dark ocean. The origin laws are descending, this scene is unprecedented. Luo Feng looked up and couldn't help but be shocked. In the history of the universe, there were many that became universe nights. Naturally, there were many records and pictures in the virtual universe. Luo Feng had naturally seen the scenes of other warriors breaking through. Every time a warrior broke through, there would be a 5-colored whirlpool origin laws descending. However, normally the 5-colored whirlpool would be very small, like 100 kilometers in diameter, etc. However, when he broke through, the 5-colored whirlpool had a diameter of tens of billions of km. Hua, endless God power seawater poured out from the void that was over 10 billion kilometers in diameter. Rumble like a waterfall, it directly rushed into the endless underworld sea, and the endless underworld sea clone was madly absorbing the God power to transform from Undying to Universe Paragon. When I step into Undying, the commotion is much stronger than when other warriors step into Universe Night. When I step into Universe Night, even though it's not as mysterious as when Universe Lord breaks through, in terms of commotion, it's definitely comparable to the scene when an absolute warrior steps into Universe Lord. Luo Feng's blood was boiling. The scene of the breakthrough too showed one's strength. From Undying to Universe Night, the limit of one's body would increase by 100 times, a normal human's body would go from 100,000 to 10 million times Sector Lord's energy. And Luo Feng's endless dark ocean and golden horned beast's life and genetics had reached a perfect level. Their natural God energy purity was 10,081 times. Plus the golden horned beast and the even larger endless dark ocean, the amount of God energy they devoured was unimaginable. Make use of the time. Make use of every minute and second to quickly devour the God energy and transform my body. Luo Feng looked up at the sky. That 10 billion kilometers diameter space tunnel, the endless amounts of God energy water poured down. I'll absorb. I'll absorb. The endless dark ocean was filled with waves and waves of joy. He madly absorbed the God energy water and his body began to transform. Normally, when one broke through to the universe venerable realm, if they did not have a clone, they would be like the true Yen venerable. Thus, the origin of the universe would naturally descend directly above the true venerable, allowing the true venerable to devour the divine power more efficiently and quickly. If he had a clone, like Luo Feng. On the other hand, the universe's origin energy would descend upon the largest avatar with the most energy. This way, it would be more efficient in devouring divine power. For example, Luo Feng's earth body, golden horned beast and Masha clansmen were scattered across the universe. The moment he broke through to become a universe paragon, the universe origin energy directly appeared above the endless tranquil ocean. Because in a short period of time, the absorption rate of the endless sea of tranquility was more than 100 million times stronger than the golden horned beast, it was even higher than the Earth body's absorption rate. Selecting the best to descend was also a gift from the universe to those who lived within it. The origin of the universe could only descend for a short time. Among the three levels of the immortal realm, the venerable realm, and the Lord of the universe, only the immortal realm could absorb as much as he wanted and perfectly transform his god body. As for the last two leaps, the amount of time one could absorb divine power was very short. How much one could absorb depended entirely on one's ability. After a while, everything had already dissipated. The endless tranquil ocean regained its calm. Only the undercurrents were surging and the god body was transforming. In the air, Luo Feng, the golden-horned beast and the Masha clansmen gazed down. During the crazed process of the god energy ocean earlier, Luo Feng's other three bodies naturally easily transformed completely. Their god bodies were all strengthened by 100 times. The endless tranquil ocean is too huge. Even though I've been absorbing with all my might, I can only transform 12% of the endless tranquil ocean. Luo Feng thought. After close to 20,000 years of constant transformation, the endless tranquil ocean's diameter was close to 20 billion kilometers. And even though it absorbed a lot this time, it could only transform about 10 billion kilometers of the endless tranquil ocean, equivalent to the volume of the endless tranquil ocean when he first stepped into the undying realm, into a higher level of tranquil ocean. The god energy in the ocean water had increased by 100 times. Teacher Tru Yen has stepped into the universe paragon, his god body transformation rate has reached 92%. The normal rate for a human warrior to step into the universe paragon is around 90%. Occasionally, there are those who succeed at 100%. The Space Beast Alliance's golden horned beast's rate of transformation into the universe paragon is around 50%. Luo Feng muttered within. Of course, even though the latter was only 50%, it was still countless times more than the former. Only 12% of the endless tranquil ocean's volume had been transformed. However, the amount of god energy was countless times more than the golden horned beasts. This gain was huge enough. With this endless tranquil ocean, if I unleash I am the universe, haha, even the pinnacle of universe tyrants can be destroyed. Luo Feng was excited. It was already difficult for universe lords to kill the pinnacle of universe tyrants. It was difficult for him too. However, if he relied on I am the universe to give it a try, the chances of success were extremely high. Even though he had never truly clashed with a universe lord before, just from this point alone, Luo Feng realized that the gap between him and the universe lord shouldn't be that huge. Pinnacle of universe tyrants, even universe lords would have a hard time killing them. I have become 100 times stronger. If I really meet a universe lord, I'll definitely have a good fight. Luo Feng gazed down at the endless tranquil ocean. He felt the surging god energy within him, filled with anticipation. The god country was the foundation of an undying. As an undying strength grew, the god country would also gradually transform. Just like Luo Feng, when he reached the perfect gene level as a sector lord, his internal world reached 1 trillion km in diameter. Just breaking through to undying, the huge god country he formed was even stronger than many of the universe lord's god countries. Over these 20,000 years, as the endless tranquil ocean expanded, the god country grew stronger too. The change in strength wasn't huge. However, at this time, Luo Feng had stepped into the universe lord level, and his quality had changed. The god country too had changed, rumble the sky and land changed color. As the god country gradually changed, it also constantly absorbed the god energy from the endless tranquil ocean. The endless tranquil ocean maintained a slower rate of output, allowing the output to match the endless tranquil ocean's recovery speed. Of course, with the endless tranquil ocean's volume, this slower rate of output was already terrifying. Stable. My control has gotten stronger. Luo Feng looked up at the endless land and land. It was almost like a grass hut transforming into a concrete hut. The previous god country, a universe lord could easily shake it and even cause it to crumble. However, the current god country, even if a universe lord used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to destroy such a stable and powerful god country. The god country's transformation lasted for about 3 days, after which it returned to normal. In the air above the endless tranquil ocean, that majestic shrine was surrounded by a layer of darkness, emitting endless space laws. Luo Feng stood before the shrine and gazed into the distance. In the distance, a silhouette was flying over. The ocean clone is here. Luo Feng thought. After the god country had just stabilized and completed its transformation, he made the ocean clone on Earth rush back to the god country. Hua! The ocean clone in mid-air immediately disintegrated, the god energy entering the endless tranquil ocean, leaving only the armor, blade and other treasures floating in mid-air. In just a moment, he used his innate secret technique, creation, to form another ocean clone. This newly formed ocean clone's god power purity was completely on par with Fan Nua Castle Master, a special life form universe paragon with 1,000 times the genetic level. The ocean clone's strength has risen by 100 times. Luo Feng thought, even against the strongest world tree, he'll probably have the upper hand. Let him guard Earth, that's enough. If I meet anything difficult to deal with, I'll be able to rush over. Haha, for great clones. The endless tranquil ocean is the source of the base, providing endless god energy. Star Pagoda, Calamity Armor, Beast God Armor, these are all extremely powerful treasures. My god body has even reached a perfect limit for a universe knight. The god country is even more stable and powerful, even if a universe lord were to attack. With the combination of the endless tranquil ocean and the god country, there's nothing to fear. My foundation has already been formed. With the star pagoda in hand, there's nothing to fear. Luo Feng's eyes exploded with a shocking god energy glow, his pressure filled the sky, causing the entire god country to change color. The reason why he didn't hide his identity when he killed Zhongzhan Knight and Blurry Light Lord was because he knew, the day he would reveal his strength to the entire universe was coming soon, hence, revealing his strength earlier wasn't a big deal. Luo Feng, after I become a universe knight, it's the day I'll be unafraid of anyone in the universe. My foundation has already been formed, foreign races, if you want to destroy me, it's already too late. Luo Feng immediately turned and with a step, he vanished from the god country. Within the ship heading towards the primal universe. Lord Luo Feng. When Luo Feng entered the ship, the Emperor-level Undying Captain was shocked. He was in charge of the ship transport between the virtual universe headquarters and the primal universe, hence his information network was exceptionally fast. He had long known that the absolute genius Luo Feng from back then had already become a great absolute being, far surpassing normal universe knights. Even countless foreign races in the universe wanted to kill him. Information regarding Lord Luo Feng is forbidden to be leaked. You all have to pay attention to all movements, be wary of any foreign spies. The upper echelon of the human race had long ordered, this captain knew about it too. You may leave, I don't need any servants here. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. The captain respectfully left the room. Depart. The moment he left the room, the captain immediately ordered. We haven't boarded the ship yet. Wait. We haven't even boarded the ship, why are we departing? The Undyings and sector lords outside who wanted to head to the primal universe were all anxious. The captain ordered, inform the control headquarters, tell them our ship is sending Lord Luo Feng to the primal universe, arrange another ship to send the other Undyings and sector lords. Lord Luo Feng's identity is not simple, information regarding him is forbidden to be leaked. These Undyings and sector lords, it's best if they don't come into contact with him. Yes. The crew member immediately went to inform the control headquarters. The ship passed through the universe pathway, not long later, it arrived at Primal Chaos City. The captain and crew members stood on both sides to send him off. Luo Feng walked out of the cabin door and gazed down at Primal Chaos City. There wasn't much change from the first time he came, only the people who came were different. South Luo Feng took a step and headed towards Primal Chaos City. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Primal Chaos City was the human race's holy land for training. Looking around, there were many ancient training residences, and on the roofs, there were many human experts sitting cross-legged. It was a thick atmosphere of training. Universe level? Luo Feng flew down from high above. He saw that there were actually universe levels on the balconies. This level of strength is actually able to come to Primal Chaos City. Don't tell me it's a genius battle participant from before? Look, it's Lord Luo Feng. It's Lord Luo Feng. A few of the warriors who were looking up at the universe origin law engravings saw Luo Feng and immediately recognized him. After all, Luo Feng had only been famous for a short period of time. Humanity's most dazzling figure in the past 100,000 years was probably Luo Feng. Like the ancient ones like the Xianxia palace leader, many of the warriors didn't recognize him. If over 1 trillion years had passed, these warriors would have either died of old age or fallen. The information regarding Luo Feng's identity was extremely high. Naturally there would be very few who could recognize him. However, right now, Luo Feng was extremely dazzling. That's Lord Luo Feng from the legendary genius battle 110,000 years ago? It's Lord Luo Feng. 110,000 years ago, of the 3 absolute geniuses from the genius battle, Bolin and Rongjun have already broken through to Undying, and they've already become emperors. Lord Luo Feng has long since stepped into the universe country leader and knight level. Powerful, it's said that even universe knights have fallen under his hands. The universe level punks were all excited. They looked at Luo Feng, even more shocked than when Luo Feng looked at the 9-blade knight back then. After all, Luo Feng had risen from the genius battle 110,000 years ago. Secondly, his fame, the rumors, were much stronger than the 9-blade knight. It was just that these Undyings, sector lords, domain lords and universe levels had lower statuses. They didn't know about Luo Feng killing the universe tyrants, otherwise they would be even more shocked. Such high-level information, the universe knights all knew about it, and amongst the emperor-level Undyings, only the well-informed ones knew about it. Generation after generation of genius battle participants continue to rise, only then will humanity's warrior numbers grow. Luo Feng glanced below and revealed a smile, after which he took a step and swiftly headed towards the city leader's residence. Luo Feng entered the residence, his consciousness connecting to the virtual universe. Ever since the news spread back then and the virtual universe was shut down, this was the first time he opened it. Mail 82901, 9010 call requests, 106 important emails, 11 important call requests. As soon as the call connected, the virtual assistant Babata's subsidiary AI, immediately notified Luo Feng. So many emails? Luo Feng walked within the city leader's residence, at the same time his consciousness began to swiftly read, simultaneously opening all the mail. With the speed of his consciousness, he quickly read through all of them. Apart from the Primal Chaos City Lord, there are actually 3 other universe lords contacting me. Especially the Great Axe creator, he actually contacted me as well. Luo Feng's eyes flashed with shock. The 3 universe lords and the creator of the huge axe had sent him a simple congratulatory mail. It seemed simple. But what kind of status did they have? The master of the universe and the strongest expert in the universe. The emails they sent were extraordinary. I'll reply with a thank you. Luo Feng immediately replied to the 3 universe lords and the creator of the huge axe. After dealing with these matters, Luo Feng then requested to contribute treasures to his race. Only by doing so would he be able to enter the city leader's residence. The bronze door slowly opened. Luo Feng stepped in and the bronze door closed again. Let's begin. Luo Feng waved his hand. Hua, immediately, the treasures floated in midair and floated towards the stone plate in the center of the side hall. Countless rays of green light rose and enveloped the treasures. These treasures were all acquired by Luo Feng through many battles. There were a total of 4 high-level treasures. Even if I contribute all 4 of them, it still won't be enough. Luo Feng thought. Back then when Luo Feng was thrown into the whirlpool pathway by the craftsman god lord, he had killed the flying blade knight and acquired 2 treasures, one of which was a high-level treasure. And after returning from the beast god world and entering Primal Star for close to a year, he had killed many universe tyrants and large amounts of knights, acquiring a total of 4 high-level treasures. After killing Tian Kuan Knight, his gains were plentiful. Other than the flowing light wings and the divergent mirror stone, there were also his attack set treasures, high-level armor and normal domain treasures. However, the Netherworld Ocean clone had taken 3 of the high-level treasures. Hence, right now Luo Feng didn't need to use the high-level treasures, including the 8 shuttles, a total of 5. Luo Feng kept one of the high-level armor and gave the other 4 to his race. Contributing 4 high-level treasures, only 52. 1 treasure points, it's quite a distance from 1 top-level treasure. Luo Feng shook his head. Following closely, Luo Feng began to exchange for the treasures. A normal flying palace treasure Muhi boat, however it was an earth element treasure, it required 23 treasure points. An ordinary domain-type treasure, the Blaze World, required 18 treasure points. A high-level blade weapon Bohi, similar to the Blood Shadow Blade, required 9 treasure points. The 3 supreme treasures cost 50 supreme treasure points. Primal Chaos City, True Yan's residence. Senior. Senior. Senior, you're back. Junior. Luo Feng walked within the residence. Along the way, the seniors and juniors he met were all very respectful and reserved. Firstly, Luo Feng hadn't interacted with them for long, and secondly, as True Yan's disciples, they were very well informed, they knew that many other universe tyrants had fallen by Luo Feng's hands. Luo Feng however smiled and casually greeted them. After he left, the group of seniors and juniors immediately began to discuss excitedly. Junior Luo Feng is too strong, even universe tyrants have fallen. Isn't he close to the Universe Lord level? He has already far surpassed Teacher. I believe that the leader of Great Alliance Palace will one day take his place. Luo Feng could clearly hear the distant discussions, however he was calm as water, walking towards True Yan's residence. Teacher. Luo Feng stood outside the door. Enter. The door automatically opened. True Yan sat at the distant table, there was already good wine on it. Teacher, this wine is good, it's quite expensive. Luo Feng reached the table in 2 steps and sat opposite. He immediately picked up a container of wine and looked carefully, this is the era-level Zhigui wine? My disciple's name has risen, the trillions of races in the universe know of him, everyone treats you as an absolute being. If it was a normal race, your strength would be enough to lead the entire race to dominate the universe. True Yan rubbed his golden beard, looking proud, even many universe tyrants have fallen by my disciples' hands, how can I not celebrate this? How can I feel heartache for the wine at this time? Luo Feng blinked, Teacher, if you praise me too much, I'll get arrogant. You can even fly. Venerable True Yan joked. This made Luo Feng's heart warm, almost as though he had returned to the past. True Yan's character was very direct, and he would often joke around with his disciples, not caring about the difference in status between them. You're not drinking? True Yan poured himself another cup. Yes, of course I'll drink. Luo Feng said. Haha, come, I'll fill it up for you. I'll do it myself. Luo Feng and True Yan drank and chatted about the happenings in the outside world. Luo Feng had been training these past few days, however the outside world had indeed changed greatly. You've indeed scared the universe aliens quite a bit this time. True Yan put down his wine cup and exclaimed, your growth speed has even shocked me, your teacher, much less the aliens. The universe is filled with news, they all say that if you continue to grow, you'll very likely reach the Primal Chaos City Lord level. There are many alien spies. The races have even hunted and killed large amounts of them, some of them even tried to infiltrate Primal Chaos City, and even my sect. True Yan looked at Luo Feng, the races have killed many spies, however they still can't kill enough, obviously the alien races have already spared no expense, they would rather expose large amounts of spies, or even madly search for your information. Ah? Luo Feng nodded. Every single one of those spies in hiding is not a small price to pay. However right now, they're losing them one by one, according to my calculations, the alien races already know you're training in the God Country, and are currently investigating your God Country's location. The Bug Clan, Automaton Clan, Demon Clan, they're probably thinking of ways to enter the human territory to kill you. True Yan said, otherwise there's no need to rush, you have to be careful. Luo Feng laughed, Teacher, let's not talk about that, I've long prepared. The reason I came to see you today is because of other matters. Luo Feng waved his hand, 3 treasures floated in the air. One was a yellow wooden boat, one was a crystal ball, and one was a black suit of armor. The wooden boat was a flying palace-type treasure, the crystal ball was a domain-type treasure fan world, and the black armor was a high-level treasure. With these three treasures on him, Tru Yan's ability to survive would reach an extremely high level. However, normal soul-type treasures cost at least 36 treasure points. Luo Feng couldn't afford it. This is... Tru Yan stood up, shocked as he looked at the three treasures. Teacher, your disciple is about to leave the human territory for a trip. Luo Feng said respectfully, if I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid there'll be a bloodbath. Teacher is your disciple's teacher, your disciple is afraid of bringing trouble to teacher, these three treasures can also help teacher, I hope teacher won't reject them. Luo Feng was afraid that Tru Yan wouldn't accept the gifts. Hence, he didn't introduce the true value of these three treasures. You're leaving the human territory? Tru Yan was shocked. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. He still had to get the Star Tower and the fifth black metal board, of course he had to leave. Do you know, the Automaton clan, Bug clan, Demon clan, they'll definitely eliminate you, even if you're in the human territory, you'll probably be assassinated. You're still going out? Once you leave, without the protection of human warriors, it'll be very dangerous. Tru Yan was anxious. Your disciple also knows, this trip will definitely be a bloodbath. Luo Feng smiled, but teacher, don't worry. Luo Feng slightly bowed, your disciple will leave first. Turning around, Luo Feng took a step and disappeared. Tru Yan saw this scene and went silent for a long time, he understood. Luo Feng had already reached a higher level. 3 treasures, even an overlord of the universe only has 3 treasures. Reverend Tru Yan thought that they were just ordinary treasures. He immediately stretched out his finger and shot out a thread of divine power that quickly penetrated into the 3 treasures. Suddenly, a surge of information came to him. Flying palace type, realm type, high-grade treasure armor. Tru Yan stood there for a long time, leaving without telling me. Are you afraid I won't accept it after knowing? This disciple of mine. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Sweat, shame, it took me so long to finish. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The city leader's residence, Primal Chaos Ruins. Luo Feng left Tru Yan's residence and went to see the Primal Chaos city leader. Regarding his suggestion of using the Divergent Mirror Stone to exchange for half of the rights to Earth, Luo Feng was actually quite unhappy. However, he understood, the Primal Chaos city leader was just one of the 10 universe lords of humanity. Even though he was strong, he wasn't at the level where no one dared to resist like the creator of the huge axe. And over these long years, the Primal Chaos city leader had been carefully teaching and guiding. This made Luo Feng respect his teacher's heart and character. The 2 teachers, Tru Yan and the Primal Chaos city leader, had completely different personalities. Tru Yan was very direct, his nature was filled with a sense of violence, treating others well, he would disregard everything else. Back when he found out that Luo Feng was being chased by Bark Mirror Emperor, even though he wasn't 100% confident, he still went to battle in a fit of rage. The Primal Chaos city leader was in charge of humanity. Most of humanity's matters were decided by him. Humanity's rise, prosperity, all sorts of decisions, he put his heart and soul into them. He always paid attention to fairness, treating his disciples with consideration for the race as his priority. At least this made Luo Feng respect the Primal Chaos city leader. Teacher. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. An ancient and complicated dark red armor, a scaled tail extended from the skirt, a pair of fiery red horns with engravings and a fierce face, this was another one of the Primal Chaos city leader's clones. Only those eyes were as vast as the endless starry skies, causing one to be immersed in them without fear. What, you wish to see me? The Primal Chaos city leader said. Your disciple will temporarily leave the human domain. Before I leave, I'll explain to you. Luo Feng said. Ah, looks like you went to see Tru Yan for this too. The Primal Chaos city leader nodded. He was in charge of the Primal Universe, hence he could easily find out anything that happened there. However, the conversation between Luo Feng and Tru Yan, the Primal Chaos city leader couldn't eavesdrop, naturally he didn't know. You know of the dangers outside? The Primal Chaos city leader said. Yes. Luo Feng nodded seriously. The Bug Clan, Demon Clan, Automaton, they are all thinking of ways to get rid of me. You still want to leave? The Primal Chaos City leader continued. Luo Feng nodded. Then go. You are no longer a weakling. You should be the one to make all the decisions. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded. As long as you remember, you don't just represent yourself, you represent your family, your Earth bloodline. That's all I need to remember. Yes. Luo Feng nodded and bowed. Then this disciple will leave. Go. The Primal Chaos City Master said, if you meet with danger and can't handle it, crush the token I gave you. Luo Feng nodded. With a ripple in space, he vanished from the Chaos Ruins. In this Chaos Ruins, only the Primal Chaos City leader was left. This disciple of mine has been lying low for nearly 20,000 years. He has just appeared, and his strength is already this strong. The Chaos City Master thought to himself. Now that he's leaving the human domain, he must have had a special encounter, and this special encounter is somewhere in the universe. The Primal Chaos City leader had guessed this long ago, however he wouldn't disturb Luo Feng. In his opinion, Luo Feng had the Nine Hells clone. Even if he suffered a huge loss outside the human territories, he could easily revive himself. At most, he would lose some treasures. Since that's the case, then Luo Feng will naturally walk his own path. Insect race, demon race, machine race? If you all knew Luo Feng had the Nine Hells clone, you would probably despair. No matter how big of a price you all paid, you would at most be able to kill Luo Feng's clone and get some treasures. You want to kill him? The Primal Chaos City Master was very confident. Even though he specialized in close combat, he was definitely a master of the soul. Plus this was the primal universe he controlled. Within the primal universe, he could roughly judge. Luo Feng's willpower and consciousness wasn't any weaker than a universe lord's. God energy determined consciousness. Consciousness affected willpower too. Training for 180 million years, along with breaking through to the universe night, Luo Feng's willpower and consciousness had indeed reached the universe lord level. However, the Primal Chaos City Master guessed wrongly. If the foreign races really killed Luo Feng's clone, then the treasures they would get would be the Calamity Armor, Wu Killing Wings, Beast God Armor, etc. Any one of them would be a huge gain for the foreign races. Leaving Primal Chaos City, he first returned to his god country and then used the god country's teleportation array to head to the outer region battlefield Star Tower. Within the majestic Star Tower that had stood in space for countless years, within the core palace, a misty gray light lit up. Luo Feng walked out. Star Tower. Luo Feng surveyed the cold palace. Back then, this was where he received the life and death inheritance. With my current god energy, I should be able to activate the Star Tower. Rumble, the god energy on the surface of Luo Feng's body immediately ignited. The burning god energy flowed along the ground of the palace and spread outwards. Like a current of electricity, it swiftly flowed layer by layer, entering the core of the Star Tower, passing through the many huge heaven-reaching pillars and countless ceiling stars, etc. The burning god energy was like a river flowing in a canal, flowing through the heaven-reaching pillars and the countless engravings on the ceiling stars, etc. However, the engravings were too complicated. Luo Feng had no idea at all. He could only vaguely understand the simplest and most basic parts. In an instant, the burning god energy infused into every part of the Star Tower. Rise! Luo Feng roared. The entire Star Tower floated up by 20 centimeters and then slowly descended by 20 centimeters. With its huge size that was measured in light years, no one could even sense this tiny ripple. Luo Feng retracted his god energy. At the same time, the golden-horned beast in his world ring was sending waves of god energy over, swiftly replenishing his energy. My Earth body is also a universe knight with 9,800 times the genetic level. I feel that I can activate the Star Tower now. However, the consumption of god energy is too much. If I didn't have the golden-horned beast replenishing me, just that activation alone would consume close to 30% of my god body. Luo Feng was shocked. Looks like my understanding of the Star Tower's engravings is too little. Using a strong god energy, he could forcefully activate it. However, the consumption of god energy would be ridiculous. If he could comprehend the wonders of the Star Tower's activation, it would be much easier. Luo Feng left the core palace and began to wander within the Star Tower. Using the teleportation within the tower, he headed towards various locations. The heaven-reaching pillars, one couldn't even see the end of it. Luo Feng caressed the huge engravings on the heaven-reaching pillars. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's unbelievable. Even the simplest engravings feel so perfect." And the entire Star Tower's countless engravings are even more complex and complete than the miniature universe engravings. It's too, indeed, an absolute treasure. Walking everywhere. Looking at the heaven-reaching pillars, looking at the countless ceiling stars, even looking at the many spaces within the tower. Within those spaces, there were large amounts of other races fighting and killing. However, Luo Feng could see the incomparably complex wonders of every space's formation. Looking everywhere, carefully experiencing everything. After a total of 32 days, Luo Feng returned to the core palace. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. His consciousness completely merged with the entire Star Tower. All of the engravings within the Star Tower floated within his mind. Luo Feng began to concentrate on his research. As the saying goes, sharpening one's knife doesn't hold up the work of chopping wood. The more thorough his research into the Star Tower's engravings, naturally he would be able to unleash even more power, mysterious, complex, time, space, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light. It was as though all sorts of origin laws were mixed within, and perfectly fused together. It was 10,000 times more complex than the miniature universe engravings. After all, the miniature universe engravings only had a diameter of 10 billion kilometers. And this Star Tower was 9 light-years tall. If the miniature universe engravings were a small room, then the Star Tower would be a skyscraper formed from countless small rooms. Luckily, I'm from the engraving school. Otherwise, if I only knew the space and gold laws, who knows how long it would take for me to fully comprehend them. Sitting cross-legged for close to 3 years, Luo Feng finally opened his eyes. "I've finally comprehended a level of wonder." If he didn't understand, he would only feel that he didn't understand the Star Tower at all. However, after truly comprehending a level, only then did he realize how vast the Star Tower was, and how powerful it was. With my abilities, I've only comprehended one level. Luo Feng looked up at the core palace. "It's about there. Activating it should be much easier now." Rumble. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. His entire body immediately ignited with God energy. Endless amounts of God energy swiftly flowed through, immediately filling this 9 light-year tall Star Tower. The entire engraving's outermost and simplest first level could already be activated. This made Luo Feng feel 100 to 1,000 times more relaxed than before. Before I take it away, I'll have to chase away all the foreign warriors that are exploring the Star Tower. Luo Feng thought. Rumble. 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 Within the pathways at the lowest level of the Star Tower, the silhouettes of the various races of the universe were blown out one by one. In an instant, over 1 million different races appeared outside the tower. All of them were completely stunned. What's going on? I was just exploring inside before, after which I was sent to the pathway and blown out. I was blown out too. Why would the Star Tower blow us out? Every passageway was filled with a large number of foreign race warriors. These foreign race warriors came from different clans and camps, yet none of them were fighting. All of them were extremely shocked. Ever since the Star Tower appeared in the extraterritorial battlefield for countless years, such a scene had never happened before. They actually chased the cultivators out of the place? That was too strange. Look, the 9-spiral nebula has disappeared. The 9-spiral nebula has disappeared. The millions of undying warriors in space were completely stunned. That powerful 9-spiral nebula had immediately disappeared. Look, the Star Tower is becoming smaller. It's becoming smaller, 9 light-years tall, almost like a majestic star tower that covered half of the universe. It swiftly shrunk at a shocking speed. In a blink of an eye, it went from 9 light-years to 1 kilometer tall. A mere 1 kilometer tall Star Tower, following closely, it vanished into thin air, completely disappearing. The Star Tower has disappeared. How can this be? shock and fear. Following which, the news spread like wildfire back to the various races. Even though no one intentionally fanned the flames, the news of the Star Tower disappearing was even faster than the news of Luo Feng killing a universe tyrant back then. Because the shock of this news was thousands to tens of thousands of times stronger. An absolute treasure that had long been coveted by the trillions of races in the universe had actually disappeared. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qi.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Within the virtual universe, within the space belonging to the creator of the huge axe. In the endless darkness, there were specks of starlight in the distance. A simple palace floated in the center of the dark void. On the long stone table in front of the palace, silhouettes appeared one by one, within moments, including the creator of the huge axe, the primal chaos city leader, the desolate mirror master, etc. They all arrived. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. I believe everyone already knows. The creator of the huge axe gazed around. The Star Pagoda has disappeared. We just found out. How could the Star Pagoda disappear? It's been in the void for countless years. Even the strongest in the universe can't forcefully take it away. How could it suddenly disappear? No matter how high their positions were, how strong their mental states were, the universe masters were still filled with shock and disbelief. Look. The creator of the huge axe pointed in midair. A scene appeared in the distant darkness. It was the Star Pagoda blasting the million alien race undying warriors out, followed by the 9 spiral nebula dispersing, the Star Pagoda shrinking and teleporting away. Without a doubt. The primal chaos city leader said softly, it's obvious that some strong warrior truly controlled the Star Pagoda, that's why he could instantly blast out the millions of undying warriors from the different races. That's why the 9 spiral nebula disappeared and the Star Pagoda shrunk and teleported away. Who has such power? Back then, we, the automaton race, bug race, demon race, for this treasure that suddenly appeared, we all slaughtered each other. However, in the end, our 4 top races couldn't do anything about it. Even the huge axe personally went in and couldn't bring it away. A universe master dressed in beautiful gold armor with a purple engraving on his forehead said. Master of Void Gold is right. Purely relying on strength, who can succeed? It was noisy. The universe masters of the human race all expressed their opinions. The creator of the huge axe nodded. Everyone has a common understanding. Purely relying on strength is indeed impossible to take back the Star Pagoda. After all, the Star Tower has been in the extraterritorial battlefield for countless years. It's not just us 4 peak clans, even the other major forces of the universe, whether it's the Ancestor God Cult, the Giant Star Beast Alliance, the Northern Border Alliance, and other super forces, or some of the weaker forces, have all secretly tried, but clearly, none of them succeeded. The masters of the universe nodded. Including me, the strongest people in the universe have also tried. The creator of the huge axe shook his head. They all failed. Strength alone won't do. Taking back the Star Tower requires luck. The creator of the huge axe said, I'm guessing that it should be a lucky expert who managed to reclaim it by chance, and the true super existences in the universe had tried a very long time ago, so the one who reclaimed the Star Tower shouldn't be a very strong existence. A weakling? Undying? Universe paragons? Immediately, the masters of the universe spoke up. No matter who he is, as long as he can control the Star Tower, he's not a weakling. The great axe creator's gaze swept across, hiding in the Star Tower, even I can't do anything about it. The masters of the universe nodded. At the same time, their eyes were filled with envy. A supreme treasure, the dignified human race, one of the top races, didn't even have a supreme treasure guarding it. Every supreme treasure's power was unbelievably strong, and even their characteristics were extremely strange. Even the strongest experts in the universe coveted them. After all, although the number of strongest experts in the universe was extremely rare, there were only a few of them. But there was still a portion that didn't have a supreme treasure. The creator of the huge axe didn't have one. We must investigate. The creator of the huge axe ordered, use the resources of the Great Alliance to start a detailed investigation. We must find out who exactly has the Star Tower. If it's a weakling, he can't possibly hide in the Star Tower forever. We still have a chance to get the Star Tower from him, and even find out how he controls it. Yes. Yes. The masters of the universe all accepted the order. The creator of the huge axe said solemnly, "Our human race is lacking a supreme treasure. We must find a way to get it. In the universe belonging to the automaton race. My children, go investigate. Find out who has the Star Tower. Even if he has a supreme treasure, he can't possibly hide in the Star Tower forever. If it's a weakling, he definitely has a chance to snatch the Star Tower." The voice that represented the greatest existence of the automaton race spread to every corner of the universe. Yes, Father. Yes, Father. The masters of the universe of the automaton race all accepted the order. Hua. In the endless starry sky, a huge existence covered in black scales slowly appeared. In an instant, the surrounding area of several light years was instantly engulfed in an endless world of black flames. The planets and stars within this area were instantly annihilated and dissipated like bubbles. Only this majestic existence was eternal. It's been a long time since I've returned to the primeval universe. What a familiar smell. This is my home. If not for the Star Tower, I don't know how long it would take for me to return from the cosmic sea. Back then, I couldn't even bring the Star Tower away. There's actually a little fellow in the primeval universe who succeeded. I must find the Star Tower, find that little fellow, and find out how he controls the Star Tower. If not for the lack of a supreme treasure, I wouldn't have been defeated by that old beast god from the giant space beast. The black scales moved slowly. Hua. It disappeared into thin air. The 9 superpowers of the universe were all itching to make a move. The temptation of a supreme treasure was too great. Even the few most transcendent experts of the universe, the loners, had begun to make their move, not to mention the masters of the universe who led their clans. Some clans only had a single master of the universe, so they naturally desired the Star Tower even more. If I get the Star Tower, I won't even have to fear the strongest in the universe. When that time comes, my Tuama race will have hope of becoming an elite race. The shocking news of the human Luo Feng killing a universe tyrant was nothing compared to the disappearance of the supreme treasure, the Star Tower. An absolute treasure, that was enough to shake the foundations of an elite race. It was already the most valuable existence in the entire universe. This caused the gazes of the trillions of races to gather on the Star Tower. However, the amount of attention on Luo Feng decreased. Only the demon race, automaton race, and bug race that wanted to kill Luo Feng the most didn't relax at all. Ancestral God Secret Region, Purple Thorn Island. The commotion caused by the disappearance of the Star Tower is really huge. It's completely out of control. Luo Feng appeared in his own mansion on Purple Thorn Island. This was already the 3rd day since he acquired the Star Tower. Ever since he acquired it, he began to understand the commotion outside through the virtual universe. Commotion, from the Great Alliance to the Universe Lords, down to the Undyings that went to the foreign battlefields, they were all discussing this. And this was just the Great Alliance. The other powers in the universe, from the news spread within the Great Alliance, they were all obviously going crazy over it. No wonder teacher sitting passenger strictly ordered me not to reveal any information about the Star Tower. Luo Feng exclaimed. If I was exposed back then, and the outside world knew I could control the Star Tower, just sitting passenger alone wouldn't have been able to protect me. Luckily the current me already has the ability to protect myself, allowing me to gain a foothold in this turbulent universe. Striding forward, Luo Feng opened the door to his mansion and flew towards the plaza in front of the Purple Thorn Island leader's palace. Look, Luo Feng. It's the human Luo Feng. He actually returned to Purple Thorn Island. I haven't seen him for close to 20,000 years. Luo Feng has the strength of an elite tyrant. It's no surprise that he rarely comes to Purple Thorn Island. There were many warriors from different races on Purple Thorn Island. Immediately a group of foreign race inheritors spotted Luo Feng and began to discuss. Luo Feng flew towards the plaza. Through the water screen of the fountain, he headed straight towards the inheritance grounds. One should know that he had a lot of inheritance opportunities. After a while, Luo Feng came out and flew directly to his mansion in the distance. After meditating in the mansion for 5 days, he once again headed to the inheritance grounds to receive the inheritance. Meditating. Inheritance, meditating. Inheritance. Luo Feng received an inheritance almost every few days, which attracted the attention of a large number of cultivators on Purple Thorn Island. Luo Feng received a huge number of inheritances after crazily challenging others. But no matter how many he receives, is it really necessary to waste it like this? It's useless to receive an inheritance without the experience of training. What a waste. There were many such discussions. However, Luo Feng was still the same as before. He just shook his head at those discussions. My attainment in the School of Secret Patterns is extremely high. Every time I receive an inheritance, I can quickly comprehend a large amount of the way of the Beast God. How fast is my training speed? Without comprehension, one wouldn't understand the Beast God inheritance at all. However, because of Luo Feng's high attainment in the School of Secret Patterns, he could comprehend a large amount of information after each inheritance. When he received an inheritance again, he could make further progress. After all, in terms of level, Luo Feng's secret technique was at the ultimate level of the Lord of the Universe. Coupled with the heart of the Beast God, it was naturally very easy for him to receive the way of the Beast God. After receiving an inheritance every 5 days, Luo Feng completely comprehended the 4th level of the way of the Beast God after just 3 inheritances. It was like asking a college student to study the content of an elementary school student. Coupled with the extremely fast method of receiving an inheritance, it was naturally very fast. However, the progress of the 5th level of the Beast God was obviously much slower. Hurry up and report to the clan that Luo Feng is on Purple Thorn Island. Damn Luo Feng, he's actually on Purple Thorn Island. To kill Luo Feng, we need the Lord of the Universe. However, if any of us show up on Purple Thorn Island, we'll be immediately annihilated by the colorful Aurora Lake. We don't have the authority to enter that place. If he hides in the human territory, he can still go there. However, the Ancestor God sect is stronger than humans. If Luo Feng hides on Purple Thorn Island, there's nothing we can do. The Insect Clan, the Monster Clan, and the Mechanical Clan were also troubled by this. Luo Feng continued to train in peace on Purple Thorn Island. After 2 months of interstellar travel, my golden horned beast clone has finally arrived at the location of the 5th black metal plate. On Purple Thorn Island, Luo Feng revealed a smile. P.S. That's the 2nd chapter. Brothers, the monthly votes are really awesome. Tomato will continue to write the 3rd chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. End of chapter 11:18. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.